Chapter 221. It's over. It's all leaked now. That. Vivian hesitated a little. She seemed to be hesitant to speak. The little girl stared at the stranger who hugged her tightly for a long time. She was puzzled, strange, and a little uncertain. Vivian was sure that she should have never seen this young man. But for some reason, he gave her a very strong sense of familiarity. It can even be said that they were so close that she didn't resist being hugged by him subconsciously, and even wanted to stay a little longer. As soon as this thought came up, the little girl was immediately shocked, quickly throwing all this mess behind her. Vivian struggled to get out of the other person's arms, but out of politeness, she still said, "Thank you, but I'm much better now. So can you please put me down?" Ah. Okay. From Vivian's perspective, the young man who was holding her seemed to have the same expression as her just now, and his face changed again and again. Moreover, compared to her, he seemed very uneasy. Especially his eyes were dodging, and he didn't dare to look her in the eye. This made Vivian, who got up, even more suspicious and curious about this young man, and she really wanted to ask him. However, before communicating with the young man, Vivian knew that there was something more important. She asked anxiously to one of the 9 gods, who was watching the fun and covering his mouth to hide his laughter. "Lord Fire God, how is Elena now? What happened?" Ahem. Alice was more or less calm about the little girl, and stopped teasing her. She coughed twice, and cleared her throat in a pretentious manner. "Don't worry. Your little maid is safe now. At least her life is not in danger." Vivian had just breathed a sigh of relief. But the next sentence of the fire god made her worry again. "But, as for the maid's current state, you should come and see for yourself." After Alice finished speaking, she took the maid away from the crowd. And then, as if she was placing a machine, she placed the maid in an open space in the forest and waved her hand gently. Buzz. It was like unlocking a seal. Or, a more appropriate description is that the power on button was pressed again. In short, Elena, who had fallen unconscious, stood up from the ground immediately. But before Vivian could be happy, the maid's next performance made her expression stunned. Elena stood up and said nothing, with her head down, as if she had fallen asleep while standing. "Elena?" Vivian called and approached. However, when the little girl walked into the maid's range, Elena seemed to be awakened immediately. She raised her head, and her emotionless eyes looked at Vivian with only hostility. "Intruder detected. Execute the elimination procedure." "Elena?" Before Vivian finished calling her name, the familiar floating gun was constructed from above the maid's head, and then the muzzle flashed blue light and bombarded the little girl's position. Vivian hurriedly wanted to dodge, but there was another figure on the scene, who was faster than her. Swish! The little girl only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and when she regained her concentration, she felt a hug from her waist, and a large and thick palm was placed on it. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the young man who used one arm to hug her raised the other arm high and made a defensive blocking posture. And the object of the blocking was naturally the floating cannon from the maid. "It's over." Vivian's heart immediately skipped a beat, and her expression was anxious. The little girl had seen the power of Elena's floating cannon. How could she resist it with her body? At first glance, it seemed to be a small beam of light. But in fact, even Demir's extraordinary defense magic was blasted into slag by a cannon. If it was a real person's body, it would be too late. After hearing a muffled bang, as expected, the huge power of the floating cannon blew the two away. During this time, the young man never let go of his other arm that was holding her. And as the two rolled to the ground, the young man's action changed from hugging to holding, carefully protecting her in his arms. In this way, under the inertia of the bombardment, the two turned several times on the ground before barely stopping, waiting for a little recovery. The little girl didn't care about her current posture with the young man. Vivian's first reaction was to check the young man's injury. Fortunately, the young man's arm that blocked the floating cannon did not appear in her imagination. But it didn't get much better. Instead, a string of ice crystals condensed on the arm, and it looked like the whole arm was frozen. In an instant, even Vivian herself found it incredible, because after she saw the miserable state of the young man's arm, her emotions began to get out of control. Her nose was sore, and she almost had tears. If I have to describe it, it's just angry and distressed. "Are you stupid? I can obviously avoid it myself." You? Why are you wrong? Go find Lord Vulcan. She must have a way to heal your arm injury. You? Vivian said a lot of things in a hurry, and even put on all kinds of body language. Looking at the tone and movements, it doesn't sound like she is talking to a stranger at all. However, the little girl couldn't continue talking halfway, because when she noticed the young man's expression, he was grinning instead of reflecting on himself, as if saying, "Scold more? I love to hear it. You? What are you laughing at? Go find the god of fire," Vivian asked angrily. So angry and anxious that she even omitted the word adult after the god of fire. It can be seen that this very traditional little girl must be panicked. But in the next moment, when the young man shook the frozen arm, Vivian's voice stopped abruptly. And not only that, the little girl's mouth also opened into an O shape. Because, in fact, it was just a thin layer of ice covering the top. It fell off after the young man shook it off, and the arm inside was intact, without even the slightest trace of frostbite. You? Vivian looked incredible. She didn't even believe it. So she touched it back and forth several times. And then she completely confirmed this fact. The young man who withstood Alina's shot was indeed fine. The strongest buff called worry was gone. Vivian returned to her normal state. And because of this, she realized that she had been staying in the other person's arms. Oh my god! What did she do? Touch someone else's arm? And touched it several times? Yes. I'm sorry. I was a little worried. So, Vivian jumped out of Liao Zixuan's arms, then kept bending down to apologize, while blaming herself in her heart. She must have been used to touching Xiaohei before, so she was so skilled. In addition, Xiaohei was not around during this period, so she really hadn't touched Xiaohei for a long time. And she couldn't help it. What a disgrace. What a disgrace. Vivian. The little girl could feel that the other her in the spiritual space had already exploded, shouting that she was going to go out and cut off the young man's arm. One, no, both at once. She hurriedly diverted her attention. Otherwise she really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Vivian looked back at Elena's position. She found that after blasting her away, the maid did not chase after her, but stood back to her original position, and lowered her head, as she did at the beginning, without saying a word, as if she was sleeping standing up. It was at this time that Alice's explanation sounded. As you can see, Vivian, although I cut off the connection between the maid and the controller, I can't do anything about the fact that the maid has been transformed. Without the controller, the maid now acts entirely on instinct. That is, as long as any creature approaches her alert range, she will attack. On the contrary, if she does nothing, she will remain dormant forever until the energy in her body is exhausted. Transformation? Controller? Hibernation? Vivian, who had no idea about the background of the incident, didn't understand what Alice was saying at all, and was still confused. Lord Vulcan. The little girl hurriedly wanted to ask, but was interrupted by Alice's wave. In fact, rather than saying that Alice was explaining to Vivian, she said this to Liao Zixuan, simply to let him understand the situation. Seeing that Liao Zixuan understood the meaning of her words more than Vivian, Alice nodded with satisfaction in her heart. In this way, she had done what she should do, and it was time to leave the stage to these little guys. So since the heart of God was shattered, my strength is far less than before. This time, helping you has been a great burden for me, and it has affected my old injuries. So I'm sorry, Vivian. I can't help you more in this matter. However, if you are still confused, or if you don't want to give up on this maid who seems to have a good relationship with you, why don't you ask your friends? Alice smiled, and gave the little girl hints and guidance. After the fire myth, Vivian turned around following Alice's gaze, and she realized that there were quite a few people here. Friends? Hey! Liz? Why are you here? The little girl showed a surprised and happy expression about the Earl's daughter. But then, when Vivian's eyes continued to move horizontally, and fell on another tall woman standing next to Liz. Huh? What happened today? The young man just now was like this. And now this tall woman is also like this. No matter how she looks at everyone, she feels an inexplicable sense of familiarity. However, unlike the young man's familiarity, which was intimacy, Vivian's familiarity with this tall woman was a fighting instinct. It was as if the two had fought before. No, it was not as if. She was. because as soon as Vivian appeared, Shirley lowered her head even lower than the little maid who was sleeping on standby over there. And Shirley deliberately used her scattered white hair to cover her face. So Vivian really didn't recognize her at first. But the little girl was not blind. After a little careful identification, she could see from the magic power that immediately began to gather from Vivian's body that she obviously recognized Shirley, the mastermind behind the arrival of the Fallen Abyss. The leader of the Fallen Abyss, who rode a bone dragon and fought with her outside the Fire Classic City, and finally swallowed her up with the help of Xiao Hei. Isn't she dead? Why is she here? Wait, it seems that she knows Liz? What? What is this? Vivian looked at Shirley with vigilance and hostility, while Shirley looked back at anyone else with a clear conscience. But if the target was Vivian, Shirley would not dare to do so. So, Shirley, who was caught in the middle and couldn't do anything, had to look at Liao Zixuan with a pitiful look for help. It was like saying, "Lord Hei, help, help. What should we do now?" Liao Zixuan, who was always very eloquent, was silent. "Yes. What should we do? Put it. Send it. It's over. It's all over." Liao Zixuan held his forehead helplessly with his hand. When the fire god appeared with the unconscious Vivian, he was so anxious that he even forgot that he was still in the transformed state. How could he remember that Shirley was here too? Okay. This time it can't be hidden anymore. It's all revealed. It's all revealed. When Liao Zixuan looked back at the old woman fire god with a resentful look from Alice's cunning eyes and a very satisfied spectator's expression, even a fool knew that this old lady was definitely doing it on purpose, just to wait for such a scene. Not only that, when Alice noticed Liao Zixuan's complaining gaze, she didn't say anything. Not only did she not feel guilty, but she also glared back with a clear conscience. Look at that pretty face that was raised 45 degrees, and the corners of her mouth with a sneer, as if saying, "What do you mean? Do you still want to blame me? When you were out having affairs, I was your nanny for your little girl. It's not too much to charge a little interest, right?" The silence that was unspoken was first broken by Vivian. "Lord Vulcan. So, she is." Vivian was not stupid. After the initial shock, the little girl realized that the Vulcan was still here, since the god of fire didn't say anything. It proves that the woman who fell into the abyss should not be a hostile party at least. You should ask our Lord Bai about this. Alice was only responsible for watching the show. She had no obligation to do so, and she was too lazy to help a certain wolf deal with the mess. Finally, after adding fuel to the fire and making Vivian's eyes turn around and finally fall back on Liao Zixuan, the god of fire knew that it was time for her to leave. After all, the most exciting part was over. She had no reason to stay here any longer. Symbolically waving goodbye, Alice turned into flames neatly and disappeared on the spot. Without the god of fire, the atmosphere suddenly became even colder. Fortunately, a young lady who was offline and still thinking god of fire? It's actually the god of fire, finally woke up after Alice left. She suppressed her numerous questions about Vivian and the Archbishop Maggie, who was called the god of fire. Liz was the first to speak, sorting out her experience for the little girl and explaining Shirley's identity. Chapter 222, Stop Pretending. "I'm going to show my cards." While Liz was talking, Vivian didn't say anything, but the little girl kept talking to Liz, and her changing expression still revealed her inner thoughts, especially when she heard that Liz had buried the Earl with her own hands. Vivian couldn't help but hold the hand of the girl beside her. The little girl knew that things had come to this point, and it was useless to say some comforting words at this moment, so she could only use this way to convey her comfort. But Liz shook her head. The past was over. She was not the kind of person who would always be depressed in grief. This feeling was even more so after awakening the bloodline of the vampires and truly inheriting the genes from her mother's side. The girl was also afraid of this feeling. She was afraid that she would become a cold-blooded monster like her mother, abandoning her father and daughter, playing with feelings, and losing her humanity. However, when facing Bai, her still passionate and admiring heart, and when facing Shirley, her jealous and competitive heart, all made Liz dispel her concerns. After all, these are not the emotions that a cold-blooded monster would have, although some of them seem very childish. This is the best proof that she is still a human being, and it is the emotion that Liz cherishes. Therefore, wait until later, when the girl explained Shirley's affairs to Vivian. She started from how she was hostile to Shirley just like Vivian at the beginning. And even the two of them fought in the middle. And then finally the misunderstanding was resolved. And they understood each other, and lived in peace. Sorry. I have to correct it. I understand. But whether they can live in peace is still to be discussed. After all, while Liz was talking, the girl also snorted coldly at Shirley. Shirley didn't dare to do that to Vivian. But she simply glanced away at a little girl of human nobles. Huh? Finally, after saying everything, Liz breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't expect that after counting them carefully. She had experienced so much in such a short time. Even Liz, a witness, found it incredible. Let alone Vivian, who was listening. After a long time, the little girl finally digested all this information. And then, as expected, Vivian walked toward Shirley. Heartbeats sounded. Boom, 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 boom. Shirley, who had been secretly watching Vivian with her peripheral vision, saw the little girl approaching, and her heart suddenly beat wildly. You know, Shirley had not been so nervous even when the god of fire appeared just now, because Shirley knew that it was very important for Vivian to accept her. Once her relationship with Vivian was still very stiff, it would make Mr. Hay very uncomfortable to be caught in the middle. So, Liz, who was watching, immediately widened her eyes and showed an incredible look, because the girl actually saw some uneasiness and shyness from Shirley. The scumbag who could make her angry? Squirm? Shirley? Liz couldn't connect the two words together. And look at Shirley's appearance. Liz was born as a noble lady, so she is naturally very experienced in judging people. The girl saw many small changes in Shirley's body at a glance. For example, the other party's bare feet that were placed well before were now turned into toes stepping on the ground. Scratching restlessly, the fingers placed on both sides of the thighs were sometimes clenched and sometimes loosened. And even Shirley's breathing was sometimes long and sometimes short. Liz was very puzzled by this. This is why she knew Shirley and Vivian's innocent identities and relationship, and there could be no connection between the two. Otherwise, if you don't know, you would think it was something else. That the concubine of a noble suddenly met the wife. Liz has seen such scenes many times, and it can't be said that they are exactly the same. However, when Shirley and Vivian talked next, the girl soon found out that she was wrong. Very wrong. Sister Shirley. Before, Vivian thought for a long time and was ready to speak. Judging from Shirley's appearance, her tall and plump figure exudes a mature flavor, which is in sharp contrast with the young girl's immature body. It is very reasonable for Vivian to call her sister. But Shirley heard it. It almost made her stumble. Sir Vivian. Just call me Shirley. That? I'm sorry. Because of the situation. I have been hiding it from you before. And I have fought with you. Anyway, I am very sorry. I really couldn't hold it back any longer. As soon as Vivian opened her mouth, Shirley apologized first, snatching all the lines that originally belonged to the little girl. The bystanders, Liz, were dumbfounded. Then she was furious. What do you mean? You hit me hard. But you are submissive to Vivian? Why? Vivian was also stunned by Shirley's attitude. Sister Shirley. Miss Vivian. Just call me Shirley. Shirley was so persistent in addressing that she even interrupted the little girl, which made Vivian a little annoyed. And she interrupted Shirley as well. Then why do you call me Miss Vivian? Because? Shirley immediately stammered when Vivian asked her this question. She had just regained her sanity and tried to challenge the little girl's position in Lord Hay's heart. But the result was naturally terrible, which scared Shirley. From then on, she never dared to disrespect Vivian again. Every time she mentioned her, she had to add the word Lord, which was a bit black and white. In the end, Liao Zixuan, who couldn't stand it, came to save the situation. Shirley, since everyone is for Yenyu, there is no need to be so distant. Liao Zixuan took this opportunity to change Shirley. Yes. Hey Ku. Lord Bai. After Liao Zixuan finally intervened, Shirley breathed a sigh of relief. As a result, she almost blurted out the habitual name when she relaxed. She quickly coughed and changed it. Finally, after a long circle, Vivian's sight fell on the young man who gave her a familiar feeling again. And Liao Zixuan. He was not really hanging up for nothing just now. A smile of planning appeared on the corner of her mouth. Little Vulcan. You still want to expose him to social death? You are kidding. Hello, Miss Vivian. I have heard your name like thunder. I am lucky to meet you in person today. It is indeed extraordinary. You are really born with beauty. You deserve the title of the savior of the flame domain. Liao Zixuan smiled at the little girl, reciting the words he had thought of in his mind. According to the script he had expected. With Vivian's personality, she should be embarrassed by his sugar-coated bullets and wave her hands repeatedly to reveal her flaws. In this way, he, who had taken the initiative, could take the opportunity to tell Vivian the story he had made up. Vivian. Silence. Silence. Miss Vivian. Is there something dirty on my face? Liao Zixuan began to get nervous, and even spoke a little unsteadily, because Vivian didn't play according to the script at all. The little girl seemed to be completely defensive of his embarrassing words just now, as if she didn't listen at all. On the contrary, Vivian stared at Liao Zixuan's face with a scrutinizing look, looking at it again and again. The more the little girl looked, the tighter her brows frowned, and she even put her hand between her chin and lips, and put on a contemplative posture, in the spiritual space where even Liao Zixuan couldn't hear. Another me. Do you feel that this person has a familiar feeling? Vivian began to ask for help. No. Not at all. Hey. Vivian. I warn you. From the perspective of human aesthetics, I admit that he may be a little handsome. But you can't be like this. You were not this kind of person before. The angry voice of the second personality came, and the little girl hurriedly explained. Another me. What do you think? I'm not doing that. I really feel that there is a kind of aura on him that makes me want to get close to him. Vivian was telling the truth. But in the ears of the second personality, there was a sound of things being thrown in the mental space. The girl in the black dress, who looked exactly like Vivian, was so angry that her chest almost exploded. Huh? You still say you're not. You even said close. No. I'm so angry. Where's Xiao He? Where did that damn little wolf cub go? Your Vivian is about to be kidnapped by someone else. How can you still have the mood to play outside? Xiao He. Call Xiao He back quickly. I want to see Xiao He. I want Xiao He. Vivian, the second personality, who always disliked Liao Zixuan, missed the little wolf cub very much at this moment. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The second personality felt that she was weak and could not bring Vivian back by herself. She had to find teammates. Even if she ate her own cabbage, she must digest it internally. How could she let others get it for free? Not to mention, as the second personality, she was also a gift of cabbage in a sense? Buy one get one free. Twin cabbages. However, when the second personality was shouting heartbreakingly here, the little girl's eyes lit up, as if she was finally awakened. Thank you so much. Another me. You are really more perceptive. I finally know what the aura of that person is. Yes, it is exactly the same as when I faced Xiao He. As if she finally solved a problem that she had been thinking about for a long time. Vivian was excited and excited. While in the mental space, the second personality was a little calmer. There is Xiao He's aura. She didn't say it, which made her even more angry, because the second personality knew the importance and significance of Xiao He to Vivian, and Vivian would never joke about such things. The little girl said yes. So maybe it is true. Another me. You said there is a possibility. I mean possibility. Could he be Xiao He? It was as if a new world had been opened up for her mind. Vivian, like a curious baby, bravely and excitedly put forward a very bold guess. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The second personality blurted out. Why? Wasn't Xinyan the same at the beginning? Able to transform into a human form. Xiao He must be able to do it too. The more Vivian thought about it, the brighter her eyes became, full of expectations. Seeing this, the second personality immediately scratched her head and racked her brains to refute. She didn't want to accept this fact from the bottom of her heart. Because, she slapped her thigh. Yes, that's right. Even if you want to transform, you will become a child, just like Xinyan now. How old is your little wolf cub? It has just passed the infancy period. How can it become a young man? The argument from the second personality seemed to make some sense. However, Vivian still insisted and muttered, but now Xinyan is more stupid. That's why he became a child. But Xiao He is different. He is very smart. Sometimes I always feel I am not training him, but he is training me. It can be regarded as a summoner's shame statement. But from Vivian's face, at most a little shyness can be seen. But more of it is pride. What's wrong? Xiaohei, who was summoned by luck. Who said that summoned beasts can't train summoners? You? You? I'm so angry. I don't care. If you think he is, just ask him yourself. The second personality was silent as if angry. As if she had gone to sleep under the quilt. But in reality, when Vivian, who had been staring at Liao Zixuan for a long time, was about to speak, the second personality was hiding in the quilt and watching the small TV outside. Watching it more attentively and nervously than anyone else. That little black? Vivian made up her mind and ignored everything. She spoke straight and asked the young man tentatively. The little girl blinked. Her big watery eyes looked at Liao Zixuan. Her eyes full of expectation. And Liao Zixuan's heart slowed down a beat. Hey, should I say you are really worthy of being Miss Vivian? I can't hide it from you after all. Liao Zixuan shook his head helplessly. As if he had been discovered by you. This made Vivian, who was standing opposite him, immediately light up in the eyes of the little girl. And her voice trembled with excitement. So you are really Xiaohei. That's right. Liao Zixuan said this affirmatively without any hesitation. The wind stopped. The trees were still. And the birds stopped singing. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The expressions of everyone present were all very different and wonderful. Vivian covered her mouth with her hands uncontrollably. In the mental space, the second personality, who was buried in the quilt, interestingly made the same action as Vivian in reality, and covered her mouth in front of Liao Zixuan in the camera. Lise, this young lady is in a miserable state, as if she was petrified, just like the little maid who was hanging up not far away. As for the last person, Shirley was actually okay. After all, she knew everything a long time ago. But she was still surprised, and didn't expect that Lord He actually admitted it. However, when the second hand moved again, in the next second, all these expressions above disappeared in Liao Zixuan's next sentence. Completely invalidated. Because, yes, I am Xiaohei's elder. Liao Zixuan added this to his previous sentence. Chapter 223 Embarking on the Destined Path of a Witch. Puff. Cough. 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 Shirley coughed violently. Everyone looked over mechanically, because their minds were blank after Liao Zixuan's words, and they only followed their instincts, causing Shirley to wave her hands repeatedly. After several seconds of digestion, Vivian continued to speak. Are you also a demon? Liao Zixuan nodded. And then without waiting for Vivian to ask, he said, your Xiaohei has been practicing with me all this time. And now he is at a critical juncture. So he can't come to help you. But he is really worried about you. What else can I say as an elder? So I have to go out in person. After these words, the little girl suddenly realized that everything was explained. Why she had the same feeling about the young man as Xiaohei. Why the young man could withstand Alina's bombardment and still be safe. Even the way to summon Xiaohei to verify on the spot was blocked. Because it was a critical moment. With how much Vivian cherished Xiaohei, she would never dare to take this risk. Even if there was a little sense of disobedience. It was drowned out by the tension of meeting the parents. Xiaohei. That's what. Vivian was in a state of confusion. And when she remembered that she seemed to have scolded the other party just now, she blushed and was so embarrassed and nervous that she couldn't even speak. Liao Zixuan, who was already feeling guilty, naturally did not discuss this topic anymore and hurriedly brought the conversation back to normal. Let's put aside the matter of Xiaohei for now and talk about your friend. Following Liao Zixuan's words, not only Vivian, but even Liz came back to her senses and turned their attention to the maid in standby. Vulcan had just explained the state of the maid. If Liao Zixuan explained it again from the perspective of a player, the maid now seemed to have been turned from a hostile NPC into a neutral monster by Vulcan. Neutral monsters, as the name suggests, have no subjective consciousness and do not belong to any camp. They will only move within a specified range and attack all creatures that enter the range autonomously. It fits the current Elena perfectly. Lord Vulcan said that you can help her get rid of her current appearance. Vivian asked expectantly. Indeed? Liao Zixuan nodded. But to be precise, the key person is not me, but her. When the she in Liao Zixuan's mouth was pointed out, he immediately showed confusion. Liz couldn't understand why she became the key person. Have you forgotten the special ability that belongs to your blood clan? Liao Zixuan reminded. You mean? At this moment, Liz seemed to suddenly understand. And she immediately blurted out 2 words. Family. That's right. Your friend's consciousness has been controlled and hypnotized by others. And Alice only cut off her connection with the controller, but can't remove her hypnotic state. So, the only feasible way is to turn her into your follower. And you become her new controller, covering the original hypnotic state. In this way, as long as you don't actively control her, she will return to her normal state. Liao Zixuan explained the concept of neutral wild monsters in a way that the natives could understand. And he told them how to turn neutral wild monsters into their own people. In fact, in the words of the players, it is generally called catching babies. But usually, the babies caught are limited to monsters. No player said that they can catch NPCs as babies. The same is true for Vivian. A summoner. Her skills will only work on monsters. But who can blame me for this big variable? Can I really do it? Liz said a little unconfidently. First, she had just inherited the bloodline and was unfamiliar with everything. Second, judging from the strength that Alina had just shown, she could even blow by a way, which showed that she was far superior to her. Can the vampires really be so powerful as to turn a person who is much stronger than themselves into their own followers? If it were an ordinary vampire, of course, it would be impossible. The person must be weaker than the vampire itself, and some must be several levels lower, and the success rate is not high. But you are different. Liz. Liao Zixuan looked into the girl's eyes. Although I don't know your mother's true rank, you are undoubtedly noble just because you can absorb my blood. The girl blushed. She didn't expect Liao Zixuan to be so serious and speak so bluntly in front of everyone. Of course, Liz quickly adjusted her expression and distinguished the priorities. Although her relationship with Alina was not as close as Vivian's, she had a lot of good feelings for this quirky little maid. What's more, Alina became what she is now because of her father. As the daughter of the Earl, she has the obligation to take on this responsibility. Okay, I understand. Next, let's do this. After Liz nodded, a new problem arose: how to execute it. The most direct and effective way for the vampires to turn their subjects into followers is to bite their necks. Which means that unless the other party is willing, the only way to achieve the above is to capture them. Even if it is not a complete capture, at least the other party's actions must be restricted for a short period of time, so that the other party cannot struggle, lose their aggressiveness, and can only be bitten obediently. For the maid in the neutral wild monster state, it is obvious that the voluntary path is not feasible, and they can only rely on force. And this, actually, it was the conspiracy deliberately set up by the fire god Alice. To sum it up in one sentence, they couldn't even beat them, let alone capture them, which was several times more difficult than defeating. Alice deliberately adjusted the strength of the maid to the delicate realm of half-step epic, which was around level 45. Among the people present, only Shirley crossed the level 30 mark and reached the extraordinary level below the epic. As for Vivian and Liao Zixuan, one was because of their profession. Summoner is an ordinary profession, and the upper limit is 30, which cannot be improved. If you want to advance to the extraordinary level, you either change your profession or look for the high-level form of the summoner profession tree. Liao Zixuan is similar to the little girl, and his level is stuck at level 30. Although they all have combat power far beyond their peers, they are not exaggerated to the point of being able to jump more than 10 levels. Moreover, the maid is not a small fry at level 45. At least a boss level 45. The profession which of reason is no joke. Anyone with a word which can jump to a higher level. Liao Zixuan, Shirley, and Vivian tried several times together. As a result, even if the three of them joined forces, they could not do anything to Alina. A large part of the reason is that Shirley and Vivian are both violent output types, while Liao Zixuan is more rough and thick-skinned, and none of the three has outstanding control capabilities. He couldn't beat the maid, and he was tied up, so he was afraid of hurting Alina, which was putting the cart before the horse. After working hard for a long time, he was exhausted and retreated. After losing his target, Alina returned to the original place and continued to stand by. No doubt, in the terminology of the game, it is stuck boss. If you want to attack, you must make changes. And this change is exactly what the fire god Alice wants to see. That is, Use the witch to defeat the witch. This won't work. Liao Zixuan knew Alice's purpose in his heart. After sighing secretly, he decided not to waste time. Vivian. Xiao He once told me that you have encountered a witch's clone. Huh? A witch's clone. Vivian, who was originally dejected and felt that her power was too weak and she could not do anything, showed a strange expression after Liao Zixuan's words. After recalling for a moment, she immediately nodded. Are you referring to Bishop Eugenia? Yes. Her real name is Bella. She should have told you that after I freed her from the erosion of the abyss. She mentioned you to me and gave me this. As Liao Zixuan spoke, he took out a long dormant job transfer item from his backpack. This is... Vivian frowned subconsciously, because what appeared in Liao Zixuan's hand was a box emitting a strange purple light. Vivian felt it from it. It couldn't be said to be evil, but it was definitely not a normal breath, which made her instinctively feel a little uncomfortable. We usually call it the witch's seed. Liao Zixuan's voice of explanation sounded. Witch's seed? In simple terms, it is the inheritance of the witch, similar to Liz's blood heritage. After people who meet the witch's conditions absorb it, they can gain the power of the witch and become a witch. After Liao Zixuan's words, the first person to react was Liz. The eldest lady said anxiously. Wait a minute. Bye. You don't want Vivian to absorb this kind of thing. Liao Zixuan didn't say anything, but it was self-evident. Shirley, who was present, was already a member of the Fallen Abyss. And the girl herself was a vampire. The only one who was still blank was Vivian. You? How could you do this? That's a witch. A witch. Liz was angry with Liao Zixuan for the first time. Even though the Flame Realm had never been attacked by witches for thousands of years under the protection of the God of Fire, there were still countless terrifying descriptions of witches in textbooks and various classics. They were insidious, cunning, and evil. The personality of each witch was ever-changing. The only thing that remained unchanged was that they were all very dark. They had powerful powers, but did not follow the right path. Every day they thought about how to create chaos. The above is Liz. And it is also the general concept of witch in the 9 countries of the whole continent. Because of this, how could Liz let her best friend watch Vivian become a witch? But obviously this matter is not decided by her. Well, it can't be said that way. Because as Liao Zixuan said at the beginning, Liz is the key person in the follow-up. And she is indispensable in every link. Excuse me, Lord Bai. If I use this witch seed, will I change my original summoner profession? If so, Xiao Shuhei. Vivian asked the question she was most concerned about. Liao Zixuan shook his head and said in a reassuring tone, once you become a witch, your summoner profession will naturally not be retained. But as far as I know, every witch will have a special ability that belongs to her when she awakens. The witch Bella you met before was called Thousand Faces, which corresponds to her power of clones. The witch name copied to this maid now is the Witch of Reason, which corresponds to her ability to understand and construct everything. This is what we call the power of witches. That is, the power of witches, which is unique in the world. After Liao Zixuan's words, Vivian showed an expression of understanding and not understanding. Just as she was about to ask a question, Liao Zixuan stopped her with a look. Because the key point he wanted to say was later. If the ability mentioned above is awakened passively, it cannot be selected, and the randomness is relatively large. But if it is awakened actively, you can choose it yourself. That is to say, if you want to keep your summoner's contract ability, you only need to firmly believe in it at that time. And then, the witch's ability you give birth to will also correspond to it, which may be similar to the witch of summoning. What Liao Zixuan said was partly based on the job transfer introduction on the witch seed, which appeared only after the God of Fire told him the real use of the witch seed. The other part was also based on his experience in his previous life. Liao Zixuan mentioned before that he knew a female player who changed her job to witch, although they were not very familiar with each other. He had inquired about it to some extent. The other party told him that the essence of the witch profession was different from other high-level professions. It was not covering, but strengthening your existing profession or skills, under the double guarantee. If the God of Fire is included, it is triple. Only then did Liao Zixuan dare to take out the witch seed and ask the little girl if she wanted to use it. As expected, when she heard that becoming a witch would not affect the bond and contract with Xiao He, Vivian did not hesitate and had no last concerns. For the little girl, witches are not important. What is important is that she can use this power to save her important people. As early as when facing the god of fire, Vivian had said something similar. And it was this state of mind that was valued by the witch Bella at that time. Let's start now. What should I do? Vivian didn't want to wait any longer. But what she didn't expect was that Liao Zixuan still shook his head. Have you forgotten? I said that only those who meet the conditions can become a witch after absorbing it. You don't meet the requirements now. Then what is considered to be qualified? Liz, who was listening, couldn't help but speak. The girl had a hunch in her heart that this was the real highlight. Next, Liz's hunch was not wrong. The witch seed needs to absorb the negative emotions of others to activate. And Vivian is far from being able to do it now. Logically speaking, absorbing negative emotions will be a long process. Not to mention that it is such a little girl who responds to everyone with tenderness. But maybe this is fate. Vulcan knows. Liao Zixuan also knows. Right now, there is a perfect opportunity for Vivian to instantly absorb countless negative emotions from others. The method is which, as the chosen one, you must be feared by everyone to be qualified. To achieve this, Vivian, now you only need to do one thing. Liao Zixuan sighed. What? The little girl clenched her fist nervously, until Liao Zixuan slowly said, Take responsibility for the death of the Earl. Chapter 224. Liz and Vivian were both stunned. The first reaction was that it was too absurd. But after thinking about it carefully, they found that Liao Zixuan was right. Because the Earl was involved in a bigger force. Everyone's attention was attracted. So they didn't think about the impact of the Earl's death. As one of the most powerful nobles in Huidian City. And on the surface, the Earl still maintained an excellent image of a good person. And had a high reputation among both the common people and the nobles. The death of Earl Cecil was destined to be impossible to conceal. Liz originally planned to announce it frankly. She personally killed her own relatives for the sake of justice. There must be countless doubts and public opinions from the outside world. And Liz was ready to bear it. But now, the girl didn't expect that by actually wanted Vivian to replace her position as the murderer. No! I won't allow it! Liz blurted out subconsciously. At first glance, it seemed that she had just changed a person to kill the Earl with her own hands. And Vivian had killed him. But in reality, it was completely different. Because she and the Earl were father and daughter. No matter what, the voices of doubt from the outside world would be much smaller. But Vivian was different. Even if she had explained it afterwards. The public opinion among the people and the nobles would be several times more turbulent. But afterwards, the girl's voice of opposition became smaller and smaller until it was silent. It was because Liz figured it out at once that she naturally understood Liao Zixuan's intention. To inherit the seed of witches, one must first become a witch in the eyes of the world. So Vivian, who brutally killed the kind and upright Earl, will undoubtedly be feared by the people of the Fire Code City, thus meeting the so-called conditions. Although Vivian's reaction was not as fast as the girl, she also understood what Liao Zixuan meant. Liz, is it okay? The little girl did not answer immediately, but asked the girl next to her. You? The girl hesitated to speak. Liz knew that Vivian's question to herself was really from her perspective. Worried that the matter of burying her father with her own hands had special meaning to her, and could not be fabricated casually. But, think more about yourself. Silly. Hasn't she ever thought about what kind of stain she will bear in the future? How will people evaluate and view her in the future? And, Liz felt indescribably depressed. Because whether it was to save the maid Elena or to bear the aftermath of the Earl's death, these should obviously be done by her. Liz clenched her fists. She saw the determination flashing in Vivian's eyes. It's like this. What else can she say? This young lady recalled her first meeting with Vivian. So why she hated these country people. One by one, they were all simple and naive. All of them were fools, who only knew how to consider others and never considered themselves. Whatever you want. Liz was so angry that the girl didn't know what to say. So she could only turn her head to the side. Why is she so angry and upset when she is the beneficiary? Maybe it's because she would rather not have this benefit. After Liz tacitly agreed, the next thing was easy to handle. Liao Zixuan did not ask the little girl repeatedly as before. Such as, have you really thought it through? After going through so much, Vivian is no longer the little village girl. Now she can choose the path to take and take responsibility, and work hard for it. Liao Zixuan felt that what he needed to do was that no matter how difficult the road was, as long as there was someone to accompany him along the way, maybe it would be much easier. Put the maid here for the time being. Anyway, as long as no one took the initiative to walk into Alina's hatred range, the maid would stay on standby. After instructing Shirley to send her trusted monsters to set this place as a restricted area and not allow any monsters or outsiders to approach, Liao Zixuan, Liz and Vivian teleported back to Woodyan City. And along with them came the shocking news they brought. The death of the Earl. The house of Earl Dulin, the old nobleman who had opposed Vivian at the fundraising dinner and wanted to take the opportunity to blackmail the girl and give Vivian, the newcomer of Woodyan City, a warning, was now sitting in his study. Ever since Earl Dulin joined forces with the treasure-stealing group to target Vivian, he had a feeling in his heart. Is it really worth it? The more time went by, the stronger this feeling became. It was not until he heard the news of the death of Mehu and Hehu that Dulin knew for sure that he was wrong in the past. He was so depressed that he set Vivian as his enemy. And then, today, when he learned about the death of Count Cecil, and saw the overwhelming reports and discussions about the death of the Count in newspapers, news, nobles, and citizens, Dulin's mood changed from the original "he was wrong" to the current "he was afraid." Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Dulin was startled and almost fell off the chair. It was not until he saw the person clearly that he felt fortunate to have survived the disaster. Fortunately, it was not that little girl. It was the housekeeper who was always by Dulin's side. At this moment, the housekeeper looked completely different from his master, and his face was full of joy. "Master," the remnants of the treasure-stealing group said that as long as we give a little more financial support, they can guide public opinion more and let the news ferment. By then, Vivian will be ruined, which will definitely have a major impact on the reconstruction of Qian Town. And our gambling agreement will have a hope of turning around. I heard the excited report from the housekeeper. From the housekeeper's perspective, they thought they were doomed to fail. But who would have thought that such a big piece of pie would fall from the sky? After Liz, the daughter of the Earl of the Cecil family, came back, she immediately announced the death of her father, as well as the deaths of the housekeeper and a large number of maids in the manor and the Earl's castle. And these horrifying and terrifying things were all done by one person. A person no one expected. Vivian. Although the eldest lady who lost her father emphasized many times that her father, Earl Cecil, and his housekeepers and many maids were polluted and eroded by the evil power called Fallen Abyss and turned into monsters. Vivian killed the Earl and the monster attendant out of justice, and even saved the daughter herself, who was almost harmed by the falling abyss. But how many people would believe this nonsense that sounds like a fairy tale? What's more, the truth of the matter doesn't matter anymore. What's important is that Vivian killed the Earl. And there are so many housekeepers and maids in the manor. This alone is worth a lot of work. At least that's what the housekeeper thinks. So, he thinks that if he can think of it, the master can definitely do it. So the master must be very happy now. Right? This is also the reason why the housekeeper came to report excitedly without knocking on the door for the first time. However, the truth seemed to be a little different from what he thought. Get lost. The sudden roar of Count Dulin frightened the butler, who stood there at a loss. Do you still want to go against that little girl? Do you know that she is the Count? The Count? A person like me, who went to Qian Town and died just like that. Dulin spoke with trembling. His hands tightly grasped the armrests of the chair, his face filled with uncontrollable fear. The butler came back to his senses from the shock. He had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem, and was still trying to comfort her. Master, the city guards are now wanted Vivian throughout the city. Even if that little girl is arrogant, can she still? Shut up. Bang! Dulin stood up angrily, and threw the tea set on the table to the ground. Look carefully. Can that be called a wanted order? How can there be such a wanted order? There is not even a single portrait of Vivian in the whole city. And there are not even a few more soldiers. What's more important is that the Vulcan cult doesn't say a word. They are just pretending. Just pretending. Then, sir, if that's the case, why did the eldest lady of the Cecil family announce this matter? She had to say that Vivian did it. It seems that even Vivian acquiesced to this matter. The housekeeper was finally a little scared, but he was unwilling to give up. And there was one last doubt. Dulin sighed and sat back on his chair. Don't you understand? This is a demonstration. She is demonstrating to me. If she can kill Count Cecil today, she can kill Count Dulin tomorrow. She will still be at large after the killing. Nothing will happen to her. The city guards, the Vulcan cult. And it is very likely that even our Lord Vulcan will all stand on her side. What? Even Lord Vulcan. The housekeeper seemed to lose strength at this moment. His legs softened, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Now, hurry up and cut off all the connections between the family and the remnants of the treasure-stealing group. Don't leave any of them. Also, what did you say before? The treasure-stealing group still wants to ask us for funds to induce public opinion and ruin Vivian's reputation? A bunch of idiots looking for death. Count Durin slammed the table. He could reach his current position with decisive decision-making. He made a mistake in the previous decision and regarded Vivian as an enemy. Now he wants to protect himself. He will not be stingy with a series of reversal decisions. After knocking on the table and thinking, he ordered the butler, first stabilize the remnants of the treasure-stealing group, and secretly send people to find the city guards to let them arrest all the criminals who spread the false news about Lady Vivian. In addition, publicly admit that we accept Miss Liz's statement, express condolences for the death of Count Cecil, and also recognize Miss Vivian's heroic behavior. And Dulin paused for a few seconds, and it was obvious that he was very distressed. But he still gritted his teeth and continued. And, in order to thank Miss Vivian for helping us nobles eliminate hidden dangers, we decided to fulfill the terms of the gambling contract in advance, compensate Miss Vivian free of charge, and deliver the supplies to Chien Town within a week. After saying this long list, Dulin seemed to have aged several years. He slumped in the chair and waved to the butler, asking him to hurry up and execute. I hope this series of goodwill will work, so that Vivian will spare his life. Now think back. He thought Vivian was the kind of silly girl who had power, but was restrained everywhere. Kind and naive. And almost had the word easy to bully written on her head because of the girl's soft and weak appearance. But now it seems. Count Durin put away a story collection on his desk. This is what he liked to read when he was very young. There is a story in it, which tells about the destruction of a kingdom. It all originated from the queen, who seemed to be kind and good-hearted on the surface, but was actually a witch behind the scenes. In the past, Durin felt that these two words were far away from him and the Flame Realm, and only existed in legends. But now it seems that he shuddered all over. In Durin's heart, Vivian has been equated with the witch queen in the fairy tale who seemed to be kind and good-hearted on the surface. There are many people who have the same mentality as Durin. Ordinary citizens may not know the concept of witch, but this does not prevent them from showing their fear of Vivian. At a market, a girl holding a black wolf cub in her arms was choosing things, and the owner of the stall was chatting with another customer who seemed to be familiar with him. Have you heard? Lord Cecil died yesterday. Yes. What a good noble lord. I still remember that when Huidian City was attacked by monsters, it was the Cecil family who took the initiative to raise funds and speak for the refugees outside the city. They all said that it was Lord Vivian who killed him. I think it's too ridiculous. How could it be possible? It seems that the stall owner has a good impression of Vivian, but his customers are different. What's impossible about this? I tell you, rebuilding Chien Town is such a big project. There is no telling how much money is involved. Enough to corrupt people's minds. I guess the Earl must have discovered some secret of corruption when he went to inspect Chien Town, and was killed by that Vivian. Is it true or not? The boss shrank his neck and showed fear, but he couldn't help his curiosity, and continued to ask the familiar customer for more details. No one noticed that the girl who was holding the little wolf at the stall before left silently. However, even if he changed to another store, the result would be the same. It is better to say that the biggest topic in the whole city now is about the death of the Earl and Vivian. Even walking on the street, you can hear, such as, Earl Cecil is such a good person, but he was killed. Yes, I heard that it was the Earl who kindly took in the little girl from the country. As a result, who would have thought that this would lead a wolf into the house? No, I think there must be a misunderstanding. How could Lady Vivian be that kind of person? Haven't you heard the gossip that has emerged recently? They all say that Vivian is actually a witch. Everything in the past was actually pretended. It was because the Earl saw her true face that she was killed. It is said that she was eaten alive by the little wolf that Vivian had been holding. She died miserably. The little wolf in your arms. The voice of the passerby was suddenly startled. Hush. Stop talking. Look over there. That person holding the little wolf. Do you think it could be? Ah. It really is. What should I do? There are city guards over there. Let's go! Chapter 225. Soon, 2 city guards. One walked in front with a serious look, while the other followed reluctantly, and with a bit of fear. Miss over there. Please wait a moment. They appeared in front of the girl holding the wolf cub and stopped her. We received a report from the citizens, suspecting that you have contact with Vivian on the wanted list. Please cooperate with the investigation and come with us. The more serious city guard enforced the law impartially, and his companion's face turned a little paler after seeing the little girl and the little cub in her arms. He hurriedly pulled the stupid teammate aside. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Do you really think you are a big shot? We are just a patrol team at the bottom. Do you know who you want to catch? It's Vivian. What if that little girl is really her? It would be even better if she is really her. The case of Count Cecil is so big that we urgently need her to cooperate with our investigation. The very dedicated city guard said, obviously not understanding what his companion meant. This made his companion furious, secretly hating how he could have such a stupid teammate. Hey, are you kidding me? Do you know that it is said that Vivian is a witch? A witch? She kills without blinking an eye. How can I catch her with you? Are you dreaming? It's good enough that she doesn't care about our lives. Find an excuse to say that you recognize the wrong person, and run away. Although his companions were so anxious, the respectful city guard shook his head and said, I have investigated Vivian's deeds. I don't think she is such a person. Moreover, I am not arresting her. I am inviting her to participate in the investigation, as long as she provides us with detailed information. Our city guards will not convict her. On the contrary, we will clear her of the misunderstanding of the public. After saying this, the upright city guard did not wait for his companions to reply, and continued to walk towards the girl who was waiting for him. Miss, I am really sorry. My colleague was delayed by some personal matters just now. Can you please continue to go with us and cooperate with the investigation? Finished. The companions of the upright city guards were ready to run away. But what he didn't expect was that the little girl holding the little wolf didn't say much. Just nodded. Okay, Vivian replied calmly. Only the wolf cub in the little girl's arm sighed, as if helpless. It's not that Liao Zixuan deliberately wanted Vivian to hang out outside and listen to those miscellaneous slanders. But this is a necessary experience. The witch seed absorbs negative emotions, and the effect is best if you practice it yourself. After just walking out for a short time, although the little girl looked no different from before, Liao Zixuan knew that from the crazy growing progress bar of the witch seed in the prop column, it can be seen that Vivian has actually silently absorbed a lot of negative emotions, all of which were accumulated in the little girl's heart and not expressed. They were about to go to the city guard, but unexpectedly, a familiar figure happened to appear at this time. Captain Harvey. The 2 city guards stood up and saluted immediately. The handsome knight, who was walking across from them, waved his hand, nodded, and then set his eyes on Vivian behind them. What are you doing? Harvey asked casually, and used his eyes to signal Vivian, who recognized him. The dedicated and upright city guard immediately repeated the brief process, and after listening to it, Harvey pretended to look at Vivian carefully. You have the wrong person. I have seen Vivian, but not her. Harvey denied it bluntly. Ah? Commander Harvey. You? Seeing that his honest companion was about to speak stupidly, the smarter ones immediately interrupted him. Understood. Sorry to bother you. Miss, we will leave now. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly left with his companion, who still felt something was wrong. After there was no one around, Harvey approached and patted Vivian on the shoulder. The middle-aged uncle didn't say much else. Only a very brief sentence. Little girl, I believe you. After that, Harvey led the city guards behind him to continue searching for Vivian in the city. When she came to her senses after staying there, the little girl only saw Harvey's back as he walked away. Although Vivian didn't say anything, Liao Zixuan could feel that the little girl, who had been hugging him tightly, finally relaxed a little, which meant that at least the trust from Harvey made Vivian feel a lot more relaxed, and she no longer regarded the little wolf cub as her only straw. But soon, there was a small commotion at the place where Harvey left. After Vivian hurried over with a worry, she unexpectedly saw another familiar figure. It was seen that the city guards led by Harvey surrounded a group of hooligans, who seemed to be fighting openly on the street. As for the familiar figure mentioned earlier, Humph! You city guards are here just in time. These people spread false news here every day, causing panic and undermining public order. Take them away quickly, Chris said to Harvey righteously. At his feet were 5 or 6 remnants of the treasure-stealing group who were lying on the ground and wailing in pain. Beside Chris, there was another familiar person, Xiaoqi. He was the one who beat people the most fiercely at this moment. Even the city guards came. But he was still beating the remnants of the treasure-stealing group. He beat them and cursed, "You bunch of scum! You dare to spread rumors that the big sister is a witch. Are you tired of living? The big sister is so kind and such a good person. What right do you have to slander her? I told you to talk nonsense. I will beat your stinky mouths." If Harvey couldn't bear it anymore, he would have shouted, "Stop! All of them. Whether standing or lying. Take them all away." Only then the situation was calmed down. Although Chris was reluctant. After all, this was the territory of the city guards. So he had to leave. Besides, he and Harvey were acquaintances. The two exchanged glances, and Harvey glared at the young man. During this period, Chris and Xiaoqi also saw a little girl holding a wolf cub in the crowd. Xiaoqi was about to greet her excitedly, but was kicked by Chris. Facing Vivian's worried look, Chris straightened his chest instead, as if to say that it was completely fine. He even gave the little girl a worried look and used simple sign language to indicate that there was no need to worry about the public opinion problem of rumors and slanders spread by the remnants of the treasure-stealing group. Now the boss of the underground forces in Huidian City is about to use Ku to lead. Finally, before being handcuffed and taken away, Chris showed Vivian a complex and profound pattern on the back of his hand in a mysterious way. The little girl didn't understand. But Liao Zixuan, the wolf cub in his arms, showed a look of surprise. How could he not recognize it? Isn't this the stigmata? The treasure that will be passed down by the legendary treasure-stealing group after the future public beta? Checking the character advent card that he gave to Chris. It was indeed used up at some point. Well, Liao Zixuan was immediately very relieved, because it seemed that his investment was not wasted. And Chris finally got the cheat that fate should give him. After Chris was taken away by Harvey, and the police and the criminals were enemies, Vivian laughed for the first time after she came out to the street. The little girl shook her head, feeling helpless and happy. In fact, it doesn't matter how many people misunderstand her, as long as true friends always believe in her. Isn't that enough? Vivian's mood suddenly became much brighter. The most obvious change is that from holding the little wolf cub to being able to touch it from time to time, which proves that Vivian is becoming more and more the same as usual. In this regard, the little wolf cub is both depressed and happy. Liao Zixuan is depressed because he always feels that his importance seems to have decreased a lot. He clearly prepared a lot of actions and words to comfort the little girl, but now it seems that those are no longer needed, and the happiness is self-evident. So, isn't this a sense of ritual? Before leaving the flame domain, all the characters you have met have to go through the scene? Then according to this logic, should the next one be a young genius wizard? The little wolf cub secretly complained in his heart, and this complaint became a fact in a few breaths. Cough cough. A cough came from the crowd who were watching nearby. At first, Vivian didn't pay attention, until cough cough cough. Cough 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 a vomit. It was originally a fake cough, but later it became a real cough because of the anxious coughing, and almost choked. This time, not only Vivian looked over, but also several passers-by looked at him with surprise. Fortunately, a certain archbishop of the Vulcan Church was not wearing work clothes at the moment, but civilian clothes. Passers-by were at most surprised by his appearance, but because of Demir's excessive coughing, they subconsciously moved away. Well, what is that? Facing Vivian's surprised look, Demir's stuttering disease really came back. If it was about business, it would be fine. But when it comes to emotions, it is really too difficult for this wooden boy with only magic in his mind. Demir hesitated for a long time, and then took out a book from his arms. When I encounter troubles, I will read this introduction to magic. It is very magical. Every time I finish reading it, I feel much better. So, give it to you. The young wizard gnashed his teeth. It was obvious that he was really distressed, and liked the book very much. However, in order to comfort Vivian, he reluctantly gave it to the little girl. The little wolf rolled his eyes at this, and only had sympathy in his eyes towards Demir. It seemed that this child was hopeless. The old man was too straight, although the little girl was a little caught off guard and didn't quite understand Demir's implicit meaning. She probably felt that the other party wanted to comfort her in this way. Vivian accepted it with gratitude. After giving the book, Demir was embarrassed to stay any longer. After a few simple words, he left. Huh? Standing in the crowd on the street, Vivian let out a long breath. Although people were still talking about her, the girl's heart seemed to be much stronger. Some people were hurt a lot and numb, so they became stronger. But some people relied on drawing strength from others to regroup and become extremely strong. Xiao Hei, let's go home for the last time. Vivian stroked the little wolf cub in her arms and said softly. She had a strong premonition that after leaving Huidian City this time, she didn't know when she would be able to come back. She called a carriage and drove to the room that Vivian and the maid rented in the outer city. After opening the door, there was no change inside. There were still many gifts and other things that were still here and had not been moved to Qian Town in time. While sorting, Vivian accidentally found a small book in the most hidden place of the drawer in the little maid's room. This is. The little girl curiously opened it and found that it was the diary that Alina had been writing privately. Vivian originally planned to close it quickly, because it was not good to peek into other people's privacy. But there was a little wolf cub next to her, and Liao Zixuan opened it again with his claws. Vivian had no choice but to read it. At first, the front of the diary was normal, all about trivial matters in the Earl's manor and the little maid's personal complaints. For example, today is another day to get promoted. When can I be promoted? It would be great if I could have superpowers. In the middle part, the diary became mysterious, filled with many paragraphs about riddles. And Alina noticed that the maid in the castle was abnormal. But she didn't take it too seriously. The two words oracle appeared frequently in the diary. However, later on, it can be said that it was a dimensionality reduction attack, because a new character appeared in the diary. Vivian. From then on, the length of each diary of the little maid not only began to change from less than half a page to 3 or 4 pages a day, but also from the atmosphere between the lines. It can be felt that she was sincerely looking forward to the next day. In the end, what the little girl didn't expect was that at the end of the diary was a resignation letter, written to Liz. Alina gave up the coveted position of head maid, and wanted to follow Vivian in the future. Among them, what made Vivian blush the most was the small line of words written by Alina with regret, which was purely the delusion of the little maid. When I think about Vivian, and who knows what bastard she will get in the future, I get so angry. No! In order to stay with Vivian forever, I have to work hard and try to marry her. Then Vivian will be the first wife, and I will be the second wife. We can be together forever again. But I still can't bear to let Miss Liz go. Otherwise, I will let Miss Liz go too. Snap. Close the diary. After calming down a little, keep it by your side as a precious thing. When Alina wakes up, I must scold her. Well, Vivian clenched her fists, and her eyes finally looked at Xiao Hei. I'm ready. Xiao Hei. What about you? The little wolf cub yawned, using this way to express his disdain for this. Okay. Then I'll start. Go and become a witch. As the dazzling light of the teleportation magic flashed in the room, the figures of the man and the wolf disappeared in the room. Reappeared again. I have returned to the Spark Forest. In front of Alina, who was still quietly waiting. Ding. The witch seed is fully charged. The current progress is 100%. And it meets the conditions for use. Do you want to change your job immediately? Yes. Chapter 226 Witch Power and Witch Costume. After Liao Zixuan's confirmation order was issued, in front of the little girl, the box emitting a strange purple light slowly opened. Just like Pandora's box. Countless negative emotions that were absorbed and hidden inside completely broke out at this moment. They were accompanied by the strange purple light that symbolized the power of the witch and were about to be absorbed into Vivian's body. Negative emotions were like broken mirrors, recording all the resentment of the creatures in this world towards Vivian. The images reflected in each mirror fragment can be seen. Among them were several murders by the little girl. On a rainy night, she used a sickle to cut the throat of the debt collector. The blood that gushed out turned the rain red. The debt collector who should have been dead turned into a ghost and rushed to Vivian for revenge. There was a fire god cult cadre who was originally sent to stop Vivian from entering the forest. He laughed at Vivian. As he said, she really became a witch that everyone feared and wanted by the whole city. Some of them were harmed by the fox, and they resented that if Vivian had not provoked the fox, they would not have been implicated. Some of them trusted Vivian in the past, But now they turn around and question why the little girl had let them down and turned into a witch. And so on. These are not real, but fictional. From the dark side of human nature. Trying to drown Vivian and dye a piece of white paper black. Why almost every witch has a drastic change in temperament. Either dark and cold, or has a strong obsession or habit in some aspect, which is inseparable from the impact of these negative emotions at the moment. Or, witches themselves represent hatred for this world. It is because of the strong hatred that witches exist. However, this set of world rules that run on the natives encountered obstacles for Vivian, who is both a native and a player. It seems that there is an invisible air wall, blocking all the resentment from the witch seeds that want to pounce on Vivian. No matter how these resentments wail and collide, they can never get close to the little girl. It's like a dimensionality reduction attack. As a player, Vivian is not in the same dimension as this world. So naturally she is not bound by the laws of this world. In the system rules of players, everything in this world is just data. So, the following scene continued to appear. Soon, this air wall from the game system was not limited to blocking, but began to filter. Those strange purple rays that symbolized the power of witches could penetrate the wall without being blocked. And when the purple rays and resentment were separated, they suddenly lost a lot of strangeness and became crystal clear. When they entered Vivian's body, the system prompt sound came. Ding. You have successfully changed your job to a new job. Witch. This is not over yet. After all, those blocked grudges are also part of the job transfer item, witch seed. Under the power of the game system, they are transformed into extremely pure universal energy. That is, experience points. You should know that the City of Fire Classic is now in turmoil. The death of the Earl is such a big thing that the whole city is discussing. You can imagine how much negative emotions are collected in the witch seed. Converting these into experience points is undoubtedly a huge amount. Even if it is also divided among the wolf cubs who are summoned beasts. It is enough for Vivian to jump 10 levels, directly from level 30 to level 40. And touch the threshold to the epic level. But at this time, unknown error detected. Player level exceeds the version limit. Unable to. The system prompt error message sound just stopped halfway. Because at this time, Vivian's other identity, which is also the girl's original identity, the native of the local world, came into play. This is why Liao Zixuan called Vivian a bug after he just crossed over. Players can avoid risks and have system protection. But the price is that their level is limited by the system. While the natives have no level limit. But they have to be down to earth and bear the price at every step. The girl can jump back and forth between the two identities, learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses, and nest dolls with each other. The essence energy purified by the system did not follow the path of experience value. After all, it would not work under the system rules. But if it followed the rules of the local world, these pure energies directly entered Vivian's body, just like the witch's purple light in front. In an instant, a strong momentum suddenly burst out from the little girl's body, and it was still rising step by step. With a surging momentum, the witch's job transfer ceremony was complete only here. Ding. Your current level has been upgraded to level 31. Ding. Your current level has been upgraded to level 32. Ding. Your current level has been upgraded to level 32. Liao Zixuan guessed correctly. This prompt message was crazy and refreshed the screen, jumping 10 times before stopping. The last one is displayed as Ding. Your current level has been upgraded to level 40. It feels like a done deal. The system can only prevent Vivian from upgrading by experience points. But it cannot prevent a native from absorbing energy and improving himself. It can only passively reevaluate and prompt the level afterwards. Of course, only the little wolf cub behind the scenes knows these processes. The real person involved, Vivian, knows nothing about it. Even now, the little girl is still stupidly closing her eyes, not even noticing the power surging from her body. She keeps muttering in her mouth throughout the process. Shouldn't it be said to be praying? Summoner. Summoner. Please. Lord Witch God. I want to keep the ability of a summoner, and put my witch ability on summoning. Please. Lord Witch God. I can't live without Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei. Keep Xiao Hei. Ah. And Xinyan. Xinyan. Vivian really believed the nonsense that Liao Zixuan had said as by. He said that as long as you have firm faith, and silently recite the abilities you want to keep in the process of awakening the witch, the special abilities of the natural witch power will correspond to it. But in fact, Liao Zixuan doesn't know about other witches. But at least for Vivian. Ding. It is detected that your original profession is summoner. Do you want to obtain your own witch expertise based on this? Tip, if you give up, the system will randomly change to a basic profession. And you will lose the ownership of all skills. Summon beasts. And expertise of the summoner profession. Is there any need to ask this? The wolf claws slapped the yes option fiercely. In an instant, not only Vivian, but also Liao Zixuan felt that their bodies were swept by a strange energy. And then a new system prompt popped up. Ding. You have successfully used the summoner profession as the cornerstone. Please choose 2 of the 3 random abilities, and 2 skills below as your witch specialties. Huh? There is such a good thing. Liao Zixuan thought he could stop at the previous step. But he didn't expect that he could even customize the witch specialties himself. It can only be said that he is worthy of the identity of a player. The game system is too powerful. When Liao Zixuan looked at the so-called 5 choose 2 witch specialties listed by the system, he finally understood why witches are so terrifying. Because this is not choosing abilities. It's simply choosing plugins. The 5 options in the list menu are witch power. All your summons gain level +5. But cannot be higher than your level. Witch power level. All your summoned items increase in level by 1. But cannot exceed your class. Witch power contract. You get a new additional contract method. The witch contract. Under this contract, the number of summoned beasts you can contract increases with your level. And 1 contract position is added for each level. And it is not counted in the limit of your normal number of contracts. Witch summon. Each of your summons will be luckier, with lower consumption. And there is a certain probability of summoning apostle monsters. Apostle monsters will not disappear over time, and do not occupy the contracted monster position. Witch transformation colonization suit. You can combine the contracted monster with you, in the form of colonization suit. You will obtain some of the attributes of the contracted monster, and obtain a new skill set that matches the contracted monster. Liao Zixuan was silent. There was only one word in his heart. Fuck. I want them all. Among the first 3 abilities, if Liao Zixuan were to rank them, it must be the authority of contract greater than strength greater than rank. Why do I say that? The authority of rank and strength are obviously for the monster C tactics, while the authority of contract is for the elite route. This also corresponds to the 2 major branches of the summoner profession in the later period. Is it relying on summoned beasts with limited time, but unlimited number, and exhausting the enemy in a round-robin battle? Or is it relying on careful cultivation on weekdays, with strict contract quantity limit, but it will not disappear with time, and will always be accompanied by powerful contracted monsters, crushing the enemy? To be honest, the first school is the fastest to see results, and it is also the choice of most summoners, while the second school is difficult to see results in a short period of time. The emphasis is on cultivating summoned beasts into small bosses. As you can imagine, it takes time to settle, and a lot of money. Of course, corresponding to this, the latter is definitely more potential. And what Liao Zixuan values most is that contract can actually add extra summoned beast positions. You know, even the top legendary summoner can only have 5 contracted monsters at most. But if you choose this witch power of contract, you can add 1 more for each level, excluding the one you are born with, which means you have 4 more contracted monsters out of thin air. And the little girl, Vivian, has an extra contract position because of the special nature of the second personality. So by this calculation, the little girl in the late stage of the complete form can have 10 contracted monsters. What a concept. It's so terrifying. At present, the 2 taboo monsters in the flame domain, as the dark flame wolf himself, and a stupid phoenix, are all under Vivian's command. Besides the flame domain, there are still 8 remaining 9 kingdoms, and Vivian also has 8 contract positions left. What does this mean? It means that she can contract a forbidden monster in each country she visits. At that time, Vivian doesn't even need to do it herself. 10 forbidden monsters. Hiss. After thinking about this, Liao Zixuan decisively slapped the contract option with 1 claw. Isn't this much better than the magic C tactics? Since it has been decided to take the elite route, there is no need to hesitate about the witch transformation skill later. It is definitely not attracted by the merge into 1. Ding. You chose contract as your witch authority. You have obtained a new contract method, and the number of monsters you can currently contract +1. Ding. You have chosen colonization as your witch specialty, and the colonization is being witched. Ding. You have lost the skill colonization. Ding. You have gained a new skill witch's gift. Accompanied by the last ding. It symbolized that the witch profession was finally completely transferred. The purple box of the original witch seed seemed to have completely exhausted its power and began to shrink. In the end, it magically turned from a box into a seed. I thought it was over. Liao Zixuan couldn't wait to experience the new power of Elena with Vivian, who was still praying Xue. Xinyan? In vain. The change occurred again. Hee. A sinister laugh that was deliberately faked by a woman appeared at the scene. The witch seed that had withered to the bottom, after being squeezed dry. The soul fragments of a real old witch lurking inside were sensed and appeared in front of Vivian. That was the giver of this witch seed. And the first person Vivian met. The thousand-faced witch. Bella. She first sniffed in Vivian's direction with her nose. And her eyes immediately curved into crescents. With her hands on her hips. And she couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha. Hiccup. Cough cough. Because it was just a trace of soul power. Bella almost laughed to death because of laughing too indulgently. And coughed violently several times. Because of this, Vivian opened her eyes from praying and looked at Bella's soul in front of her with confusion and bewilderment. Hee. How about it, little guy? How does it feel to be a witch? I know that you are born to be a witch. My Bella really has a sharp eye. Ha ha, cough cough. Huh? Did I succeed? After Bella said this, Vivian came back to her senses. Her first reaction was not to experience the new power and ability she had gained, but woo-woo. Xiao Hei. That's great. Xiao Hei. Woo-woo-woo. You are still here. Vivian hugged the little wolf cub tightly. And the narrator was still admiring the little girl's gorgeous witch face. Looking at the look, it was believed that someone would believe that it was a life and death separation. Liao Zixuan almost strangled Vivian to death. He slapped Vivian with his little paws several times. And the little girl reluctantly let go. Xiao Hei. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Xiao Hei. Do you feel anything strange in your body? Xiao Hei. You? Vivian asked about everything with concern, fearing that after she awakened the witch, she would affect Xiao Hei. After all, the little girl had heard the rumors about the horror of witches. Until cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. Bella coughed violently. And finally she felt a little presence on Vivian's side. She was a great witch. But she was ignored. Anger was secondary. Now Bella's heart was actually filled with another emotion. That was doubt. Why did she have to leave the soul fragments in the witch seed? The purpose was to watch the show. Appreciate. A white lotus turned into a witch. But now it seems. What the hell? As far as it can be seen, Vivian, who became a witch, seems to be no different from the white lotus she met before. I don't believe it. Bella doesn't believe it. Chapter 227, Costume. Fire Sword. I have seen the resentment you have collected in the witch seed. TSK. You are a hero who saved the Fire Code City and eliminated the Earl, who was corrupted by the Abyss. But those ignorant people regard you as a witch because of this. Bella's bewitching voice sounded. She seemed to be mocking, but also seemed to be sympathetic. As a person who has experienced it, she knows that every witch will have a very strong obsession when she is just awakened. From Bella's point of view, Vivian's obsession should be, what do you think? What you want to do most in your heart now must be to kill all those ignorant people in the Fire Code City. I understand you. Because I have experienced the same thing as you. Such betrayal by the person you protect. Such giving everything but getting nothing in return. Resentment buries the seeds of killing in the heart. And hatred makes it take root and sprout, breaking out of the ground. Bella became more and more angry as she spoke. The old witch, who had lived for many years, had a plump chest. Seeing Vivian's new awakening, she seemed to recall the first time she became a witch. The sense of substitution was very strong all of a sudden. Bella turned into an orator, speaking faster and faster, and her emotions became more and more intense, trying to lead Vivian to resonate with her. Come on. Don't pretend. Release your witch power to your heart's content. Since everyone has betrayed me, it doesn't matter if we betray everyone. Since they call me a witch, I will really let them experience what a witch is. When she was deeply moved, Bella opened her arms excitedly, as if it was not Vivian who had just awakened the witch, but herself. However, silence is the most feared thing in everything. Bella waited for a long time, but did not wait for Vivian's enthusiastic response. But what she waited for was no. The little girl shook her head. No. No. Oh. Bella repeated it stutteringly, a little dumbfounded. Vivian, who was holding the little wolf cub opposite, nodded. After a slight pause, she seemed to be organizing her words and said to Bella, I think that not only those who stand in the light can be considered heroes, but those who stand in the dark can also be considered heroes. Heroes don't have to be defined by others, as long as we know that we have done the right thing. Isn't that enough? Vivian answered softly. After experiencing the witch awakening, the little girl has indeed changed, but she has become more courageous to express her own ideas. You? Bella widened her eyes, a little difficult to understand. How can you say such a thing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bella shook her head frantically. She had personally experienced the feeling of awakening a witch. At that time, she was filled with negative emotions. Rather than saying that she controlled the power of the witch, it was better to say that the power of the witch controlled her, using negative emotions to make her do many impulsive things that Bella regretted for her whole life. From then on, she was gone forever and could never look back, and evolved into what she is now. Therefore, Bella left a fragment of her soul in the witch's seed, saying that she was here to watch the show. But in fact, deep in Bella's heart, there was still a trace of kindness and regret. She didn't want Vivian to repeat her mistakes. Of course, all of this disappeared at this moment, because Bella found that Vivian didn't follow the script at all. So now Bella, don't mention stopping Vivian. She is now stubborn and wants to drag Vivian into the water. Kindness is just a witch's illusion, and evil is the mainstream thought of the witch. Have you never experienced that your former friends, misled by public opinion and slander, also turned against you and betrayed you? Bella tried to wake up Vivian. Unfortunately, no. I really want to thank them now. If it weren't for each of them encouraging me in their own way when I was in the most difficult time, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hold on until now. Vivian showed a look of reminiscence, and Bella could hear that the little girl was not lying to her, whether from the tone or expression. Even if Vivian didn't describe it specifically, Bella seemed to be able to imagine such a touching scene. Damn it! Damn it! Bella's heart seemed to be shot with an arrow, and the name of the arrow was jealousy. She refused to believe it and asked again in a stern voice, well, even if your friends believe you, what about the city guards and the Vulcan cult? They must be crazy about you, forcing you to hide from the streets, not daring to go out, and not being able to go home. Even if your friends are willing to help you and hide you, with your personality, you definitely don't want to drag them down. You have to hide in the dark and damp alleys by yourself, relying on picking up other people's leftovers from the garbage dump to survive. Don't you want revenge for this kind of suffering? No. So I am really grateful to them. If it weren't for Harvey and Demir, I would definitely become what you said. Vivian's voice gradually lowered. At some point, the little girl's eyes turned from vigilance at the beginning to heartache now when she looked at Bella. But Bella didn't notice these, because the old witch was a little upset at the moment. What the hell? Harvey and Demir. If Bella remembered correctly, one was in charge of the entire city defense of the fire code, and the other was almost the next archbishop of the fire god cult. Is this what Vivian just said? Give encouragement in their own way. But, damn it! Bella now has another arrow in her heart, and the name of the arrow is Indy. If she had such a powerful and influential friend who was willing to believe in her, even Bella herself didn't notice that she quietly clenched her hands. What else can be said? What else can stimulate the darkness in Vivian's heart? Bella looked at the little wolf cub in Vivian's arms. Since the summoned beast is still there, it proves that the witch power Vivian has obtained is really still in the summoner talent. This probability is simply the darling of God. Obviously, the witch is the abandoned child of God. It is highly likely that the witch deliberately avoids the abilities that she cherishes and is familiar with. Bella's mouth twitched. Naturally, her original plan of using losing Xiaohei as a breakthrough point also fell apart. Why? Why? Why didn't she have the luck of the little girl in front of her? Becoming a witch made her lose the most precious. It didn't arouse Vivian's resentment. On the contrary, the resentment in Bella was greatly stimulated, and she began to lose control of her emotions. But at this moment, thank you, Bella. Sister? Vivian hesitated, and finally replaced aunt with sister. If it weren't for the witch seed you gave to Mr. Bai, I wouldn't have obtained this power, which allows me to turn the future into what I want. The little girl spoke sincerely, under Vivian's clear and grateful gaze. Bella felt that the resentment and hatred that had just risen in her body had magically melted away like ice and snow in the sun. After all, since she became a witch, no one had ever shown her a similar expression. Bella didn't know what to say for a while. First, she wondered who Mr. Bai was. Didn't she give Xiaohei? However, in a flash, the main reason for Bella's hesitation was that she gave Vivian the witch seed. In fact, she had no good intentions. She just liked to see the white lotus fall. But she never thought that this white lotus not only did not fall, but also, Sister Bella, if there is a chance, can I make friends with you? I know you must have experienced a lot and suffered too many sad things. But I want to prove to you that there is still beauty in this world, Vivian said firmly, taking the initiative and looking directly into Bella's eyes. You? Bella took a few steps back. She was afraid to look at Vivian. Just like a rat in a gutter. Afraid to look up at the sun. Humph. You can say such a thing as being friends with a witch? Bella blurted out in panic. But who would have thought? Puff. Vivian laughed. And then, the little girl's eyes were a little cunning. She whispered quietly, "It's normal for witches to be friends with witches. Right? Sister Bella? I'm a witch now." Bella was speechless for a while. Because Vivian didn't act like a witch at all, making Bella completely forget the fact that Vivian had become a witch. Shame of witches. Shame of witches. Whatever you want. I will never take the initiative to meet you. A shame of witches like you. But I am really curious. Why did you become a witch? Even if you have no resentment in your heart, you must have an obsession. At least a goal. Bella asked her last question. And Vivian pointed to the little maid, Alina, who was in standby mode not far away. Following the little girl's finger, Bella noticed that there was such a person. And when Bella sensed Alina, her face changed. Witch of Li? How is this possible? She has disappeared for who knows how many years. And she looks wrong. Could this be that organization? Bella frowned and gritted her teeth when she realized that Alina was ownerless and had cut off the connection with that organization. She relaxed. But even so, Vivian, even if you awaken the witch, you may not be able to master the power now. And the other party is a replica of the legendary Witch of Reason. I advise you to. No, Sister Bella. I still want to give it a try. Vivian shook her head. Humph. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Bella didn't say anything else. And she was also very curious about what special witch abilities Vivian had obtained. You should know that there are also differences among witches. And the unique abilities awakened by each person determine the upper limit of each witch. The abilities generally recognized by the witch world are that defense is the worst, function is in the middle, and attack is naturally the best. Generally speaking, the greater the resentment and hatred of a person, the stronger the awakened witch ability is, and the more inclined to attack. On the contrary, like Vivian, a rare witch who seems to be a white lotus, her ability must not be that strong. Yes, that's right. It must be a very useless auxiliary or defensive one. Bella's words of self-consolation in her heart have not been finished. All I heard was witch. Costume. Vivian closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and activated her witch power. Here it comes. The little wolf cub lying in Vivian's arms had been waiting for a long time. And finally it was time. His eyes were shining. And he was eager to try. In the skill description, what exactly is the concept of combining two into one? But Liao Zixuan never expected. Ding. You have selected the summoned beast Xinyan as the object of your witch costume this time. The prompt sound from the system in his mind made the little wolf cub open his eyes wide, full of disbelief. Why? He was obviously here first. Vivian actually took the initiative to choose that stupid phoenix. The little girl also understood Liao Zixuan's eyes. Vivian shook her head at her little wolf cub. Although she didn't say anything, Liao Zixuan could understand the meaning. That was one sentence. Please look at me carefully. Vivian hoped that at such an important moment, the first time she transformed into a witch, Xiaohei could witness it. And let Xiaohei look at her carefully, watching her, from the little village girl at the beginning, to how far she has come now, with the joint efforts of one person and one wolf. This silly girl. So the little wolf cub shook his head helplessly, and could only sit in the spectator seat with Bella, who was now a little stunned and frightened by the momentum of Vivian's witch costume. In response to Vivian's call, the little phoenix Xinyan appeared in front of her. And the following scene can only be described as beautiful and shocking. The powerful cyclone brought about a strong wind, blowing Vivian's long hair. The fire element corresponding to the forbidden phoenix Sinyan turned into a raging flame and spun around the little girl, enveloping the man and the beast in the middle. Vivian stretched out her hand, just like when she took the heart of the god of fire, and reached out to Sinyan. And Sinyan, in the form of a little loli, seemed to have sensed something. The little loli closed her eyes tightly. And then, when Vivian's hand touched it, it was the end of a hilt, which actually appeared on Sinyan's chest and was tightly grasped by Vivian. And then, as the little girl pulled out her palm, what Vivian had drawn from Sinyan's body finally revealed its full appearance. That was a fiery red sword. It was pulled out from Sinyan's body by Vivian. The sword was burning with scorching flames, just like the phoenix spreading its wings, cutting through the darkness, and sprinkling flames on the withered earth, bringing life and light. And when this phoenix flame, under the power of the witch, combined with the sword to form a ceremonial weapon, it was the sharpest sword in the world. This fiery red sword, the scorching heat wave that hits you, and the surging flames that dance freely on the sword body, seemed to be explaining 8 words to everyone. With this flame, you can cut through everything. Ceremony Sinyan's sword. Chapter 228 Vivian vs. Alina. Last time, the maid that the 3 of them could not defeat, now transformed into a witch. The little girl holding a flaming sword, alone, stepped into Alina's hatred range again. The maid in standby state was immediately awakened. Under the authority of the structure of the Witch of Reason, the first move was still the familiar attack move. The floating gun was suspended above Alina's head, and the muzzle was aimed at Vivian with blue light flashing. Whoosh! The extremely cold beam composed of ice elements vented from the floating gun until Vivian. In the past, facing Alina's bombardment, the little girl could only dodge in a panic and could not fight against it. But now, Vivian moved, but not to dodge in other directions, but to move forward, holding the flaming sword beside her, dragging the tip of the sword on the ground. The flame of the sword and the ground produced high-speed friction, and along with Vivian's sprint, a long red burn mark was left on the ground, like magma flowing. In contrast to the color corresponding to the little girl, a deep blue artillery beam arrived in the blink of an eye. The rich ice element contained in it made the surrounding temperature drop by several degrees. It was about to hit Vivian, who was also coming towards her. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, the little girl raised her arm and raised the flaming sword, dragging on the ground high at the same time, with the help of the inertia accumulated from running. Only a crisp collision sound was heard. The extremely cold artillery beam that could penetrate Demir's extraordinary magic and cover Liao Zixuan's arm with ice debris was actually bounced away by the sword. Swish! 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 The hit failed, and Alina's long-range artillery fire continued. One after another, beams of ice elements roared out from the floating cannon, trying to stop Vivian's approach. However, all the cannon beams that flew towards the little girl were deflected and blocked by the flaming sword wielded by Vivian. Vivian was advancing from far to near, and was about to reach Alina. Unexpectedly, the maid had a hidden trick behind her. The Witch of Reason was not only good at construction, but also had a strong calculation ability. She could evaluate the enemy's ability at any time and change the best means of attack. When Alina realized that ordinary artillery could not work on Vivian, she immediately started to construct a larger caliber and more powerful floating heavy artillery hidden between the ordinary floating artillery, and kept secretly accumulating power when other floating artillery fired and attacked, until Vivian approached. What Alina was waiting for was this moment. Countless ice elements gathered and condensed frantically in the thick muzzle, and relying on Alina's extremely accurate calculation, they were perfectly fired only after Vivian approached her limit. Command, charge bombardment. The ordinary beam bombardment came to an abrupt end, and instead, the multiple floating cannons on the maid's head quickly turned into phantoms and dissipated, revealing the floating heavy cannon that Alina had hidden behind and had completed the charging. Boom! The sound of the bombardment alone was several times louder than before. Under the deafening roar, it was a charged and enhanced bombardment that would freeze even the air for a short time. And it came straight to Vivian's face. The power and size of the charged cannon far exceeded the ordinary cannon beam just now. It was impossible for Vivian to fly away with the sword. But if she chose to dodge, it was a pity that Alina had specially calculated the maximum distance. The high-speed cannon beam at such a close distance had already made Vivian unable to hide. If she really took such a shot, the witch Bella, who was watching the battle next to her, would be worried instantly. And the little wolf cub couldn't help but sweat for Vivian. But then, the little girl told them with facts that these were all unnecessary. Because even if she made a mistake, she didn't expect Alina to have a backhand. And there would be another her to help her get the battle back on track. Vivian hastily wanted to cross her sword across her chest to defend herself. But even if she could block it, the girl would be blown away by the maid's long-accumulated cannon beam. And the distance she had finally closed would return to the starting point again. The girl naturally knew this, and showed helplessness on Vivian's face. And at this moment, "Fool?" A proud voice full of "I really can't do anything to you" appeared from the spiritual space. "Humph. You said you wanted others to keep a good eye on you. How can you be so embarrassed? I can't afford to lose this person." As soon as the voice fell, a looming shadow appeared behind Vivian. The second personality did not choose to replace the girl by changing people, because she knew that this was Vivian's performance. How could she change people in the middle of a performance? At most, she could bring in a supporting role to save the situation, since Vivian's strength has skyrocketed. Or maybe it's because of some other deeper reasons. But in short, the second personality found that she could interfere with reality and show up more and more in the form of Phantom. So, now the second personality is like a teacher who is real hand-in-hand guiding students. She, in the form of a phantom, holds Vivian's hand from behind. From this moment on, she will lead Vivian in the action. So, the girl's momentum changed again in an instant. Facing the charged heavy artillery that could not be avoided, the second personality took Vivian to do only one action, since there was no way to avoid it. Just cut it off with a sword. Adjusting her posture, she turned her wrist and changed the flaming sword that Vivian originally intended to hold across her chest in a defensive posture into holding it with both hands, with the flaming sword standing upright in front of her chest. Next, Vivian exerted force on her feet and instantly jumped high. Then, with the potential energy of falling downwards, she jumped and slashed directly at the charged artillery that was just within reach. ZZ! The sword blade cut through the beam of artillery, and the flames melted the ice and frost. Under the collision of ice and fire, even Alina's charged artillery was easily cut in half by Vivian with a sword. Buzz! A large amount of ice elements in the cannon beam lost their carrier and exploded, and were finally swallowed by the flames on the sword, turning into steam and white mist, filling the surroundings. This not only symbolized that the maid's charging cannon was completely disintegrated, but also symbolized that it was Vivian's turn for a new round. Swish! The fiery red sword broke through the mist, and the little girl followed closely behind. Construct. Re-equip the ice rabbit. Alina's emotionless voice sounded, even if she was at a disadvantage, facing the fierce flaming sword right in front of her face. The maid could not feel any panic at all. She took steady steps and switched to close combat mode, and the sturdy and heavy mecha appeared behind the maid. Boom! The dull sound reverberated in my ears. That was the collision between the great sword and the mecha. Although it was not as domineering as Alice's, who could directly remove the arm of the heavy armored ice rabbit, it at least left a sword mark and sparks. You know, Vivian was still in a complete second personality at the time, and the black sickle could not hurt the heavy armored ice rabbit at all. And the whole person was grabbed by the heavy armored ice rabbit. Now, it was Alina's turn to be knocked away. Bang! Alina was forced back by Vivian's sword and flew backwards. But the maid quickly mastered her balance in the air. And through the fight with the little girl, Alina began her new construction. Structure, ice drill. One of the mecha arms of the heavy armored ice rabbit quickly turned into nothingness, and then was replaced by a cold, spiral-shaped drill that was buzzing and spinning at high speed. If you get closer and observe carefully, you will find that many of the patterns and structural principles on the drill are similar to the fire sword in Vivian's hand. Under the scene, the witch Bella, who was watching the battle, just let go of her heart. And then she was hanging again. And this time, Bella frowned, with surprise and worry hidden in her eyes. Has the organization developed to this point? A mere replica can actually have some of the real core abilities of the Witch of Reason? Layman watched the excitement, while experts see the doorway. Bella knew very well that the real power of the Witch of Reason lies in her ability to combine structure and computing power to create an ability called analysis. By analyzing the enemy's weapons and equipment in the battle with the enemy, she can quickly apply it to herself. In a short period of time, it may not be possible to completely replicate, but as long as the Witch of Reason is given time, it is said that even the heart of the 9 gods can be perfectly replicated by the Witch of Reason. Sure enough, Bella's worry was not wrong. The maid who also changed her new weapon changed her decline, and was no longer afraid of Vivian's fire sword. At least, she would not be knocked away again. The scene became tense for a while. The fire sword and the ice drill kept colliding, and it seemed a bit difficult to separate them. And there was a stalemate. But this was already an advantage for Alina, because she could learn all the time in the battle and construct more weapons at the same time. Finally, Alina caught a flaw of Vivian and forced Vivian back. The maid did not give the little girl any chance to adjust back. She stretched out her hand from a distance. Swish! The ice drills that reached double digits surrounded Vivian. And as the maid pointed downwards, they whistled and shot at the little girl, drowning Vivian's figure. The severe cold enveloped Vivian, and the freezing of the ice drill seemed to devour the flame of the big sword in the little girl's hand. The flame on the fire sword was getting smaller and smaller, and was being pushed back by the ice. It was about to go out. Squeak! A slightly childish bird cry, but still with a hint of phoenix cry, suddenly came out from the sword and resounded at the scene. Although the little Lolita who turned into a ceremonial dress could not speak under the power of the witch, the meaning expressed by fire was self-evident. A mere fake. And he still wanted to compete with her. She was already furious. Liao Zixuan noticed that the ceremony dress fire sword on Vivian's status bar was disappearing, and it was replaced by a more complete form. Ceremony dress fire witch. Wow! In the early stage, Xiao Xinyan is only enough to dress up a sword under normal circumstances. But if she has the super buff of anger, even if she is in her early stage, she can temporarily help Vivian to achieve the true appearance of dressing up. She can also temporarily help Vivian to light the way home. What? Bella couldn't help but exclaim, submerging Vivian's thin figure. The ice prison composed of more than a dozen ice diamonds. A red line appeared. That is the hot sword mark. Boom! In the huge explosion, it seemed to be reborn from Nirvana, breaking out of the shell. And the raging flames engulfed everything, except the little girl in the center. Vivian's long, soft hair was now neatly tied into a ponytail behind her head. On one side of the girl's shoulder was a fiery red cape, the same color as the flaming sword in her hand. The cape was floating high in the cyclone of the flame, like the wings of a red phoenix. Seeing this, Alina in the distance suddenly locked her eyes. The maid was certainly not nervous about Vivian's new look. But the little girl's hand, which had been accumulating power for a long time under the cover of the ice prison. Learning from battle is not exclusive to the Witch of Reason. It's over. Alina, I'll take you home now. After Vivian uttered the last word with her teeth clenched, the power of the sword in her hand seemed to have finally reached its peak. Clang! This time it was the sound of a truly high-pitched phoenix cry. At the same time, Vivian swung the sword at Alina from a distance. A sword spirit elemental body composed of pure extreme fire elements. The Phoenix of the Fire, which is one of the only 2 forbidden monsters in the flame domain, aimed at the maid and charged. Structure, solid ice wall. Alina immediately began to defend. Layers of thick ice walls tried to block the impact of the fire phoenix. But under the heat wave of the phoenix spirit body, all the ice elements were melted, and the fire phoenix spirit easily broke through the ice wall. And finally, the bombardment pierced through the maid's body. Alina tried her best to barely resist the power of the spirit of fire phoenix, but the after effects made her unable to move, and the ice element in her body was madly competing with the phoenix flame. Therefore, the maid could only watch as Vivian slashed at her with the second sword. The flame of the fire sword grew bigger and bigger in Alina's eyes. With absolute rationality, Alina knew that she had lost, and she would definitely die under the sword. But the imagined pain of burning fire did not come, nor did the pain of the sword piercing through. There was only a puff. That was the sound of the sword stabbing the ground. You? For the first time, since becoming a replica of the Witch of Reason, Alina opened her eyes wide and uttered the word you. Because the maid could not understand why the sword of the enemy Vivian only stabbed the ground next to her, who was lying on the ground. Did it go wrong? No. The enemy would never make such a low-level mistake. So, why? Moreover, Alina's absolutely rational program, as the Witch of Reason, could not understand what the enemy said in her ear. Take a nap. Alina, when you wake up, you may find that the world has changed. But I believe that you can survive it. Remember your name, your past, and find the real you, whether for yourself or for those who care about you. Vivian hit the maid's neck with the hilt of her sword, until her consciousness fell into darkness. The maid under the Witch of Reason still couldn't understand what the enemy meant. But for some reason, although emotion should not appear in the Witch of Reason, Alina still felt something. The best proof is that she didn't think about how to fight back while the enemy was talking, but thought about how to cry like a human. Chapter 229, The Last Night of Leaving Yinyu. The last book said that at that time, Huidian City had treasure thieves and minions of the abyss. And there were winter spies and Qifeng blood clan outside. Fire god Alice summoned heroes to give Yinyu back in the high clouds where you could overlook the entire Huidian City. There are 2 women floating here. One wearing a fiery red windbreaker with red hair fluttering, and the other wearing a water blue witch costume with blue hair to her ears. Just now, she was imitating what seemed to be some special way of speaking in other countries. But she suddenly got stuck halfway through, and it seemed that she forgot the words. It was the red-haired woman, Fire God Alice. Fortunately, bright and clear, the blue-haired woman, the shadow of the water god Froka, spoke lightly. Ah, yes. A bright and clear world. The fire god Alice summoned heroes to return a bright and clear world to the Yinyu. Oh, sister, why are the words in Geely so hard to remember? They are all 4 characters. We thought they sounded quite pleasant at the time, but when we really wanted to use them, we forgot them. Alice slapped her thigh. Her tone was full of annoyance. Alice, generally these 4 character words are called idioms in Geely. You can't memorize them by rote. You have to understand the meaning and allusions behind the idioms. And, Alice, there won't be any storyteller in Geely who will be so shameless as to tell his own story. Staring at the blue-haired witch's icy face and her serious explanation, Alice pouted in dissatisfaction. Hey, sister, I just suddenly got excited and remembered that old man Yenshin took us to listen to his legends and operas that were circulated among the people. Isn't this very similar to the current Yinyu? I was moved by the scene and wanted to imitate it. Don't be so serious about everything, Alice. There must be a limit to imitation. Not to mention that your Yinyu and Geely are many times different in area, and the difficulty of governance is very different. Don't forget that what Yenshin faced at the time was demons and evil spirits, earthquakes and tsunamis. Yenshin relied on his own strength to cleanse the 4 directions and protect a corner of the world, which led to the prosperous Geely today. And you? Look at what you used just now to describe the dilemma of Yinyu that you solved. The blue-haired witch shook her head and sighed, and her regret for not being able to make it to the next level was self-evident. And Alice, like someone who finally passed the exam and wanted to show off with a 60-point test paper, was not praised, but was compared with an excellent student and criticized. Alice couldn't refute it, because she was indeed complacent after getting 60 points. But she could still fight back. Oh, sister, how do you know so much about Geely? There were several literary words just now that I couldn't even understand. But you said it so smoothly, as if you had memorized it deliberately. I say, sister, don't you like Yenshin? Otherwise, why are you so concerned about the history of Geely? Do you know so much? As expected, as soon as Alice said this teasing remark, the blue-haired priestess, the water god Froka, had a rare fluctuation on her icy face. She glared at her sister. The rock god is an elder that you and I should all respect. And Geely is a model of governance that you and I should all learn from. Don't talk nonsense, Alice. I see that you are being eroded by the abyss more and more seriously. You are too frivolous. The casual chat and teasing just now was a brief reminiscence between sisters. When Froka brought the topic back to the point of the abyss, the atmosphere instantly became much more tense. You know your own physical condition. You shouldn't have taken action. Although Alice deliberately pulled her collar high and didn't even wear a skirt, but deliberately chose a windbreaker that could cover her whole body, Froka could still vaguely see that the evil pattern symbolizing the abyss and depravity had already climbed up her sister's neck. Oh, if I don't take action, will I just watch the winter ants be so provocative? Watch them kidnap the little girl who I finally found and can hold the hope for the future of the flame domain. Besides, the effort has also been rewarded. Right? Now our flame domain has 2 more local witches. Oh, and a bloodline of the ancestor of the blood clan of Qifeng. If you calculate it this way, TSK, it's a big profit. Alice pretended to be relaxed, but in fact, she knew in her heart that her sister, the water god Froka, also knew that the fire god was like a plague source. It was okay to stay at home, But if you go out, the consequences will be disastrous. The most direct consequence is that there are many more fallen abyss seeds in the flame domain. They may bring about a new fallen abyss, or they may erode important figures in the flame domain. It can be imagined that the future chaos in the flame domain is a foregone conclusion. If the only dawn and hope to break the situation is, Alice, even if you send people to the 1,000 Islands to find my real body, I will not give you the water god chain. Froka shook her head calmly. On the other hand, Alice seemed to have expected such heartless words from her sister. Sister, you are still as cold as ever. Not only did you not save my sister, you even refused to call me sister, and only called me by my name. Since we chose to end the chaos and become new gods, we should have the awareness and attitude of gods. Froka replied indifferently. Oh, is that so? So this is why you are so obsessed with fate? You should be able to see me and the fate of you. Sister, can't this shake you and make you try to change your fate? Even if it's not for your sister, can't it be for our world, which has finally re-established order? At the end of Alice's speech, the frivolity at the beginning had long disappeared, replaced by anger, a kind of frustrated anger. Faced with her sister's questioning, the water god Froka paused for a moment, and finally said the old words that Alice was tired of hearing. Destiny cannot be changed. What can be changed is the different paths to reach destiny. Okay, sister, I know. Destiny is set. Alice impatiently tickled her ears and waved her hands. I was almost brainwashed by you before. But now, sister, just wait. Wait for my little guys to land on your 1,000 Islands. And then, I'll change the fate you believe in. After saying this in Froka's ear with a sneer, Alice disappeared. Only her angry and frivolous message was left. TSK. No. I have to urge my little guys to leave the flame domain immediately. I can't wait to see how they harm your 1,000 Islands and make a mess of your place. Chuckle, chuckle. The silver bell-like laughter became farther and farther away, and finally only the blue-haired witch was left in silence. As Alice said, she can see the flame domain and the fate of all living beings. That's why she used the water mirror technique to come to the flame domain and chose to meet her sister at this time. The source of this world line that should not exist is destiny is set. With the last, as tiny as the sound of a mosquito, the figure of the blue-haired witch disappeared completely in the sky of the flame domain like a reflection in the water. I hope you can pass my test and the test of fate. Count Cecil's mansion. A room in the castle. Open your eyes. It's a familiar ceiling. Wait. Why do you say familiar? Hiss. Take a breath. Countless memories began to emerge from the depths of the woman's mind, making her feel torn apart. If it were an ordinary person, she would probably collapse in an instant due to the huge flow of memories. But as a witch of reason, it took less than a few seconds for the woman to completely accept it and even summarize it. It was from this moment that the woman knew that her name was Alina. She was a maid. The little girl who was now lying on her bed, who seemed to have been watching over her all day and now tiredly sleeping on her quilt, was named Vivian. She was her. Great. You finally woke up. Alina. Vivian was a light sleeper, and the sound of Alina waking up immediately woke the little girl. She grabbed Alina's hand and asked nervously, Alina, do you remember who I am? Of course. Miss Vivian. Great. After hearing her name being called out by the maid, the little girl breathed a sigh of relief, with a sincere joy on her face. I was so worried. Alina. I didn't dare to look when Liz bit your neck. Vivian looked scared, just like when she was a child, and didn't dare to watch the nurse give an injection. Bite the neck? The maid looked confused. She pulled her hand out of the bed and touched the neck. As Vivian said, there was a small and faint bite mark there. Miss Liz. Ah! Liz. It seems that she went to see Lord Bite to check her body to see if she has any abnormalities after biting you. Vivian explained. Bye. The name made Alina instantly find the memory of her fight with Bye and others, and the final battle with Vivian. Miss Vivian. Alina doesn't understand. The maid spoke immediately. The little girl tilted her head slightly. Why do you do this for a maid? Alina looked into Vivian's eyes, trying to find the answer, if her common sense system was not wrong. Servants should be the lowest and least socially privileged people, and they are more used as consumables. Therefore, Alina couldn't understand why someone would be willing to pay so much for a consumable. The biggest possibility she could judge at present was that she was a replica of the Witch of Reason, with powerful abilities and worth being saved. Or maybe he wanted to rely on her to find out the organization behind the witch research. Or maybe he could use her special ability to. When Alina's powerful brain flashed more than a dozen possible reasons, the little girl beside the bed answered an answer that was completely out of the maid's range. Why? Of course. It's because you are my friend, Vivian said without thinking. Friend? Alina showed a stunned expression. It was such a complicated and profound question. But the answer was so simple. The maid glanced at the face of the little girl opposite. Through calculation and comparison, Alina concluded that the other party did not have any facial features that matched lying. This proves that this Miss Vivian really thinks so, and would rather become a witch to save her. From this point of view, it seems that the problem she encountered when she just opened her eyes can also be answered. Her relationship with the little girl beside the bed is friends. No, that's not right. The original Elena is Vivian's friend. And she just has Elena's body and Elena's memory. So, can she be considered Elena? On the other side, looking at Elena's confused and bewildered look, although Vivian did not show it on the surface, she was still very uncomfortable in her heart. She did not say it for herself, but for Elena. The little girl clearly remembered that the fire god Alice had come to see her not long ago. First, she told Vivian that the situation was serious, and that she could not delay any longer. After tonight, she would leave the flame region and set off for the Thousand Islands tomorrow. Then, Alice checked the maid's condition. She told Vivian that Alina's consciousness and memory had been restored. But nothing could be without a price. The price of becoming the Witch of Reason was the loss of the emotional center. Even if it was not so pessimistic, it was at least damaged. And the possibility of recovery was almost zero. Alina, let's sleep together tonight. Vivian shook her head and threw all this behind her. The little girl regained her spirits and spoke fiercely, with anticipation flashing in her eyes. What? Such a jumpy thought made Alina's brain crash for a while. Unable to react. Yes, I will leave you tomorrow. And I won't be able to see you in a short time. So I think. The last night. Vivian smiled shyly. Someone like me. Are you really assured of sleeping with me? What are you talking about? Aren't we friends? But the one who is your friend is the me in the past. The me now. Alina hesitated for a long time, but still said this confusion. After hearing this, Vivian held the maid's hand again, looked directly into Alina's eyes, and said word by word very seriously, people will change. So no matter in the past, or in the future, we are ourselves. The only thing we need to consider is which we want to become. Elena understands. Miss Vivian, you are indeed a very powerful person, the maid said respectfully. So, can I stay at your place tonight? Vivian took the opportunity to ask. Well, if Miss Vivian is willing. Elena doesn't mind, because we are friends. Great. Looking at the little girl, who quickly changed into pajamas and prepared to wash. Elena, who was already in bed, fell into deep thought. Now, she may not be qualified to use the word friend. Then she had to work hard to change until she could truly match her past self and inherit the weight of friend. If it was Alina in the past, what would she do after knowing that her friend was going on a long journey? Alina did what she said and started thinking quickly. Then, she came up with a result of 78% matching rate. The answer is the Oracle. Chapter 230. Lake Shinja. Starry night. The lake water nourished by the heart of God is more sparkling and colorful at night than during the day, as if it wants to compete with the beautiful night sky dotted with stars. The night wind blows across the lake, and the ripples slowly spread until they reach a small boat anchored in the center of the lake, touching the hand of the girl on the boat, which falls from the edge of the boat to the lake. The girl strokes the lake surface, and the lake reflects the girl's face. At this moment, Liz has been released from the vampire state. Her hair has turned back to gold, and her eyes have returned to their normal green. Only the slightly melancholy girl sighs from time to time and deliberately grins. Through the reflection of the lake, you can vaguely see a pair of sharp little tiger teeth hidden in the corners of Liz's mouth. This was not there before, and it cannot disappear under normal conditions. However, this did not make the girl scary. Instead, it was more like the contracted blood fawn under normal conditions, which made Liz even more cute. The original cold and arrogant temperament of the young lady was reduced a lot, and it was replaced by the fierce cuteness of a little adult who had not yet lost her milk teeth. The only pity At this moment, the beautiful picture of the girl in the boat under the moon, the sacred lake, and the moon can only be appreciated by one person. But, rather than appreciating it, Liao Zixuan is having a headache now. He looked at the girl sitting opposite him, who looked desolate and lost, and rubbed his temples. Lise, don't be like this. It's like we'll never see each other again. Xiao He and Vivian are just going to the 1,000 islands in the neighboring country. Liao Zixuan continued to comfort her. I've seen the map. The 1,000 islands are not far from the flame region. It only takes 3 days to get there by boat. Besides, since the god of fire sent them there, they must have informed the god of water about such a big thing. What's more, I heard that the god of water and our god of fire are sisters. If something happens to my sister, how can I not lend a helping hand? After they arrive at the 1,000 islands, they will definitely have a smooth journey. So all in all, it will only take a month for them to come back safely. Liao Zixuan raised a finger and said confidently. Liz, who was sitting opposite the boat, withdrew her hand from the rippling lake water after Liao Zixuan's words. After moving her eyes away from the lake, the girl stared at the young man sitting opposite her in the same boat. After hesitating for several times, Liz finally made up her mind and asked, What about you? Liao Zixuan stretched out his voice. As Xiao He's elder, I can't help but go with him on such a big event. Liz, you don't know that our Dark Flame Wolf clan only has Xiao He as a single child. He was just born, young and ignorant, and didn't know the dangers of the world. He was also with a little girl who was not very smart. If something happened to him, our Dark Flame Wolf clan would be extinct. Liao Zixuan described the situation vividly, with tears in his eyes, thinking that he had fully played the role of a kind elder who was conscientious and caring for his juniors. However, what he got was the girl's chuckle at first, but soon it turned back to the original deep sigh, just when Liz's strange expression, which was sometimes bright and sometimes dark, made Liao Zixuan a little confused. The girl suddenly said, Bye. Now I understand why Shirley didn't refute my words at the beginning. That sentence? Liao Zixuan asked curiously. Liz nodded. Her eyes drifted to the lake again with melancholy. And the girl said softly, I said that there is no result between humans and monsters. Liao Zixuan was about to say something, but the girl on the opposite side got the better of him. Liz raised her head, as if she was looking up at the vast starry sky, and as if she was looking into the future. In fact, when I heard you say that you were Xiao He's elder and not a human, my first reaction was not shock, but surprise. Liz murmured and recalled, and gave her own explanation. Since I chose to inherit my mother's bloodline and change from a human to a vampire, I have been very inferior, worried, and even more afraid that you would dislike my identity, even if you don't mind. As I said to Shirley, I was actually saying it to myself. So, after knowing that you are not human either, well, although it is not good to say this, I instantly felt that the psychological burden on me was much lighter, probably similar to the feeling of finally being well matched and no longer a forbidden love. This was the first time Liao Zixuan heard Liz open up to him. He knew that the young lady who looked noble on the surface actually had the same little woman's thoughts as others. Not only that, it is not Liz's style to be timid. When it comes to playing straight, this young lady is more aggressive than anyone else. So, Bye. What do you think? Will the child we give birth to be a human, a wolf, or a vampire? Liz frowned, as if she was really thinking about this question seriously. The young man sitting opposite the girl said, Ahem. Yes. Is it a bit too far-fetched? Liao Zixuan almost choked. After coughing, he hurriedly said, Also, about our relationship. Is it also? Oh! Liz raised her voice and interrupted Liao Zixuan directly. She didn't say anything angry. This level was too low and didn't suit her, as a daughter of an earl who had experienced the aristocratic battlefield. The girl just touched her belly mournfully, and then said to herself, After leaving the blood in someone else's body, you have to cut off your relationship with others. It turns out that everything is destined. Am I going to follow my father's old path? Liao Zixuan, can you please stop saying things that are easy to be misunderstood? That's just blood sucking. After sucking my blood, your vampire ability will be automatically purified, and blood will be converted into energy, which is completely different from blood. Liao Zixuan tried to explain and clarify himself, but Lizzie snorted. because the girl's real killer move is still behind. She seemed not to hear Liao Zixuan's explanation, still stroking her belly, muttering to herself, but it doesn't matter. If he really dares to do this, then I will go to Vivian and tell her everything that her little black has done to me, so that Vivian can recognize the true face of the little wolf cub in her arms. Liao Zixuan. This time he was really silent, staring at the girl opposite him, who had already changed her expression to teasing. You? Liao Zixuan was about to say something when the boat shook. It turned out that the girl came to his side, and then stretched out a slender finger, and put it on Liao Zixuan's lips. Forget it. It's our last night. Time is precious. I don't want to waste it on listening to your quibbling. That kind of lie. I guess it can only fool Vivian, who knows nothing. As she said this, Liz showed sympathy and helplessness to the naive little girl who was still in the dark. And then, as if she wanted to block Liao Zixuan, the sharp testimony of this young lady came out one after another without mercy. I had my doubts when Shirley addressed you, and when Vivian suddenly appeared and I saw your reaction to her, I was more than 50% sure. Later, when you were forced by Vivian to reveal your identity, combined with Shirley's reaction, I was basically 90% sure. As for the last 10%, your coming to see me tonight has proved everything. So, am I right, Mr. Bai? Or do you prefer me to call you Xiaohei? The girl looked at the young man with satisfaction, who was dodging his eyes, and a little overwhelmed under her sharp attack. Liz was like a queen returning from a triumphant victory, and began to enjoy the fruits of victory. As the fruit of victory, she successfully lay in Liao Zixuan's arms without any resistance, and even had time to find a comfortable position in Liao Zixuan's arms. When your words prevail, your body must be submissive. And when your body prevails, your words must be soft. The above is from Liz's Noble Cultivation, Women's Edition, How to Control a Man Tightly. Do you know that on the night you rescued me from my father, who turned into a monster, I had a very long dream. Leaning against Liao Zixuan's broad and thick chest, feeling her whole body wrapped in warmth, Liz seemed to dare to tell the following vague nightmare that she was reluctant to talk about. In my dream, I also dreamed of Vivian. I dreamed that she was also accused by me of being the murderer of my father. But in the dream, I was not saved by you, but was occupied by the monster's father. So this was a naked frame-up. In the dream, not only did the city guards paste Vivian's portraits all over the streets, but even the fire god cult was dispatched, led by Demir himself, and even the treasure-stealing group joined in because of the generous reward offered by the nobles. I dreamed that Vivian's relatives were captured to force her to show up. At that time, Vivian was far less powerful than in our reality, and you were not around her. It seemed that in my dream, you didn't exist. In order to save her family, Vivian fell into the trap even though she knew it was a trap. She was caught without any surprise. I called her a witch and burned her at the stake. I watched her tied to a pillar, covered with burning oil, and the fire engulfed her thin body. Lisa's voice trembled as she spoke. She hugged Liao Zixuan tightly, and fear was revealed in her eyes, as if it was not a dream, but another reality. But at this time, someone no one expected appeared. It was the maid. Yes, it was Alina. I dreamed that she was holding a reagent syringe and threw herself into the blazing fire. When I came to my senses, there was only Vivian, who had really become a witch, and Alina's body, which was scorched and unrecognizable in Vivian's arms. Liz raised her head. The girl's eyes were filled with tears. Her hand touched Liao Zixuan's cheek. So, Xiaohei, thank you very much. I think if it weren't for you, maybe my nightmare would really become a reality. I thank you for saving Vivian and me. Liz, who said this, really wanted to put her lips close to the young man's lips. But the girl still tried her best to restrain this idea. It's not that she is shy. When it comes to feelings, Liz never has this kind of twist. She just considers that the young man in front of her is no longer by who belongs to her alone, but Xiaohei. Therefore, lying in his arms like this is the limit, and she does not allow herself to do anything out of line, at least before obtaining the consent of a little girl. This is Liz's bottom line principle. When she thought of this, Liz shook her head and put the nightmare behind her. Dreams are dreams after all, and reality is still beautiful, isn't it? The girl stood up from Liao Zixuan's arms. The moonlight sprinkled on Liz, and the light of Shili Lake set off the girl's face. Liz crossed her arms, as if she had returned to the appearance of a rich lady when Vivian held the little wolf cub and entered the Earl's castle for the first time. Don't worry about Whityan City. Whether it's Alina, Qian Town, or that stinky guy called Shirley. I, Liz, promise you that I will take care of everything for you. So, Xiao Hei, I also want you to promise me that you must help me take good care of Vivian. I can't let my best friend be bullied by others in Qiandao and suffer any harm. Under Liz's very serious words, Liao Zixuan also nodded seriously, revealing a sense of confidence from his strength. Okay. I promise that even if the water god wants to touch Vivian, I dare to face the roaring waves. Liao Zixuan stretched out a hand and made a vow. Although his tone was very calm, everyone could feel that there was no doubt hidden under the calm tone. Wait a minute. I haven't finished yet. Seeing that Liao Zixuan was about to put his hand down, Liz hurriedly stopped him. The girl spoke again solemnly. Just now I was speaking as Xiao Hei. But now, I also want you to promise me that you must take good care of yourself. You must not let my beloved get hurt. I don't want to be a widow for the rest of my life. I have to bear another debt of hatred. Okay. I also promise that I will come back safely. Come back to see you. Liao Zixuan paused for a few seconds and finally nodded. After receiving this final promise, Liz finally smiled happily, and a joyful smile bloomed on the girl's face, which had rarely appeared since the death of the Earl. But soon after, Liz suddenly hesitated again, holding the hem of her skirt with both hands. Her face slightly flushed, but her eyes flashed with cunning. Before we part, can I make one more small wish? As if she had made up her mind, Liz asked expectantly. Go ahead. Liao Zixuan waved his hand. He regretted it the next moment. I want you to turn back into a little wolf cub in front of me once. Liz mustered up the courage to say it. That's it? Liao Zixuan didn't realize the girl's intention at first, until he really turned into a little wolf cub. Muah. Liz was quick-witted and found the right opportunity. She had been planning for a long time. She picked up the little wolf cub and gave him a big kiss. The girl's hair turned pink in an instant, and her pupils turned red. The little wolf cub, who was still a little confused, didn't react, but actually activated the ability of the Blood Clan, turned into blood mist, and ran away. If it was just this degree, Vivian would definitely forgive her. Definitely. Chapter 231. The beta test is over. Forum Dynamics. To go from Whityan City to Qiandao, you must first go to the port at the border of Yanyu. Akabane Port. There are 3 people in the group. To be precise, 1 person plus 2 monsters. Vivian hired a long-distance carriage. The little wolf cub lay on the familiar belly, and a fiery red little sparrow landed on the little girl's shoulder, staring out of the carriage window with its eyes full of excitement. By the way, why didn't Xinyan change back to the little lowly form here? Vivian's answer was to save as much as possible. After all, the carriage was charged per person. At first, Xinyan was a little bit upset, but when Vivian took out a book from her carry-on luggage and told Xinyan that it was a textbook, and if she insisted on changing into a human, she had to read the whole book along the way, Xinyan said nothing and no longer disliked her current sparrow appearance, and changed faster than anyone else. In this regard, the little wolf cub in Vivian's arm sighed. The little girl has finally learned bad things. They traveled lightly, so how could they carry textbooks with them? The book that Vivian took out was actually the diary that the maid Alina repeatedly emphasized and insisted on giving them before they left. Yes, it was the diary that the little maid used to write every day, recording all kinds of things that happened every day. At that time, Vivian was very surprised why Alina insisted on letting her take this with her. And the maid's answer was also very strange. Alina said that if you encounter danger in the future, this diary will definitely come in handy to help you get through the difficulties. Neither Vivian nor the wolf cub took it seriously, but Alina was so determined that she couldn't refuse. So Vivian had no choice but to accept it, treating it as something like a talisman. In addition to Alina's diary, Vivian's carry-on luggage also contained a beautiful coat of arms certificate, made by Demir. Thanks to it, they were able to use the teleportation arrays of all the secondary cities in the flame territory of the fire god cult to travel, greatly improving the efficiency of the journey. It had only been 3 days since they set out, and they were almost at Akabane Port, located on the border of the flame territory. But the reason why they were sitting back in the carriage now was actually very simple. The teleportation array of Akabane Port was broken, so they could only rely on the carriage to take the official road for the last leg of the journey. The little wolf cub was idle in the carriage. Unlike the two witches and forbidden monsters, who had never seen anything in the world, they were full of novelty and excitement for the journey. In the carriage, Vivian looked through the window, one side and the other side, constantly sharing the scenery of the journey with Xinyan on her shoulder. The two of them were talking happily and having a great time. Alas side, Liao Zixuan reviewed what every player often did. When he got bored, he went to the game forum to kill time. Speaking of which, because there were too many things happening recently, and the players in the internal test period were indeed limited in ability and too young to be leaks, he didn't pay much attention to the players' dynamics for a while. It was just right that he was free now. I didn't know it when I got on, but I was really attracted to it after I got on. It was almost the night they left Witian City, and it was also the end of the game's internal test. These foreigners from other worlds disappeared temporarily. Regarding this, Liao Zixuan had greeted important people in advances by. So Liz and Shirley should have been prepared. What really interested Liao Zixuan now was that with the end of the internal test, the game forum finally changed from a closed internal network to an official opening to all pre-registered players around the world. The internal test players, who had been unable to disclose relevant content during the internal test due to the confidentiality agreement, were now like wild horses running free, with no restrictions, and could speak freely. On the same day, a large number of pre-registered players from all over the world flooded into the Forum of Fallen God, and the scene was very explosive for a while. Players who had experienced the internal test instantly felt like the best of the best, and any post they made could attract the attention of countless pre-registered players. Everyone wanted to know what kind of world the long-awaited Fallen God was, and everyone was eager to get more information from the mouths of the internal test players. Among them, the main force was the melon-eating crowd. But there were also many video bloggers, game anchors, major well-known guilds, independent players, and Liao Zixuan was most familiar with professional players, private sparring partners, gold-making studios, etc. It was like a hunger marketing. During the internal test, the outside players who had made reservations could not get any news. The less they got, the more they scratched their heads, as if there was something going on in their hearts, causing the number of reservations for the public beta to grow exponentially every day. And these were finally released after the internal test. Various in-game landscape photos, plot videos, major professional systems, the world view of the 9 countries in power, and the explosively realistic game experience all made the discussion of Fallen God rush to the top of the hot search on the entire network that day. At the same time, the official also started to do things. And at this juncture, they launched a column program called Fallen God Survival Guide. The first episode of the program invited many players who had outstanding performances after participating in the internal test to come to an official event to show the magnificent game world of Fallen God to other pre-registered players. What Liao Zixuan is watching now is the recording of the program in the Huaxia district, which is pinned to the most eye-catching position on the forum. Click to play, and the classic male and female host combination appears in the video. What surprised Liao Zixuan a little was that as the first official video program, the background board behind it was not the rolling 9 kingdoms, but the Fire Classic City. Looking forward to it. Until today, we finally look forward to the end of the internal test of the God of Falling. Here I really have to sigh that the confidentiality of the God of Falling is too good. It is really watertight. And there is not even a single uncle party or inner ghost on the whole network. Before the male host finished his opening remarks of "I hate iron, but cannot make steel," the female host, who was his partner, snatched the right to speak with a smile. Okay, now let's get straight to the point. First, let's take a look at the worldview and background setting of Fallen God, which is most concerned by the majority of players. As the first episode of Fallen God Survival Guide, it can be said that the content is solid and full of dry goods. It collects the information and images of many internal test players. In about half an hour, it describes some of the 9 countries on the continent to the players, who are eagerly waiting all over the world. I don't know whether Liao Zixuan's memory in his previous life is blurred, or there are minor changes in some details in this life. In the program, it can be seen that the distribution of internal test players is not limited to the country of Yinyu, the kingdom of snow covered with white snow, the bitter winter. The beta testers climbed the snowy mountains and slid on the ice lakes, having a great time, especially the players in the Middle East and Africa, who may have never seen such heavy snow in their lives, were so happy. As for the main storyline, the tasks were forgotten. There were very few battle scenes, at most helping the nearby tribes to fight snow monsters and hunt snow rabbits. In a world covered with white snow, if there is no NPC guidance, you may not even be able to find the road, let alone enter the city. Compared with the bitter winter, the Rock Kingdom with mountains, rivers, and vast land, Gili, the beta testers participated in the plot a little. After a large number of foreigners appeared in Gili, they were quickly reported to the officials by the local people, so that even the Gili 5 elements were alarmed and looked over. The players were quickly led by officials sent by the 5 elements, and were orderly and successively assigned to various rural villages on the edge of Gili for temporary resettlement. As for the subsequent measures, the 5 elements still needed to decide. Although the local officers and soldiers were nervous about the players, the foreigners, and seemed to be keeping a close eye on them, fearing that they would be dissatisfied with the 5 elements resettlement. The players actually didn't care. It was a novice village, so it was normal. Rather, the players were able to get more information from the villagers and learn professions. In addition to winter in Gili, there are 2 countries left, Qifeng and the Thousand Islands, where Liao Zixuan and his team are about to go, both of which have traces of internal test players. However, the former is an endless grassland, and the latter is an endless sea. The players in these 2 places are very depressed. There is no means of transportation, and the place where they can move around is too small. This made Liao Zixuan, who originally wanted to take the opportunity to see the situation of the Thousand Islands, really a little depressed. As for the last country, it was also deliberately put at the end by the host. Next, let's turn our attention to the Flame Domain, the finale of this column. I guess in the past few days, the most information you have heard about the internal test period came from the players of the Flame Domain. Right? I also have a deep understanding of this, because the lines prepared by the director for me, and the lines placed on the Flame Domain are twice as thick as those of other countries. This also shows the importance of the Flame Domain. Okay, now let's go straight to the interview session, and see what the internal test players of Yenyu think. After a short connection, a new window floated next to the female host, and the person who appeared in it was a familiar face of Liao Zixuan. Hello. Thank you very much for participating in our program. Can you talk about the plot or character that impressed you the most in Yenyu during the internal test? Vivian is the best in the world. The best in the world. Everyone. Praise her. Everyone. Praise her. The scene of Changlimiman shouting at the top of his voice was forcibly interrupted by the female host, and the little wolf cub outside the video covered his eyes with his claws. Okay. I can see that the first interview player is a little excited. Let's continue to connect with the second one. The female host has a strong professional quality. She maintained an awkward but polite smile and began to connect with the next interview player. However, this time, the face of the player who appeared was unfortunately familiar to Liao Zixuan. Hello. I'm very grateful. Impossible. How could Vivian be a witch? I will never accept it. No. Woohoo. I will definitely find out the truth and clear Vivian's name. Definitely. The female host's opening remarks were not finished before she was replaced by a burst of ghosts and wolves howling on the other side of the connection. I saw that the representative of the heavy Bai Weiwei faction, Bai Wirengrong, who was deeply impressed by Liao Zixuan, swore in front of the camera. From the eyes of this player, you can see the burning fighting spirit and unswerving belief in Bai Weiwei. Unfortunately, the female host cut off the conversation the next second. Ahem. It can be seen that the second interview player is also very excited, which also indirectly proves the excitement of the internal test plot of Yenyu. Let's connect with the third one. After 2 consecutive failures, even such a high-quality female host couldn't help but twitch her mouth. But she didn't expect that the third one was finally relieved, because he was finally not familiar with the face. A player with the nickname White Critical Hit. You? Great news. Great news. Vivian's life-size pillow, plush doll, and cartoon t-shirt are all online. Limited stock. Limited stock. Interested buyers quickly search my ID. The first 100 will also be given a copy of Vivian's Taboo Lily book. And it is also a Machi Dashuzi fanfiction. And click. The live video came to an abrupt end. Female host. Faced with such a weird business genius, the female host couldn't hold back her professional smile. She cast a saving look at her partner next to her, and then found that her colleague was looking down at his phone. Female host, what are you doing? Male host, well, it's okay. I just went to check whether the player's words were true or not. I definitely didn't want any lesbian books or fan fiction. Fuck. The show effect. The show effect is forced. Right. Looking at the explosive comments on the video, Liao Zixuan would never believe that all this was not designed. And the white critical hit. Right? Okay. He will remember this ID. Kill it every time he sees it in the future. After the funny wind ended, the show finally returned to the right track, and roughly told the players about the plot of Yanyu, and finally ended with a discussion and analysis of the character Vivian, through this issue of Fallen God Survival Guide. Although the official has not made it clear, it is better than a clear statement, at least in the absolute mainline NPC of the open version. Whether it is the internal test or the pre-order players, it has been determined. Vivian, to be able to become such a popular character, is undoubtedly a bonus from the internal test. The little wolf cub is very satisfied with this. The basic calculation of the players has been laid down. After waiting for the public test, Liao Zixuan can't wait to harvest the leaks delivered to the door. However, the only pity is that it seems that the players don't know that Vivian has left the Flame Domain and gone to the Thousand Islands. They all think that Vivian, as a witch, is just temporarily avoiding the limelight and leaving the Fire Classic City. But she is still hiding somewhere in the Flame Domain, waiting for the players to dig. This attribute similar to hidden NPC has further aroused the curiosity of players. There is a questionnaire on the forum, asking which country you would choose as the birthplace of the 5 countries that are currently open in the public beta test 1 month later. Almost 80% of people tick Yanyu, followed by Gili, the Thousand Islands, where Liao Zixuan and the little girl really wanted to go, were ranked last, tied with Qinfeng and Lingong is not cold. This really gave Liao Zixuan a headache, but it didn't matter. Anyway, there is still a month to go back to Yanyu before the public beta test begins. It's just enough to find the water god to unlock the necklace. While thinking in his heart, the shaking carriage suddenly stopped, and Vivian's happy and surprised voice came to his ears at the same time. Xiaohei. Look! It's the sea! We are at Akabane Port. Chapter 232 Astrologist. After getting off the carriage, the sea breeze blew on her skin, and with it, there was a salty smell in the air that Vivian had never smelled before. The little girl opened her arms and took several deep breaths with excitement. After all, this was her first time to smell the sea. Moreover, unlike the slightly dry air in the inland of Yanyu, the air in Akabane Port on the border coast is extremely humid, and with the occasional sea breeze, it always gives people a refreshing feeling. Not only did Sinyan spread his wings to his heart's content and flutter in the air, but even the little wolf cub stretched his body and bathed in the fresh air by the sea to stretch his muscles. After paying the driver, Vivian immediately set off for the fire god cult in Akabane Port. After showing the coat of arms certificate, a middle-aged man in a bishop's robe soon came out to greet her. Miss Vivian, welcome to Akabane Port. I am Matthew, sent here by the former Archbishop Maggie to be responsible for the relevant work between the Flame Domain and foreign countries. Lord Demir has already informed me about you through magic transmission. It is an honor to meet you. Compared with the bishops in the Fire Code City, the middle-aged man in front of him is obviously much more calm, giving people a very down-to-earth feeling, and speaking very politely and kindly. Thank you, Bishop Matthew. Me too, Vivian replied politely immediately. After a brief greeting and self-introduction, Matthew went straight to the point. Miss Vivian, you must be tired from the journey. How about I prepare a room for you so that you can rest and recuperate in Akabane Port for a while? Or should I take you directly to see Miss Lucy? Miss Lucy? Vivian repeated the strange name that Matthew said a little awkwardly. Should it be a name? Yes. Miss Lucy is my colleague from the Shibuxing who is responsible for contacting and negotiating with me when I was doing diplomatic work in Thousand Islands. When she heard that Miss Vivian was going to Thousand Islands to find the water god, she insisted on coming with me to meet you in person. It's just that Bishop Matthew's face showed apology. I didn't expect Miss Vivian to be so fast. I thought it would take 2 or 3 days to see you in Akabane Port. So I let Miss Lucy stay on the boat first. Huh? Stay on the boat first? Vivian showed a bit of a strange expression. In the little girl's cognition, the boat she understood was the kind that floated on rivers and streams. People rowed with oars, and the hull could only accommodate 3 people at most. Even if Vivian knew that since it was a boat that could sail on the sea, it would definitely be bigger and could shelter people from wind and rain. After all, it is said that the route between Thousand Islands and Yenyu would take 2 or 3 days to sail on the sea. But, no matter how big and livable it is, it can't compare to a room on land. Right? Letting others lie in the boat is too much. It seems that the little girl has seen what she means. Bishop Matthews smiled bitterly and shook his head. Miss Vivian, you misunderstood. The reason why I asked Miss Lucy to wait on the boat is because compared to that ship, the fire god cult in Akabane port is too simple. Simple? Seeing Vivian's surprised look, Bishop Matthew immediately suggested, I know this is indeed a little hard to imagine for us Yenyu people. When I first saw that ship, I had the same expression as you. So how about this? We set off for the port now. No matter how much I describe it to you in words, it is not as good as seeing it with your own eyes, Miss Vivian, and boarding it in person. This way, you can also see Miss Lucy along the way. Faced with Matthew's proposal, Vivian had no reason to refuse. Driven by curiosity, she soon came to the port anchored by the bay under the guidance of Matthew. And then, in fact, when they were about to approach, the little girl could already see the outline of a huge thing docked at the port from a distance. But Vivian still didn't think of it as a ship. Until, as you can see, Miss Vivian, you should now understand what I just said about the Akabane port fire god cult being too simple. Right? And the little girl said, This is a ship? Vivian opened her eyes wide for a moment, covering her mouth with one hand, her face full of shock, looking at the ship that she had to look up to see the whole picture. A big ship. A very big ship. It is difficult to describe it with Vivian's poor adjectives. Even the little sparrow Sinyan on her shoulder imitated the little girl, showing a stunned look and rubbing his eyes with his wings. The only one who was still able to hold up the appearance and not lose face was the little wolf cub in Vivian's arms. After taking a glance, he acted very calmly. After all, it's just a ship. What's the big deal? The huge ship in front of them now is about 60 to 70 meters long and more than 10 meters wide. On Blue Star, it is probably a small or medium-sized ship that can carry 30 to 40 passengers. Liao Zixuan is not surprised. But for Vivian and the natives of this world, it is extremely rare. However, the little wolf cub's face showed a little strangeness and thinking. Because for some reason, Liao Zixuan always felt that he seemed to have seen the ship somewhere. But for a moment, he couldn't remember where it was. After all, he had done too many tasks in the game. If it was like the key plot and characters in the Flame domain, Liao Zixuan could still have an impact. If it was just a dead object, forget it. It is estimated that she had boarded this ship in some Thousand Island side quest. After all, such a large ship is one of the best even in Thousand Islands. And it is well known. Right? It is normal for players to remember and leave an impression. After Vivian recovered from the shock, Matthew began to lead the little girl on board and introduced her briefly. The hull has a total of 3 floors. In addition to the internal entrance for the crew, there are 2 external entrances. One is located in the lower warehouse. Matthew pointed to the coolies who came and went at the bay port, carrying supplies and goods. This is their entrance. As for the other one, it was instantly much taller and more majestic. It was located on the 2nd floor of the hull, which was obviously the cabin position. There was a special guard guarding the ladder at the entrance. Vivian could clearly see from the face of the person guarding the entrance of the hull that he was not a Yenyu person. He was a bit similar to the stranger and the white master before. Moreover, in the eyes of the little girl, these people's clothes were also very strange. Whether it was the place where the armor was worn or the style of the sword, they were very different from the knights and city guards that Vivian was familiar with. At this time, Bishop Matthew played the role of guide very well. Without Vivian asking questions, the voice of explanation rang out. In the Thousand Islands, they don't have the concept of knights, but uniformly call this kind of armed forces warriors, and women like you, Miss Vivian, who have extremely strong magic, are respected as which in most cases in the Thousand Islands. Matthew's words to Vivian had just fallen, and a female voice came from the cabin corridor of the ship to the crowd. Mr. Matthew, the term shrine maiden does not only refer to women with powerful divine powers. More importantly, they must believe in the water god and join the shrine. Looking in the direction of the voice, a woman wearing clothes that were obviously in the style of the Thousand Islands stood by the ladder at the entrance of the cabin. When she met Vivian's gaze, she leaned forward slightly and nodded. As for the identity of the woman, Lady Lucy. The 2,000 Islands warriors guarding the entrance of the giant ship's guests straightened their backs and shouted respectfully when they saw the woman on the second floor. By the way, what is Thousand Island style clothing? According to the words of the little country girl Vivian, the patterns on the clothes are obviously much more than those of the Yinyu clothes. And most of them are various petals, tree branches and leaves, etc. And the edges and corners of the clothes are looser and softer than those of the Yinyu. Alas, I was timid in front of Miss Lucy. It seems that I have not learned enough about the culture of the Thousand Islands. Bishop Matthew was not unhappy when Lucy corrected his mistake in person. Instead, he looked grateful for the guidance and asked for advice humbly. This is very rare among the arrogant bishops of the fire god cult. No wonder Maggie sent him to manage such an important place between the two countries. The Thousand Islands warriors guarding the boarding entrance saw that Vivian and the others knew Lady Lucy and seemed to be friends. They did not question them at all and directly opened the ladder to allow several people to board the ship. However, Bishop Matthew waved to Vivian at this time, indicating that since Lucy had come, he was not needed. There was still a lot of work waiting for the fire god cult, so he did not accompany the little girl to board the ship again. After successfully boarding the ship via the ladder, it was indeed a brand new experience when she stepped onto this huge ship. The ship was stable, not affected by the fluctuations of the sea water as imagined. The wide view of 2 floors high gave Vivian an unparalleled experience. Looking to the left, there was the vast blue sea, and looking to the right, there was the busy and dense Akabane port. The sound of wood tapping on the ground came, bringing Vivian back to reality. Looking at Miss Lucy who had walked to her side, the little girl realized that the sound similar to wood tapping just now was footsteps. As for the reason, Vivian lowered her eyes and found that the shoes worn by Miss Lucy were actually different from theirs. They were wooden shoes? This kind of shoes is called clogs, which is a common style in the Thousand Islands. Of course, after hundreds of years of evolution, the current clogs are very different from the original traditional ones. If Miss Vivian is interested in our Thousand Islands culture, I can always explain more to you during our next few days of sailing. Although the woman's face has no expression, it is different from the ice sculpture face. It is more like Bishop Matthew, deliberately rigorous and serious. But from the words, it can be heard that it still gives people a sense of affinity. Really? Thank you so much. Erlu. Miss Lucy, Vivian replied excitedly. It is not difficult to see that the girl has a strong desire for knowledge and interest, as she is leaving Yinyu for the first time and is in contact with foreigners. It is our first meeting. Please give me your guidance. Miss Vivian, I think Mr. Matthew must have mentioned me to you, but please allow me to introduce myself to you again. Faced with Vivian's enthusiasm, the woman smiled and formally saluted the girl again after they met face to face. You can call me Ruko. I am a political officer from the Sakai family in the Shibuxing. I am here to receive Miss Vivian to the Thousand Islands on the orders of Lady Risa. In the next few days, you can treat me as your exclusive companion. I will solve any problems related to the Thousand Islands or any difficulties and troubles encountered during the voyage for you one by one. Ah, please give me some advice on this side. The little wolf cub in the little girl's arms clearly felt Vivian's nervousness. It seems that imitating the way foreigners speak is still quite challenging for the little girl. But soon, Vivian was attracted by another name mentioned by Lucy before. Lucy, you mentioned just now that you said you were ordered by Lady Risa. But I don't seem to know her. Lady Risa also told me this. Lucy gave the little girl a reassuring look. Lady Risa has a good relationship with Bishop Eugenia of the Fire God cult. I heard that you are the bishop's direct disciple and have inherited his mantle. As the host and an old friend, Lady Risa specially sent me here, and even drove the ship here for you. After Lucy's words, Vivian was a little embarrassed, especially when Lucy mentioned words like disciple and inheriting the mantle. The little girl was a little uncomfortable, and the little wolf cub in her arms. Liao Zixuan secretly curled his lips. This Sakai Risa, the community advocate, if Liao Zixuan remembered correctly, was the witch Bella's clone in the Thousand Islands. They even called it a good friend. Your good friend? Is it you? Liao Zixuan clearly remembered that after Bella called Vivian the shame of witches, she declared that she would never take the initiative to look for the little girl again. As a result, it has only been a few days, and she is so proactive. And according to Lucy's words, Even this big ship was specially driven here. Not an ordinary means of passage between the two countries. She is so arrogant. Vivian noticed this. And she quickly changed the subject and asked, "Huh? Does this ship have a history? I thought that in the Thousand Islands, all the ships were big ships like this." "Miss Vivian, you are joking. The Astrologus is well known in the entire Thousand Islands. It was built by the Society at a high price. Usually, it is only used for long-distance diplomacy of more than 1 month. For neighboring countries like Inu, we usually use a much smaller fleet instead. So that's how it is." Hearing that the other party had made such a big welcome for her, Vivian was a little embarrassed. Just when she wanted to say something to thank him. "Huh? Xiaohei, what's wrong?" Vivian suddenly felt that the body of the wolf cub in her arms stiffened obviously. It seemed that it was when Lu Zi said the name of the ship. Astrologus? Vivian's perception was not wrong. Under Lu Zi's strange gaze, the wolf cub suddenly jumped out of her arms. After leaving the ship, Liao Zixuan went to an open view of the port and looked around the huge ship again carefully. Then fuck. The curse came from the bottom of his heart. No wonder. No wonder. It turned out to be Astrologus. When this name came out, Liao Zixuan finally remembered where the inexplicable sense of familiarity came from when he first saw this ship. He also understood why he didn't recognize such an important ship at first, which played a key role in the main plot of Thousand Islands. Because the players in the previous life did board the ship. But at that time, they boarded the Astrologus, which had changed greatly and was completely destroyed. Only the hull skeleton was left, as if it had experienced some tragic shipwreck and crashed into the deep sea. Chapter 233 Practices. Xiaohei, what did you do just now? When the little wolf cub returned to Vivian's side, the little girl secretly asked worriedly through voice transmission. However, Liao Zixuan shook his head, indicating that it was okay. He was just a little curious about the ship. In fact, he didn't know how to say it. You can't say that this ship is an ominous ship. Let's change it now. I have to compare Liao Zixuan's mood at the moment. It's very similar to the male protagonist of Titanic traveling back and facing the huge ship that has not yet set sail. It can't be said to be exactly the same. It can only be said to be exactly the same. In the plot of the previous game, the cause and process of the crash of this ship were not explained to the players. It was just like a landmark building located in the Yuanhai copy at that time. Liao Zixuan vaguely remembered that there seemed to be a small paper by a philologist on the forum at that time, which studied the historical background of the Astrologus. But after he clicked in, he glanced at it and closed it. It was too long, so he didn't read it. He even complained about how there could be such idle players. The result is now abominable. The little wolf cub regretted it and beat his chest and stamped his feet. If he had read it twice more at the beginning, he would not be like this now. Only knowing the result but not the process. Liao Zixuan apologized to all the philologists from the bottom of his heart. It's too late to change the ship now. It's not realistic. First of all, there are no other ships that can go to Qiandao and Akabane port. The shipbuilding industry in Yenyu is basically a scumbag. The travel depends entirely on the ships of Qiandao. But if Lu Zi unilaterally contacts Qiandao and asks for a new ship to pick up people, this leads to the second point. Secondly, Liao Zixuan himself didn't know when the Astrologus crashed. It was like the Titanic had sailed so many times. How could you be sure that this time was the one that crashed? Oh, the Titanic was on its maiden voyage. So it's okay. Fuck. Liao Zixuan remembered that Lu Zi had just said that the Astrologus was very rare to sail once, and was basically used for sailing in months. No. I have to ask Vivian to find out more about this ship. Liao Zixuan had the opportunity to learn history before him, but he didn't take it seriously. He could only rely on cramming now, because he doesn't want to be a witness to history. After conveying her strong curiosity about the ship to Vivian, the little girl also had a face full of curiosity and continued to ask Lu Zi. Lu Zi, it seems that Xiaohei is very interested in this ship. Ah. Sorry. Xiaohei is the name of the summoned beast in my arms. I gave it to him. Vivian had a proud expression on her face, and after opening it carefully, there was a hint of bragging hidden in it. So, can you please tell me more about this ship? Such is the name of this ship. Why is it called ASTO.TO? The little girl was stuck for a moment, because the name of the ship was too long and a bit difficult to pronounce. Fortunately, Lu Zi was considerate and completed it. Astrologus. Yes. So I was very curious. This name seems to be different from the naming method of your 1,000 Islands. I always feel that, well, the style is a bit different. Vivian's question hit the point. Liao Zixuan also had this doubt. According to the style of 1,000 Islands, it should be something like Langshan or Yamato. Basically, everyone will ask the same question as Miss Vivian when they hear this name. Lucy nodded. It seems that she has long been accustomed to it. She slowly began to explain. Astrologus is named after an ancient legend that is circulated in our 1,000 Islands. As we all know, 1,000 Islands is a kingdom of water, blessed and protected by the water god Froka. But as early as the chaotic era, the 9 gods had not yet appeared, and 1,000 Islands had not been unified. They were divided into 3 major family forces, each ruling an island. At that time, the 1,000 Islands were in constant war, and the 3 major families wanted to annex each other. At first, people focused on the struggle for power, and did not consider the consequences of the war at all, until the casualties, residual souls, resentment, and hatred caused by the war increased. The accumulated filth finally erupted, causing demons to dance wildly and evil spirits to appear frequently. When Lucy said this, her voice became a little serious, as if she had relived the disaster at that time. And the little girl next to her also clenched her palms. It was not until the bottom that Vivian breathed a sigh of relief. If this continues, the 1,000 Islands will be destroyed before the war ends. So the 3 major families decided to stop the war, prepare for peace talks, and concentrate on suppressing the demons and sealing the evil spirits. The 3 major families agreed to set the location of the peace talks on the central island. On that day, the patriarchs of each family sailed on the ship. However, I don't know whether it was fate or evil spirits that happened to be on this day. Lucy paused and changed her tone, which made Vivian's heart, which had just been relieved by the story, hang again. Lucy said. That day, a thick fog rose on the sea surface of the island. Even the most experienced sailors could not tell the direction, and the most precise compass could not point to the location. At that time, the patriarchs of the 3 major families on the ship thought that it was a sorcery used by the other party. They wanted to use the excuse of peace talks, but actually secretly murdered. If the situation really developed in this way, not only would the peace talks break down, but the relationship would even become more tense. It would undoubtedly add fuel to the fire, and be a disaster for the people of the 1,000 Islands. And at this critical moment concerning the survival of the 1,000 Islands, a great astrologer appeared. When Lucy said this, although her tone was still calm, it was not difficult to hear the respect in it. This astrologer who suddenly appeared, with her powerful water divination, broke through the fog that permeated the sea area, like the stars in the night, illuminating the way forward for people, and pointing out the direction. With her help, the peace talks of the 3 major families were carried out smoothly, and the current 1,000 Islands 3 magistrates were established. It can be said that if it weren't for that great astrologer, there would be no 1,000 Islands today. It was her use of her water divination that changed the fate of the 1,000 Islands' demise. As Lucy finished her words, Vivian nodded, not quite understanding, still a little immersed in the thrilling and tense story just now, unable to extricate herself. Seeing this, Lucy smiled and added, of course, because it was passed down by word of mouth, and the story was too legendary, and the time was long. It was impossible to verify. So there were many different opinions. Some said that there was actually no astrologer at all, but it just happened to be a strong wind. Others said that the fog dissipated because of the help of the sea gods. And even more, some people said that the astrologer at the time was actually the incarnation of the water god, because the water god can also do divination. Water god. Vivian pricked up her ears when she heard this, because the purpose of their trip was to find the water god, unlock the real purification power of the necklace, and heal the fire god who was troubled by the abyss. So in short, the evolution to the present is more of a legend than a history of the 1,000 Islands. But the name astrologus has been preserved and passed down to this day. People in later generations, especially those in charge of sacrifices and ceremonies, who respect legends the most, built this huge ship with the first half of her full name, astrologus, in order to commemorate this astrologer, which symbolizes that she will never sink, never get lost, and always be protected and blessed by fate. As a member of the Shibuxing, it can be seen that Lucy is very firm in her belief in the symbolic meaning of the astrologus. But the little wolf cub in Vivian's arm sighed in his heart after hearing Lucy's last several never. Especially after hearing that this ship has such a long history and important symbolic meaning to the Thousand Islands, and even more about its future crash. He felt very sad and had an inexplicable sense of mourning. This was something Liao Zixuan did not have when he was a player in his previous life. At that time, he only valued level, equipment, skills, etc., thinking about how to improve himself, and did not think about going deep into and exploring the things behind this so-called game world. But of course, this throbbing feeling disappeared in the next moment. Because sometimes, too much legend is not good. The astrologist has not sailed for more than 10 years, and has almost become a kind of worship. Lady Risa thinks that the ship is for sailing, not imprisoned in the harbor for worship. It happened that she learned that Miss Vivian was coming. The combination of these two factors gave it the opportunity to sail again and sail on the sea. In other words, thanks to Miss Vivian, we are also fortunate to board this legendary ship and sail. This may be the so-called fate. Lu Zi shook her head, not just sighing or something, but it sounded different to the little wolf cub. What the hell? Liao Zixuan thought that this ship would be sailed frequently, and it happened that it was unavailable during this period. It turned out that it had been in a state of anchorage, and Vivian's appearance allowed it to go out to sea. In a sense, this is also the first maiden voyage of the astrologist in recent years. A faint sense of foreboding climbed into Liao Zixuan's heart, although he knew that this was probably his illusion, scaring himself. But before he set off, he encountered such a mysterious thing, which seemed to symbolize that this trip to the Thousand Islands was not as simple and easy as he imagined. And it was smooth all the way. It's really rude. I said so much in one breath. Miss Vivian must be tired. I will take you to the prepared cabin room now. After Lucy finished speaking, the little girl came to the interior of the huge ship under her guidance. The interior space of the astrologist, just like its exterior, is very huge and gorgeously decorated. According to Vivian, it is not inferior to the Count Cecil Castle in the Fire Code City at that time. On the second floor cabin floor, each guest can have a separate room. If someone had told Vivian before that a ship could be like a hotel, the little girl would never believe it. But now this is it. Miss Vivian, please come in. I hope you will be satisfied with the room I prepared for you. After Lucy took the key to open the door, Vivian found that the facilities in the room were really complete, with a soft and comfortable big bed, a clean and tidy wardrobe, and even a dressing table, a desk, a bookshelf, and a tea table. It can be said to be an aristocratic single room. If there is a disadvantage, it is that the area is slightly smaller, but the space for one person is enough. This is too expensive. The first thing Vivian thought of was money. I wonder how much it would cost to rent such a luxurious cabin. Miss Vivian, you are worrying too much. All your expenses this time will be borne by our company. So don't worry. You can enjoy all the facilities on the ship. After Lucy said this, a question that had been in the girl's heart for a long time finally couldn't help but be asked by Vivian. Lucy, what exactly is the company magistrate you have been talking about? I am so rude. I neglected it. The word magistrate represents the power structure of the Thousand Islands. As in the story of the astrologist I told you before, after the water god unified the Thousand Islands, the original three major families evolved into the current Thousand Islands three magistrates. Ruko raised 3 fingers to Vivian. The 3 magistrates are the Shrine Magistrate, the Kanjo Magistrate, and the Daifu Magistrate. The Shrine Magistrate is in charge of sacrifices and rituals. The Kanjo Magistrate is in charge of finances. And the Daifu Magistrate is in charge of the samurai power. To make it easier for you, Miss Vivian, to understand, you can correspond the 3 magistrates to the power institutions in your flame domain. The Shrine Magistrate corresponds to the fire god cult. The Kanjo Magistrate corresponds to the nobles. And the Daifu Magistrate corresponds to the knights. Originally, Vivian was a little confused. But after Ruko's analogy, the little girl suddenly showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. And she understood it completely. And the Risa-sama I mentioned is from the Sakai family, one of the 3 major families in the Thousand Islands, and is now the person in power in the Shrine Magistrate. Ah! So that's how powerful she is. Vivian automatically imagined Risa as someone like Archbishop Maggie. The girl quickly said excitedly, so, as long as we go to Thousand Islands and ask Miss Risa directly, can we find the god of water very quickly? Of course. Lucy nodded. The 3 magistrates are established with the god of water as the center. And our shrine magistrate is the closest to the god of water. After all, the god of water is the chief priest of Sakafuchi Taisha and the highest priestess. Huh? Really? Really? Great. Although she didn't know what the new term chief priest meant, Vivian could still understand the words closest relationship. She excitedly sent a message to the little wolf in her arms. Xiao Hei. It seems that our trip will not take a month at all. We may be able to go home in less than a week. That's great. No. Don't set random flags. The little wolf was upset and became more uneasy. Although it seems that there are all kinds of favorable news at present. How can that sentence be said? How can you lose when flying dragons ride on your face? Stop nursing. Seeing Vivian so happy, Lucy suggested, since Miss Vivian has arrived at Akabane Port in advance, why don't I make arrangements? Let's not delay too much. I can see that you are also very anxious. Lady Risa is also looking forward to meeting you. So, let's set off today and set sail immediately. How about it? Without even considering it, the little girl nodded heavily at Lucy. Okay. Let's go! Chapter 234 Miss. Do you want to have an astrology? After hearing that the astrologist was about to leave, Akabane Port instantly became lively. Many people from the Flame Domain came to the port, wanting to witness the departure of this huge ship with their own eyes. For them, this might be something they would never see in their lifetime. And it would be something they could brag about in the future at the wine table we're in. Even the local knights and the fire god cult turned a blind eye to this. And many of them even joined the crowd watching at the strait. Astrologist. Top deck. Standing here, you can have a bird's eye view of the surroundings. It is located in an absolutely open field of vision. It is the best choice for passengers on the ship to enjoy the scenery, chat and make friends, and relax during the voyage. However, because the ship was about to sail, Lucy stipulated that all ordinary passengers must stay in their cabins and wait until the official sailing. So the deck was now empty, with only a few figures. Lord Lucy, all the goods have been counted, all packed and shipped. The number of passengers has been checked, and everyone has been confirmed to be on board. Should we start the heart of the sea and set sail now? A sailor in samurai uniform on the ship asked Lucy respectfully. Lucy turned around and confirmed with Vivian beside her again. After there was nothing else to deal with in Yinyu, she nodded to the samurai. Start the heart of the sea and set sail. Yes. Lucy saw the curiosity in Vivian's eyes. What kind of power would be needed to propel such a huge ship so soon? Lucy brought the little girl to the power room on the 3rd floor. The little wolf cub in Vivian's arms observed that they were on high alert along the way. At every turn in the corridor, 2,000 or 3,000 island warriors could be seen patrolling. Although they had not yet reached the power room, it was clear from the scene that this was the absolute core of the astrologist. It was also clear that Lucy trusted Vivian. She brought the little girl to visit such an important place without saying a word. It's here. Lucy stopped in front of a cabin, with a water element symbol engraved on the door. The rich elemental power emanated from Lucy's body, and after combining with the water element symbol on the cabin door. This is the sealing method we learned from Gili and Qiandao. It is impossible for outsiders to use brute force. It will also trigger the attack forbidden technique set by the water god himself. It must have the corresponding elemental power and unsealing technique to open it. After explaining, Lucy made a gesture of invitation to Vivian. After the two entered, the Qiandao warriors who followed behind just now did not go in very consciously, but just guarded outside the door. They were obviously not qualified. Is this the heart of the sea? Good. So beautiful. This time, Lucy didn't need to explain. As soon as Vivian entered, her eyes were attracted by a pearl placed in the center of the power room. I don't know whether to call it a pearl, because it is as big as a fist and magically suspended in the air. The deep blue color like the sea emanates from this pearl, dyeing the entire power room blue. There are even illusory bubbles floating around from time to time, making people feel as if they are in the dreamy seabed. This heart of the sea was made by us in cooperation with Winter. We relied on their technology to simulate the heart of the water god. Although its ability is far inferior to the real heart of God, it is more than enough to provide power for the astrologist on the ocean. As she spoke, Lucy repeated the action she had taken when she entered the door. Under Lucy's control, the pearl suspended in the air instantly shone brightly, and extremely rich water elements burst out from it, covering the entire ship in the blink of an eye. Then, the noise from the outside world at the port became intense, full of surprise and shock. The folded sails were raised high, and the huge body of the astrologist, docked in the strait, began to move like a sea monster awakening. As long as the destination is set, the rest is all left to the heart of the sea. It will help us automatically plan the route during the voyage, and will automatically avoid rapids and reefs. It can be said that as long as the heart of the sea is there, no matter what accidents we encounter, the astrologist will be able to survive safely. It's amazing. And it's very convenient. Vivian praised with envy. This also explains why there is no captain here, and there are very few sailors. Most of them are dressed as warriors and are responsible for security. The astrologist does not need people to drive it. And in fact, no one can control this huge ship. Vivian is in the mood to visit, but the little wolf cub in his arms is not. After learning about the role of the heart of the sea on this giant ship, Liao Zixuan was very alert, because this also shows from the side that once this heart of the sea is damaged, the astrologist will be completely paralyzed. Before leaving the power room, the little wolf squinted his eyes, and finally looked deeply at the sea blue pearl that was floating safely under heavy protection. Regardless of whether it will be used later, it is always right to secretly record these key information. The door of the power room was resealed. Miss Vivian, I have to arrange the work of the crew during the voyage later. Please. Lu Zi hesitated. No problem. Lu Zi, you go quickly. I will just walk around the ship by myself later. You have been accompanying me to explain so much. Please don't delay your normal arrangements because of me. Vivian waved her hands repeatedly, indicating that Lu Zi didn't need to follow. After seeing this, Lu Zi didn't push much, and thanked her with an apology, and then separated from Vivian, and took a few warriors to another part of the cabin. Huh? Now she was alone again. The little girl cheered up, and let out a long breath. Vivian first returned to her cabin and put the little sparrow, who had fallen asleep on her shoulder after playing tired, on the soft bed. Next, she was holding the little wolf cub in her arms, and was hesitating about where to go. Vivian saw that many passengers who were allowed to come out of their rooms after the astrologist officially set sail all went to the deck at the same time. So the little girl followed the crowd and came to the deck. As soon as she stepped onto the deck, Vivian instantly understood why everyone came here as soon as they came out. Unlike the calmness in the cabin, once on the deck outside, the refreshing sea breeze blew over the body. The fresh air was slightly humid, as if the whole person was washed. Find a deck with few people, hold the railing, and look at the Akabane port, which is getting farther and farther away. The sound of the astrologist breaking through the waves came to my ears. At this moment, Vivian could truly feel that this huge ship was sailing, and she was already on the endless sea. However, this feeling did not last long. A burst of lively sounds from the deck attracted Vivian's attention. The little girl looked in the direction, and saw that many passengers were now surrounding a person in strange clothes. Each passenger's face was more or less curious and interested. What are they doing? And that person? He's dressed so strangely? What's his special job? Vivian muttered to herself. And the little wolf cub in her arms saw the person, wearing different clothes, as the little girl said. Huh? Really? Xiao Hei? That person is an astrologer? Vivian looked down at the little wolf cub, and made a surprised sound. Is it the kind of astrologer in the legend that Miss Lu Zi told us before? Liao Zixuan waved his paw to indicate that he was right. He recognized it instantly after taking a look. After all, the clothing style was indeed too special. Wearing this kind of swimsuit, short for one-piece swimsuit, and wearing a hat with a huge brim that can cover the face when pulled down. It is undoubtedly an astrologer. By the way, I don't know if it's to protect my eyes, but Liao Zixuan has never seen a male NPC astrologer in his previous life. When the player changes to this profession, it is also one of the few professions that is limited to gender. Just like the witch. Miss, were you talking to the pet in your arms just now? Suddenly, a voice came from behind the little girl. Vivian turned around and saw that it was a middle-aged uncle with a standard foreign appearance. Ah, forgive me for being abrupt. I was just a little curious. So, after the uncle met the girl's gaze, he scratched his hair, which was not much to begin with. Embarrassedly, it doesn't matter, but Xiao Hei is not my pet, but my natal monster summoned by me. I regard him as my own family, and Xiao Hei is very smart, and often knows much more than me. It is suggested that often can be removed. The little wolf cub in Vivian's arms yawned, and then glanced at the middle-aged uncle, who was surprised and shocked at Vivian's words. Excuse me. Miss, you are a beastmaster. And you signed a contract with a demon or spirit beast that has already awakened. This is the first time I, Xiao Jie, have seen it in my life. It is an eye-opener. The middle-aged uncle who called himself Xiao Jie bowed to the little girl with both hands. And while sighing, he did not forget to flatter her. It's only been a short time. And I've seen so much. Just being able to meet the young lady. It's really worth it for me to bite my teeth and buy the ticket for the astrologist. Ah! This. Vivian shook her head again and again. A little embarrassed. Not knowing what to say. These foreigners really speak in a strange way. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Jie. From Gili. And I'm the second shopkeeper of the Fanio Chamber of Commerce. Huh? Gili? I thought you were from Qiandao. After being surprised, the little girl also introduced herself. Hello. My name is Vivian. I'm from Yanyu. And I don't have a job yet. The two sides got to know each other briefly. Vivian, who had not seen much of the world, did not understand. But Liao Zixuan, who was experienced, saw it at a glance. This guy probably had his eyes on the girl a long time ago. From chatting to improving the relationship now. It was all intentional. However, it was not clear what his purpose was for the time being. So the little wolf cub did not intervene and waited and saw what would happen. Miss, your Xiao Hei is really amazing. It's amazing. He is absolutely right. The one who is in the limelight on the deck now is the astrologer of Qiandao. Xiao Jie is very good at chatting. He started talking with the point that Vivian was curious about just now. But, Miss, I have to remind you. I saw you just seem to admire astrologers very much. But in reality, they are all scammers. Scammers? Vivian expressed her incomprehension. Yes, because there are very few astrologers who are really capable. Most of them are scamming people under the guise of astrology. I have been scammed several times and learned a lesson. Xiao Jie showed a painful expression, as if he had really been scammed out of a lot of money. I tell you, these astrologers have the same routine. The lower-level scammers rely on quantity. Accept everyone. Charge very little each time. And specifically look for places with a large flow of people. While the higher-level scammers focus on quality. I think the one on our deck is a high-level liar. Xiao Jie looked like a businessman and made a very clear point. Quality? I don't quite understand. Facing Vivian, who looked like a young girl, Xiao Jie smiled mysteriously and said, the so-called quality means that these liars will deliberately raise their own value, giving people a very unfathomable feeling. But in fact, they will secretly observe the most valuable targets, and then approach them in various ways. There's an old saying in our Gili. It is said that if you don't lie for 10 years, you will make a living for 10 years if you lie. Oh, this. Vivian was skeptical at first. But until I have said that my astrology is not for making money. Don't come to me for divination again. Destiny is such a mysterious and profound field that it can never be measured by money. Please stop disturbing me. I want to be alone. The female astrologer surrounded by the crowd showed a distressed look, and kept telling the people around her that she did not do divination casually. But the more she said so, the more curious the crowd was, and the higher the price people offered. Many people who could afford the tickets for the astrologist were wealthy families. In this scene, Xiao Jie showed Vivian a look. I'm right. Right? However, the next second, the expression on Xiao Jie's face froze. Because if you keep doing this, I will be angry. Don't tempt me with money anymore. Astrology is a very serious matter. There is no need to use divination for your problem. I won't do divination for anyone. Make way. I'm leaving. Back to my room. The young female astrologer pulled down her hat brim and was about to squeeze through the crowd with a depressed look on her face. But at this moment, her movement stopped, because her eyes happened to meet Vivian, who was also looking here. Then swipe. Miss, do you want to have an astrology? Chapter 235. Vivian looked at the female astrologer who ran in front of her after a 100-meter sprint. A little at a loss. If she had to describe it, the feeling she gave the little girl at this moment was like a person who had been hungry for who knows how many days, and suddenly saw a table of fragrant and sumptuous food. That. Miss, come and have an astrology. It only takes 5 gold coins. The female astrologer said eagerly, even interrupting Vivian's words. After getting closer and taking a closer look, the little wolf cub found that the female astrologer seemed to be young. and her face had a bit of childishness similar to Vivian. Most of her purple-blue hair was hidden under the wide brim of her hat. The exposed part was braided into 2 long braids at the back, each with a pendant of unknown origin tied at the end. The female astrologer's beautiful brown eyes, like stars, stared at Vivian. After some observation, Liao Zixuan had to say that he had reason to suspect that some of the people surrounding the female astrologer were not curious about divination at all, but simply went for the girl herself. Unlike the wolf cub in her arms, who was not involved and had the leisure to observe her appearance, Vivian was startled as soon as the astrologer girl opened her mouth. 55 gold coins. The little girl even raised her voice a few notches, showing how much she couldn't accept it. The female astrologer on the opposite side panicked when she saw Vivian like this. She quickly said to make amends. Then I'll give you a discount. 5 silver coins? 5 copper coins? 5. Free. Free is always okay. As long as you let me do divination for you once. The astrologer girl quoted several prices in a row, and in the end, even free came out. It can be seen that she seemed to be extremely obsessed with Vivian. Others begged her to do divination for them once, but when it came to Vivian, it was as if she was begging the little girl to let her do divination once. The situation in front of her, was beyond Vivian's judgment. She was about to seek the wolf cub's opinion, but another voice came out, as if it had finally come to its senses from the rapidly developing situation, and hurriedly said, "No, we don't tell fortunes." The merchant from Gili, Zhao Jie, directly rejected the astrology girl on behalf of the little girl, and even in a hurry. He said it was a similar profession to theirs in Gili. It's not fortune-telling. It's divination. Astrology. As expected, the girl corrected it with great care. But Zhao Jie waved his hands again and again. We don't need astrology either. Miss Vivian. Let's go. After Zhao Jie finished speaking, he gave the little girl a look, signaling her to follow him and leave here. Vivian couldn't make up her mind for a moment, and with the wolf cub in her arms, she didn't say anything at this time. So she followed Zhao Jie to leave the deck. But who would have thought that the female astrologer, seeing Vivian was actually leaving, also got angry. And in her excitement, she actually blocked the little girl. Miss, please think about it again. Really, I think you especially need an astrology, because I can feel that you have a special. The astrologer girl was interrupted by Zhao Jie before she finished her words. What are you doing? I'm warning you. This is the astrologist, and the lady next to me is a friend of Lady Lucy. If you try to force me to buy or sell, I'll call for help. While Zhao Jie was warning, the commotion here did attract the attention of several Kareel warriors on the deck who were responsible for security, and they were already approaching here. Zhao Jie's words calmed the astrology girl down a lot, and she finally gave way and stopped pestering. But she still kept shouting, Miss, if you change your mind, remember to come to me anytime. My room is on the 2nd floor cabin, the 5th room on the left side of the corridor. Miss. After leaving the deck and returning to the interior of the astrologist, the voice of the astrologer girl finally disappeared from her ears. That, Miss Vivian, believe me, the person just now is definitely a liar. Zhao Jie knew what the little girl wanted to say and answered first. But, she said it was free later. Huh? Free? We who do business know that free is the most expensive. I am too familiar with this kind of liar's way. Don't listen to her words. She will suddenly change her mind and ask for a sky-high price after she really tells you the fortune. At that time, we will have no place to talk even if we want to find a reason. Besides, why did she refuse so stubbornly when so many people came to her for divination just now? Why did she suddenly change her attitude when she saw you? Miss Vivian. As if she couldn't wait to ask you to do divination? Could it be that you, Miss Vivian, have some great fortune that is rare in a century? She is itching to do divination once. Zhao Jie looked experienced and had seen through everything, and taught the little girl. Vivian looked confused when the other party said this. So, is that the case? After thinking carefully, the little girl felt that what Zhao Jie said did make sense. To be honest, when the astrologer said it was free, Vivian was really tempted. Now it seems that this is just a bait? She almost bit it. If the other party really changed her mind later, she would be at the mercy of others. When she thought of this, thank you so much, Mr. Zhao Jie. Vivian thanked him sincerely. No. When you go out, you have to rely on friends and and help each other. It's okay. Xiao Jia waved his hand and laughed. Very cheerfully. By the way, Miss Vivian, what plans do you have for the next time? Not yet. Just take Xiao He and walk around the ship casually. Vivian shook her head. Xiao Jia slapped his thigh. How about this? Miss Vivian. The restaurant on the Astrologist is said to have gathered food from all over the world. And it is beautifully decorated. It is a must-try project. I think it's almost lunchtime now. So Old Zhao, will treat you to celebrate this friend we made? Ah, that's impossible. Vivian waved her hands when she heard that someone wanted to treat her. It's okay. I'm the shopkeeper of a chamber of commerce after all. Oh, shopkeeper means the owner of a shop. I have some money to treat Miss Vivian to a meal. Besides, to be honest, I've been doing business abroad for many years. It was okay at first. But the more time went by, the more I missed my hometown. Miss Vivian, you know, I felt very close to you when I saw you for the first time. Because you reminded me of my daughter in Gili. When I went abroad for business. She was just in elementary school. Now if you calculate her age, she should be about the same age as Miss Vivian. Ah, but of course, if she can have half of your ability, I, as a father, will wake up with laughter in my dreams. Xiao Jia shook his head, and a nostalgic expression appeared on his weathered face. Since the other party had said so, Vivian had no reason to refuse. Moreover, considering that they had not eaten since arriving at Akabane port, even if she was fine, Xiao He would probably be hungry. After agreeing, the two walked towards the restaurant on the first floor. But just as they were going down the stairs, a small accident happened again. Miss Vivian, I have a recommendation for you. Boiled fish. This dish is very delicious. You must try it later. Xiao Jia was interrupted by a loud noise while chatting on the way to the restaurant. Bang! It seemed that a heavy object fell to the floor. Soon after, there was a scolding. Asshole! Can't you just carry something? Don't you know that these are the guests' belongings? If they are broken, you guys will never be able to pay for it. Vivian looked in the direction of the voice and found that there were 2 or 3 coolies. One of them had a heavy box in his arms that fell to the ground. But fortunately, there were some books inside. The Thousand Island Samurai, who looked like a crew member, should be their leading supervisor, and was shouting at the coolie who messed up. Hey! I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? Hurry up and pack up your things. What are you still doing? The coolie who broke the things was looking straight in the direction of Vivian and the others. What was even more surprising was that the coolie was wearing a tattered windbreaker and a hood on his head, almost covering his entire appearance. Even his face was wrapped in bandages? The only thing that could be seen was perhaps the coolie's eyes. Just when the wolf cub in Vivian's arms wanted to take a few more glances at this strange coolie, the supervisor warrior kicked him angrily. This made the coolie seem to wake up from a dream. He quickly looked away, then squatted on the ground without saying a word, and picked up the scattered transport items. It's really unlucky. If I had known you were so clumsy, I shouldn't have chosen you. I tell you, your meal is gone tonight. So go hungry. When the coolie picked up the transport items again, he disappeared from the sight of several people with the supervisor warriors cursing. Alas, these coolies are really not easy. They can only stay at the bottom of the cabin, do the most tiring work, get the least salary, and have to be scolded and beaten everywhere. Xiao Jia sighed with a bit of sympathy for the scene just now. The bottom of the cabin? Isn't there only 3 floors? Vivian asked. The 3rd floor is for us passengers. But for coolies, they are not allowed to move around freely, and can only stay with the cargo. I've been to the so-called bottom cargo hold once. It's really dirty and smelly, like a pigsty, and it shakes violently. I stayed in there for a few seconds and almost vomited. I can't imagine how those coolies survived. Oh, let's not talk about this. Let's go quickly. I'm hungry. After this episode, Xiao Jia really kept his word. Although the girl refused several times, she still paid the bill and specially ordered boiled fish. Vivian tasted this foreign dish, and it was indeed very delicious. After dinner, they chatted for a while, and then separated. Vivian packed a meal and returned to her cabin. After opening the door, Sinyan was still sleeping soundly. She was in the nirvana period and mainly relied on sleep to restore her strength. After being pulled up by Vivian and forced to eat something, she fell back to sleep. I don't know if it was affected by Sinyan. Not only Vivian, But also Liao Zixuan was a little sleepy. The little wolf cub found a comfortable position on the sofa, squinted his eyes, and began to doze off. Before going to bed, the little girl sorted out her belongings for the last time, and sorted out important items such as Alina's notebook and Vulcan Church certificate before she felt at ease. Originally, she wanted to put it back in its place, but suddenly she had an idea. Vivian took out Elena's notebook from the package and began to record what she saw and heard on the ship today on a new page. The little girl thought that she could share it with everyone in Huidian City later. However, after writing, the pen slipped from Vivian's fingertips and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The little girl's head was pressed against the table, and her hands fell weakly on both sides. It seemed that she fell asleep while writing. At this point, the one person and two beasts in the room all fell asleep, and a strange silence filled the room. Not long after, the window was completely covered by the night. In the dark room, the door handle at the door creaked, and someone turned it from the outside. The other party seemed to have a key and easily opened Vivian's room and walked in. Under such a strange situation, the little wolf cub sleeping on the sofa naturally noticed it. No, it should be said that he didn't notice it until this step. But what was even more unexpected was that Liao Zixuan wanted to open his eyes, but his eyelids seemed to be heavy, as if they were filled with lead, and his limbs had no strength at all. Even if he forced himself to cheer up, he could only open his eyes slightly, and saw a vague black shadow in the dark night walking towards Vivian. Squeak! Sinyan was awakened, and it made a shrill cry, trying to wake up Vivian and the little wolf cub. But neither of them responded. She wanted to fight against the strange intruder, but in Liao Zixuan's blurred vision, he only saw the fire and the sickle. The black sickle. Is Vivian awake? Endless sleepiness swept over Liao Zixuan, eroding his mind, making it impossible for him to think more. Then, there was a feeling of tearing the body, as if sinking into the deep sea, suffocating, and falling from a high altitude, dizzy and weightless. The last voice Liao Zixuan heard in the room was, "Die. Witch." And a scream a few seconds later. What is this? Refreshing sea breeze, fresh air, salty sea smell, and the warm and comfortable embrace of the little girl. When Liao Zixuan regained consciousness, all the lost strength in his body returned, and he felt like a drowning man being rescued. He suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. But what the little wolf cub saw was the extremely excited face of the female astrologer on the deck on a sunny afternoon, and her excited and expectant voice. "Miss, do you want to have an astrology?" Chapter 236 Fog. After a brief blank in the brain, the little wolf cub was overwhelmed with shock and astonishment. What happened? What happened? Fragments of memory flashed by like a revolving lantern. Weird drowsiness, weakness, intruders in the dark, Sinyan shouts, and red fire, black sickle. Liao Zixuan now felt that his brain was in chaos. Calm down. The little wolf cub took a few deep breaths and calmed down his violently fluctuating emotions. I have traveled through the game I played before, and I have changed from a human to a monster boss in the cub stage. I have experienced such storms and waves. What else is there to be afraid of? After thinking about this in his heart, Liao Zixuan became much more stable. Let's not talk about other things first. But he has a big heart that is not startled in the face of changes, does not panic when encountering things, and can quickly accept the current situation. This is definitely one of Liao Zixuan's advantages. This should be seen from the time when he first traveled through time. So, the confusion and surprise were quickly suppressed. Liao Zixuan calmed down, summarized all the weirdness, and began to analyze and think. So, the first point is Xiaohei. What's wrong? Vivian was about to say something when she saw the movement of the wolf cub in her arms. She lowered her head and sent a telepathic message. After seeing Vivian's worried and inquiring expression, the wolf cub shook his head at the girl, indicating that it was nothing. However, Liao Zixuan had already confirmed the first thing in his heart. That is, Vivian did not seem to travel back? Yes. Liao Zixuan temporarily defined the weirdness that happened to him as a travel phenomenon. After all, there was a precedent before. But this time, it was not a travel to another world, but a travel back to the past? This is Liao Zixuan's explanation for the déjà vu scene in front of him. To verify this, the little wolf cub did not do anything else and began to observe quietly. Next, as expected, everything was exactly the same as what happened in Liao Zixuan's memory. as if it was replayed again. Next to Vivian, the Geely uncle businessman named Zhao Jie quickly shouted away the astrological girl, who suddenly came to Vivian. During this period, whether it was the expression on Zhao Jie's face, or the words of stern rejection in his mouth, even the tone, there was no difference at all from Liao Zixuan's memory. In other words, what Liao Zixuan thought was right. And now, he was experiencing everything yesterday again. Miss, if you change your mind, remember to come find me anytime. My room is in the second floor cabin, the fifth room on the left of the corridor. Miss. After Zhao Jie took Vivian to avoid the liar, left the deck, and returned to the interior of the astrologist, the voice of the astrologer girl finally disappeared from his ears. While Zhao Jie was explaining to the little girl the so-called liar routine of the astrologer as he remembered, the little wolf cub in Vivian's arms began to think about the second thing. That is, what happened last night. First of all, it is certain that he had just finished dinner and returned to the room. The sleepiness he felt was not natural. In addition, he was weak and confused afterwards. Liao Zixuan could only think of one possibility. Poisoned. Not only him. Combined with Vivian's reaction at that time, the little girl was likely to be poisoned like him. The only one who was not poisoned was probably Xinyan, who had stayed in the room all the time and had not left. Although Liao Zixuan was in an abnormal state and mentally unclear at the time, he still remembered Xinyan's cry. Xiao Fenghuang struggled to resist the intruder, and the fire in the room. In this way, the thread of what happened last night seemed to become clear. That is, someone secretly targeted Vivian and wanted to murder her at night. And the method was to poison her and others so that they had no resistance and were killed by the intruder in their sleep. So did the other party succeed? In this way, my time travel back is more like a death rollback effect common in single-player games? Or is it just a dream? And I saw my future destiny in advance? Wait, isn't this astrology? So, will the astrology girl have something to do with this matter? Vivian was still trying to understand Zhao Jie's explanation of the deception. But she didn't notice that the wolf cub in her arms frowned. The deeper I think about it, the more complicated it becomes. Various possibilities are intertwined. Just like a confusing fog that makes people unable to see anything clearly and feel the direction. This made Liao Zixuan subconsciously recall the ancient rumor about the astrologist that Lu Zi had told him. It seemed that his current situation was the same as the three patriarchs, who were trapped in the fog and trapped in the sea in the rumor. Cheer up. Whether it was a time travel, a death rollback, or a dream, there was at least one thing Liao Zixuan was sure of. He had to do something. There was no time left for him to think carefully. If he continued like this, wouldn't it be like going back to the old way and waiting to die? Therefore, by the way, Miss Vivian, what are your plans for the next time? Zhao Jie took the initiative to ask the little girl about Vivian's future plans, which was exactly the same as Liao Zixuan's memory. And he was waiting for this opportunity. Last time, because Vivian didn't have a clear plan, and she was really hungry after running all the way, she agreed to Zhao Jie's invitation to go to the restaurant for dinner. Liao Zixuan currently has two most direct clues. One is the intruder, and the other is the poison. There are few clues about the former, so he will start from the second clue and start the investigation. Liao Zixuan thought carefully, and he felt that the place where he and Vivian were most likely to be poisoned was the restaurant. Xinyan was fine that night, which also proved this guess. After all, although Xinyan also ate the boat meal, it was packed by the little girl later. This also explains another problem. The food in the restaurant itself is fine. Only he and Vivian ate the problematic food. And there is another detail in the memory. For the time being. Still. Huh? What's wrong? Miss Vivian? Zhao Jie looked at the little girl opposite, who suddenly showed an inexplicable expression, and asked in confusion. No. I just suddenly remembered that there is another important and urgent matter that needs me to go back to the room to deal with. With the intervention of the little wolf cub, the difference from the memory finally appeared. After hearing the little wolf cub's telepathic voice transmission to her return to the room, Vivian did it without hesitation. Although she didn't know why. Is that so? That's a pity. Zhao Jie nodded as if he understood. I originally wanted to treat Miss Vivian to a meal. The restaurant of this astrologist is said to have a collection of delicacies from all over the world. One of them is our Geely boiled fish, which is particularly delicious. When you have time, Miss Vivian, you must try it, Zhao Jie said regretfully. since the little girl said that she had something important to do. Whether it was true or not, he did not bother her anymore. He quickly said goodbye to Vivian and left. However, Xiao Jia did not know that. Just after he turned around, the little wolf cub in Vivian's arms changed his expression and looked at his back with cold eyes and unkind eyes. Boiled fish. After separating from Xiao Jia, Vivian wanted to ask Xiao He several times, because starting from the female astrologer, although Liao Zixuan was deliberately suppressing it, how could he hide it from the little girl who was in tune with him? Vivian could vaguely feel that her little wolf cub seemed to be inexplicably uneasy and anxious. However, on the way back to the room, Vivian hesitated several times and finally chose to remain silent. Even the hand that was habitually stroking the fur stopped quietly, because, although she didn't know what happened, the little girl knew that her little wolf cub was in a very focused state of thinking. And usually in this situation, people don't want to be disturbed by others. Therefore, even if she had many questions in her heart, Vivian suppressed them by force and did what Xiao He said obediently. She might not be able to help Xiao He, but she would never, and would not allow Xiao He to hold her back. That's it. In silence all the way. Only the sound of Vivian hurriedly speeding back to the room. And just when she turned the corner of the stairs, bang! Vivian and another burly body accidentally bumped into each other. When the owner of the dang burly body was about to curse, he saw Vivian's face and immediately swallowed his words back. Miss Vivian, I'm really sorry. Are you okay? It seems that Lucy has explained the identity of the little girl very well. The crew member in samurai uniform bowed and asked carefully, judging from the 3 or 4 coolies carrying goods behind him. They should be supervisors. The little wolf cub took a glance and quickly retracted his attention. He had an impression of this group of people because he met them here at the beginning. Liao Zixuan also remembered that there was a very strange bandaged coolie who accidentally fell down the goods. However, this time, because there was no chatting with Xiao Jia along the way, and Vivian was in a hurry and changed her route. So she changed from seeing him to bumping into him now. Sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm fine. You're not. Vivian also apologized repeatedly, because she was indeed responsible for walking too hastily. But, before the little girl could finish her words, bang! Another sound. Not only interrupted Vivian and the supervisor warrior, but also made the little wolf cub, who had just withdrawn his gaze, frown and look again. That was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. After being looked at by everyone, it seemed that he had just come to his senses. It was the weird coolie who was wearing a cloak and a windbreaker, with a bandage on his face, and only his eyes were exposed. At this moment, he was half squatting on the ground, picking up the scattered objects in a panic, and from his flustered movements, it was not difficult to see that he was very nervous and uneasy. And, you bastard, can't you carry something properly? And you blocked Lady Vivian's way. Apologize to Lady Vivian quickly. The supervisor warrior scolded, and kicked the weird coolie fiercely. It was not difficult to see that he was taking the opportunity to vent his anger. But the girl on the opposite side waved her hands repeatedly. It's okay. I'll just go over there. After saying that, Vivian didn't want to delay any longer. She kept Liao Zixuan's instructions in mind and focused on it. She hurriedly continued to hold the little wolf cub and walked back to the room. After the little girl left, she could still vaguely hear the scolding coming from the staircase corridor. Today is really unlucky. And you? If I had known you were so clumsy, I shouldn't have chosen you. I tell you, you don't have any food tonight. So go hungry. Unexpectedly, this little episode happened again this time. However, this time, there seems to be one more piece of information. That is, the name of the weird coolie is He shook his head. Although this matter is a bit strange, the little wolf cub has no time to think about it now. Liao Zixuan puts all his energy on the action that he has almost planned in his heart and is about to take place. On the 2nd floor of the astrologist. In Vivian's room. Yeah. Xiao He. Don't worry. I will stay in the room. I won't go anywhere before you come back. Ah. Yes. That's right. I won't open the door no matter who knocks. Vivian sat on the bed and nodded like a good baby, seeing that her little wolf cub still didn't explain the reason or tell her what happened after entrusting her, but just looked like he was worried and wanted to go out by himself. Vivian clenched her palms. This time she didn't stop talking. Instead, Xiao He. Vivian called the little wolf cub, who was about to go out. When Liao Zixuan turned around and thought that Vivian couldn't help but let him waste time to explain the whole story. You must protect yourself. And if there is anything I can help you with, be sure to call me. Finally. Come on. Although I don't know what happened, I believe you can do it. Xiao Hei. Vivian showed an encouraging smile on her face. She waved her fist deliberately, perhaps to encourage Liao Zixuan. It was impossible not to be a little touched. But now there was really no time. The little wolf cub nodded and flashed out of the cabin door, after confirming that the door was closed. Since Vivian had already believed in him unconditionally, he would never let the little girl down. Take a deep breath. The little wolf cub's figure flickered, and the originally dark wolf eyes began to have a sense of the underworld. This was Liao Zixuan opening his soul vision. Just before he separated from Zhao Jie, he quietly put a soul mark on Zhao Jie. Following the mark, Liao Zixuan could easily find the astrologist, no matter how big it was. After the soul vision was opened, the little wolf cub sneered. As expected, Zhao Jie, who had said before that he was hungry, did not go to the restaurant after separating from Vivian, but returned to his room. It seemed that he was still sleeping? So, after a few minutes, the little wolf cub stopped in front of the door of a cabin. He found a blind spot with a hidden vision. When the little wolf cub came to the guest room again, he had transformed into a human form and knocked on the door. After 2 or 3 knocks, Zhao Jie's voice came from the room. Who is it? There was a little impatience in his voice, and some emotions of being woken up. And the voice outside the door paused for a while. It's me, Vivian. Chapter 237. Zhao Jie. Bang! It was as if he fell from the bed. What? Miss Vivian. Zhao Jie's surprised voice came from the room. Then, there was a trot and a creak. The door of the guest room in front of him was quickly opened, and Zhao Jie's sight was outside the door. It was indeed the little girl he met today, Vivian. Then, in the next moment, before Zhao Jie, who was full of doubts, asked, in his pupils, the fist from Vivian became bigger and bigger, until it filled his entire field of vision. Bang! After the muffled sound, after raising his leg and stepping over Zhao Jie, who had fainted on the floor, Liao Zixuan, who had transformed into a little girl, walked into the room and closed the door. Ugh sounded like a hoarse groan after waking up from a nightmare. Zhao Jie wanted to reach out and rub his temple. For some reason, his head hurt so much that it felt like he had been hit hard by a punch. Come to think of it, was this the nightmare he had just had? He was knocked unconscious as soon as he opened the door? And the protagonist of the nightmare he dreamed of was the little girl named Vivian whom he had only known for less than half a day. Was it really because of the influence of that thing? Zhao Jie had just woken up, and his mind was still unclear. But even if he was not sober, he could realize one thing. That is, hands. Why can't I move? No, not only hands, but also feet, body. Wait, what on earth is this? The sense of bondage from the limbs finally felt like a basin of cold water, which made Zhao Jie, who had just woken up after being knocked unconscious by a heavy blow, startled and completely sober. He finally realized that although he was still in his room, he was tied to a chair tightly, just like a captured criminal. Zhao Jie instinctively struggled hard, shaking the chair violently. But with his weak physique as a middle-aged businessman, it was useless, and the rope tied to his body did not move at all. Instead, ouch, it hurt so much a painful wail sounded in the room. Looking at Zhao Jie, who was clumsy and extremely frightened, and fell to the ground with the chair, Liao Zixuan, who was also in the room, hiding in a corner and secretly observing, frowned. This seems to be quite different from the mastermind he imagined. In fact, when Zhao Jie was knocked unconscious with one punch after opening the door, Liao Zixuan had already realized that the facts seemed to be a little different from his plan. If this continued, Zhao Jie would be suffocated by the chair before he could observe it again. So, footsteps sounded, and Vivian, disguised as Liao Zixuan, finally walked out of the shadow of the room. Miss Vivian. What? What is this? When Zhao Jie saw the little girl, his face was horrified, full of incomprehension and fear. He now understood that the memory fragment in his mind was not a nightmare, but a real thing. Listen carefully. Next, answer whatever I ask you. From Zhao Jie's perspective, this girl who was very gentle and easy to talk to on the deck seemed to have a drastic change of temperament. Not only was her expression extremely cold, but her voice also carried a threat. All of this gave Zhao Jie a feeling that if he didn't do what the other party wanted, he might really die. No, he couldn't die. How could he die outside before the thing was over? Under the stimulation of the desire to survive, Zhao Jie himself had a lot of experience. He was smart not to resist, and did not struggle to question, but showed an extremely cooperative look. Tell me, what does Miss Vivian want to know? I'll tell you everything. Opposite, seeing Zhao Jie crying and snotting, as if he was an innocent person who had suffered an unexpected disaster, Liao Zixuan's heart was a little shaken. Now the feeling of looking in the wrong direction has occupied more than half. But now that things have come to this, there are still some doubts about Zhao Jie that need to be asked. For example, tell me, why are you targeting me? What do you mean? Miss Vivian. I don't quite understand. Zhao Jie asked stutteringly. Do you think I can't see that you are approaching me on purpose? From the moment you approached me, tell me your purpose. And why it was me. Looking up, Zhao Jie shook his head in fear at the little girl sitting on a chair in the dim room opposite him, looking down at him coldly. Misunderstanding? This is all misunderstanding. Miss Vivian. Yes, I admit that I did intend to approach you. But I guarantee it with my life. I have no intention of doing anything wrong or hurting you. Having said that, and with his life in the hands of others, Zhao Jie had no intention of quibbling at all, and began to tell the truth. Because when the astrologist set sail, I happened to be in the bathroom. Not like other passengers, who had to stay in their rooms according to regulations. And when I hurried out and wanted to go back to my room, I just saw you and Miss Lucy standing together, talking happily. That's why I ran out of the room and looked for Miss Vivian as soon as the astrologist officially sailed. After Zhao Jie explained desperately, Liao Zixuan's expression did not change, but he nodded in his heart. This information point can be found in the memory of this time and last time. Liao Zixuan remembered very clearly that when Vivian was entangled by the female astrologer with shining eyes on the deck, Zhao Jie said in a hurry to drive the other party away. This sentence, the lady next to me is also a friend of Lady Lucy, is like this. At that time, Liao Zixuan was also focused on the female astrologer, so he didn't hear and react to the wrongness of this sentence for a while. But now, indeed, logically speaking, Zhao Jie had just met Vivian at that time and hadn't even said a few words to her. How could he know and be so sure of the relationship between the little girl and Lucy? However, go on. Then what? Liao Zixuan didn't stop there. After all, Zhao Jie only explained the first reason why it was the little girl, and the second why or purpose was not mentioned. To be honest, Miss Vivian, I told you before that I was a businessman from Gili and the second shopkeeper of Fanio Chamber of Commerce. These were actually lies to you. There is no Fanio Chamber of Commerce in Gili, and I am not a rich man. I actually failed in business in Gili and owed a lot of debts. I really had no ability to repay them. So in order not to implicate my wife and daughter, I had no choice but to flee abroad to escape debt. But although I was fleeing debt, I could only escape temporarily, not forever. I have always wanted to start a big business abroad, make a comeback, and make enough money, so that I can return to Gili, pay off my debts, and reunite with my wife and daughter whom I haven't seen for more than 10 years. Zhao Jie said at the end. His voice choked. This is the truth of that thing that he has been accumulating in his heart. It can be seen that the middle-aged face that has experienced vicissitudes of life is mixed with the sorrow and pain of not being able to return home and not being able to see relatives. Zhao Jie seemed to have aged a lot after he had turned over the heaviest thing in his heart. Now it was not like he was being interrogated by Liao Zixuan, but more like Zhao Jie himself. Confession? In our Gili, all businessmen know that information is equal to money. Whoever grasps the market situation in advance can bring home a lot of gold coins. The sudden departure of the astrologist is a big opportunity and a big business that can make money. So, I bet all my belongings on it, bought an expensive ticket, and then carefully observed the actions of Lord Lucy in secret. Finally, hard work pays off. I found that Lord Lucy secretly bought a large amount of goods after arriving in Yenyu, and stored them in the bottom warehouse of the astrologist. During the anchorage, I secretly went there once, but the environment there was too bad. I felt dizzy after a few minutes. Secondly, Lord Lucy's goods were all sealed very firmly, and they were so tight that I had no way of knowing what was in the box. Zhao Jia's eyes showed memories, and Liao Zixuan could also find evidence in it. And this time it was more powerful, proving that Zhao Jia did not lie. Because this time, the evidence was simply only in the last experience. Remember? This time because of him, Zhao Jia and Vivian separated. But last time, Zhao Jia and the little girl saw the incident of the coolie and the supervisor together. At that time, Zhao Jia also expressed his feelings to Vivian, saying that he had been to the lower cabin and described the appearance of the place in detail to the little girl. At that time, the little wolf cub was a little strange. Why did Zhao Jia go to such a place when he had nothing to do? Now, this doubt has also been answered. Of course, there is also a new piece of intelligence information. Miss Lucy has stored a lot of goods under the cabin. When Liao Zixuan was thinking in his heart, Zhao Jia's voice was still ringing. Just when I was scratching my head and getting anxious, I saw the scene between you and Miss Lucy. So I thought about getting close to you and getting along with you, so that maybe I can find out from you what the goods that Miss Lucy bought in Yin you are. In this way, I only need to get a loan immediately after arriving at Qiandao and buy the same category of goods from Lady Lucy. And I will definitely make a lot of money. When Zhao Jia said this, his expression was actually excited, as if he was imagining in his mind the scene of him stocking up in advance, and then selling them to make a lot of money. But of course, he soon became depressed and lost, and only had the irony of himself. Ah! I knew that the distinguished guest who could be treated like that by Lady Lucy could not be a young girl. So, Miss Vivian, you see, I am just an opportunist. At most a down-and-out businessman who is a little clever. I am blind and really shouldn't have calculated it on you. Please, let me go. I promise that I will never tell anyone about what happened today, and I will never look at you again during the next voyage on the ship. Zhao Jia burst into tears and begged bitterly to Vivian, who was disguised as Liao Zixuan, and even burst into tears in the end. Miss Vivian, I really can't die. Please forgive me. Everything I said is true. You can see on my desk. There is a pocket watch that I always carry with me. There is a photo of my daughter. Her name is Xing. They are still waiting for me to go back in Gili. I can't die. After Zhao Jia said this, Liao Zixuan walked to the table and found that it was true. After opening the pocket watch, there was a cute little girl who was 7 or 8 years older, with a standard Gili face, and looked a bit like Zhao Jia. This point was also confirmed in the last experience. Zhao Jia did mention to Vivian that he had a daughter he hadn't seen for many years. Calculating the age, she should be about the same age as Vivian now. Click. After closing the pocket watch and putting it back in its place, Zhao Jia only felt a flash before his eyes, and he was lifted up from the ground. And the ropes that originally bound him also fell off. Thank you. Thank you, little Vivian. Lady Vivian. Thank you, Lady Vivian, for your kindness. Many. That's it. Liao Zixuan waved his hand a little irritably. Remember what you said last? It's best to keep everything that happened just now in your heart. If you dare to tell others. Without Liao Zixuan's threats, Zhao Jia fell to the ground with a plop. Kneeling tremblingly. Completely frightened. Squeaky bang. After leaving Zhao Jia's room, Liao Zixuan frowned as he looked outside the cabin. By interrogating Zhao Jia, he could almost rule out Zhao Jia's suspicion. But this was not a good thing because the clues were broken. If it wasn't Zhao Jia who poisoned them, the poisoner must have poisoned a specific food, knowing that Vivian would eat it. And this food could only be the boiled fish recommended to them by Zhao Jia at the time. But who else knew this information except Zhao Jia? Or was it that he was in the wrong direction, and it wasn't actually poison? If you think about it this way, there are indeed many doubts. For example, if he was really poisoned, why didn't the system prompt him? What kind of poison could make him a forbidden monster, unable to resist and detect it? What's even more strange is that, logically speaking, poisoning is due to insufficient strength and being unable to defeat the enemy openly. But the level of a poison that can even hide from the system can be imagined. For such a being, if he wants to kill Vivian, shouldn't it be just a matter of moving his fingers? Why is it necessary to go through so much trouble? The more Liao Zixuan sorted out, the more troubled he became, and his brows furrowed more tightly, because there were too many things he didn't understand. However, at least this time, he and the little girl, Liao Zixuan, have been staring at the game panel, and the status is normal. So now there is only one thing to do. Waiting for the rabbit. Since there is no clue, let the clue come to the door. Let's see if the intruder in his memory will appear again after he has intervened. Chapter 238 Intruder. Time passed by little. As the sky darkened, the passengers who stayed on the deck of the astrologist began to slowly return to the cabin. The passengers who were still in high spirits at the beginning chose to stop in the corridor after dinner, chatting and laughing, continuing the unfinished topic. Before, the deck was not only for enjoying the sea view, but also for social activities. With their own purposes, they made new friends. During this period, coolies could occasionally be seen, coming and going in the cabin. Most of them were hired by guests to carry large luggage on the ship, or under the supervision of supervisors. They did cleaning work and went to the restaurant to deal with kitchen waste. But gradually, when time officially entered the night, the lively sounds in the corridor became smaller and smaller, until finally, it calmed down and returned to the initial silence. During all this time, no one noticed that there was always a little wolf cub hiding in the blind spot of vision, scanning each of them again and again with a scrutinizing gaze. But as for the result, Liao Zixuan was a little disappointed. He did not find any suspicious people, even at the risk of being alerted. He threw the player's detection skill to each one, but the character panel given showed that all the passengers on the ship were very low-level ordinary people. By the way, the female astrologer on the deck before, Liao Zixuan never saw her figure again later. I don't know if she stayed in the room all the time and never came out. So, who is this intruder? As far as I can remember, the intruder appeared when it was completely dark. Now, there is still a little while before that happens. Taking advantage of this time, Liao Zixuan carefully recalled and sorted out the clues from the last experience. The most intuitive thing is, of course, the two sentences from the intruder that he heard before he lost consciousness. The other party's voice was hoarse, and if Liao Zixuan had to describe it, it was as if his throat was injured. The first sentence of the intruder was die, which, the second sentence seemed to be a shock sound after seeing something completely unexpected. Not to mention the second sentence, Liao Zixuan was completely confused. But the first sentence gave him a lot of useful information. Could the witch here refer to the little girl, Vivian? So the other party would attack and break into the room late at night to assassinate. Because of the witch? Wait. So, is this intruder still on the good side? Because it is well known that in the eyes of the world, which is a symbol of disaster and catastrophe, using this as a breakthrough, Liao Zixuan followed the reasoning and made the outline of the incident clearer. That is, this intruder is likely to be the guardian of the astrologist, or a hidden powerful person on the ship, who has a deep obsession and hatred for the witch. After accidentally, and using unknown means to detect Vivian's witch identity, he planned the following, including poisoning and assassination in the middle of the night. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. And Liao Zixuan could find evidence. The key information that can prove that this intruder did not plan for a long time, but made a temporary decision, is that the other party did not know the existence of Sinyan. Although the little wolf cub could not move his body at that time, he could still sense the surprise and tension when the other party broke into the room and found that Sinyan was still guarding Vivian. From here, it can also be seen that the hard power of this intruder is not strong, at least not to the point of crushing. After all these factors are combined, and the possibility of Zhao Jie is ruled out, a figure that Liao Zixuan has always subconsciously ignored quietly surfaced. Could it be him? The dark clouds covered the moon, making the already dark night even darker. It was late at night, and most people on the ship fell asleep. There was no need to worry about the navigation of the astrologist, as the heart of the sea would naturally make full automatic adjustments. In the cabin floor, in the corridor where Vivian's room was located, a very subtle sound of footsteps suddenly sounded. Even in such a quiet night, if Liao Zixuan was not concentrating, and was waiting for the rabbit, it would be difficult to catch it. It can be seen that the owner of the footsteps was very cautious. Moreover, the other party was deliberately avoiding the lights in the corridor and moving forward along the shadows on the wall. But after all, there are always one or two places where the lights can fully cover. Finally, when he was very close to Vivian's room, just at the next corner, Liao Zixuan saw the appearance of the owner of the footsteps with the help of the yellow-brown light. And it was indeed correct as he guessed. The tattered luggage, the windbreaker covering the whole body, the hood covering the head, and the face wrapped in bandages flashed by under the hood under the light. It was the weird coolie in the daytime. The first time he dropped the goods, it could be said that he didn't hold them firmly. But the second time he happened to meet Vivian, and didn't hold the goods in his arms firmly. Putting aside the extremely small probability, there is only one possibility. Because he was too nervous and shocked after discovering Vivian's identity as a witch. He failed for a moment. In this way, everything can be explained. In the first experience, the supervisor and the coolies also heard Zhao Jia's conversation with them, and naturally knew that Zhao Jia strongly recommended the boiled fish dish to Vivian. As a coolie, he could go in and out of the restaurant kitchen to clean up the kitchen waste. So he had the opportunity to poison. In the shadows, the little wolf shook his head. He should have thought of it earlier. First, he was confused by Zhao Jia. And second, this weird coolie was really too cowardly in the two experiences. He was insulted and kicked by the supervisor, who was obviously suspected of bullying. But he did not resist at all, and was at the mercy of others. Who would have thought that this kind of person would be a swipe? The little wolf cub moved. Now that the true identity of the intruder has been confirmed, Liao Zixuan decided to try to communicate with the other party, first to see if he could resolve the hostility brought by the witch identity through dialogue. Who? At the moment when Liao Zixuan threw the detection skill at the other party. As expected, the more powerful the character, the more sensitive to such things. The bandaged coolie immediately tensed up his whole body and looked around. Finally, the coolie stared at the eyes that appeared in the gap of the bandage, with doubts and strong vigilance in his eyes, looking at a young man who seemed to have been lying in ambush for a long time and had been waiting for him. If I remember correctly, your name is In, right? Liao Zixuan spoke first. At the same time, he looked at the character panel of this bandage coolie given by the detection skill. Level, LV40. Profession, witch. Status, severe burns. Skills, prey. Quick learning. Intermediate melee proficiency. Advanced affinity with fire element. Degree of danger, none. A person who should not have existed, under the watchful eyes of the gods, was able to reappear as fate. And the star tracks intersected Liao Zixuan's expression on the surface was the same as before. But in fact, the more he looked at the panel prompt of this in, the more surprised he was. Witch. It's also a witch. So it's her. Not him? And the degree of danger. None? What does that mean? And the weird note at the end? Not only did the detection skill not help Liao Zixuan, but it made him increasingly confused about what to do. And Liao Zixuan had to suppress his chaotic thoughts because the other party spoke. Who are you? Are you waiting for me on purpose? A familiar hoarse voice sounded. Yes. My name is Bai. As for waiting for you, because I know what you are going to do next. If I'm not mistaken, you want to break into the room of another, which on the ship that you found during the day. Liao Zixuan spoke calmly. And after he spoke, Songin on the opposite side showed a stronger sense of vigilance. So don't be nervous. Can I hear why first? You are a witch. But you want to kill each other? Are all witches like this? The bandage laborer named and is a bandage witch. She stared at Liao Zixuan. She felt a strong sense of oppression from the young man, and from the other party's meaning. She was completely blocking her way. Obviously, if she didn't make it clear, she would not be easily let go, or take action. Who are you? The bandage witch asked again, with a heavier tone. You can think of me as the guardian of this astrologus. My duty is to protect the safety of this ship and avoid all dangerous factors. Obviously, what you are going to do next, Missin, is very dangerous. Very dangerous. Danger? The witch who disguises herself with someone else's face is the real danger, and warned Liao Zixuan with a hoarse voice. If you are really the guardian of this ship, then you should come with me to kill that witch now. You don't know what the organization behind her is. Wherever they appear, there will be disasters. Her appearance here proves that the organization is likely to have set its sights on the astrologus. Wait, Missin, I don't quite understand what a witch disguised with someone else's face means. Liao Zixuan frowned, because the other party's words were too unbelievable. So he couldn't help but move a few steps closer to question. But what he didn't expect was that it was because of these steps. He saw that the bandage witch on the opposite side moved her nose slightly, and then her expression changed drastically, and the original vigilance in her eyes instantly turned into strong hostility. No! You are lying. There is also the lingering scent of the witch on your body, and this kind of smell can only be felt by being close to her. You are not the guardian of this ship at all. You are from that organization. You are in the same group with her. The negotiations broke down. But at least Liao Zixuan was clear about 2 points. First, the other party actually relied on the smell to identify Vivian's witch identity, and could also smell the lingering scent of the witch on his body. The second is that you this time came from Liao Zixuan. And he couldn't help but exclaimed, because I only saw that this bandage witch, after confirming that I was the enemy, started the combat mode. The first weapon summoned was the black sickle. This corresponds to the vague scene that the little wolf cub saw in the first time. But now, when Liao Zixuan in a normal state can clearly see the black sickle in the hand of him, the reason why he shouted is that this black sickle is actually the weapon used by Vivian in the second personality. Although it cannot be said that the appearance is exactly the same, it is at least 70% similar. So to speak, Liao Zixuan always feels that the other party's eyes, with bandages exposed, also have a sense of déjà vu. So, there was no time for Liao Zixuan to think, because the opponent's black sickle had already arrived in the blink of an eye, and the battle between the two was about to break out. After Vivian's promotion to the witch, the little wolf cub also drank a mouthful of soup and upgraded to level 35, as a taboo monster that is rarer and more precious than the witch profession. Although the opponent is 5 levels higher than him, Liao Zixuan still easily suppressed the whole process, seeing that she was getting more and more disadvantaged and about to lose. The bandage which named and seemed to fight to the death. After all, there was no other way. Now they were on the sea, and there was no escape at all. After taking an opportunity to separate temporarily, Liao Zixuan only heard the other party utter 2 syllables in a hoarse voice. Pray. As for the follow-up, Liao Zixuan could not hear it clearly because the voice was too small and fast. He could only vaguely hear a few words. I am willing to offer it as a sacrifice. Liao Zixuan's expression became more serious. He wanted to interrupt, but it was too late. There was no doubt that each witch had her own unique witch skills. Obviously, the witch ability called prayer was the witch ability of this En. In an instant, an incomparable huge power suddenly burst out from En's body, which was several times higher than before. This is the power of the witch. But correspondingly, the stronger the power, the greater the price. Especially this kind of witch ability similar to explosion. Liao Zixuan noticed that blood was overflowing from many places on En's bandages, dyeing the earth-gray bandages into dark red dye, which is lackey, with hatred and anger. The strengthened and slashed Liao Zixuan with his full-strength sickle. Liao Zixuan did not dare to be arrogant, and also summoned all his strength to meet it with his fist. Then, an unexpected scene happened to both parties. Liao Zixuan's fist easily smashed the seemingly aggressive black sickle, and then rushed through the chest of the bandage witch without losing momentum. What? What? Both sides revealed disbelief in their eyes. Liao Zixuan looked at the bloody hole on the witch's body in surprise. When he realized something was wrong, it was over. He could not retract his strength at all. On the other hand, the bandage witch named En. What did you do to me? Why can't I pray? I can't die. I haven't rescued Ellie yet. Plop. The eyes that lost their luster were completely dim, and the bleeding body fell at Liao Zixuan's feet. However, before Liao Zixuan could come to his senses and figure out what happened, the feeling of tearing, weightlessness, suffocation, all the feelings he experienced in the first time suddenly emerged from his body. Vivian. Did something happen to Vivian? Liao Zixuan stumbled and rushed back to the little girl's room immediately. But when he opened the door, the scene presented was, Sister Vivian. Sister Vivian. You wake up. Don't scare Sinyan. Woo woo. Wake up. Wake up. The firewood flames that had turned into human form were like ants on a hot pot, crying anxiously, surrounding Vivian on the bed. When Liao Zixuan looked at the little girl anxiously, he only saw blood seemed to burst from under the skin, and the blood vessels were all over the bed, and there was an obvious dent on the chest. Brother, you are finally back. Think of a way. Save Sister Vivian. Vivian suddenly became like this a few minutes ago. I said I wanted to find Xiaohei, but she stopped me and said Xiaohei wouldn't let her go out, and asked her to stay in the room all the time. No matter what happened, she couldn't go out. Sister Vivian has been enduring the pain, and I tried to treat it, but these injuries seemed to appear out of thin air, and my flames didn't work at all. Brother, you should think of a solution quickly. Brother, Xiaohei, you What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Xian Yan's crying and panic echoed in his ears. The last scene was the little girl running towards him in fear. The feeling of being deprived of consciousness, sinking into the deep sea, and being wrapped in darkness became stronger and stronger. And this time, it was different from the first time. In the haze, when the consciousness was swallowed by the deep sea, at the bottom of the ocean where you couldn't see your hand in front of you, there was a faint blue in the darkness. Liao Zixuan tried hard to see, and finally saw something vaguely. It was a pair of eyes. A pair of faint blue eyes, with a mysterious depth like the stars in the night sky, and like the stars, with eyes that kept people away from thousands of miles away, and could only make people look up, and were out of reach. A pair of eyes, like a dead pool, as quiet as still water, without any emotional color. In the end, the tide of darkness submerged everything. Plop. Chapter 239 The Watching of God. Miss, do you want to have an astrology? Vivian looked at the female astrologer, who suddenly ran towards her, a little at a loss. Xiao Jia, who was chatting with the little girl next to him, was also a little dumbfounded at this moment. He had just finished saying that this kind of liar who relied on not cheating for 10 years, but making a living for 10 years was very picky about customers. But he didn't expect that she would come to snatch people from him. Could it be that this astrology liar also accidentally encountered the relationship between this little girl and Lady Lucy? How could that be possible? It was obviously him who came first. So, after Xiao Jia came to his senses, he hurriedly wanted to drive the female astrologer away. Stealing people's wealth was equivalent to murder. What's more, he, Xiao Jia, really needed to make a lot of money to repay his debts, return to his hometown, and reunite with his family. But who would have thought that a young figure would be one step faster than him? Xiao Jia only saw that the little wolf cub that had been in Vivian's arms was dazzled for a moment, and then ran over in the next moment. Huh? This is it? How can it? The female astrologer explained in panic. In her arms, a black little wolf cub was clinging to her already tight astrology clothes, making the girl panic. Because it was too sudden, the female astrologer subconsciously made a circle with her hands and held the little wolf cub in her arms, thus avoiding the risk of the clothes being torn off. After that, the girl didn't dare to move. She held the wolf cub in her arms and looked towards Vivian with a look of help. Look at that anxious and distressed look. As if she was saying, she only had this ancestral astrology clothing. It would be terrible if it was damaged. New ones are too expensive and can't be bought at all. There will be nothing to wear. Hurry up and let your wolf cub get down. And Vivian also blushed after reacting, feeling a little ashamed. Xiao He, stop making trouble. Come back. The little girl spoke quickly, and quickly approached the female astrologer, and then hurriedly took her own wolf cub back from her arms. The wolf cub was finally taken away, and the female astrologer hurriedly lowered her head to check the clothes first. After confirming that there were no scratches or scrapes on the astrologer's clothes, it seemed that the wolf cub still had some conscience and did not expose its claws. The girl was completely relieved, patted her chest in fear, and breathed a long sigh of relief. On the other side, Vivian puffed up her cheeks. Her little face was tense, and she tried to create a serious and angry expression, and severely taught her wolf cub. Soon, Vivian returned to the front of the astrologer girl with a look of admitting her mistakes, and the wolf cub with drooping ears. I'm really sorry. My little black has caused you trouble. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. The astrologer girl was a little angry because she had suffered an unexpected disaster and almost had to go back to the Thousand Islands naked. After seeing Vivian's quick and sincere apology, her anger subsided. In addition, after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that she was also partly responsible. After all, she was the one who suddenly took the initiative to run to the other party. So the girl lost her temper even more. However, it's okay. It's okay. But if possible, Miss, please let me do astrology for you. Although it's a bit mean to say this. It seems a bit like taking advantage of the situation. But which astrologer can refuse such a person who exudes a strong destiny? This is simply a super experienced gift for astrologers. Ahem. In short, it's like an antique player seeing a rare treasure and must taste it. Huh? Astrology? Although I don't know much about it. If the lady wants, I am willing to cooperate. Vivian hesitated for a moment, then nodded immediately. The little girl was indebted to others, so of course she would not refuse. Ah! Great! Great! Thank you, miss. After Vivian agreed, the astrological girl showed an excited expression, rubbing her hands, and was extremely happy. At the same time, the other werewolf was in the same mood. Liao Zixuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This time he finally caught up. As he guessed, after welcoming death, he returned to the original scene, which felt a bit like a save point. In the second time, I didn't react in time, and I was too focused on thinking and planning. So I missed the chance to meet the astrologer girl. And now Liao Zixuan, who is in the third time, has a lot of new questions in his mind. But this time he reacted quickly, and didn't give Zhao Jia a chance to drive the astrologer girl away. He directly changed the original trajectory by force. And in this way, he ensured that Vivian would accept the girl's divination request. Just like in the legend of the astrologist, the three families were trapped in a strange fog on the sea, and were about to lose their way. It was the appearance of an astrologer who helped the three families to uncover the fog and guide the direction. So, now he, confused, also tried to seek help from the astrologer. Liao Zixuan felt that this would be a breakthrough to solve the problem. Under the operation of the little wolf cub, as expected, Uncle Gili next to him, Zhao Jia wanted to say something several times, but because the situation changed too quickly, he didn't even have a chance to interrupt. So it was left unresolved. However, he did not give up, but changed another way. Wait, you tell me first. How much does your astrology cost? Don't raise the price on the spot. Seeing that he couldn't stop Vivian, Zhao Jia began to ask the astrologer girl about the price with a threatening tone. From the tone of this Uncle Gili, it was as if he was saying, I have seen through all your tricks. This time we are in the wrong. We admit defeat, but you can't rip us off too much. But his words aroused a great reaction from the astrology girl opposite. What? Raise the price on the spot? Don't compare astrology. Such a great skill. With money. Since I took the initiative to bring it up. Of course, I won't charge a penny. You said that you would tell us fortunes for free. Zhao Jia was stunned for a moment, but quickly confirmed it. Of course, we are about to tell fortunes. And those who are not related should leave quickly. I don't want outsiders to disturb my water fortune-telling. The astrologer girl said this to Zhao Jia, and also to the passengers on other decks who were curious and gathered around. Miss Vivian, if you have anything, remember to come to me. Also, I would like to treat you to a meal when I have time. Vivian, it can be said that the situation has changed. The first two times, Zhao Jia took the little girl away from the scammer astrologer girl. But this time, Zhao Jia's shouting became smaller and smaller, and the astrologer girl took Vivian to a quiet place on the deck. Huh? I really don't know why I came to such a place. As an astrologer, I should limit my material desires. I don't know how many new astrologer instruments I can buy with the money for the ticket to buy this ship. After leaving the noisy crowd, the female astrologer took a long breath and muttered to herself with a bit of complaint. Huh? Vivian was a little confused after hearing it. Oh, sorry. The situation is like this. Actually, how should I put it? It seems that I have lost my memory. Lost my memory? Facing the little girl's surprise, the astrologer girl nodded awkwardly. Yes. When I woke up, I found myself on this ship. Except for remembering that people in the past seemed to call me Maggie, and that I was an astrologer. The rest is completely unclear. The girl named Maggie sighed sadly. But soon, her expression changed, and she waved her hands anxiously. But? What's your name? Miss? Vivian. But don't worry. Miss Vivian. I haven't forgotten my memory of astrology at all. And I am definitely the world's top astrologer. I guarantee that the fate reflected by my water divination is absolutely true and reliable. And there is no falsehood. The female astrologer patted her chest, her expression showing extreme confidence. Yes, I believe you, Miss Maggie. Then let's get started now. Under the gaze of Vivian and the little wolf cub, they saw that Maggie took out a compass from nowhere as if she were performing a magic trick. This compass is also very different from ordinary ones. First of all, its disc is like seawater. It flows slowly. If you feel it carefully, you can find the water element hidden in it. After Maggie made some preparations, she suppressed her excitement and explained to Vivian. Miss Vivian, in astrology, we generally believe that everyone's fate is linked to the constellations in the night sky. By fortune telling a person's constellation, you can get a glimpse of his future fate. However, fate is a mysterious thing that is difficult to look directly at, and is also very dangerous. Therefore, my water fortune telling is one of the branches of astrology. It relies on the water surface to simulate the sea of stars in the sky, and the constellation corresponding to the fortune teller is reflected on my water surface. To put it simply, it's like we can't look directly at fate, but if we use a mirror to refract fate, we can safely peek at it. Maggie's last words made the little girl completely understand. But what she didn't expect was that Maggie hadn't finished explaining. And this time, even the little wolf cub in Vivian's arms couldn't help but prick up his ears instantly, full of concentration. Because, and Miss Vivian, the reason why I ran to you so excitedly and wanted to help you with divination is because I can feel that you. After Maggie paused for a second or two, the astrologer girl said seriously word by word, "You are being watched by the gods." "Am I being watched by the gods?" Vivian said in a tone full of incomprehension. "Yes, because Miss Vivian, the astrological signs on you are much stronger than those of all others. This can only happen because you are favored by our water god. That is, as people in the Thousand Islands often say, the gods who are high above cast their eyes on the mortals in the world, which often represents the gods' recognition of mortals. And such people will have smooth sailing and make rapid progress. And all of them will become powerful figures." Maggie nodded and explained. But she hesitated again, and then added a sentence. "Of course, there is also a very small probability that you are not favored by the water god, but that you are targeted by the water god and regarded as an abnormal object to be eliminated." "Hey, don't be so nervous. I'm just talking. Although I don't feel good about the water god. He is one of the 9 gods after all. Especially the water god who believes in fate. Even if you have committed a heinous crime and killed countless people, the water god will not care about you as long as your death date has not arrived. If your death date has arrived, you will be killed by fate without the water god. Unless you change your fate, the water god will regard you as abnormal. But how can such a thing happen?" "Hey." As Maggie spoke, not only her tone, but also her expression became a little dim. "Is that so? But Miss Maggie, you just said that you don't like the water god? But I heard that the water god is the ancestor of all astrologers." Vivian breathed a sigh of relief and curiously asked about the girl's opening sentence. "On the other side?" Maggie nodded. "That's right. Because what I pursue is different from most astrologers and water gods. As I just mentioned, the water god regards fate as a given and cannot be changed. Take an example, Miss Vivian, and you will understand. There is a chance to pull the future heinous person back on track. But give up? Because the other party's fate is to be a sinner. Then he should go the way of a sinner. There is a chance to save the death of a respected person. But let it go, because his fate is to die at this time. According to the water god's philosophy, fate is the trajectory label for everyone. Everyone is a gear on the machine. Only when each gear moves according to the prescribed trajectory can the entire huge machine not make mistakes." After Maggie's words, Vivian seemed to understand and listen carefully. She came from the flame realm, and the philosophy pursued by their fire god was, It was because of this novelty that Vivian carefully understood the gods of foreign countries. Across, Maggie held her head high and looked up at the stars. After talking about the water god, it was her turn. The young astrologer clenched her fists and said to the little girl in a voice full of obsession and determination, "What I pursue is not only to reveal fate, but also to be like the great astrologer in the legend of the astrologess. I want change fate. In the atmosphere, on one side is the high and mighty water god, and on the other side is the little astrologer who only knows his name and has lost his memory, but can have such lofty ambitions, which is a bit like a challenge to the gods," making Vivian's eyes full of admiration. And even the little wolf cub in her arms was very excited. It seems that she has found the right one. Unfortunately, all of this disappeared in the next moment. Because this is Maggie's old problem. She only adds the key point at the end. It is although I seem to have never succeeded. The astrologer girl scratched her head. Chapter 240 Star Tracks intersect. Past and present life. First, Miss Vivian, please put your hand on it. After explaining the basic principles and some things about astrology, Vivian officially began divination under Maggie's guidance. The little girl put her hand on Maggie's compass, and the flowing water on the compass seemed to have sensed something, wrapping Vivian's hand and submerging it. "Let me see." This way. It's a bit strange. Let me take another look. I saw Maggie began to mutter in a daze, as if she was in a very focused state. She frowned, nodded, and held her chin with one hand, looking thoughtful. From the perspective of Vivian and the little wolf cub, Maggie's fingers were tapping in the air, as if there was another star compass in the air that they could not see, being twirled and rotated by the astrology girl. This state lasted for several minutes. Huh? Okay. Now please, Miss Vivian, think of something in your mind. Maggie wiped the slight sweat stains on her forehead. It was obvious from the girl's face that she was much more depressed than before, and obviously consumed a lot of energy. But the excitement in Maggie's eyes was not reduced at all. On the other side, think of something? Vivian asked carefully, worried that it would affect astrology. But Maggie waved her hand, and the star pendant on her body made a crisp collision sound, and she said in a reassuring tone, yes, you can think about anything. Okay. After getting confirmation, Vivian closed her eyes. As a result, the first picture that subconsciously appeared in her mind was the little wolf cub jumping into Maggie's arms. There was no way, if there was no special obsession, people would first think of something that happened recently. And just when Vivian confirmed that what she was thinking about was her own little wolf cub, the voice of the astrologer girl also sounded at the same time. Okay, Miss Vivian, it's ready. Huh? So fast? Vivian opened her eyes curiously and looked down at the compass. Soon, the curiosity in the little girl's eyes turned into surprise and praise. Good. Amazing. It's exactly what I thought. But why are there two? Unlike Vivian, the little wolf cub in his arms did not close his eyes throughout the whole process, and Liao Zixuan saw the changes in the compass clearly. As soon as Vivian closed her eyes, the surface of the compass rippled and quickly condensed into the shape of a wolf. But soon, just when Maggie reminded the little girl that it was okay, Vivian opened her eyes, and at the last second, a new wolf appeared on the astrological compass, and it quickly emerged from the water surface. The two wolves on the compass surface bit each other's tails, forming a closed circle, which became the final pattern. Water divination is to use your thoughts as a medium to predict your future destiny, so it is normal to have some discrepancies. Well, let me take a look, Maggie explained while leaning over to look at the pattern in the compass. Is this Gemini? Well, it's a rare constellation. The astrologer girl was surprised and frowned. In theory, this is a variant branch of the Gemini constellation. But all Gemini constellations should follow the rule of one bright and one dark, symbolizing the two sides of the person being divined. But why are your two wolves so bright? Strange. This is already considered an intersection of star tracks, a phenomenon that will never happen in astrology. Is it because you are being watched by the water god? Suddenly, Maggie seemed to have thought of something and asked abruptly, Miss Vivian, do you have any deceased sister or younger sister? No. Vivian shook her head. I only have one younger brother. No, the gender doesn't match. And it's not even a twin, let alone intersecting star tracks. Maggie shook her head after hearing this. But anyway, Miss Vivian, fate shows that you may soon meet someone who is very similar to you. And it is very likely that this person does not actually exist in this world, but appears temporarily with some magical power. Well, okay. Although she didn't quite understand, Vivian still whispered back. Okay, keep reading, the astrologer girl said, and fell into the previous state of immersion in interpretation. Let me see. These two wolves are chasing each other, and they both want to bite each other's tails. Well, this suggests, Miss Vivian, that the similar person you will meet seems to be very unfriendly to you. If you don't handle it properly, it will be a situation where both sides will suffer. Vivian was still listening carefully to Maggie's divination, but the little wolf cub was completely confirmed by this sentence, and the result of the first sentence of divination. The fog was completely cleared, and the truth surfaced. If Liao Zixuan was not completely sure that the similar person in the first divination was that guy, then the second divination made Liao Zixuan very sure. The similar person here refers to the bandage, which named and who attacked Vivian in both cycles. The memory of his confrontation with it on the second night flashed quickly. The strange things that surprised and puzzled Liao Zixuan at that time seemed to have been explained now. Why would he describe Vivian as a witch who disguises herself with someone else's face with such certainty? Why isn't so hostile to Vivian? Why does Anne's witch power seem to be useless to him? Why did Vivian also suffer the same injuries after he killed In and then lost her breath? And why isn't called In? No. It should be said that In is an abbreviation that deliberately simplifies disguise. The real full name of the bandage, which should be Vivian. However, as described in the system prompt at the beginning, and as a person who should not exist, is not a person in this world. Her true identity is most likely Vivian in the previous life. That is, in the world line of Fallen God where Liao Zixuan was still a player in the previous life. There was naturally no Vivian accompanied by the little wolf cub. In fact, after experiencing the second time, Liao Zixuan could guess that it was Vivian based on various clues. But the outrageous setting of previous life still had to rely on the astrologer girl to make him sure. Then, if this is taken as the main premise, more doubts can be explained. On the last night of leaving Huidian City, Liao Zixuan clearly remembered that on the boat in Shenli Lake, Liz told him a dream. A dream about if there was no wolf cub. At the beginning, Liao Zixuan just listened to it, thinking that Liz thought too much and was too scared, which led to a nightmare, and did not take it to heart. But now it seems that Liz's dream is not that simple. The most straightforward evidence is that Liz once told him that in the dream world, Vivian, who did not have a wolf cub, also embarked on the path of a witch. But compared with the little girl now, it can be said that one is in heaven and the other is in hell. Quite miserable. In the dream, she was framed as the scapegoat for killing the count, tied to a pillar, doused with oil, and subjected to cruel burning. It was with the help of Alina, the maid, who flew into the sea of fire and injected Vivian with a potion that Vivian truly awakened as a witch. Bandage witch. Bandage witch. This is the code name Liao Zixuan gave to In based on her appearance. Now that I know the most likely truth, my heart suddenly tightened. Because if Vivian's original world line really developed according to Liz's dream, then In was wrapped in bandages all over her body. It is very likely that it was to cover up the burn marks on her body that were burned beyond recognition after being burned at the stake. Xiao Hei. What's wrong? Vivian felt the wolf cub in her arms trembling all over. When she lowered her head in concern, she didn't expect that her own wolf cub, who was originally very proud, actually rubbed her hand, as if he was afraid of losing her. The little girl's heart suddenly warmed up. Vivian thought that the wolf cub was worried about her after hearing Maggie's divination. She stroked the wolf cub's head affectionately and comforted him. It's okay. We have experienced so much in Yinyu. I believe that nothing can stump us. What's more, we now have a very powerful astrologer to help us. After saying this, Vivian cast a trusting look at the astrologer girl. And after hearing this, Maggie shuddered all over. After being praised, she showed an expression of leave it to me, as if she was very pleased. The little wolf boy also suppressed his nervousness. It turned out that finding this astrologer as a breakthrough point was the right choice. But then, how could it be? My water divination, Maggie suddenly exclaimed, and looked along the line of sight of the astrologer girl. She saw that the constellation of Vivian's double wolf on the compass began to become unstable, as if the calm water surface that was originally used as a carrier began to have waves, and it became more and more violent, and finally turned into turbulent waves, and a wave directly dispersed all the constellations. Damn it! This is the water god. It's because the gaze from the gods on you is too strong. When I tried to spy deeper, the authority of the water god wiped it out and stopped me from continuing. Maggie felt a bit gnashing her teeth. It seemed that she didn't have much worship and respect for the water god in this astrology girl. On the contrary, she was more like a strong competitor. Sorry, Miss Vivian. I really don't have the ability to tell fortunes for you again. The last time I told you has exhausted my energy. I have to go back to my room to rest for a while, Maggie said weakly. After the excitement subsided, a strong sense of fatigue emerged, making the girl look weak. It's okay. I'll take you back to your room, Miss Maggie. Vivian waved her hand when she saw this. The girl didn't get greedy after getting a free fortune from someone else's astrology. But what Vivian didn't expect was that before Maggie could speak, the little wolf cub in her arms reacted very violently. Vivian only felt that the little wolf cub sent her two very strong words. No! After the previous two cycle experiences, Liao Zixuan would certainly not let Vivian go without permission, especially when Maggie was offline at the most critical point, which made Liao Zixuan happy for nothing. And at the same time, the dark clouds in his heart thickened a little. because he did not expect that there was also the shadow of the water god in this, being watched by the gods. Liao Zishuan initially thought that it was because they were carrying out the mission of the god of fire, and were at the level of relatives. So it was natural for them to be noticed and taken care of by the water god. But now it seems that combined with what Maggie said about the concept of fate pursued by the water god, their situation is likely to be far less optimistic. And even, it really happened that the extremely low probability that Maggie said that the gods watched Vivian was not favored, but was regarded as abnormality of fate by the water god, and was closely watched. This also explains the appearance of an, who can bring the original Vivian from another world line to this world. Such an incredible ability can only be done by the water god. In other words, Liao Zishuan thought that this trip to the 1,000 Islands was to break all 3 routes, and he could happily push home with super soldiers. As a result, it has now reversed. It turns out that the 3 high grounds were broken, and it was his own home. He didn't win easily. It was simply a situation of heaven's punishment against the wind. I quit. I'm going home. This was Liao Zishuan's first reaction. But this road was soon blocked, because Lu Zi said that the astrologist was not controlled by humans, but was autonomously controlled by the heart of the sea. Once the destination was determined, it could not be changed. Fuck. Liao Zishuan now found that they seemed to have been tricked by the old lady, the god of fire, because he didn't believe that Alice couldn't foresee this, and she still smiled and urged them to get on the road. Isn't it obvious that she was pushing them into the fire pit? It's too late to say this now. Liao Zishuan knew that not only did they have no way back, but they were also trapped in a weird cycle due to the god's gaze. However, since the god of water didn't take action directly, but just cast a glance, it proved that Maggie was right. It was because the god of water pursued destiny that he would not interfere casually. Instead, he used the form of an to test them, although Maggie couldn't give him any more hints. The solution to this problem was much simpler, since he had already figured out the enemy. What was certain was that he absolutely couldn't fight her, and couldn't be hostile to her. After all, he had already verified in the second time that causing harm to him was equivalent to self-harm to Vivian. So in this case, a new strategy came out. Since he couldn't fight her, could he still hide? And had the night raid after he ran into Vivian. In other words, as long as it didn't see that there was another her on the ship, the night raid plot would not be triggered. This was also why Liao Zishuan immediately spoke out to stop her. Vivian went to accompany the astrologer girl back to the room and calculated the time. If she ran into an who was carrying goods during that time, everything would be ruined again. The astrologist only had 3 days to sail on the sea. This meant that as long as they survived these 3 days and got off the ship, they would have completely passed the test. What's more, Liao Zishuan suddenly thought of a prop that he had overlooked. It was a prop that the maid Alina had emphasized and urged them to bring before seeing them off. Alina's diary. It will definitely come in handy when you are in danger. This is what Alina, the witch of reason who had the power to analyze everything, said. Chapter 241, the third day. This is the situation. Miss Lucy, I'm really sorry to bother you to come here. In the room, Vivian showed an embarrassed expression to the woman in 1,000 Island clothing opposite. The woman shook her head. No. I should thank Miss Vivian for telling me the news in advance so that I can prepare. What? Are you sure you don't need me to send someone to deliver meals to you every day? Lucy hesitated and asked the girl opposite again. It was about a few minutes ago that she received a summons from Vivian. No. To be precise, it was the little wolf cub in Vivian's arms, who suddenly found her on the boat. The 1,000 Island warriors following Lucy were startled at the time. Fortunately, Lucy quickly recognized the identity of the little wolf cub and understood what he meant, and followed him to Vivian's room. Afterwards, Lucy was very nervous and worried, thinking that Vivian had a problem. Later, after the little girl in the room explained, Lucy was relieved. It turned out that it might be because she was exposed to a lot of new things, or for some other reason. In short, Vivian told her that she had to stay in the room for the next 3 days to practice and comprehend magic. She called her here just to say hello in advance. It's okay. It's okay. No need. I also brought some dry food with me, enough to support me until I got off the ship. And when I was comprehending magic, I was mostly in a meditative state, so I didn't need to eat much. Vivian waved her hand and declined Lucy's suggestion to deliver food. Seeing that the little girl said so, Lucy had no choice but to nod, and asked a few more questions if there was anything else, and then left the room. when Vivian was left alone again. Xiaohei, is this okay? The little girl turned around and asked the little wolf cub on the table. The little wolf cub nodded, and next to his paw was an open diary. Chirp! The little sparrow Xinyan made a dissatisfied cry, flying around the room, expressing her depressed mood. It was not easy to come out to play, to see the sea and such a big ship. But now she was told that she had to stay in this small cabin room for 3 days of sailing. Xinyan was of course a little unhappy. She flew to the little wolf cub on the table and chirped, as if questioning why they had to do this. Okay, Xinyan, Xiaohei must have his reasons. And the astrologer we met on the boat just now did say that I might encounter some trouble. I think Xiaohei wants us to be more cautious, which is always right. Vivian came to the little sparrow, held the pouting Xinyan in her palm, and stroked her several times. When Xinyan saw that the little girl had spoken, and the wolf cub looked really serious, he also wilted. After chirping a few times symbolically, he became sensible and quieted down, no longer making a fuss. After repeatedly telling Vivian not to go out casually no matter what happened, the little wolf cub disappeared in the room. The diary on the table disappeared with it. In this case, it should be okay this time. The little wolf cub, who was guarding the door, thought silently in his heart. After finishing the divination with Maggie on the deck, Liao Zixuan calculated the time and asked the little girl to stay on the deck for a long time. In addition, he went to scout the corridor, first to make sure that he would not bump into anyone who was carrying things like the previous 2 times. And then he took Vivian back to the room quickly. The scene with Lucy was also planned by Liao Zixuan. After all, he only had the memory of the first day. In order to prevent him from bumping into the girl somewhere in the next 2 days, and triggering the night attack plot, Liao Zixuan chose the most permanent and safest method, which was to keep Vivian from leaving the room. Although it was a bit unfair to the girl, Liao Zixuan had to do it because it was a matter of life and death. Of course, he would always guard the door. And even just in case, if it really came to the door for unknown reasons, he would have a trump card to use. Thinking of this, Liao Zixuan confirmed again that in the backpack space, there was a Propolina's diary lying quietly. Why not just take this diary and go to him? Liao Zixuan considered 2 points. First, the risk is too great. This is equivalent to actively exposing their identities. And in the previous life is obviously very different from Vivian now, both in character and experience. She is a real witch. In addition, he did cycle twice because of him. Liao Zixuan does not trust him and does not feel good about him. Second, their goal is just to reach the 1,000 Islands. As long as they survive the 3-day voyage, and will not come to trouble them. In this case, there is a safe way now. Why do they have to take risks? To sum up, Liao Zixuan only used Alina's notes as a trump card in case of an emergency. If it finds them anyway by coincidence of fate, it won't be too late to take it out at that time. That's it. As the hourglass of time began to reverse, the light outside the window dimmed, and the corridor was shrouded in darkness. There were fewer and fewer people moving in the corridor until it was silent. Night fell. In the dark and gloomy corridor of the cabin floor, there was only a yellow-brown light for lighting every 3 or 4 rooms. And at this moment, the little wolf cub was still squatting in the shadow, not far from Vivian's room. Just like the second time, the time has come to verify whether his strategy is effective. The little wolf held his breath and concentrated all his attention to listen to the movement in the corridor. And this time, it is not just the time when Zhongyan would appear in the previous 2 times. Even if the little wolf did not sleep all night for the sake of safety, did not close his eyes, and was fully focused, but no footsteps appeared in the corridor, and Vivian's panel did not see the slightest abnormality. It was not until the first ray of sunlight in the morning, which shone through the window outside the cabin, symbolizing the arrival of the second day, that Liao Zixuan's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. Huh? Finally got through the first day. Finally did not hear the annoying line miss. Do you want to do astrology? The little wolf cub breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't slept all night, and his bloodshot wolf eyes showed a lot of fatigue from the intense concentration. But more of it was happiness. Sure enough, it was exactly as he expected, and actually didn't know Vivian's existence at all. And it was very likely that she didn't realize that she was not from this world. Perhaps Vivian in another world line also boarded the astrologist by chance, and was also going to the 1,000 Islands. The intersection of the plots of the 2 world lines was used by the water god, which led to the reappearance of fate and the intersection of star tracks. The success of the first day gave Liao Zixuan great confidence. In the next 2 days, as long as he continued to strictly implement it and did not let a notice Vivian's existence, he could also get through it safely. So, the little wolf cub continued to stay where he was. And the little girl in the room obviously had unlimited trust and execution in Liao Zixuan's words, which can be seen from the second experience. Even though Vivian was collaterally injured by it at that time, bleeding profusely and dying, she still stayed in the room until Liao Zixuan hurried back, not taking a step out. And this time, of course, it was the same. The next morning, the passengers on the astrologist became active again. Many people got up and went out early in the morning when the sun was just getting light, went to the deck, and couldn't wait to enjoy the new day of sailing. Looking back at Vivian's door, it was still tightly closed, with no sign of opening. The little wolf waited until noon, and nothing unexpected happened. The only thing worth mentioning was that Zhao Jia appeared in the little wolf's sight several times. This middle-aged businessman who had to leave his hometown because of debt kept wandering around the corridor, looking like he was looking for someone. Liao Zixuan secretly confirmed that he was looking for Vivian, and wanted to continue to get close to her. The little wolf ignored this, which was expected. After all, in the second experience, he had interrogated Zhao Jia and found out his background. The other party was counting on Vivian to make a fortune and make a comeback, so he would naturally pay special attention to the little girl. Unfortunately, the little wolf cub saw Zhao Jia passing by Vivian's room several times. It was obvious that he didn't know the room number of the little girl. Just when Liao Zixuan was hesitating whether he should knock Zhao Jia a little this time, a sudden commotion came faintly from the third deck. Many passengers who were originally chatting in the corridor were attracted to it, and Zhao Jia was one of them. The little wolf cub frowned. He didn't want to see any unexpected situation happen now, because these would become variables. He hesitated and finally chose not to follow. Guarding Vivian's door was the first option. After about 10 minutes, the curious passengers who had joined in the fun gradually came back. From their conversation, Liao Zixuan learned that the commotion on the deck just now was because someone had fainted. And the person who fainted, to the surprise of the little wolf cub, was actually Maggie, the young astrologer, listening to the passengers' discussion. It seemed that Maggie fainted because of hunger. People took out her wallet and found that there were only a few pitiful copper coins in it, which could not even afford a glass of water on the astrologist. Now, from a mysterious astrologer, he became a poor ghost who could not even enter the restaurant. Many people regarded him as a liar and thought he deserved it. After all, a real astrologer would not be rich, but at least he would not be so poor. Right? What surprised Liao Zixuan even more was that the passengers on the astrologist were either rich or powerful, but none of them were willing to lend a helping hand to the starving girl. Some of them even doubted the authenticity of Maggie's ticket, thinking that the girl sneaked on board secretly and demanded that Maggie be imprisoned as a prisoner. In the end, the person who really saved Maggie was Zhao Jia, the Geely uncle, who was the first to be hostile to the astrology girl and insisted that she was a liar, was also likely to be the only 2 passengers on the ship who were not rich. He shook his head. The little wolf cub was relieved in his heart. At least Maggie was fine in the end. It was a false alarm, and it had nothing to do with that inn. Moreover, after this incident, it also indirectly showed that although Zhao Jia, the middle-aged uncle from Geely, had the nature of a businessman seeking profit, at least he was a good person and had a good heart. So, the night quietly fell on the second day, except for the incident in the morning. Today was also a calm day. It was night again, and the little wolf cub's mental state was obviously not as good as the first day. After all, he had not rested for 2 days, and he had to keep watch all night tonight. After secretly yawning, the little wolf cub perked up and guarded the corridor in the dead of night. There was still no footsteps. Vivian and his own panel were also very normal. This time, there was no problem at all. It seemed that as long as they did not come into contact with him, there would be no trouble. When the morning sun shone into the cabin on the third day, along with the sounds of people's activities on the ship, there was also the rumbling stomach of the little wolf cub. Liao Zixuan felt a little dry in the mouth. If someone looked from outside at this moment, they would find that the brightness of the wolf cub's fur had obviously decreased. From being energetic, it has become listless and weak. The most intuitive manifestation is that even the tail is like a wilted sunflower, drooping casually. Although as a taboo monster, Liao Zixuan has a strong physique, Don't forget that Liao Zixuan is still in the growth period and sleep and rest are still very important. It is better to say that it is fortunate that he has a monster physique. Otherwise, after such a high intensity of 2 days and 2 nights without sleep and concentration, humans may have already become immortals. But Liao Zixuan only felt a little tired. And there was no more discomfort. Just one more day. And there is only 1 day left. I cheered myself up in my heart and prayed that it was the last moment, so there would be no more complications. However, the reality still disappointed Liao Zixuan. Or was it a tease from fate? In the morning, there was a noise from the 3rd deck again. And this time, the sound was much louder than the 2nd day. Originally, the little wolf cub planned to stay where he was and eavesdrop on the conversations of the passengers to get information. But this time, Liao Zixuan really couldn't sit still, because even the warriors in charge of security on the ship took action. And the expressions of many passengers on the ship were far from relaxed when they watched the excitement yesterday. Many people even had a few traces of fear and panic. There was only one reason. On the 3rd day, someone disappeared on the astrologist. The reporter was from the astrologer girl, Maggie. And the missing person was Zhao Jia. Chapter 242. Then I'll call you Xiao He. After our investigation, it is basically certain that Mr. Zhao Jia's disappearance was most likely due to him accidentally falling into the water on the deck last night. We remind all passengers again that for your safety, please do not walk around on the deck at night. Soon, the crew warriors on the astrologist issued an official notice stating that it was just an accident, which slightly calmed the nervous passengers. Most people thought it was a false alarm, and there was no dangerous person on the ship. Some people talked about it and pointed the finger at Maggie, the astrologer girl, believing that she was a person who brought bad luck. After all, Zhao Jia was the only one who helped Maggie yesterday. But the result today turned out to be like this. The voices for imprisoning Maggie were getting louder and louder. Under the strong demands of everyone, the crew warriors in charge of public security could only issue a notice to the astrologer girl, saying that she would be under house arrest in the room before arriving at the 1,000 Islands today and was not allowed to come out. In this regard, Maggie did not resist at all. Or rather, the astrologer girl was now in a daze. On the way that Maggie was taken away by the warriors on the ship, the little wolf cub heard the trembling voice muttering in the girl's mouth. Why? Obviously, the first time I successfully changed my fate. The result was, could it be that fate really shouldn't interfere? If I hadn't suggested him to go to the lower warehouse yesterday. If Liao Zixuan could see the pain on Maggie's face, combined with the girl's words, all the clues showed that Zhao Jia's disappearance didn't seem that simple. But the attitude of the warriors on the ship was very abnormal, as if they were deliberately trying to cover up something. And they didn't even interrogate Maggie, who was very suspicious. In addition, such a big thing happened. The little wolf looked around, but didn't see the figure of Lucy, the current top supervisor of the astrologist. Wait. Liao Zixuan suddenly remembered that in the second experience, Zhao had told him that Lucy had imported a large number of goods during its stay at Akabane port. And the reason why Zhao Jia wanted to get close to Vivian was to find out what the goods were, so that he could follow the trend and buy them, and make a lot of money. Combined with what Maggie said to herself just now, she suggested Zhao Jia to go to the bottom warehouse. Could it be that Zhao Jia really found something in the bottom warehouse last night, which led to the disappearance? Something is wrong. After this incident, the number of passengers on the deck suddenly decreased. After the little wolf cub hesitated thoughtfully, he finally did not choose to return to the door of Vivian's room to continue squatting, but set off to the bottom of the astrologist. Today is the 3rd day of the voyage, and also the last day. They may reach the 1,000 Islands in the afternoon, and naturally there will be no night, so he doesn't have to worry about triggering the night attack plot. And judging from the experience of the past 2 days, as long as Vivian doesn't go out, everything will be fine. And his guard is actually a bit redundant. So taking advantage of the last half day, Liao Zixuan decided to investigate a little. When the little wolf cub arrived, he found that the cargo passage leading to the bottom of the cabin had been blocked, and there were 3 or 4 crew warriors strictly guarding it. In desperation, the little wolf cub could only choose another way to go to the bottom of the cabin, which was where the coolies lived. The old, cracked floorboards creaked and cracked when the little wolf stepped on them. It was not because the little wolf was heavy, but because the wood here was too poor, extremely damp, and mostly corroded. The bottom floor of the cabin was originally all cargo holds, But a small space was forcibly opened up to load coolies. Yes, the little wolf chose to use the word loaded to describe it after he really got here. Because once you have seen what this place looks like, you will never say that this is a place you can live in. First of all, the light was extremely dim. Only the faint light coming from the gap in the ceiling prevented the place from being completely shrouded in darkness. Secondly, the wolf cub waved his paw in front of his nose. He had just taken a few steps inside when a foul smell surrounded him. Because it was a modified cargo hold. There were of course no windows here, let alone ventilation and air flow. Even if it was a normal room, if it was not ventilated for a few days, the house would smell very bad. Not to mention the bottom cargo hold where coolies were loaded. After a tiring day, the smell of sweat stains all over the body, the smell of rotting leftover food, and the smell of moldy moss stains. These various smells mixed together and finally formed this kind of smell, which made it almost impossible for people to stay there. After taking a few breaths, they would feel dizzy and swollen, not to mention the damn shaking of the seawater. It seems that the power of the heart of the sea of the astrologist only takes care of the top 3 floors, and the bottom floor is not within its protection range. No wonder. Liao Zixuan recalled that Zhao Jie mentioned this place to them during the first experience. At that time, he described it as a pigsty, which was not a place for people to stay. From the mental state of the coolies around, it can be seen that most of them are very depressed, with no light in their eyes. They are skinny and ragged. Only when the supervisor warrior who came down from the first floor called their names, they woke up from the sluggishness and moved mechanically. But even so, the supervisor warriors would use these lowest level coolies as sandbags to vent their anger. If there were any mistakes where the supervisors were unhappy, they might starve for the whole day. There was no way. In fact, from the living conditions of the lowest level people in each country, we can see the governance level of the gods in that country. Obviously, even a ship of this level, the astrologist, has such a shadow corner. So you can imagine the entire 1,000 islands. Sigh. Shaking his head and sighing. The little wolf cub also walked to the end of the coolie activity area, which is connected to the cargo hold. It can be seen that as expected, this place is also sealed. But compared to the main road, there is no handle for the crew warriors here. After all, no warrior can stand standing guard in such an environment. Even the sealing method was very perfunctory. Just using a few wooden boards to block the passage and hammering some nails in each. The gaps in the ceiling boards would definitely be too big for a human to pass through. But for the little wolf cub, it was not a difficult task. The little wolf cub just bent its hind legs slightly and made a gesture to prepare for a leap. But the next second, a hand suddenly reached out from behind, stopped the little wolf cub from taking off, and picked him up. "You can't go there." A hoarse female voice sounded. It was not difficult to hear that the owner of the voice was actually not very old. But because of a throat injury, the voice was distorted. And such a unique voice. On the boat, the little wolf cub had only heard one person make it. He turned his head suddenly. What appeared in the little wolf cub's sight was a face wrapped in bandages. And the only exposed eyes showed concern to the little wolf cub now. Because of this, when the little wolf cub noticed someone approaching from behind, he immediately restrained his instinctive stress reaction and let the other person hug him. And in Anne's eyes at this moment, the little dog, who was held high by her hands, looked like he had been hungry for many days, listless, and gray-haired, did not struggle or resist, but just looked at her, cutely. "You want to find something to eat?" And subconsciously, without even knowing why, held the wolf cub she had encountered by chance in her arms. She poked the wolf cub's nose with her finger. "Remember this? There are sealed wooden boxes over there. There won't be any food. If you get lost and can't get out, you will starve to death in there. Also, I don't know what happened over there last night. It seems like there was a thief, and someone came in the middle of the night and sealed our place off. In short, it's very dangerous over there. Don't go there anymore. Got it?" And was teaching this little puppy, who was running around seriously. But as soon as she finished speaking, she shook her head, wondering what was wrong with her. Why did she say so much? How could a stray puppy on a boat understand what she said? Or was she so lonely that she had to lean on a stray puppy and couldn't help talking? When she thought of this, the light in Anne's eyes dimmed a little. However, before Anne finished her self-mockery, the next second, she widened her eyes, and the light came back. Although her face was wrapped in bandages, She could still see that the other party's mouth under the bandages was open wide, because it only saw that the puppy in her arms nodded in a serious manner after her education in the puppy's eyes, and could even see an expression of "I know I was wrong. Thank you." After a few seconds of astonishment. This time it was as if he had discovered a new world. You understand what I'm saying? Anne's eyes were sparkling with excitement. She took the wolf cub's front paws from her arms with both hands and lifted it up high. She kept looking left and right, full of excitement and novelty. And the wolf cub Liao Zixuan was actually sweating in his heart. This unexpected development was something he had never expected. But looking at him now, it seemed that he no longer smelled the witch scent of Vivian on himself like in the previous two experiences? Or was it because he hadn't been with the little girl these 2 days and had been guarding outside the door? So the smell on his body had faded? But no matter what, at this moment, the attitude displayed by this and can be said to have completely subverted Liao Zixuan's inherent image, belonging to another side. Looking at this familiar surprise after seeing that he could understand human words. It is exactly the same as the little girl at the beginning. This time Liao Zixuan did not nod again. Just in case, he continued to pretend to be an ordinary little wolf. The good of the puppy is at most a little spiritual. And looked at the little wolf cub who showed a blank look to her. And the surprise quickly faded. She felt a little disappointed and relieved. Now if she came back to her senses and thought about it carefully. Indeed, if this little puppy really nodded and understood human words, then she would have to be alert and think too much. But now, you must be hungry. Let me look for it. After Anne put the little wolf cub in her arms, she began to feel around with her hands. After several times, she finally took out a carefully wrapped cloth bag from the innermost part. When the little girl opened it, the little wolf cub found that there was a black cake inside. It was this kind of black cake, and I don't know what material it was made of. But Anne's eyes still flashed with pain. But she quickly broke the cake into 2 halves and handed one of them to the little wolf cub. Come on. Eat it quickly. Liao Zixuan looked at the black cake in front of him. He really hadn't eaten for 3 days, and his stomach was rumbling. But the little wolf cub might have seen that he was subconsciously reluctant and disgusted with this kind of food. Anne's low voice sounded, and she pursed her lips and said, "Sorry. I only have these. If you don't want to," Anne said, and was about to take back the half-black cake in disappointment. But the next moment, fight! This should be a great opportunity to get to know him more. In order to win more favor, no matter what Anne took out, he had to swallow it. So the little wolf cub directly used a claw to intercept the half-black cake that Anne took back, and then stuffed it into his mouth. All he heard was crunch. It's hard to imagine what the ingredients of a black cake are when it can make a crunch sound. But in short, the little wolf cub wolfed down the half-black cake that Anne handed over in no time. But Anne could see it. After all, although the wolf cub ate very quickly, the word unpalatable was almost written on his face. Such a contrast made Anne burst out laughing. This was also the first time Liao Zixuan heard Anne's laughter. It was hoarse, but for some reason, it was very pleasant to hear. Then, Anne's hand stroked the wolf cub's head. For some reason, from the first sight to now, in just a few minutes, and like this stray puppy, she met by chance more and more. It's our first meeting. Please give me more advice. My name is Vivian. What's your name? Well, you can talk now. Seeing your pitiful appearance, you don't look like you have an owner. Then I will take the initiative to give you a name. At the end of the bottom floor of the dim cabin, Anne, who was dressed in tattered clothes, curled up in a corner, holding the tired little wolf cub who had not slept for 3 days and 2 nights. She stroked the little wolf cub's fur and fell into thought. What should I call you? It was only 2 or 3 seconds later. I got it! Anne's happy voice sounded. You look so black. So I'll call you Xiao Hei. Chapter 243 3 Wishes. 1 Curse. Anne felt the body of the puppy in her arms stiffen after the 2 words Xiao Hei. Don't you like it? And mistakenly thought that he was not satisfied with the name she gave him. After all, it was true that it sounded too simple. Well, then I'll change it for you. How about Xiao Hui? Xiao Zong. Xiao. And showed an embarrassed expression and started to come up with names, but still showed the lack of culture vividly. All of them started with Xiao something something and added a single word. After the wolf cub came back to his senses from the complex emotions of Xiao Hei, he quickly stopped in. No matter from which sense, the name Xiao Hei was irreplaceable. and seemed to have the same feeling. Yeah, I think it's best to call him Xiao Hei. Hey. Cough. Cough. Seeing that the puppy seemed to be very satisfied with her name, and smiled again. For some reason, in the few minutes she met this stray puppy, she felt inexplicably relieved. All the things that had been accumulated in her heart seemed to disappear for a short time. However, the psychological ones disappeared, but the physical ones did not. Instead, it seemed that they had to pop out at this time to break the rare warmth and let him return to reality. Cough. 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 Anne's laughter turned into a serious cough after a few times. She quickly put the wolf cub in her arms aside, turned her back, and covered her mouth with her hands. When she found that the wolf cub actually ran over and looked at her with worried eyes, and used her other hand to wave repeatedly to prevent the wolf cub from getting closer. After a long while, Anne's coughing eased and was not so severe. Through the weak light from the ceiling, the wolf cub could see that the bandages on the ground and on Anne's hands were stained with a few dark red liquids. It's okay. I'm used to it. Seeing the wolf cub's anxious look, and squeezed out a forced smile. But from the sound alone, it could be heard that he was obviously much weaker. She leaned against the wall in the corner, and then, as if recalling some memories, and murmured in a very small voice, "This is the price I should pay and bear." Under the simple cuffs, Anne's bandaged hands clenched a little. Fragments of memory flashed through her mind, and would never forget that it was Liz who sacrificed herself to allow her and Alina to escape from the clutches of that organization. And it was Alina who sacrificed herself to allow her to be reborn from the ashes. Unfortunately, only the legendary phoenix can be safe and sound in the rebirth from the ashes. And she is not a noble phoenix. How could it be possible? The fire bath did give her great strength, but it also made her lose more. Whether it was the burned scars that could only be covered with bandages, or the internal organs that would ache several times a day, and even more, the friendship, life and future that she had finally had, all turned to ashes, making her not only unable to avenge her friend, but also becoming a scapegoat, bearing the infamy, and leaving her hometown for the 1,000 Islands to find the water god for that illusory opportunity. But soon, perhaps it was because this time when the burn occurred, she was no longer alone in a dark corner. This time when she was eroded by painful memories, there was a little wolf cub beside her, and suddenly felt that her hand, which was tightly clenched into a fist, was nudged by a furry thing. Her attention was instantly diverted, and looked down and met the concerned gaze of the little wolf cub. The furry touch was naturally the little wolf cub's head. "Thank you, Xiao Hei," with such a simple action, and seemed to be healed instantly. The pain in her chest, which was like being burned by fire, seemed to be relieved a lot. She relaxed her clenched fist and touched the little wolf cub's head again to indicate that she was fine. Then, and stood up from the corner, took the little wolf cub a few steps, and came to her bed. Yes, the floor. For the coolies on the bottom floor of the cabin, a bed is too luxurious for them. On the cold floor, a tattered blanket that looked like it was picked up from some garbage dump was spread on the ground. This was the place where they would rest and sleep during the voyage on the ship, and quickly found a rusty kettle from the small space that belonged to her. After opening the lid, she was about to take a sip, but her action stopped in midair and quickly put the kettle down. After searching left and right, she finally found a broken small bowl, and carefully poured out more than half of the already pitiful amount of water in the kettle. "Come on, Xiao Hei, you must have not had water for a long time. Drink it quickly," and carefully pushed the small bowl of water in front of the little wolf cub, fearing that it would spill. Fresh water, which is available everywhere on the mainland, is listed as a scarce resource on ships sailing on the ocean. For lowly coolies, it is even more so. Very precious. What's wrong? Don't worry. This is not sea water. It is drinkable. Very clean. And saw that the little wolf cub did not move the water bowl. And while explaining it verbally, he pushed the water bowl to the little wolf cub. What it did not expect was that the other party's little paw pushed the water bowl back to her again, and from the wolf cub's eyes staring at her, and seemed to always understand what he wanted to express. "I'm not thirsty. You drink." Her heart felt warm, and it didn't know how long it had been since she started to escape. She never thought that she would feel this way again. From a stray puppy. "Okay. Then I'll drink half. And you drink half. Is that okay?" After Anne finished speaking, one hand took the small bowl first, and the other hand skillfully untied the bandage wrapped around the lower part of her face. At this point, the wolf cub could really see Anne's face hidden under the bandage. Although Anne drank the water very quickly, it only took a few seconds, and only her chin and lips were exposed. But even if it was only a half image that flashed by, it made the little wolf cub feel an indescribable sense of blockage in his heart. Liao Zixuan stayed with Vivian almost every day, and the little girl's appearance was imprinted in his mind. So when Anne removed the bandage, Liao Zixuan recognized it at a glance. This face belonged to Vivian. But because of this, the subsequent picture brought Liao Zixuan greater harm. Because the cute chin that should have been small and exquisite, with smooth and white skin, which made people unable to help but pinch it in their hands and play with it, was now completely unrecognizable. The skin was scorched by the flames, exposing the blood vessels, which turned outward, just like the roots of an old tree, ugly and hideous. After the precipitation of time, although most of the wounds have become scabs, it is still shocking. It looks very scary at first glance. No wonder Anne has been wrapping it with bandages to cover it up. Otherwise it would not be too much to be regarded as a monster. Okay. Look. I have already drunk it. You should drink it soon. The voice from Anne pulled the little wolf cub back from the complicated mood. Looking at the more than half a bowl of water left. Although the body instinctively felt dry, the little wolf cub had no mood to drink water after seeing the scene under Anne's bandage. What's wrong? Xiao Hei. Since we have agreed to do something, we must do it well. Drink it. Seeing that the little wolf cub still did not move and just stared at the water bowl in a daze, Anne's tone could not help but become more serious. She could not bear to watch it, so she grabbed the back of the wolf cub's neck with her hand, and then held the water bowl with her other hand and began to enforce it. Obviously, Anne is not Vivian, because the little girl would not do such a thing. Different experiences have made their personalities diverge. But perhaps, no matter how much her personality changes, at least in the current Anne, she still has the original qualities of a human being that are highly consistent with the little girl. Open your mouth. Ah. And open the wolf cub's mouth and pour the water down. This also means that most of her water for today has been consumed. Even if the disease relapses or she does hard labor, she will have no water to drink. On the other side, the gurgling fresh water flows down her throat, moisturizing her dry body and bringing a cool feeling, which is very comfortable. However, the wolf cub's expression is completely opposite to the feeling from her body. The little brows are frowned, and the 3 words reluctant are written on them. And water is not much, and he has to share it with himself. Liao Zixuan began to think now. If he took out the water and various foods he purchased from Yenyu from the backpack space and brought them to Anne, how should he explain it? The answer is, there is no explanation. You can't just rely on cuteness to get away with it. Right? Although Anne seems to be very good to him now. In fact, Liao Zixuan can feel that Anne still maintains a vague sense of vigilance. This is not directed at the little wolf cub, but obviously comes from Anne's experience, forcing her to develop this self-defense habit of extremely lacking a sense of security. Liao Zixuan is afraid that once he does something beyond the non-threatening identity of stray puppy, Anne's attitude towards him will change instantly. At that time, let alone being close to him like this, Anne's decisive killing without hesitation in the first 2 experiences left a deep impression on Liao Zixuan. So, why is it that even in this situation, you still always put others first and don't care more about yourself? Damn it! Liao Zixuan was still angry, and Anne's finger poked the little wolf cub's nose. At the same time, a familiar snort sounded, followed by Anne's dissatisfied grumble. Humph. What do you mean? Xiao Hei. I don't dislike you. But you dislike me? Didn't you just drink the rest of my water? As for showing such a reluctant expression, really, don't look at me like this. But I am actually very clean. The point is completely wrong. Such a relaxing and happy time is very expensive and short for Anne. The remaining strength of the illness just now surged up, and she returned to the corner and wrapped herself in the blanket. Xiao Hei, I'm a little sleepy. Let's sleep for a while. Remember not to run around, especially not to the place where you started. Do you understand? Anne's upper and lower eyelids were already fighting, but she still resisted the tiredness and told the little wolf cub. After seeing the little wolf cub nod, she closed her eyes with peace of mind. After a while, Anne fell into a very light sleep. From the wrinkles on her face, it can be seen that Anne was using sleep as a way to relieve the pain caused by the illness. although the little wolf cub felt distressed. Since he had come into contact with an as a stray puppy, he could only play this role well first. Speaking of which, I don't know if it's a trick of fate. In the past 3 days, I have been guarding Vivian's door day and night to guard against him. But now, he is beside him who is sleeping, guarding this girl who has experienced too much. In addition, while in his sleeping, Liao Zixuan can sort out the information he got from him. First of all, Liao Zixuan looked at the panel screenshot of the black pancake that N gave him before. Yes, Liao Zixuan, who was cautious at that time. How could he not use the player's detection skills before eating the food given by N? But after looking at it, it was too strange. At that time, there was no time to look at it carefully. So the screenshot was saved. Vivian's wheat cake. Quality, rare. Description: this is something that has been through Vivian's hands and has been cursed by the negative curse of prayer. Effect: very unpalatable. You may not feel it just by looking at this. But if you combine it with another panel message, as the favorability of the little wolf cub and N increases, Liao Zixuan finds that many unknown messages that originally showed in the second experience can now be detected. For example, what Liao Zixuan cares about most is the special ability that it awakens after becoming a witch. Prayer. Type: witch specialty. Quality: unique. Skill description: 3 wishes. 1 curse. By offering sacrifice, you can obtain a powerful force that can change everything. The harder the wish is to achieve, the more serious the random curse will be. On the contrary, the simpler the wish is, the less important the random curse will be. The cycle will be repeated every 3 times. At the 3rd wish, the curse effect in the cycle will reach its peak. Current number of wishes: 3. Curse list currently obtained. 1. Make all the food you cook become extremely unpalatable or have negative effects. The strength of the negative effects depends on your cooking time. Little wolf. When the 2 are combined, you can understand why the pancake became like that. It was also understandable where N's sudden burst of momentum came from when he faced him the second time. It could also explain where N got the poison in the first experience with his current appearance. It was just that the little wolf cub stepped lightly and got closer to the sleeping N. Even with such a slight movement, N's subconscious seemed to be aware of it. But after perhaps sensing Xiaohei's breath, he relaxed again, and even instinctively hugged the furry little wolf cub to a comfortable position on his body like a pillow. The little wolf cub took the opportunity to observe N from a closer distance. After all, Liao Zixuan remembered it very clearly. No matter how the food was cooked, it was extremely unpalatable and had negative effects. In this case, before Liao Zixuan met N, there was already another person who also possessed this extremely rare trait. By the way, it seems that N's weapon is also a black sickle. Chapter 244: Stray Puppy. In the Thousand Islands plot of the previous life, the player still focused on fighting against the abyss. But this time, it was not the water god who was eroded by the abyss, but the water god's followers. It was a sacrificial beast worshipped by the people of the Thousand Islands. The most powerful Shikigami monster, a sea snake with several heads and a body over 100 meters long. Liao Zixuan clearly remembered that the scene map of the final boss battle was in a copy called Abyssal Sea, and the wreckage of the astrologist also appeared here. However, in addition to this, Liao Zixuan also remembered that he took over a strange sparring order here. Liao Zixuan mentioned several times before that he had a friend who was a witch, and that's where they met. At that time, Liao Zixuan was exploring the Abyss Sea map. As a professional high-level player, he was naturally far ahead of others, and went deep into the innermost core. As a result, because the game content had not been updated to this side, and key props were missing, Liao Zixuan was finally hit. I don't know what teleportation magic was triggered. When he came to his senses, the map changed and he was in a completely black unfamiliar area. This is normal in the Abyss Sea. After all, it is on the list of the Hell map in the player ranking. Abyss Sea. Abyss Sea. The sea is like the abyss. The sea under the abyss. Generally, in this situation, one can only secretly feel bad luck and choose to commit suicide to return to the teleportation point. Unexpectedly, it seems that he is not the only unlucky person who has been hit. Liao Zixuan actually met another female player here. At that time, this female player was very withdrawn and taciturn, and compared with him, her condition was even worse, and it seemed that she was trapped in the trap. I won't say much about the subsequent development, With good intentions, Liao Zixuan introduced his business to the female player and gave her a 30% discount because she was so pitiful. Now think about it. It's really a loss. Liao Zixuan almost spent a whole day to solve countless hellish puzzles before he rescued this unlucky person who was trapped in the trap. After the other party chose to pay with game props, he didn't even say thank you, and walked away without saying a word. Until the end, when the players killed the Shikigami snake corrupted by the abyss, broke into the temple, got the water god chain, and purified the ocean polluted by the abyss. The story of Thousand Islands came to an end. But then again, the players at that time, including Liao Zixuan, were curious and puzzled about why the water god chain was quietly placed in the altar of the abyss. This necklace was originally in the hands of Harvey in the Flame Realm. After the destruction of the Flame Realm, it was transferred to Demir's hands as a token to seek help from the water god. Under the main storyline, there are obviously too many untold inside stories, waiting for the players to explore later. However, this time, the dynamics of the water god chain were firmly grasped by himself. After all, this extremely critical version prop is in their hands. It can't be lost in the Yuanhai temple this time? No. Speaking of which, why did he suddenly remember these old things? Shouldn't he be a little wolf cub now? And then sleep within? Wait for sleep. Shouldn't he stay by the sleeping in? After realizing this, Liao Zixuan seemed to wake up from a dream. And he suddenly opened his eyes. Oops. Because of 3 days of mental tension and sleeplessness. Plus N's arms were really comfortable. And there was an inexplicable sense of security like a little girl. The little wolf cub fell asleep without paying attention. I don't know how long I slept. Now that I got up, Liao Zixuan quickly looked around. But there was no sign of him. It's bad. While secretly complaining about his own laziness, the little wolf cub began to look for him in the activity area of the cabin coolies. Today is the last day. Don't let anything go wrong at this critical moment. After searching for a while, he still didn't find her. This can only mean that it should have been called out by the supervisor to work as a coolie on the 3rd floor. The little wolf cub hurriedly left the bottom of the cabin. But as soon as he returned to the upper floor, the light from the afternoon sunset made the little wolf cub pause. He suppressed the idea of looking for him for a while, ran to the top deck, and looked into the distance. In the field of vision, there was still an endless sea, and there was no trace of an island. This, logically speaking, even if the astrologist had not arrived at this time, it should be able to see the coastline from afar. Next, Liao Zixuan came to the passenger cabin corridor on the 2nd floor. As soon as he came in, the little wolf cub clearly felt a depressing atmosphere. Although the faces of many passengers were not very obvious, they all had a worried expression to a certain extent. After listening to the conversation between the passengers, the little wolf cub knew the reason for everything. There was a problem with the voyage. This was the official statement from the absolute leader of the ship, Lucy. The specific reason was not stated, but the astrologist, the original planned arrival time of the 1,000 Islands, would be postponed. The only thing that made the little wolf cub feel relieved was that he learned from the passengers that although Lucy did not say how long the delay would be, she still guaranteed that it would definitely arrive at the 1,000 Islands before tomorrow morning at the latest. After settling down a little, the little wolf cub came to the door of Vivian's room. The door was still tightly closed. He could sense that the little girl was staying inside well, and Vivian's panel was also normal. After doing all this, the little wolf cub started again and continued to look for it on the ship. There was no sign of it on the deck, nor in the corridor of the cabin level. The only place left was the restaurant on the 1st floor. There were not many passengers at this time, and with the notice of the delay, it was estimated that not many people had an appetite. On the contrary, the warriors on the ship did not seem to be too worried about this. It was more likely because they were about to arrive, and they were much more casual than the previous 2 days. Several people gathered together to eat, drink, chat and brag. There was a table among them, and the little wolf cub quickly recognized that it should be the supervisor warrior in charge of managing the coolies, because the one in the middle, who was drunk and shouting loudly, was the one who led in the previous 2 times. When he thought of this man's attitude towards and in the 2 experiences, the little wolf cub was furious. He wanted to leave quickly, otherwise he would really not be able to help but teach him a lesson. But in the end, the little wolf cub had to stop. Because alas, you say there are so many fools these days. Do you remember the bandage weirdo I mentioned to you 2 days ago? who insisted on joining the ship as a coolie and even bribed me with money. I have some impression. At that time, we said that Ichiro, you are such a bad boy. People would rather work as coolies to get on this ship. But you deliberately make things difficult for others and insist on collecting some bribes. The other supervisors nodded one after another, showing that they were condemning. But in fact everyone could see that they were a little envious. How could they not catch up with such a good gift of money and oil? It's this bandage weirdo. Guess what happened today? He actually came to our restaurant and wanted to spend money to buy food. Ha ha ha. I almost laughed to death when I arrived. The supervisor laughed and slapped the table. And the rest of his colleagues were also surprised and soon laughed. I'm not saying that your coolie doesn't really think that they are also passengers on this ship. He still wants to buy food. What can she buy with her pitiful copper coins here? Don't worry. There's more fun to come. Guess why she suddenly wants to buy food? Ichiro said with a mysterious smile. Hungry? No. 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 I only found out after asking other coolies. Can you believe it? She actually picked up a stray dog under the cabin. Stray dog? When did we get one on the ship? Several colleagues looked surprised. I don't know. I guess she sneaked onto the ship from somewhere when we were docked at Akabane port. Oh, that's not the point. The point is that a coolie who can't even fill his own stomach actually wants to buy food for stray dogs. What do you think if that's not a fool? Ha. I'm laughing to death. Ichiro smacked his lips and drank another sip of wine in high spirits. What was the result? Did you fight back? The other colleagues showed interested expressions. No. 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 I'm not that cruel. I told her that it was impossible for the restaurant to sell her food. But if she gave me the money for buying food, I could open a small back door for her and let her go to the kitchen to wash all the dishes, mop the floor, and finally clean up the kitchen waste. In this way, she can also secretly take some of the leftovers from the kitchen. Right? Really? Ichiro. This is not like your style. Even so, those colleagues actually thought that this was really a favor. And the supervisor warrior named Ichiro laughed maliciously. You don't know this? Don't you notice that Wusi is gone? Huh? Yes. Where is Wusi? Of course, I was on patrol, and I happened to catch a thief who stole food from the kitchen under the guise of work. If he was caught, he would be beaten up and fined a lot of money. Right? From what I observed. I don't know what that bandage guy is doing in Yinyu, but he has a lot of money on him. After Ichiro said this, other colleagues reacted and patted him on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. You, Ichiro, you are so vicious. And so mean. You only called Wusi for such a fun thing. No. Drink. Drink. I'm going to get you drunk today. After a while, they suddenly found something strange. What's going on? Why is it so quiet around here? Huh? Now that you mention it, it's true. When they looked away from the table and looked around, they couldn't hold the wine glasses steady and fell to the ground. The sound of glass breaking was particularly harsh in the silent space. What's going on? Why aren't these people moving? The supervisory warriors found that except for them, the rest of the people around the restaurant seemed to have paused time. This situation also happened once outside the battlefield of Woodin City. At that time, the little wolf cub used his authority to pull Harvey, Chris and others into the soul space. However, the difference between this time and the last time was that the former was for a conversation, while the latter was for look. What is that? Among the supervisor warriors, a sharp-eyed one discovered that in this static soul space, in addition to them, there was another person who could move. And that was a little wolf cub? But the little wolf cub now did not give the supervisor warriors the feeling of being cute at all. On the contrary, the wolf eyes with a vague look were scanning the few people coldly. Just a glance made them feel cold on their backs, and a chill ran up their spines. Yaoyaxi? It's evil. Several people were frightened. They drew their samurai swords to give themselves courage. But the next moment, when the wolf cub's body began to expand rapidly, in the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant wolf that the warriors had to look up at, and even the restaurant could not accommodate. The samurai swords in their hands, like the wine glasses before, fell to the ground one after another, and they lost the courage to fight. The wolf cub. No. Now it should be the black giant wolf. With a light press of its claws, it crushed these warriors, who had no power to resist to death, like sticking ants. Ah! After the screams of death, it was not over yet. It was only the afterimage of the soul that died. Soon they condensed again. But their faces were pale and bloodless. In the soul space, no one has a physical body. In other words, they have to die as many times as Liao Zixuan wants them to die. It's nothing more than resurrection. The supervisor warriors, still in shock, touched their bodies that were not flattened up and down. And the next moment, the black wolf's claws tore them apart again, like toys. Soon, the same screams rose and fell one after another. That's it. When the little wolf cub felt that he had vented his anger and taught them a lesson, he let them out. In the eyes of outsiders, these supervisor warriors who were drinking and eating meat, talking and laughing the previous second. But the next second, all of them were like drowning people who were rescued, gasping for breath, their pupils constricted, and their faces full of fear and panic. This is especially true for the supervisor named Ichiro. As the one who was specially taken care of by the little wolf cub, he was torn to pieces and crushed by claws in the soul space several times more than others. Yao Yao. No. You are the one next to the Lady Vivian. When the little wolf cub appeared in the sight of the supervisor warriors in reality, they first trembled in fear instinctively. But soon, without the shadow effect in the soul space, a few smart ones still recognized the identity of the little wolf cub. Now, they were completely speechless. The supervisor warriors were not stupid. After a little combination of cause and effect, they immediately understood the reason why they were tortured. Could it be that the so-called stray puppy picked up by the bandaged weirdo at the bottom of the cabin is the wolf cub in front of us? The summoned beast of Lady Vivian? What kind of damn luck is this? Thinking of this, the supervisor warriors broke out in cold sweats. They knew Lady Vivian was their immediate superior, Miss Lucy, and they emphasized that she was a very distinguished guest and a powerful summoner. It was said that the wolf cub in the other party's arms had a powerful power that could rival the Shikigami level. Originally, the warriors were a little skeptical about this, because they knew how terrifying a monster that could be called a Shikigami level was. Could a little cub that looked like it was only a few months old really be that powerful? But now sorry, Lord Shikigami. We deserve to die. We deserve to die. I'll go and call Wusi back right now. Ah! Ichiro was crying bitterly, almost kneeling down to kowtow to the little wolf cub and apologizing repeatedly. Who would have thought that the Wusi he mentioned would actually come back from outside? Everyone's eyes turned to him, but they only saw Wusi, with a pale face and purple lips. He looked like he had lost his soul. He looked no worse than the warriors at the wine table who had just suffered a terrible torture in the soul space. On his neck, a faint blood line could still be seen, as if it had been rubbed by something extremely sharp. When he came back to Ichiro with weak legs, he fell. He knelt on the ground half-heartedly. Ichiro. Chien. Don't mess with that person again. She, a monster is. A devil. Wusi's trembling voice was so trembling that he couldn't even speak clearly. Chapter 245 God's Gift. Restaurant. The kitchen. Since there are few passengers dining today, there are not many cleaners. But there are still sanitation tasks accumulated in the morning and at noon that need to be handled. It is not a small workload to leave all of this to one person. A busy figure wanders around the cleaning area of the kitchen. First, wash the dirty dishes that are almost piled up like a small mountain in the sink one by one. Put them back on the shelf. Then soak the mop with water. Bend down and wipe every corner of the kitchen carefully. Finally, pack all kinds of kitchen waste into bags and throw them into the sea. After finishing all this, more than an hour has passed in a blink of an eye, and straightened his aching back and rubbed his slightly numb arms. Although it seems to be a simple job, only after doing it, you will know how hard and tiring it is, especially for one who is injured. Calculated in this way, it seems that the third job that is least favored by the kitchen crew is to deal with kitchen waste. But it is the easiest for one, because all kinds of sauces, leftovers and soups are mixed together. The dirty, ugly and sticky kitchen waste, for one who has been in the bottom of the cabin for 3 days, may have already adapted to it. But it's all worth it. After taking a short rest, and took out a small lunch box that he had prepared. There were some prepared vegetable soups in the kitchen, but for various reasons, they were not served. So they were put aside and should be thrown away with the kitchen waste. Although it is cold now, and the taste is far from as good as when it is just out of the pot, it is far better than the daily distribution of the coolies, which does not even have meat or oil. It is much better. If she was alone, it would not matter. But now that God has sent a new life to her side, and feels that she needs to be responsible for it, and picked some meat and rice, and put them in the lunchbox. When it was full, she carefully put it back in her arms, and wrapped it up. She was a little impatient, and prepared to go out, and return to the bottom of the cabin. However, when Anne just came out of the back door, and had not taken a few steps. Wait a minute. That guy over there. What are you doing sneaking around? The scolding from the corner forced him to stop. A supervisor warrior who seemed to be waiting here took a few quick steps, and came to him. The one cleaning the kitchen? The warrior wanted to get closer to him, but stopped halfway because he disliked the tattered clothes, and noticed something was wrong, and her face hidden under the hood frowned slightly. But she still answered the other party first and nodded silently. In the past 3 days on the astrologist, and has suffered a lot of bullying from these supervisor warriors. This is not to say that they are targeting him, but they are like this to all coolies. He was originally a wanted criminal in Yinyu, and he had to rely on this big ship to sneak to Qiandao, so it had always been able to endure it. Unfortunately, sometimes, some things cannot be overcome by simply enduring. For example, now, you should know the rules of the kitchen. You are not allowed to take things back privately, let alone a handyman like you. The other hand has been holding something in your arms. Take it out and show me. Did you secretly take something from the kitchen? Wu Ximing questioned with suspicion, but in fact he already knew the answer in his heart. After all, he and Ichiro had colluded to cheat this Yinyu man twice. He even thought of the next script while waiting. This coolie from Yinyu would definitely be panicked and deny it repeatedly, and hurriedly explained to him that this was a privilege given by Ichiro. And he pretended to be ignorant and didn't admit it at all, and turned the tables, saying that the other party was slandering and just looking for an excuse to steal things. Finally, wait until the person from Yinyu is scared by his scolding. This method is most effective for coolies. Wu Si has tried it many times, and it has never failed. He can blackmail him as much as he wants. According to Ichiro, although this coolie doesn't know what he does in Yinyu, he probably has a lot of money on him, which is enough for them to make a lot of extra money, and was silent for a while. Yes, that's right. Don't frame Ichiro. He can't allow you to do what? You admitted it? Halfway through the script, Wu Si realized something was wrong. He was shocked and even stuttered. What do you mean? Wu Si saw the coolie in front of him, who was wrapped in bandages, and he raised his head instead of looking down. The only pair of eyes that were exposed were looking straight at him calmly, without any trace of the gloom and timidity of the coolie, to the extent that Wu Si had an illusion that when he met the other person's eyes, it seemed that it was not a human eye, but a bottomless black vortex that was going to suck him in and swallow him up. You are so bold. You stole things in broad daylight, and you are so confident. Hand over the things. Put your hands on your head, and squat in the corner. Quickly. Wu Si was startled and quickly looked away from Anne's eyes. He quickly adjusted himself, and his expression became more ferocious. He made a gesture as if he was about to draw his sword, as if he wanted to improve his momentum as a warrior in front of him. Unfortunately, Anne did what he said. The first step was to take out the small lunch box in his arms and carefully put it on a stable place. Then, in a hurry, Anne took out the second thing in front of Wu Si. At that time, a black sickle. You? This is it. Wu Si's eyes widened, and he was so scared that he stood still. He couldn't understand it all. He was a lowly coolie who was at the mercy of others the second before. But the next second, the other party reached out from the void and grabbed. And then a black sickle that was more than 1 person tall appeared in the other party's hand. If it was the old me, I might have the patience to talk to you properly. But after those things, sorry. I have been to many things. Wu Si ran away. Yes, as a warrior, he didn't even dare to draw his knife in front of him. In fact, his intuition was correct. But it was a pity that he had made a mistake. The terrifying witch's breath burst out from Anne's body, and it seemed that it had been suppressed and accumulated for a long time, and finally found an outlet to vent, and it overflowed wildly. At the same time, under the influence of the witch's breath, Anne's originally calm eyes, a touch of excitement and rampage flashed quietly from the deepest part of her eyes. She coldly uttered the last sentence to Wu Si's stumbling back. I have lost my patience to reason. Swish. As the last word fell, Anne's figure disappeared from the spot. And when she appeared again, she was already in front of Wu Si, holding a black sickle, wearing a cloak with holes everywhere. and a face wrapped in bandages. If the latter two are placed in the identity of a coolie, it would feel natural, at most a little strange. But if a black sickle is added, the feeling is completely different. Death, demon, devil. A series of words that can symbolize fear popped up in Wuxi's mind one after another, making the warrior scared to death. On the one hand, this is due to the shape, and also because of the fear aura that the witch is born with. As long as the breath is released, it can bring panic to people. Wuxi lost his mind and only wanted to escape. He turned his head and ran in another direction to escape. But the next second, a similar scene appeared again, and in holding a black sickle appeared in front of him again. And this time, from Anne's face, one can see excitement, teasing, and the smile of an absolute ruler who plays a cat-and-mouse game. Plop. Wuxi sat down on the ground and gave up struggling completely. Run. Keep running. I haven't played enough hide-and-seek yet. Anne's mouth curled up. I was wrong. I was wrong. Sir, I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. I beg you to spare my life and forgive me. All this was done by that bastard Ichiro. Yes, that's right. It was all his idea. He deliberately wanted to harm you. Sir, do you think it's still useful for you to say this now? And sneered. Seeing that Wuxi stopped running and instead knelt down to beg for mercy, showing his ugly appearance. Anne's interest seemed to be reduced by half. She swung her sickle, and the next moment, the sharp sickle blade was close to Wuxi's neck. In an instant, just a slight touch, blood immediately appeared on Wuxi's fragile neck. He was very sure that if the demon opposite him moved his fingers a little, he would also die, and blood would gush out of his neck. Fortunately, Wuxi only heard a cold snort, and the cold feeling from his neck disappeared. The black sickle disappeared as it appeared out of thin air. Huff, huff. Wuxi finally came out of the state of holding his breath and not daring to breathe. He began to breathe heavily, and his red face was slightly relieved. But the good times didn't last long. Before Wuxi could say anything, he felt a black shadow enlarged in his eyes. And then, bang, and kicked Wuxi down with a kick and stepped on his head with a leather boot. Tell me, what happened just now? Anne's voice sounded indifferently. My lord, I don't understand. Really? It seems that if you turn around, you will tell others about me. That will be troublesome. Well, I have to kill you to silence you. Right? And muttered to himself. And the leather boots under his feet slightly increased the force, which immediately scared Wuxi. And he spoke quickly. I understand. I just checked the cleaning staff in the back kitchen and found nothing wrong. Really? That's how it is. Wuxi felt that the force of the leather boots on his head that was about to crush his head was finally reduced. But it's not over yet. It doesn't matter if you tell the truth. I remember that your boss is Miss Lucy. Do you think that Miss Lucy's personality will offend a powerful wizard for a little samurai under her? No. Don't worry. Master, Lady Lucy had an urgent matter and left the ship this afternoon. Even if I wanted to, I would not have the chance to say it. What's more, I don't want to at all. I will never say it. Lucy left the ship? So, was there really a notice that the arrival at the Thousand Islands today would be later than planned? The news that was unexpectedly obtained from Wuxi flashed through his mind. And it was because of this that Anne's spirit, which was dominated by the will of the witch, regained its consciousness and became a little more sober. Get lost? And raised his leather boots quickly with a bit of disgust, and shouted coldly at Wuxi, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Remember what you said? Otherwise. Yes. Definitely. Definitely. Sir. After Wuxi made repeated assurances, he ran away from Anne at the fastest speed in his life. But Anne did not leave immediately, and remained where she was, with a complicated look in her eyes. She looked down at her hands, recalling what she had just done. For a moment, Anne could not recognize herself, even if Anne was unwilling to admit and accept it. The reality was that she could not really get rid of the influence of the witch's will, even if she hid and suppressed it at ordinary times. Once her emotions were stimulated by the outside world, the backlash would only be stronger. Perhaps one day, she would become unrecognizable and be replaced by another who had completely become a witch. This was the price of power, and Anne was not afraid of it. But she just hoped that this process could be slower. Slower. At least until she completed her revenge and rescued the two people who were used as samples from that organization. No, not good. And shook her head, pulling her thoughts out of the complicated emotions, as if she had stayed here for too long. And she didn't know when Xiao Hei would wake up. So she had to go back quickly. After quickly putting the small lunch box back in her arms, and quickly returned to the bottom of the cabin where she should stay as a coolie. When she returned to her bunk and saw Xiao Hei still lying on it, seemingly still sleeping, and breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she was quite scared. For example, she would come back and find that Xiao Hei was gone, and she couldn't find him no matter how hard she looked. Unconsciously, even though they had only met for half a day, and already had a place for Xiao Hei in her heart. At this moment, after quietly putting down the lunchbox, and did not wake up Xiao Hei immediately, but quietly picked up the little wolf cub and held it in his arms, carefully admiring its sleeping appearance. The little belly rose and fell, making a cute and silly even breathing sound. When she stroked the fur, she found that it was not known whether it was because of the rest, but it always felt that it was brighter and smoother than when she first saw it. It felt very comfortable to touch, and it was unusually warm. This caused him to be a little reluctant for a while, and she pulled her hand out of Xiao Hei's fur, just wanting to keep doing it. She curiously touched this side, and then that side, and, who was in the process of stroking the wolf, did not notice at all that the little wolf cub's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably, and it was because he could no longer pretend to sleep. After learning the story from Wuxi, Liao Zixuan knew that the little girl with the identity of An might not need him in dealing with things, but mentally, she was extremely dependent on him, which was exactly the opposite of Vivian now. Then, in the limited time, he gave it. Damn, I can't pretend anymore. It seems that no matter which world line the little girl is in, she likes to touch all kinds of places. The little wolf cub jumped up and grinned at Mingming fiercely, with an angry expression, and it also rarely showed an embarrassed and guilty look. After all, it seems that she did touch too much. Xiao Hei. That me. Ah yes. Look, I brought you some delicious food. You, come and eat it. And quickly shifted her attention and opened the lunch box, looking at Xiao Hei, who was looking at her with a resentful look, and was excited about the meat in the lunch box, and was busy eating, and liked him more and more. She always felt that just looking at Xiao Hei could give her a strong sense of healing. The witch's will that had just erupted once was now gone. Thousand Islands is the kingdom of the god of water, and it is said that what the god of water pursues is the concept called fate, and now feels that her encounter with Xiao Hei is like a gift from fate to her. This is not a stray puppy, but a gift from God. Thank you, Lord God of Water, and couldn't help but pray sincerely in her heart. Of course, if the water god really cast his gaze on her, and she was lucky enough to be watched by the god, then it actually had a small, extravagant wish that she wanted to add. That is, she hoped that this gift from the god could accompany her for a little longer. Maybe the water god really heard N's prayer, so he cast her real gift. Or it could be said that it was destined by fate. Suddenly, the ship shook violently, as if it was hit by something powerful, waking up Vivian, who was praying, the little wolf cub who pretended to work hard, and all the people on the astrologist. This should never happen to the astrologist, which was protected by the heart of the sea. But this was just the beginning of everything. Then, exclamations rang out everywhere on the ship. The loudest and most terrifying one was Sea Beast. Chapter 246, Taboo Monster. Yamada no Orochi. There are no windows on the bottom floor of the cabin, so you can't see the outside at all. But the chaos coming from above, the panicked footsteps of people, and the violent shaking of the ship now all convey a message. Something big has happened. Click. As if to confirm this fact, the shaking of the ship just appeared, and now it has come again, and it is obviously more violent than the first time. Many people lost their balance because of this, and a large number of falls were heard. The food in the lunchbox that An Hao had brought from the kitchen to the little wolf cub was also spilled all over the floor. Most of the coolies at the bottom are now trembling. In the dim warehouse, they hold the things they can rely on and look at their cabins with fearful eyes. Xiao Hei, stay here and don't run around. I'll go up and take a look. And also experienced a brief moment of panic, but soon recovered. She first quickly found a safe and stable corner for the little wolf cub, so that no matter how the boat shook, it would not be hit by heavy objects. After that, and solemnly told the little wolf cub not to go out, and then ran to the upper level alone to investigate the situation. But at this time, facing such a sudden change, Liao Zixuan would not continue to pretend to be a stray puppy. Almost at the same time, after An left, the little wolf cub also disappeared from the spot. Astrologist. Top deck. As soon as we came outside, the dark sky with dark clouds above our heads seemed to have symbolized the arrival of an ominous omen. Thunder and lightning flashed, and heavy rain poured down, causing water to accumulate everywhere on the deck. Because of the previous violent shaking, many people on the deck fell to the ground. Some were unfortunately hit by heavy objects that fell, and lay on the ground groaning and wailing. There were also stupid people like wooden people, staring ahead with stunned and dull expressions. There were also people who knelt down and crawled, praying and offering sacrifices, also facing the sea in the distance. These were almost all locals wearing Thousand Island costumes. When the little wolf cub followed the people on the deck and looked in that direction, what he saw was a snake. To be precise, it was a giant snake-like sea beast that rolled up huge waves and formed a whirlpool on the turbulent sea. It seemed to have multiple heads, but now with the dazzling lightning, it could be vaguely seen that this big snake was mad and furious. Only one head connected by a thick neck. All the other heads seemed to be out of the water. This is Yaki, the follower of the water god, the final boss eroded by the abyss in the Thousand Islands plot. Also in the Thousand Islands, and even more invincible in the ocean, the most powerful Super Shikigami, the adult forbidden monster, even though only one head was exposed and the rest of the body was still on the seabed. Liao Zixuan recognized the identity of this sea beast at a glance. No, it should be said that it was fortunate that only one of its heads was mad and furious now. Otherwise, at this point in time, the Yamata no Orochi, which had not been weakened and sealed by the divine witch, might not be as simple as shaking violently. In just a moment, the big snake in the distance began to open its bloody mouth again and bite the astrologist fiercely. There might be a distance of hundreds of meters between them, but the head of the big snake came in the blink of an eye. Just as the passengers on the ship screamed, the hull was about to be bitten in half by the big snake. At this time, a blue magic barrier burst out from the core power room of the astrologist, making the bite of the big snake stop in midair and unable to touch the hull. But even with the protection of the heart of the sea barrier, the huge force coming from it could not be eliminated, and the astrologist shook violently again. The astrologist, which was originally regarded as a ridge on the sea, was really a dwarf in front of the big snake on the opposite side, and was completely unworthy of mention. Compared with the big snake, it was like a toy. Every time it resisted the bite and impact of the big snake's head, the color of the heart of the sea barrier protecting the astrologist became darker. It looked like it would only last for another 2 or 3 minutes before it would be completely exhausted and the barrier would shatter. And by that time, I'm afraid there would be no need for the big snake to attack. The rolling sea surface, surging waves, and vortex suction caused by the appearance of the big snake would be enough to tear the astrologist into pieces and fall to the bottom of the sea. Why? Shouldn't this big snake be sleeping at the bottom of the Abyss Sea? According to the map location of the Abyss Sea and the Thousand Islands, the route they sailed from the Flame region should not be possible and would never pass through. But from the mad and furious look of the big snake now, it is obvious that an intruder has entered its territory and disturbed its sleep. Even more excessive things may have been done, which led to this forbidden monster, which is worshipped and worshipped by the people of the Thousand Islands, attacking them. There was no time to think about why. Liao Zixuan immediately set off for the core power room on the second floor. The most important thing now was to urgently activate the heart of the sea to let the ship run out. But when Liao Zixuan arrived, he found that the crew and warriors inside were in a mess. Lord Luzi. Has Lord Luzi replied? No. We can't contact him. Damn it. Without Lord Luzi's secret method, we can't unlock the seal at all, let alone control the heart of the sea. Obviously, before Liao Zixuan, there were already crew and warriors who wanted to save themselves. But from the conversation between them, could it be that Luzi was no longer on this ship? The wolf cub's claws stretched hard into the floor. If it is still not obvious here, Luzi, who was sent by the community to meet Vivian, must have a big problem. Then he can hit his head and die. What annoyed and blamed Liao Zixuan was that in fact, in the past few days, there were many details that hinted that something was wrong with Luzi, but he did not investigate it in depth. First, Luzi did leave a very good impression on Liao Zixuan when they first met. She not only patiently explained the various cultures and histories of the Thousand Islands to them, but also respected and valued the little girl. This can be seen from the attitude of the Thousand Islands warriors on the whole ship towards Vivian. Second, the appearance of An made Liao Zixuan have no time to take care of other things. He regarded An as the number one potential enemy who needed to be watched at all times and paid special attention to. As for the third reason, the last one is the motive. Why? What is the reason for Lucy to do this? Risa, the company's official, is the witch Bella's best and Lucy's immediate superior. How dare she harm Vivian? Or is this all Bella's doing? Was it Bella's suggestion? No. That doesn't make sense. Bella has helped the little girl a lot in the flame domain. If you have to be specific, it's not too much for Vivian to call Bella her lifelong master. After all, without Bella's witch seed, how could she change her job now? She even hid a wisp of soul fragment in the witch seed, which came out after the little girl changed her job. On the surface, she said she was here to laugh at her. But in fact, anyone with a discerning eye knew that she was here for after-sales service. Even if she was mentally ill and suddenly went crazy and wanted to kill Vivian, she definitely had too many ways to do it instead of sacrificing the astrologist, a ship of great significance to the entire Thousand Islands, just to kill Vivian. That would be equivalent to killing 800 enemies and losing 1,000 of her own. By then, as the leader of the society, Risa would at least be dismissed and imprisoned. Boom! The hull shook violently again, pulling Liao Zixuan's thoughts back to reality. Running back to the deck, the little wolf looked up. The barrier wrapped around the astrologist was already on the verge of collapse. Maybe the next bite of the big snake would completely shatter it. Many of the crew members and warriors also knew this. They all looked ashen and desperate. One of the old warriors was staring blankly at the giant snake monster in the raging waves in the distance. He seemed to be talking to himself or predicting something. I knew it. I knew it. Over the years, more and more ignorant people have resisted the god and witch election. There are always 3 or 4 witches who try to escape in each election. They must be forcibly captured by the great purification minister and forced to continue participating in order to allow the election to continue. This is blasphemy. This is disrespectful to Lord Yaki. Even if the god and witch is elected by then. If the witches who are sacrificed are those who have no faith in their hearts and no respect for Lord Yaki, then this is not a sacrifice, but a provocation. A blasphemy to Lord Yaki. That's why Lord Yaki is punishing us now. And he's furious. It must be like this. It must be like this. He's disappointed in us. He's protected his people for hundreds of years. But his people are so ungrateful. This is our own destruction. Destruction? The old warrior, looking like a sinner, kept kowtowed to the mad snake in the sea in the distance. Influenced by his words, many other Thousand Islanders also imitated him and prayed for the forgiveness of the snake. The foreigners on the ship from Yenyu or other countries didn't know what the god and witch election was. Why this hideous and terrifying snake was believed in by the Thousand Islanders, and even called him. But in the current situation, they had no choice but to follow suit and seek the illusory ray of hope. But all this was in vain. How could the raging snake hear the voices of the people? Seeing the next attack coming randomly, the barrier of the heart of the sea would definitely break this time and resist. On the huge astrologist. At this moment, when everyone was trembling and begging for mercy, only one person waved the black sickle of resistance against the terrifying sea snake, which they called him. The witch's breath broke out in full force. And even for a moment, it awakened the people on the ship from the fear of the snake, shifted the object of fear, and looked at the coolie who floated up from the ship and chopped the black sickle at the head of the snake with the same fearful eyes. Bang! The collision between the black sickle and the snake's head. From an outsider's perspective, the huge size difference between the two sides is just like a moth flying into a flame. As for the result, there is no doubt. In his normal state, and couldn't even beat a little wolf cub who was still in the growth period, let alone the adult forbidden monster, the legendary Yamada no Orochi, and also knew this, and his momentum was rising. This happened in the second experience, relying on praying to obtain a curse in exchange for bursting power several times. But even so, as soon as the two came into contact, the small black dot representing and quickly flew backwards and was ruthlessly hit head-on. But if nothing else, at least the attack of the snake was resolved. At the same time, the snake's attention seemed to shift from the astrologist to An, and was still in a state of stiffness in the air. But the next bite of the snake came in the blink of an eye, leaving in no time to breathe. The blood-red mouth showed sharp snake teeth, and could only barely put the sickle in front of her body, trying to block the snake's mouth. But it was like putting a toothpick in the mouth of a lion. When she was about to collapse and be swallowed into the snake's belly, and suddenly felt that the crushing bite force suddenly disappeared, and even the snake turned its head and temporarily ignored her. "What's going on?" When it looked in the direction of the snake's head, all the passengers and warriors on the deck of the Astrologist also made the same movements as in. They even forgot to pray to the snake for a moment, because the snake turned its gaze back to the Astrologist. No, to be more precise, it was directed at a creature standing on the top of the deck, as if it was also confronting the snake. Yes, although it was a bit absurd. It felt like a little wolf cub to the passengers on the ship. The Thousand Island Warriors. Enon. The Thousand Island Warriors were the first to recognize that this was the Shikigami of Lady Vivian. Their faces, which had been desperate, began to show excitement and anticipation. Enon recognized it at a glance. But it was not the so-called Shikigami monster of Lady Vivian, but Xiao Hei, and couldn't help but exclaimed, the little wolf cub standing on the tip of the bow deck, the stray puppy she accidentally picked up, was now in a tense confrontation with the forbidden monster of the Thousand Islands, the Lord of the Ocean, only to see that the mad head of the big snake actually stopped. It spit out its tongue. From its demeanor, although people can't communicate with it, but can still read that it is a kind of doubt, suspicion, and very shallow, but indeed existent fear. That's right. Fear. It is precisely because of the emergence of this emotion that the big snake has stopped all attacks and seems to hesitate in place. On one side is a wolf cub that can be easily held in the arms, like a cute pet, and on the other side is a sea snake that even the Astrologist is a toy in its eyes. Such a shocking contrast is enough to make everyone lose their ability to think and can only open their mouths. Maybe it also realized that its deterrent power is very poor, so it almost covered her mouth with an incredible expression on her face, only to see that her little black, a stray puppy, began to grow suddenly. The overwhelming white mist surged out from around the wolf cub. This was the powerful heat energy generated by the deformation of bones and the condensation of flesh and blood, which evaporated the moisture in the air. The rainstorm in the dark sky, when it fell to the position of the little wolf cub, was like an invisible cover, and the rain was turned into steam. Although the little wolf cub's body was already covered by a large area of fog, through the black shadow that was looming in the mist, it could still be seen that the little wolf cub's body was getting bigger and bigger, until the end. Even the deck of the Astrologist, which was nearly 100 meters long, could not accommodate it at all. Little wolf cub. No. People only saw a giant claw that was almost a quarter of the size of the deck, and stepped into the void. Swish. The huge body of a black giant wolf broke through the steam and mist, and Liao Zixuan's true forbidden monster level, the growth stage dark flame wolf, appeared again. Moreover, compared to the time when he was fighting with the fallen abyss bone dragon, Liao Zixuan's current level has increased, and the corresponding manifestation in reality is that his size has increased a lot. In fact, the most common and basic method to judge the strength of a monster is to look at its size. When the passengers and warriors on the ship looked at the huge black wolf floating in the void, its body and limbs were wrapped in black flames, its wolf eyes flashing, as if the soul would be sucked away by a glance, and its whole body exuded the majesty and terrifying pressure that was not inferior to the big snake. He again? Another one. He? Chapter 247. Even if it is. And, based on the levels of both parties, your detection intermediate has obtained the following information. Yaki. Level, LV70 mature. Race, Air of the Sea. Skills, Advanced Sea Shelter passive when in the sea terrain. All attributes are improved by 100%. 3% of the maximum health is restored per second. Immune to negative states such as confusion, burning, poisoning, etc. And self-resistance is greatly improved. Ancient Scale passive gains 75% magic damage reduction, 50% physical damage reduction, 20% true damage reduction. Sea Disaster? Whirlpool Climate? Talents and Specialties. Yaki passive. The 8 heads share health points. When one of them is fatally injured, it is exempt from death and turns into a dying state. The health points gradually decrease over a period of time according to the number of heads currently in existence. When all 8 heads are in a dying state, this passive state becomes invalid. Snake God? Danger level, extinction. The more powerful a creature is when you throw the detect skill at it, the more sensitive it will be to the other party. Just like someone suddenly takes a photo with a camera with a flash on the street. Liao Zixuan relied on this trick to successfully attract the attention of the big snake from in the first place. Of course, throwing out detection is only the first step. The subsequent ability to keep the snake fixed, and even temporarily pause without attacking, is all due to the forbidden monster aura emanating from Liao Zixuan. As a forbidden monster, even if the other party is young, he must be a little wary, which is a respect for blood. Moreover, Liao Zixuan has now passed the infancy stage and reached the growth stage, where he can be regarded as dominant in one area. The black giant wolf stepped on the flames, suspended in the air, and tried to communicate with the snake. But no matter how Liao Zixuan tried to communicate, the snake gave him the feeling that at least the head in front of him was full of beasts, full of all kinds of negative emotions, as if it was just instinctively stalemate with him. But in fact, there was no intention to communicate at all. Liao Zixuan's heart sank at this. They were all forbidden monsters, without any advantages in talent or expertise, and they had to compete with each other in terms of time, place, and growth progress. Let's not talk about it for now. They were playing away from home, surrounded by the boundless vast sea. The maturity of the level 70 on the big snake's panel was scary enough. The lifespan of forbidden monsters was calculated in hundreds of years. Liao Zixuan was currently a whole maturity away from the big snake. The difference in strength was so great that they were not comparable at all. The only good news was that the one who was violent towards them was just ahead of Yaki, which was about 1/8 of its combat power. Liao Zixuan didn't know if this was the right way to count, so he could only comfort himself in his heart. The snake's mouth was constantly swallowing and spitting out the signal. After a brief observation, the head seemed to have discovered the black wolf opposite. It hadn't even reached the growth stage, and it immediately began to stir. The body twisted back and forth more and more, and it was obvious that it couldn't hold back and was preparing to attack. Swish! In a flash, the snake's mouth suddenly expanded and opened, and the powerful neck suddenly exerted force. The snake no longer hesitated and took the initiative to attack, biting the black wolf fiercely. Liao Zixuan, who had also been tense, made a quick decision. This kind of attack could definitely not be taken head-on. He ran, and the dark flames of his innate expertise rose and rolled under his feet. As if in the sky, the giant wolf's body was supported by a raging fire. As the giant wolf moved, a long trail of black flames was left in the air. After successfully avoiding the bite, Liao Zixuan certainly did not stop there. He used the potential energy of running to try to attack the big snake. The black giant wolf stepped into the void, and a shadow wave appeared in the void in front of him. A deep and dark door opened to the black giant wolf. The black wolf jumped, and the shadow door swallowed the entire huge wolf body. The giant wolf disappeared strangely in the air, and the next moment, behind the neck of the big snake, the void twisted and fluctuated, and the shadow door just now appeared again. Together with it, the body of the black wolf flashed out of the door, and the claws and fangs wrapped in dark flames attacked the back of the neck of the big snake. Squeak! When the wolf claws touched the scales on the neck of the snake, a sharp and piercing sound resounded in this space, and it felt like scratching glass with fingernails. As expected, Liao Zixuan's full-strength attack was not even qualified to break the snake's defense. The skin made of snake scales that were thousands of years old was extremely tough. Liao Zixuan remembered that there was a legendary weapon whose main material was snake skin that was hundreds of years old. From this, you can imagine how terrifying the snake was. But as I said, among the forbidden monsters, no matter how young they are, they still need to show the minimum respect and vigilance, because the other party's talent is passed down from a long bloodline and has nothing to do with their own age. I only heard the sound of squeak followed by squeak. That was the dark flame attached to the black wolf's claws, which began to burn on the scales and skin of the snake. I saw that the scales that were intact in the face of the claw attacked just now. When the dark flame climbed up, they actually emitted black smoke and began to show signs of burning. Skills that can cause real damage may be rare, but you can find a lot if you are determined to find them. But at the same time, it also has the ability of not being immune and not being reduced real damage, which is too rare and too domineering. As the signature talent of the dark flame wolf, black flame is one of them. Burning everything is not just a slogan, but a real thing. Although the black flame burned a small area, the damage caused was definitely not small. The snake's scales had been completely charred, revealing the fragile flesh and blood of the big snake that should have been protected at the bottom. Hiss. Hiss. Snake monsters don't have vocal cords. But from the way the snake started to spit out its tongue and shook its head back and forth like crazy, it was still obvious that it was in great pain. However, the good times didn't last long. Just as Liao Zixuan was about to take the opportunity to continue, adding strength to the already burned wound and breathing out more dark flame power, the snake also reacted. It wasn't stupid. After suffering a loss, it immediately chose to dive into the sea, forcing the black wolf holding its neck to be forced to leave on its own initiative. Otherwise it would be taken to the sea by the snake. If it really became an underwater battle, then 10 more black wolves would probably not be the opponent of the snake. No, it was the opponent of the one head of the big snake. From the beginning to the end, all of Liao Zixuan's battles were just against this one head. Spiral water columns rose from the bottom of the sea and surrounded the black wolf in the sky from all directions. Although they were all made of seawater, they were no less sharp than a blade under high-speed rotation. At the same time, there were high-pressure water columns, which continued to flow out from the sea surface and roared towards the black wolf, as if symbolizing that the big snake head at this moment had been completely enraged by what Liao Zixuan had just done. It no longer used brute force and began a real battle between forbidden monsters, which could also be said to be a battle of authority. The authority corresponding to Yaki was the authority of the sea. It controls the sea at will, with endless power. Although the black wolf in the sky tries its best to dodge with the power of shadow, there is still a cooling time in the middle. If it is a little slower, it will be scratched by the spiral water column or hit by the high-pressure rapids. When the big snake head got serious, just a few minutes later, the black giant wolf, which was originally full of energy, was no longer there. There were large wounds and bleeding on the black wolf's body that could be seen with the naked eye. The originally black and shiny hair was already bloodstained and scarred. Even the black flame that wrapped the black wolf's body became weaker and weaker under the repeated attacks of the big snake. When the black wolf was hit by the water again, and this time it was in the abdomen, the black wolf's entire huge body was knocked over and flew backwards in the air. Xiao Hei! And scream faintly rang in Liao Zixuan's ears. As for the passengers and warriors on the Astrologus, they were all scared and didn't know what to do since the two forbidden monsters started fighting. Liao Zixuan forced himself to be energetic and endured the severe pain from all over his body. It seemed that this was the first time he had been injured so badly since he crossed over to become a dark flame wolf. The first time he felt the feeling of pain was right. It was indeed too unreliable for someone who had just reached the growth stage to fight against the mature stage. However, Liao Zixuan looked at the Astrologus, which had been getting farther and farther away from him during the battle. After the black giant wolf stood up again, it pretended to continue fighting with the snake. But in fact, it was quietly guiding the snake's head to gradually increase the distance from the Astrologus. Yes, Liao Zixuan was not stupid. He knew that it was a battle with no chance of winning. But he still fought so hard and took the initiative to attack to anger the snake, just to sacrifice himself to lead the violent snake away. In this way, whether it was Vivian, or the people on the ship, they might be saved and have a glimmer of hope. Right? And he would die at most. As long as Vivian, the summoner, was fine, he would at most sleep for a long time and be summoned back by the little girl. This is the world line that Liao Zixuan came up with. The only plan to break the deadlock that would keep everyone safe. But it is obvious that someone cannot accept this world line. Because in this world line, in that person's eyes, she can't see that everyone is safe. She only sees that her Xiao Hei is injured. Seriously injured and about to be caught up by death. The last hesitation also disappeared, and didn't know why her encounter with Xiao Hei was so brief. But it gave her the feeling that they had known each other for a long time and had experienced a lot. They shared joy and shared troubles together. They traveled to various countries together, grew stronger together, and maybe punished the bad guys and saved the world quietly without knowing it. If that were true, how wonderful it would be. If they could have met earlier, perhaps everything would be different now. And closed her eyes. She lowered her head, put her hands together in front of her chest, and said two words in a voice that only she could hear. The two words that belonged to her, which authority? Pray. The sound of these two words in Anne's mouth was instantly drowned by the power of the snake. The sky was dark. The waves were surging. And the storm was raining. But afterwards, a complete contrast was formed. The strong wind blew away Anne's hood, letting her long hair flutter behind her head. The girl floated in the sky, and a huge magic circle with a hollow center appeared at the girl's feet with Anne as the center, shining like the sun in the sky covered by dark clouds. Next, Anne still lowered her head, as if she was talking to herself. But this time, every word she uttered seemed not to ring in her ears, but to resound in the hearts of all living beings. The rainstorm could not cover her voice, and the waves could not drown her sound. That was Anne's voice. Anne's prayer. May you return to peace. May you return to your habitat. The familiar voice, that became hoarse after being burned, was not pleasant to the ears. But it was this voice that made the violent snake head in the sea stop in an instant. It did not attack the black wolf again, gave up this opponent that made it suffer, and even forgot about the astrologist. It broke into its territory and began to slowly sink to the bottom of the sea. The waves subsided. The waves disappeared. The sky covered with dark clouds gradually cleared up, and the sun shone on the deck of the astrologist. The people on the deck hugged each other and cried bitterly after surviving the disaster. And Anne's body, in the sun, starting from her feet, began to turn into stars, to be able to influence the emotions of a mature forbidden monster. Even if it was just to do this, the price Anne prayed to pay was the cruelest curse. Her own existence disappeared. Anne's vision blurred. And at the last moment when she lost consciousness, she vaguely saw Xiaohei, who was covered with bruises, running towards her anxiously. But Anne didn't even have the strength to raise her hand and touch it again. However, there is still one wish left among the three. May all your pains be healed. With her last gentle voice, Anne's body completely dissipated, like a burnt candle. A familiar scene. A familiar scene. At that time, thousands of refugees from Qian town were blocked outside the city above Wudian city, and forced to face countless brutal and terrifying creatures of the fallen abyss that were teleported by Archbishop Maggie under the control of the fallen abyss. At that time, Demir was imprisoned by Maggie. Chris and Harvey had not grown up. The players were still cannon fodder in the internal test period. The city guards were defeated, and the fire god cult was cowardly. It was the little girl who stood up and used similar abilities to pray for the power of the halo and saved countless people from the claws of the fallen abyss. Now, Anne did the same thing. She seemed to prove to her little black that even Anne, like Vivian, was qualified to be your partner. Chapter 248. Come again. Astrologist. Second floor. Cabin. A fiery red little sparrow nervously crouched in front of the small window of the room inside the ship. After seeing the big snake retreat, the waves subsided, and the defense barrier of the astrologist was no longer attacked. The little sparrow seemed to be relieved and patted his little chest with his wings. Of course, because the windows of each cabin are very small and can only see a very limited field of view. Sun Yan and the little girl actually don't know the specific process of the battle outside, but at least the result of the battle. See, I said, since Xiao Xiuhei asked us to stay and not go out, he can solve everything. Vivian's intermittent voice rang in Sun Yan's ears. The little sparrow had not yet recovered from the shock of the big snake, so for a moment, he did not notice that Vivian beside him was weak and began to weaken rapidly. At this time, a flash of light flashed in the room, and the dark little wolf cub appeared in the house. Sun Yan was curious and wanted to fly over to ask the little wolf cub what happened outside and what the big snake was. But who would have thought that as soon as Sun Yan approached, his expression became puzzled, and the action of flying to the little wolf cub's head stopped. Because Sun Yan rarely felt a strong negative emotion from the little wolf cub? And in the next moment, little Vivian, who was lying on the bed and about to fall asleep, felt the breath of her little wolf cub, forced herself to open her eyes, and just as she was about to shout, she stopped, because she saw that the little wolf cub no longer cared so much. Liao Zixuan directly turned into a human form. By Xiuhei? This. Vivian was a little confused. Whether she was confused, hallucinating, or something else, she just felt that she was getting more and more sleepy inexplicably, and her eyes were getting harder and harder to open. I'm sorry. Seeing the little girl's appearance, Liao Zixuan sat down on the bed and reached out to hold Vivian's hand, which had lost its strength. After hearing what Liao Zixuan said, Sun Yan realized that something was wrong with the little girl's body. The little sparrow flew around anxiously in the sky, and even plucked out all the precious fiery feathers without hesitation. But these phoenix feathers, which contain powerful vitality, and can almost bring any creature back to life, are of no use to Vivian now. If the effect of fiery feathers is regarded as pouring water into a shriveled balloon, then the little girl's current state is like a balloon with a hole punctured. No matter how much water is poured in, it will all leak out. In this scene, Liao Zixuan remained silent, but clenched his other empty hand into a fist, because Sun Yan had tried this once in the second cycle experience. In this cycle of fate on the astrologist, and in Vivian are one. Although in thought she sacrificed herself in exchange for her Xiaohei. In fact, once and got into trouble. After a short delay, the same fate would befall Vivian. Why are you always so stupid and do stupid things? Liao Zixuan gently lifted up the messy hair in front of the girl's bangs, which fell weakly. He seemed to be talking to Vivian, and also to another silly girl on the other side of fate. And Vivian, even in this situation, she still forced a smile. That's why Xiaohei, who has brought me to this day, seems to be very powerful. Isn't it? The little girl was talking. Her eyes were looking into Liao Zixuan's. Liao Zixuan could read from Vivian's eyes that even though he didn't tell her anything, Vivian had already noticed something. The girl turned her head, her eyes on the ceiling, revealing a look of reminiscence, and continued to speak. Xiaohei, I have had some dreams these nights. I dreamed that I seemed to be repeating the same things. Like now, it happened twice in my dreams. But I also found that my dreams are getting better day by day. From the first dream, I couldn't see anything clearly. I was only very painful, and woke up like a nightmare. On the second day, the dream began to become clear, and the feeling of waking up suddenly was much weaker. So I was wondering, today, the third night, will I be able to make a little more progress? Vivian shook her head when she said this, and she turned her attention back to the young man beside the bed. How can I say that I am making progress? Xiaohei, these are actually all your credit. Right? Although I don't know the details, I can feel that we are getting closer to the end step by step. So, don't say sorry. The one who should say sorry should be me, who did nothing. I can only rely on my dreams every night to know your efforts again and again. Xiaohei. But in every dream, I will forget everything and cannot retain my memory. It may be a last glimmer of light. Vivian, who was dying, had many memories in her dreams. But as more and more memories emerged, Vivian's tired face showed a strong sense of self-blame and guilt. If you look more carefully, you can still find a few faint, crystal tears. Indeed, when you can only watch the person you cherish so much, through reincarnation again and again, working hard to reach the end. While you are outside the reincarnation, each time you will clear your memory and become a useless person. This is a punishment and torture for Vivian. However, warm hands wiped away the tears from the corners of the girl's eyes. Liao Zixuan held the little girl in his arms and whispered softly in her ear, It doesn't matter. No matter how many times, I will let us reach the end we want. Well, I believe you. Xiaohei. Vivian nodded. Right. As if she suddenly thought of something, Vivian bit her tongue secretly, and used the stinging feeling to force her dissipating spiritual will to gather again, so that she could stay in this cycle for a while longer. Because the little girl had two very important pieces of information that needed to be passed on to her Xiaohei. Vivian didn't want to do nothing this time. I don't know if this is useful to you, Xiaohei, but from the moment the astrologist set sail, I suddenly lost contact with the other me. In the past few days, I have been trying to call the other me, but she seemed to have disappeared and didn't respond at all. So, when Miss Maggie told me about my divination, she said that I would meet someone very similar to me. I was wondering if that person was the other me who disappeared in the spiritual space. After Vivian's words, Liao Zixuan was stunned. He was about to ask why she didn't tell him about this earlier, but Liao Zixuan thought about it carefully. It was not the girl's fault. He was too strong at that time. He only wanted Vivian to go back to her room and hide. Then he raced against time to collect information, and didn't even have the chance to speak to the girl. The second one is, Vivian obviously had less breath to speak. She pursed her lips, and bit the tip of her tongue again to stimulate her spirit. This morning, Miss Lucy knocked on my door, and reminded me that the ship would arrive at Qiandao in the afternoon, and asked about my retreat progress. I listened to you, Xiaohei, and didn't open the door. I just talked to Miss Lucy through the door. At that time, even through the door, I could smell a strange fragrance on Miss Lucy. Strange fragrance? Liao Zixuan frowned and asked hurriedly. Yes. I don't know what it is. But I didn't smell it on Miss Lucy on the first day. And this kind of fragrance? Having said so many words in one breath. Even if I had a flash of inspiration and bit my tongue again, it would be useless. Vivian's body began to be likened at that time. Starting from her footsteps, turning into stars, and disappearing from this world. But at the last moment, the little girl's efforts were not in vain. She supported herself and finished telling Xiao He everything she wanted to tell him. I can also smell this fragrance on you now. Xiao He. But it's just different kind. Different kind? Liao Zixuan recalled that in the second cycle experience, and had also said this to him, saying that she could smell the smell on him at that time, and called this smell the after-scent of a witch? He couldn't think any more, because Liao Zixuan could feel that the weight of the girl in his arms was getting lighter and lighter. Vivian finally stared at the young man's face, as if she wanted to imprint him deep in her mind. Xiao He. I'll be the next one. I'll trouble you too. When the last syllable fell, Liao Zixuan's arms became empty, and Vivian completely turned into a star. Liao Zixuan wanted to reach out and grab her, but he just waved in the air and left nothing. At the same time, the feedback came to him. His consciousness began to blur and sink, and was swallowed by the darkness. The feeling of falling into the deep sea emerged again. However, compared to the beginning, Liao Zixuan, who had experienced 2 cycles, was no longer nervous and flustered. He could even try to look into those eyes, under the strong feeling of suffocation and weightlessness. Yes, the pair of sea blue eyes that appeared every time he entered a new cycle. The owner of the eyes was clearly stated in Megi's astrology. Water god Froka. Unlike the god of fire, it was very appropriate to describe Alice as an ice sculpture. Liao Zixuan could not see any emotion in these blue eyes. Most of the water should be flowing water, whether it is mountains, rivers, or oceans and lakes. But from these eyes alone, Liao Zixuan could feel that the water of the god of water had stopped. It was still water, or a dead sea. However, now there were suddenly 2 small fish swimming in from the outside, which made the god of water unacceptable. Because if there really is an outside, the water will not be still. If I have to describe it, Liao Zixuan could understand that in the eyes of the water god, they are like bugs and errors in the program. And the cycles he is going through now are like the water god trying to correct this error again and again. But Liao Zixuan also wants to convey something to the water god, although he doesn't know if this ice sculpture god can hear it. That is a classic saying that all programmers on Blue Star know. When you write a bug, but it happens to run, then you must never touch it again, because you don't know that once you try to modify it, there is a high probability that you will only get more errors. Astrologist. Deck. The sun was shining, and the sea breeze was blowing. Familiar scene, familiar time, and familiar miss. Do you want to have an astrology? The astrology girl in a swimsuit, Maggie, ran to Vivian with shining eyes and asked excitedly and expectantly. Count it up. This is the 4th time I have seen this scene. Right? Feeling the familiar breath of the little girl, everything returned to the original point. Full of youth and vitality. The little wolf cub who woke up slowly, in the mood of losing and regaining, took a big breath in Vivian's arms. And this time, the little wolf cub was worried about not only Vivian, but also An, who was at the bottom of the cabin and now boarded the ship as a coolie. If a game is played 3 times and still stuck, Liao Zixuan feels that it is a humiliation to himself. 3 times is the limit. This time, he will definitely let her and her reach the desired destination. However, maybe it is intentional to hit the confidence of the little wolf cub. Or maybe some wonderful changes have occurred. In short, huh? Strange. Strange. I clearly felt that kind of destiny from her a second ago. Why is it gone now? Maggie's excited face quickly turned into a puzzled expression at the little girl. Is it my illusion? It's bad. Is it possible that even my memory of astrology is starting to be forgotten? No. No. I have to go to cram school quickly. Oh. Sorry. Miss. I'm really sorry to bother you so suddenly. I have other things to do. So I'll leave first. Maggie apologized simply, frowned, and walked straight past Vivian with a look of heavy heart. This immediately made Xiao Jie, who was about to scold the liar, stunned, and also made the little wolf cub in Vivian's arms narrow his eyes at Maggie's back. No breath of fate. Liao Zixuan clearly remembered that in the third time. Maggie explained that the so-called breath of fate means being watched by the gods. So what does it mean now, is that the water god no longer looks at them? Could it be that the eye contact with the water god at the end of the cycle really worked? Liao Zixuan didn't know. But this news was a mixture of joy and sorrow for him. The joy was that when Maggie was fortune-telling for Vivian, she couldn't see clearly, and was powerless because of the water god's gaze when she was fortune-telling for Vivian. Now that this buff is gone, if he asks Maggie for fortune-telling again, will he be able to get the hint smoothly? And there are two reasons for worry. First, if there is no water god's gaze, then Vivian seems to have become an ordinary person in Maggie's eyes. From several cycles, it can be seen that Maggie will never fortune-tell for ordinary people easily. But Liao Zixuan had already thought of a solution to this problem. After all, in the third cycle, there was an unexpected event that could be fully utilized. The last point is what really worries the little wolf cub. Because of the water god's watch, he can continue to reincarnate. But now that this effect is gone, does it mean that there will be no more recycles? What he does this time will be completely written on the paper of fate. The little wolf cub shook his head. It sounds a bit scary. But in reality, it is better to say that the water god has given him 3 extra chances to try and make mistakes. After all, in the normal world rules, there is no such thing as regret medicine? Think about it this way. Could it be that the water god's ice sculpture face is actually helping them? Liao Zixuan didn't know. But what he knew was that he would not make the same mistake again this time. In the previous times, Liao Zixuan always wanted to solve everything by himself. But in the end, he found that his strength alone was obviously not enough. He also needs help from time to time. As for the choice of this helper, it goes without saying, in the last experience, and had completely changed her impression in Liao Zixuan's mind, and proved to the little wolf cub that she was definitely not an enemy. Even in another world line without the little wolf cub, she still kept the most precious thing. The real enemy is someone else, hiding in the dark. But it's a pity that the little wolf cub discovered Anne's true nature and the hidden enemy too late. So this time, Liao Zixuan will no longer let Vivian stay in the room to avoid Anne. It's even the opposite. This time, Liao Zixuan wants Vivian and Anne to have as much contact as possible. The person who tied the bell should be the one to untie it. Chapter 249. Hello. My name is Vivian. What about you? The first place where Vivian and Anne come into contact is the corridor next. In several cycles, as long as Vivian is not with the astrology girl and wastes too much time, she will just bump into Anne who is carrying goods. It just so happened that Maggie stopped pestering for divination because the little girl lost the god's gaze, which saved Liao Zixuan's effort. Next, except for the abnormal point on Maggie's side, everything else was exactly as the little wolf cub remembered. At Zhao Jia's invitation, Vivian went to the restaurant on the first floor for dinner. When they were chatting in the corridor, they were about to reach the corner. Xiao Hei. The wolf cub in Vivian's arms seized the opportunity and suddenly jumped off the little girl and ran away. When Vivian reacted again, a cry of surprise came from the other side of the corner of their corridor. Where did the stray dog come from? The supervisor warrior in charge of him was still courting death. But now the wolf cub had no time to argue with him, but focused his eyes on the coolie at the end of the team, who was covered in a tattered windbreaker and had a bandage on his face. At this moment, Anne was holding a box full of heavy objects in both hands. She raised her head because of the shouting of the supervisor in front. Before Anne could see clearly what was happening, she suddenly felt a small figure running towards her in front of her, and instantly became alert, and her whole body instinctively tensed up. This was not over yet, when Anne smelled the lingering fragrance that only witches had in the air, which appeared along with the small figure approaching her, and was almost ready to enter the battle state. However, at the moment when the distance between the two sides was shortened, and there was no other coolie in front of her to block her view, and could fully see the true appearance of this small figure, and was stunned. Little puppy? Now she understood the exclamation of the supervisor warrior in front of her. At the same time, the defense that was ready to go was immediately messed up. Anne's first reaction was whether she was too nervous, and the second reaction was not to hurt innocent lives by mistake. It was Anne's hesitation that made her suffer the murderous hands of the little wolf cub. In Anne's astonished eyes, she watched with her own eyes that the stray puppy running on the ground at an incredible speed did not pass through her like other coolies after coming in front of her. Instead, it jumped hard at her. What? Anne's exclamation sounded, followed by thump. Don't look at the little wolf cub's seemingly small size. That's all for daily convenience. Even if it's really an ordinary little wolf cub, it can knock people down with such a pounce. Not to mention a monster cub. Before she even finished shouting, and was caught off guard by the wolf cub and lost her balance, falling to the ground. At the same time, the heavy box in her hand also fell off her hand, making a dull sound. Boom! The books in the box fell all over the ground. And Anne felt a pain in her buttocks and a hot squeeze in her chest. When Anne opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was another pair of eyes full of spirituality. You? Before Anne could finish her words, the stray puppy lying on her chest actually nudged her bandaged face with its furry head. Just such a small action blocked all of Anne's words. Have we met before? This was a thought that came to Anne's mind subconsciously, because whether it was the action of the stray puppy or the fact that she was not angry at the moment, but instead had an inexplicable sense of joy of reunion, and was at a loss. However, there was no time for Anne to recover, because soon, the angry footsteps of the supervisor warrior came. Asshole! What are you doing? Don't you know how to hide? These are all precious items of the guests on the ship. If you break them, you can't afford to pay for them. What are you still standing there for? Get up. While the supervisor warrior was scolding, his unfriendly eyes were on the wolf cub sitting on it at the moment. He raised his leg and kicked it, trying to kick away the mad dog that came from nowhere. The next moment, what are you doing? The supervisor warrior only felt that his kicking momentum was stopped just halfway, because Anne had sat up from the ground, and at the same time, he used one hand to accurately grasp the ankle of the wolf cub. It was obviously a very slender palm, but it felt like an iron clamp to the supervisor warrior, making him unable to move at all. The warrior even had the illusion that if the opponent's hand exerted a little more strength, his ankle would be crushed and fractured. Fortunately, the illusion given to the supervisor by the coolie named and disappeared in the next breath. Sorry. I'll clean it up right now. And loosened the supervisor's ankle, silently took the wolf cub off his body, put it back on the ground, and quietly signaled with eyes and hand language to let this overly active and troublesome stray puppy leave now. Unfortunately, Anne's eyes showed anxiety, because this stray puppy seemed unwilling to listen to her, and tried several times, but the other party refused to leave and stayed by her side. Humph. So that's it. I can see it. At this scene, the supervisor warrior sneered, because it was too obvious. Why did it pounce on you instead of others? Tell me, did you secretly bring this stray dog to the boat? Perhaps to make up for the fact that he, a warrior, was kicked and kicked by a coolie, and was a little scared. So the supervisor's tone became particularly tough. Without waiting for Anne to answer, the supervisor passed through Anne and reached out to the stray puppy that Anne had put behind him. With your appearance, you can't even support yourself. And you still like to keep a dog, right? And you dare to bring it on board. Get out of the way. I must teach you a lesson today. And throw this stray dog into the sea in front of you. Let you know the price of being sneaky. As the warrior said this, he grabbed the wolf cub with his big hand. And Anne didn't know why. It was not what the supervisor warrior said, but her body reacted as if what he said was true, because Anne actually hugged the wolf cub in his arms and protected it. Okay. You can. You want to protect your little dog, right? Let me see how long you can hold on. The supervisor warrior saw that Anne dared to resist and disobey his orders, and his anger was even greater. He reached out to take out the scabbard from his waist, which was a common method used to teach disobedient coolies a lesson, and Anne closed her eyes, still holding the wolf cub, and the voice of consciousness from the witch emerged from her heart. But she was quickly forced to suppress it, and felt her own powerlessness, as if she had nothing except the power of destruction. It will be fine when the supervisor is tired, right? And can only protect the young life in this way. However, it seems that the situation did not develop as Anne imagined. The supervisor warrior's scabbard was not taken down, but it was waiting. Miss Vivian. What? The supervisor warrior's surprised and flattering voice came to Anne's ears, which shocked Anne's mind, like a storm. And his heart almost stopped beating. Because Vivian. This is her real name. How could it be? The other party knows his true identity. Why is he still speaking in this tone? A series of crazy questions popped up in his mind, and Anne quickly opened his eyes. The next moment, the scene in her vision shocked Anne, and she was stunned for a moment. because it was a little girl who hurried over from the corner of the corridor. She looked around as if she was looking for something. And the face of this little girl was exactly the same as hers. No, not the present self. After all, her face had been burned in the burning from the little girl opposite, and saw more of her past self. That innocent, kind, simple, and naive little village girl. But compared to the little village girl, she was a little different. Such as her skin was smoother and whiter, delicate and without any impurities. Such as her temperament, no longer timid and timid. As if she had experienced a lot, seen a lot, and was much more confident. Hello. Then, Vivian looked around and didn't see the wolf cub. So she immediately asked the supervisor. The samurai immediately perked up, because the Miss Vivian in front of him was the boss of their boss, the close friend of the company's magistrate, Risa-sama. With this relationship, the supervisor dared not neglect her, and even felt a little happy in his heart. If he could get a little hook up with this Lady Vivian, he would be very successful immediately. So why would he stay here and be a small supervisor? Miss Vivian, you said? It is an honor for me, Ichiro, to serve you. The supervisor warrior was obviously very thoughtful. In order to leave an impression on Vivian, he took the lead, raised his head and chest, and stood up straight. He pretended to be expressing his attitude, but in fact, he wanted the little girl to remember his name quietly. And he did succeed. Mr. Ichiro, please tell me, did you see a little wolf cub running over just now? Little wolf cub. Ichiro was originally quite excited to be called by Vivian's name, but after hearing Vivian's question, he had an ominous premonition in his heart. Wait. He suddenly felt cold sweat on his forehead. Ichiro asked carefully, Mr. Vivian, the little wolf cub you are talking about is a monster cub of about this size. My summoned beast. Vivian gestured with her hand in front of her. Monster cub. Summon a summoned beast. After these two words appeared, Ichiro suddenly felt his eyes darken a little, because he remembered that Lady Lucy had indeed mentioned to them that Miss Vivian was a summoner, and had a monster comparable to the Shikigami level. Shikigami level? Monster. Recalling how he was going to treat the little wolf cub just now, Ichiro's palms and soles began to feel cold. What's wrong? Mr. Ichiro? Vivian saw that after her words, the warrior suddenly turned pale, and was absent-minded and unable to speak. The little girl felt a little strange. And then, when she looked away from the warrior and looked behind him, Vivian noticed that the scene was in a mess, with large pieces of books scattered on the ground, and a coolie who was holding his stomach and hiding his face under his hood. But it seemed that his eyes in the shadows were staring at her, as if he was knocked down by something. Suddenly, Vivian seemed to understand something. She hurriedly passed by the warrior and walked towards the coolie. As Vivian approached, Anne's nervous heartbeat became faster and faster, and her head drooped more heavily, and every nerve seemed to be on the verge of an arrow. Anne's first judgment of the little girl was that she was from that organization. After all, their best field was copying. Copy the witch. This point was strongly confirmed when Vivian got closer, and could smell the strong after scent emanating from the little girl. Anne's brain began to work quickly. Was she exposed? Did the organization send people to the ship? What should she do now? The astrologist has already started sailing, and outside there is nothing but the endless sea. She has no way to retreat. If she is discovered, it seems that she has only one way to fight to the death. And from their conversation just now, it turns out that the stray puppy in her arms, no, the wolf monster cub, is actually the other party's summoned beast? She was still foolish to protect it? Maybe it was because of this summoned beast that the other party discovered her trace and smell. Damn! So, is this a trap? Just when Anne's negative emotions reached the peak and she was determined to take the initiative, and suddenly felt that the little wolf cub in her arms moved, and, who was already in a state of confusion, subconsciously looked down. And then she was surprised to find that the little wolf cub seemed to understand her thoughts and responded. Yes. The response? Even Anne didn't know, but she could feel the thoughts conveyed to her by the little wolf cub. Don't worry. It was just these three simple words. And somehow, and suppressed his impulse to the little girl, and Vivian successfully came to her. Next, this pursuer who belonged to that organization in Anne's eyes actually half crouched down before he came to him. This made Anne's series of response plans that he had rehearsed in his mind come to an abrupt end. Then, under Anne's stunned sight, He saw the half-crouched little girl start to help him pick up the book scattered on the ground. In addition, and also heard the sincere and apologetic voice from the little girl. "I'm sorry. Did Xiaohei cause you trouble?" As Vivian said this, she looked at him. Because of the close distance, the little girl really saw the whole appearance of this coolie. Normally, when normal people first saw her bandaged face, they would be startled, then disgusted and rejected, or even show strong disgust, hoping that a weirdo like her would get out of the way, because her appearance was scary enough. However, and soon saw another expression in the eyes of the little girl opposite him. In addition to the initial surprise that no one had ever shown to her, that was heartache. "Miss Vivian, what are you doing? Get up. These coolies are dirty and smelly. Stay away from them." Seeing Vivian squatting down and trying to help the bandaged coolie, Ichiro could no longer sit still. He hurried over and said to the girl, "I'm really sorry, Miss Vivian. I failed to discipline her. I didn't pay attention and let this blind bastard block the way of your summoned beast." And they collided. The supervisor warrior twisted the responsibility relationship with just a few words, and it became that and blocked the wolf cub. In this way, he not only pleased Vivian, but also pushed all the conflicts onto him. Strike while the iron is hot. Ichiro immediately added fuel to the fire. "Asshole. Miss Vivian summoned beast. Can someone like you touch it?" He pointed at Anne's nose and scolded her while she was still holding her belly. Still holding it and not letting go. "Didn't you see Miss Vivian has come to find you? Hurry up and take your dirty hands away." The words of the supervisor warrior woken up from a dream. Ignoring her tone, she was still holding the little wolf cub, after knowing that it was someone else's, and quickly loosened her arms and gave the little wolf cub a way out. However, what made Anne a little overwhelmed was that the little wolf cub in her arms didn't seem to want to leave, and was still lying inside, as if unwilling to move. This was a bit of a slap in the face of the supervisor warrior, making Ichiro very embarrassed and stuck in place, unable to continue to scold. As for Vivian, the little girl had already sensed the location of the wolf cub's breath when she approached him, so she gave up the idea of looking for Xiaohei and paid more attention to him. After all, being able to hold Xiaohei is also a very high threshold. Not everyone can do it. And now seeing the appearance of her own wolf cub, Vivian could only cast a faint and helpless look. She was very familiar with Xiaohei for a long time, so she naturally understood what the wolf cub wanted to express at this moment. So she put it aside for the time being, and Vivian stood up, looking straight at the supervisor warrior who came over and cursed at him. "Mr. Ichiro, you don't have to say anything more. This matter was Xiaohei's fault first. I will let him apologize to the laborer later. It's just that Vivian changed her tone." The little girl stared into Ichiro's eyes and said every word seriously. "I think you also need to apologize to the laborer sincerely. What do you think, Mr. Ichiro?" Ichiro was dumbfounded after Vivian's words. He pointed at himself, and then pointed at Anne, who was sitting on the ground, who was also surprised by the little girl's completely unexpected words. "Miss Vivian, you want me to apologize to such a lowly coolie? Are you kidding? Why?" Ichiro's first reaction was, how could this be possible? In fact, coolie is a name that has not been broken. In the hearts of these supervisory warriors, coolies are actually no different from slaves. They are all the same as livestock. And now Vivian actually asked him to apologize to him. How could the pride of a warrior allow him to do this? This is simply like a humiliation. But do you need me to repeat it again, Mr. Ichiro? There is something I may have forgotten to tell you. Xiaohei is very smart. Before I came, Xiaohei had told me everything you did. Now, Mr. Ichiro, do you think I need to explain to you why? Evidently, Vivian did not raise her voice or tone, and she still spoke very calmly, but she gave people a different feeling, as if there was a majestic aura emanating from the little girl, which made Ichiro feel more pressured. He clenched his fists, looked at Vivian, then at Anne on the ground, weighed the pros and cons, and cursed himself for his bad luck. Yes, I'm sorry. The supervisor warrior apologized in the direction of Anne in a voice that was almost as loud as a mosquito. I thought it was over. But in the end, Mr. Ichiro, I mean, a sincere apology. Seeing this, Vivian sighed. But, Miss Vivian, apologize. These two simple words came out of the little girl's mouth, blocking the words of the supervisor warrior, and who was sitting on the ground. looked at Vivian at this moment a little stupidly. She had said before that she saw her past self in the little girl, but now and found that she was wrong. Very wrong. The little village girl in the past did not have such momentum and courage. How could she still be a little village girl? This clearly gave him the feeling of a princess. She was not born into a noble royal family, but a poor family like hers, but perhaps more capable, perhaps more fortunate, and perhaps always secretly cared for by the knight. Therefore, during her growth, she not only maintained the respect and equality for the humble, but also never lost the way she dealt with things, which could only be developed after many successes, or the aura that impressed people when she raised her hands. She was not her. Looking at the supervisor warrior who apologized to her in the highest standard of apology in the Thousand Islands culture after the thump, and was very sure of this conclusion, Ichiro knelt on the ground with his legs together, his head facing in, and his hands were in a push-up position, placed on both sides of his head. Mr. N, I'm really sorry. Please forgive my mistake. Ichiro gritted his teeth and shouted loudly in a trembling voice. This scene not only shocked him, but also the middle-aged businessman Gili, who came over breathlessly and had been accompanying Vivian before, trying to get close to her. Zhao Jia also changed his impression of the girl a lot. He actually arrived for a while, but he didn't say anything. He watched secretly the whole time, wanting to see how Vivian handled it. Because the experienced Zhao Jia knew that the best way to understand a person is to see how he does things. Vivian's unexpected strength and courage greatly changed Zhao Jia's heart. The impression of good girl that he had when he first saw the little girl also made Zhao Jia secretly pat his chest with a little fear. Fortunately, he had no ill will towards Vivian, although he approached her intentionally with a purpose. He really liked the little girl. Or, Zhao Jia had a natural liking for girls of this age. Don't get me wrong. He was already old and had long passed the age of romance. His liking here was just because he could imagine these little girls and bring them into his daughter. Xinger. He had been escaping from debt for more than 10 years. And he hadn't seen his daughter for more than 10 years. If you count the age, Xinger should be as old as Vivian. Right? Of course. If Xinger could have half of Vivian's ability, then he, old Zhao, would definitely count out to Prince Yan a few more times and burn a few more incense sticks to thank him for his blessing. Miss Vivian, I think that just apologizing is not enough. This is only a temporary solution. This kind of person is like this today, which means that he has developed a habit. As a friend of Lord Luzi, I think you must tell Lord Luzi about this matter and ask him to remove him from his post. Zhao Jia finally interrupted. He is an old businessman who has been doing business for many years and is very good at observing people's words and expressions. He can see that Vivian has not wanted to let the supervisor warrior go, so he spoke in advance. The little wolf cub glanced at the middle-aged uncle. It must be said that the Gili people in the 9 kingdoms are really smart and cunning compared to other countries. Liao Zixuan didn't really want Vivian to show too much of such punishment. He preferred the gentle side of the girl. So Zhao Jia's suggestion was a favor. But dismissal? Not really. Uncle Zhao Jia. Vivian shook her head. Ah? Well, okay. Since Miss Vivian said so. Zhao Jia scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and at the same time felt a little strange in his heart. Did he misunderstand the girl's meaning? On the other side. Huh? When the supervisor warrior who was still kneeling on the ground heard the report to Lord Luzi that he was going to be dismissed, Ichiro almost scolded Zhao Jia to death. After hearing Vivian's words, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was choked when he was about to relax, because the little girl followed and added, "It's too much to dismiss him. I think it would be better to let Mr. Ichiro take over Mr. N's position and work as a laborer. In this way, I think Mr. Ichiro will definitely understand the hard work of others. Right? He will not treat others like this in the future." After Vivian finished speaking, she smiled kindly at Ichiro, who looked livid. "What do you think, Mr. Ichiro?" Before the supervisor warrior spoke, the little girl seemed to have suddenly thought of something, pointed her finger at her chin, and continued, "By the way, although I am Xiao Hei's summoner, I can't control Xiao Hei a lot of the time. I never know when Xiao Hei will sneak out again and go somewhere. Last time, someone threatened to throw Xiao Hei into the sea. As a result, the next day, he disappeared on the boat. Everyone searched for him for a long time, but couldn't find him." After Vivian said this, the little wolf twitched his mouth. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. It's broken. It seems that the little girl at home has indeed learned to be bad. And Zhao Jie took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His impression of Vivian was twisted again and again. Good fellow. He took back his previous words that he hoped his daughter Xinger could be half as good as Vivian. It would be better if she could be 1/4 as good as her. If his Xinger was also so naturally black, then he, as a father, would be terrified every day. Vivian's words had an immediate effect on the supervisor warrior. Ichiro was seen beating his chest and stamping his feet, with an expression that said, "You're right, sister. I think Miss Vivian's suggestion is very correct. Damn it! I should have done this a long time ago. As a manager, if I don't understand my subordinates, how can I talk about management? Only by deeply integrating into the grassroots can I know how to better manage, improve, and correct my previous mistakes. Thank you, Miss Vivian, for your enlightenment. I will report it now." When Ichiro spoke, he kept glancing at the little wolf cub lying in Anne's arms with a frightened look. It can be seen that he was frightened. Yeah. It seems that Mr. Ichiro is also a person who corrects his mistakes and listens to suggestions very well. I believe that after you reform yourself, you will definitely achieve great success. Vivian nodded. Then, this time, the little girl really smiled sincerely to this supervisor warrior, who was forced to obey, but was also obedient, which was different from her previous kindness. Vivian liked this. A happy ending for everyone. Speaking of which, it may be a bit exaggerated and unbelievable, but under the little girl's heartfelt smile, Ichiro was really a little absent-minded for a moment, feeling like being bathed in warm sunshine. And then in his heart, emotions such as self-blame and guilt began to emerge. Ichiro couldn't help but recall that when he was a child, he practiced martial arts every day, just to grow up to be a samurai who was admired by everyone and protected the people of the 1,000 Islands from monsters and evil spirits. When he finally got his own samurai sword, the excitement and joy at that time, Ichiro clearly remembered that at that time, he was extremely confident and swore to the samurai sword at his waist that he would abide by Bushido and wear the words of courage, benevolence, courtesy, and sincerity on his body forever together with the samurai sword. But now, being worn away by the ruthless time, look at what he has done and what he has become. Ichiro, shaking hands once again, held the old friend on his waist, and the old friend seemed to feel that his master, who had been missing for many years, had finally returned. So he faintly rang the knife. All this may be just Ichiro's illusion, but at this moment, he really felt the feeling when he first became a samurai. Plop! In Vivian's surprised expression, Ichiro repeated to the little girl the apology gesture he had just made to Anne, which was the highest etiquette in the 1,000 Islands. Thank you, Vivian. You are worthy of being Risa's friend. Ichiro has learned from you today. If Miss Vivian needs it in the future, Ichiro will definitely contribute his meager help. After saying this, the supervisory samurai took off his samurai coat uniform. He was obviously not worthy of wearing it now. After Ichiro said goodbye to Vivian again, he walked towards the General Affairs office on the ship and took the initiative to find Ruko to apply for suspension and become a coolie until he felt that he could take on the role of samurai again. Ah! This, Uncle Gili. Zhao Jie was completely dumbfounded at this scene. It was beyond his cognition. Now when he looked at Vivian again, he was even a little scared. She was so scary at such a young age. What would happen when she grew up? Just based on this strong appeal to people's hearts. Who knows how many people will be willing to work for this little girl in the future? This girl is so scary. It is not an exaggeration to say that Zhao Jie, the 5 elements, who can return with them in the future. And wait a minute. The samurai just said that Miss Vivian was not Ruko's friend, but actually Risa's? Sakai Risa, Ruko's immediate superior, the current ruler of the Sha Bugyo among the 3 magistrates of the 1,000 Islands. Oh my god! What is the origin of this little girl? While Zhao Jie was shaken, and the person involved was no different. Even said, "It's like you look in the mirror, and then find that the other you in the mirror seems to crush you from all angles." But unexpectedly, and found that she was not jealous of Vivian in her heart. Maybe the only thing was a little envy, because she at least saw a possibility from Vivian. It turned out that she could be so dazzling in a certain world line? Well, although it seems that I have accidentally known your name, I still want to get to know you again. After solving Ichiro's problem, Vivian was finally able to focus all her attention on him. For this person who was close to Xiao Hei, the little girl was full of curiosity and hoped to understand. Vivian walked in front of him again, and, without too much concern for her image, she sat on the ground like an. Then, she made a move towards the little girl and, who was a little flustered and seemed very restrained after she approached. "Hello. My name is Vivian. And you?" A very nice, crisp and ethereal voice, full of the vitality and youthfulness of a girl. On the contrary, on the opposite side, after a few seconds of silence, a hoarse and dry voice sounded. "Hello. My name is." And Chapter 251. Thank you for taking good care of me. Because the supervisor Ichiro voluntarily replaced Anne's labor position and is now a free man. Vivian originally wanted to invite and to have a big meal with them in the restaurant as an apology, but Anne shook her head and refused. She insisted to finish the original work at hand. Originally, this was Anne's excuse to get out of it. But who knew that the little girl was obviously not so easy to get rid of? Vivian took half of the heavy object in Anne's arms and put it on herself. "If you don't want to treat me to a meal, you can at least help share the work. Right?" Now even Anne can't find any excuse to refuse. In this way, the two of them went to deliver the boxes filled with books to the corresponding guest cabins. And Uncle Gili Zhaojie, who wanted to stick around and follow the little girl, didn't leave. But the little wolf cub had taken great pains to create a space for two people for them. So how could he allow outsiders to disturb them again? When Zhaojie was about to speak, Liao Zixuan read his thoughts and glanced at him. Zhaojie felt his scalp tingling instantly, and then thought of the bedtime story about Xiaohei that Vivian had told him a minute or two ago. Zhaojie didn't say anything, timidly touched the back of his head and smiled a few times, and then quickly found an excuse to leave. Astrologist. Second floor cabin corridor. Two girls stood shoulder to shoulder, each holding a box full of books in their hands. If you look at it from a third-party perspective, you will find a particularly interesting phenomenon. That is, the two girls are of similar height. Their shoulders are almost level. Their steps are consistent. And even their habitual positions of holding things are exactly the same. Just like they were carved from the same mold. Of course, there is another obvious feature belonging to Vivian, which is also highly consistent. "Mr. N. Xiaohei really likes you." Vivian looked at the little wolf cub who lay on the box held by Anne even if Anne couldn't move his hands. With a lazy and squinting look, the girl continued to add, "You may not believe it, but Mr. N, this is the first time I have seen Xiaohei so close to a same-sex person." "Really?" After the girl said this, and looked at the wolf cub on the box with complicated eyes. Of course, when Vivian saw that Anne actually spoke, she was immediately excited. It turned out that she had been trying to find a topic to chat with Anne, but Anne was always silent and rarely spoke. At most, he just nodded or shook his head, which gave the girl a headache. But now that Anne seemed to respond after talking about Xiaohei, the girl naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. Vivian nodded repeatedly, and then began to expose her improper wolf cub without any hesitation. "You don't know? Under normal circumstances, Xiaohei is very fierce to the same sex. I had several friends who wanted to hug Xiaohei before, but they were all scared away. Like Mr. N, who can make Xiaohei run over on his own initiative and like to stay together so much and not want to come down. Usually only very beautiful girls can do it. A very beautiful big girl," Vivian explained to Anne seriously, and secretly added one last sentence in her heart while secretly glancing at Anne's chest. The reason why the little girl called Anne Mr. was, firstly, because the supervisor Ichiro called him that at the time, and secondly, when a person's face is wrapped in bandages and his head is wearing a hood, perhaps the only thing that can distinguish gender is the chest. But Anne's chest was not flat, but like a flat ground. Vivian was very self-aware. Even she, who was at the bottom, could still have a little ups and downs. It was almost impossible for any girl to be worse than her. Indeed, the little wolf saw Vivian's little thoughts, and he silently added another sentence to the little girl's words in his heart. "Unless you also wrap a bandage on your chest," and did not expose Vivian's misunderstanding. It would be better to say that she hoped that others would see her as a man, so that there would be less trouble in various aspects. As the two talked, they soon arrived at the employer's door. They knocked on the door, and a voice of "Who is it?" came from inside the house. Vivian and the little wolf cub were both stunned by the voice, which sounded a little familiar. When the door opened, the first thing that caught their eyes was a big astrologer's hat. "Huh? You weren't on the deck at that time," Vivian was surprised to see the female astrologer behind the door. She didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. But think about it. It seems that except for the astrologer who is engaged in academic research, no passenger on the astrologist would choose to bring a pile of heavy books as luggage on board. Right? On the other hand, when Maggie saw the astrologer girl opposite, she was stunned for a second. And then she instantly showed an extremely excited expression. Just like when she was on the deck at that time. Excuse me. Is your name Vivian? Maggie asked cautiously and expectantly. After the little girl nodded slightly strangely, the astrologer girl took a breath. She hurriedly continued to ask for confirmation. Is it the legendary Vivian of Fire City? Right? Vivian showed a helpless expression on her face. Why did this name sound more and more strange? But the astrologer girl, after Vivian confirmed her identity, almost jumped up in excitement. Oh my God! It's really you. I was wondering why I always felt that you were very special when I was on the deck. The brightest new star in the Flame Domain Adventurer Association, who single-handedly saved tens of thousands of refugees in the Demon Tide. The only officially recognized platinum-level adventurer in the Flame Domain, and even more of a milestone, finally gave birth to the first limited edition, super rare 5-star character limited card in the Flame Domain. Vivian of Fire City. Maggie spoke frantically, recounting all the little girl's deeds. Wait a minute. Vivian could still hear the first few. But what was the last one? After the little girl asked, Maggie showed a surprised expression. Hey, don't you know? It's the travel card? This is very popular in our adventurer circle. Although it is not official, it is better than official. It has been circulated in the past few years from the Louvre, which is known as the country of fashion and art. It is collected based on the intelligence information of the adventurer associations in 9 countries in a 3-month cycle. After several rounds of strict selection, a number of memorable people, props or deeds are finally selected and printed into cards. Let me tell you, this travel card. Seeing that the astrologer girl in front of her seemed to be very interested in the travel card and was about to continue to talk about it, Vivian hurriedly interrupted and changed the subject. Miss Astrologer? Just call me Maggie. Miss Maggie, didn't I expect you to be an adventurer? After Vivian said this, the astrologer girl showed a proud expression, and she lifted up the star-shaped pendants tied at both ends of her hair under the brim of her hat. Just as the little girl showed a confused expression, she saw that the 2 star-shaped pendants actually changed their shapes, like silver liquid, and after the reshaping was completed. Vivian showed a look of surprise, looking at the adventurer badge on the chest of the astrologer girl, which was shining with silver light. Even the little wolf cub was shocked. He knew that this strange astrologer girl was probably very important, but he didn't expect that she was a platinum-level adventurer. You have to know that this level can't be achieved by strength alone, but you must have a corresponding legendary degree. That is, you must have done well-known adventure deeds. Similarly, it's no wonder that Maggie knows so much about Vivian's deeds. This is another new information, which has never been seen in the first 3 cycles. But if you think about it carefully, they didn't even survive the first day in the first 2 times. And although they survived to the end in the 3rd time, they were autistic the whole time. By the way, Vivian, I saw in the open adventure information in the Flame Realm that you killed the Earl, who was possessed by a monster? Although the information said that even Liz, the daughter of the Earl, personally confirmed the authenticity. Most people in the Fire Classic City did not believe you, and some even went so far as to slander that you awakened into a witch. I don't mean to doubt you by saying this. After seeing your real person, if even someone like you can be a witch, then I think it is a humiliation to witches. Just like a pure and flawless succubus. Too shameful. After explaining to avoid misunderstandings, Maggie felt that there was more misunderstanding, and she waved her hand again. No, I'm not scolding you. I just mean oh my. I'm actually very curious about the monster that possessed the Earl at that time, and the monster that attacked the Fire Code City. Miss Vivian, can you tell me in detail? Ahem. To be honest, Vivian, I actually seem to have lost my memory since I boarded the ship, and I can't remember a lot. But this morning when I returned to my room, I accidentally found my adventurer badge, and after seeing your deeds, I suddenly remembered a lot. I should be looking for something, and the object I'm looking for is very likely the monster in your deeds. The person who reacted most strongly to Maggie's words which were full of information, was not Vivian, but Anne, who had been silently behind the little girl, and originally saw that Maggie was chatting with Vivian, which was a good opportunity for her to get away. When she was about to find an excuse, she heard the words "the death of the Earl" from the mouth of the astrologer girl, and her whole body froze in place. Although her face was wrapped in bandages, she still couldn't hide her surprise, because the deeds described by the astrologer girl were completely different from what she had experienced as a party. What on earth is going on? And has always regarded the existence of the little girl as a copy of herself by that organization, just like they treated Alina and Liz. But this copy seemed to have some problems, and did not show hostility to her original body. So Anne just observed for the time being. But then, as Vivian began to talk about the fallen abyss at Maggie's request in order to help the amnesiac astrologer regain her memory, she also vaguely mentioned the mysterious forces hidden behind the count besides the fallen abyss. Maggie was fascinated by the story, focusing on the fallen abyss with a thoughtful expression, as if she was about to remember something. The second listener, Anne, was completely stunned when she heard the little girl tell the relevant deeds of that organization in person. How could this be possible? And had a certain understanding of that organization. After all, almost everything she had was taken away by that organization. But it was also because of this that Anne knew very well that the first taboo of being a replica with independent thinking was not to know the existence of that organization, not to mention the explanation like Vivian in front of her. Even if she only mentioned a few key words, it is very likely to cause the copy to go insane. At the least, it will shake its head in pain. And at the worst, it will directly start the self-destruction program. This is the deadline set by that organization to prevent the copy from betraying and being exposed. There will be no exceptions. Wait, could it be that she has been wrong all along? And the Vivian opposite who looks exactly like her is not a copy, but the real her? No, it's impossible. Because if that happens, a new problem arises. Then who am I? It seems that I have to answer Anne's question. The conversation between Maggie and Vivian finally came to an end. In the gap, the astrology girl finally reacted and found a box of books that Vivian and the others had brought. Huh? Do I still have these luggages? Apparently, Maggie, who had lost her memory, was very surprised by this and did not remember such a thing. When Maggie's eyes followed the two boxes of books, she finally found that there was another companion who had moved with Vivian. The girl suddenly widened her eyes at Anne. She even ignored Vivian and came to Anne in a flash. Anne, who was already in a state of confusion in his mind, was startled by the sudden appearance of the astrology girl. And what Maggie said next was a classic line that was a bit PTSD. And it almost scared the little wolf cub. "Miss, do you want to do astrology?" And showed a confused expression. And Maggie's explanation was exactly the same as what she gave to Vivian on the deck during the reincarnation cycle. "You are being watched by the gods." With a Platinum Adventurer badge, Maggie's credibility as an astrologer has been greatly improved. And the girl has repeatedly emphasized that all the divination objects she actively invites are free of charge. So in the end, Anne nodded and agreed to Maggie's request, and put his hand on the mysterious star disk that the girl took out, which was made of water like the sea. The whole process was exactly the same as the third experience, when she was fortune-telling for Vivian. But then, there was a difference. The astrological girl stared at Anne with her brows furrowed, as if she was thinking about a very complex and difficult problem. She should have been able to predict something in the first stage. But Maggie didn't say anything and started the second stage directly. "It's strange. Miss, please think of something in your mind. Think of something." And subconsciously focused his eyes on the little wolf cub, who seemed to be very focused and staring at his star chart. That was a wolf. But then a second passed, and 5 seconds was a full half a minute. The surface of the star disk was still as still water, without any ripples. In Liao Zixuan's imagination, the double wolf constellation like Vivian did not appear. Following closely, Maggie's voice was full of surprise and doubt. "Impossible. How can someone have no destiny? Even dying people have it. But it's just very weak. And it's not as bad as it is now. Without your own star. As if you don't exist in the starry sky of this world at all. Absolutely impossible. There must be a problem in some link. Where? Where exactly?" The astrologer girl pursed her lips and muttered to herself, echoing in the room. It also echoed in Anne's ears. Chapter 252. Thank you for taking good care of me. Coming out of the astrology girl's room, and declined Vivian's other apology proposals, saying that it was enough, and hurriedly left, unwilling to stay for a moment. As for Maggie, the failure of astrology on and had hit the girl hard, and she was in great self-doubt at the moment, constantly calculating something, which made the little wolf cub swallow his original intention to let Maggie also do divination for Vivian. It is worth mentioning that before they finished their first day of life on the ship and returned to the room, a small episode occurred. Miss Lucy came to apologize to Vivian for the matter of the supervisor warrior. After hearing that the little girl was very concerned about the coolie named Anne, she said without saying anything, there was an empty cabin on the astrologist, and Anne could be upgraded to a passenger-level treatment immediately. But Vivian thought about it, and repeatedly rejected her at that time, obviously not wanting to attract attention. So after expressing her gratitude, she declined Lucy's upgrade. Finally, the day was over. When she returned to her cabin, Vivian woke up Sinyan, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed, and took out the food she packed from the restaurant and left for her. Compared with the silly sparrow Sinyan, who was eating happily and looked carefree, Vivian and the little wolf cub in the room had their own concerns and wanted to talk to each other. Liao Zixuan was thinking about how to reveal the identity of Anne to Vivian. But what he didn't expect was that he obviously underestimated the little girl. Before he could speak, Vivian took the wolf cub and put him in front of her. She looked at him seriously and whispered, "Xiaohei, tell me the truth. Have you discovered that Anne is actually another me?" "Huh?" The wolf cub couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of shock. It felt like Conan was about to give an anesthetic injection. But Maori Kagoro recognized the murderer himself. On the other hand, the expression on her cub's face undoubtedly confirmed her bold guess. Vivian's face showed a happy and nervous expression of as expected. "Huh? How do I know?" Xiaohei, you won't always think of me as a fool, right?" Looking at the wolf cub trying to nod, Vivian puffed up her cheeks angrily. And then, as if to prove herself, she began to explain and reason. "In fact, since I boarded the astrologist, my contact with the other me seemed to be suddenly cut off. No matter how I called, the other me didn't respond, as if it disappeared." The wolf cub nodded to this. Vivian also told him this information at the end of the third time. But he had not allowed Vivian to contact him before, so this information was wasted. Now it seems that a chemical reaction should have occurred. In fact, it's not just you, Xiaohei. When I first saw Anne, I also felt a strong sense of familiarity. My first instinct was that she was another me. However, when I heard the supervisor warrior call in Sir, I gave up this idea and wondered if I was wrong. But then, as I chatted with Anne on the road, I felt more and more that I could see a lot of myself in Anne. Plus your unusual behavior, Xiaohei. To be honest. Well, anyway, except for me, I have never seen you. Xiaohei, cling to others so much. It can be seen that he is already an old man. Anyway, if it were the young girl back then, she would definitely not be able to say the last words in front of the little wolf cub with a proud face. Of course, what finally made me come to the conclusion was Miss Maggie's astrology. And did you notice that Maggie called in Miss? Not Mr.? Astrologers look at people differently from ordinary people, so they can accurately distinguish genders without relying on appearance. This time, the case was completely solved, since Vivian noticed it herself. It saved the little wolf a lot of effort. He went a step further, and improved Vivian's understanding of Anne's identity. Xiaohei, I seem to be stupid. I don't quite understand. What do you mean by the me in another world line? What is a world line? The concept of world line is indeed a bit beyond the scope for the little girl. But with the explanation that the little wolf had prepared long ago, Vivian quickly understood it. In short, when a major difference occurs, the world line will diverge and produce different endings. Liao Zixuan directly uses the example of Anne to illustrate the so-called major difference. What if I failed to summon Xiaohei, but summoned something else? Or even nothing? And the summoning failed? After hearing the example of the little wolf cub, Vivian's heart was instantly clenched. She tried to think about what would happen in Huidian City if she didn't have Xiaohei. The little girl couldn't help but feel cold subconsciously, and began to tremble all over, with her arms tightly wrapped around her chest. She couldn't imagine how she would get through the difficulties one after another without Xiaohei. Even if it is possible, it will definitely not be like her now, but covered with bruises. Wait a minute. The face of Anne wrapped in bandages flashed in Vivian's mind. A terrible idea emerged in the little girl's mind. If Anne's bandages are not limited to the face, but all over the body, covered with bruises. When she learned the truth, Vivian's face no longer had the joy and nervousness of discovering another me at the beginning. Now the little girl only had a strong feeling of suffocation, as if a heavy boulder was pressing on her chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. Vivian suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt, as if, why can she live so well? Why can she occupy Xiaohei? Why doesn't she have to bear the consequences? Fortunately, at this time, a little claw grabbed the little girl's shoulder and pulled Vivian back from her trance. Vivian understood what the little wolf cub meant to her. If you regard this as a kind of guilt, it is not only disrespectful to yourself, but also disrespectful to him as a summoned beast, and even more disrespectful to An. Thank you, Xiaohei. I am too self-righteous. Vivian calmed down and corrected her mistake that almost got into a dead end. Owning Xiaohei is not a sin for her, and who has never owned Xiaohei does not say that it seems inferior to her. However, when faced with the wolf cub's suggestion to go to and together again, Vivian still shook her head. At least tonight. I won't go. Xiaohei. It feels like showing off. With my other personality, I would be more uncomfortable if I were there. I can vaguely feel that it has a sense of inferiority towards me, which makes me very uncomfortable. So, it's better for you to go alone to tell him the truth. Xiaohei. Oh, by the way, can I ask you for a favor? Can you? Please, don't tell him that I know her identity until it's necessary. The little girl clasped her hands together, with a pitiful look of request in her eyes. The wolf cub sighed helplessly, and agreed to Vivian's request. The little girl immediately rubbed his belly with gratitude. Xiaohei is the best. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. There are 2 more things. You must remember to bring them. Vivian first took out Elena's diary, and put it in front of the wolf cub. Then, the little girl came to the room, in front of the little sparrow, who looked like, what are you talking about? I don't understand anything. Sinyan, let's discuss something. Okay? I know you have a few very powerful feathers. One of them can bring someone back to life immediately if you gently put it on them. No matter what injuries they have, they can be cured immediately. It is a feather that is more powerful than the peerless elixir. Shiji? Sinyan nodded proudly after being praised by the little girl. But soon, the little sparrow realized something from Vivian's expectant eyes, and his eyes were immediately full of vigilance. As expected. Sinyan, can you pull off that feather and lend it to your sister for a while? Shiji. The little sparrow instantly flew to the bookcase, carefully protecting its little butt with its wings. The chilling feather is considered Sinyan's life thing. Using it once will seriously damage his vitality for many days. So Sinyan is naturally very distressed. How about this? Sinyan, I used to let you recognize 4 words during the day and 3 at night. But if you give me that feather, I will reduce the number for you and let you recognize 3 words during the day and 4 at night. How about it? Sinyan, this temptation is too strong. The little sparrow happily flew down from the bookcase, and with reluctance, he plucked a fiery red feather from the wing behind his buttocks. Before giving it, Sinyan once again carefully confirmed the deal between them. Okay, it's a deal. Vivian, never lie. After making a pinky promise with the little girl, Sinyan was so happy that she felt that this deal was not a loss. She even didn't mind giving the remaining 2 feathers to the little girl to offset her literacy course. Vivian also happily handed the feather to the little wolf cub. It seems to be a win-win situation. As for the little wolf cub, seeing Vivian blinking and urging him to go quickly and stop looking at him, she just gave Xi and Yin a math lesson. The little wolf cub could only cast a pitying look at Xi and Yin and disappeared into the house, staring at the back of the little wolf cub leaving. The expression on Vivian's face gradually calmed down. She clenched her palms and muttered to herself in a voice that only she could hear. I'll leave her to you. Xiaohei, I believe you can save her like you saved me. After all, we are all Vivian. Anyone with this name will never refuse Xiaohei. Definitely. Astrologus. The bottom floor of the cabin. This is the exclusive area for coolies and cold cargo containers. Even though it was the second time he came here, Liao Zixuan still felt uncomfortable with the dirty environment on the bottom floor. He walked step by step towards the corner in his memory and began to count down in his mind. When Liao Zixuan finished silently reciting 3, 2, 1. As expected. A hoarse voice with a warning meaning appeared from the hidden shadows as expected. Don't move. The sharp black sickle was on his neck, and the figure from it emerged from behind Liao Zixuan, and looked at this strange young man with a strong purpose after coming down from the bottom floor of the cabin and heading straight to the floor where he was. Tell me, who are you? How do you know I'm here? And why did you come to find me? And you? And interrogated while frowning and moving her nose. Soon, her expression changed subtly, and she moved the black sickle closer to the young man's neck. Why do you have her lingering scent on you? Under Anne's harsh questioning, the young man, whose life seemed to be in Anne's hands, showed no tension at all, and even ignored the terrifying black sickle on his neck, turned around and faced him behind him. Listen, if I say that we are all trapped in a reincarnation cycle, this is the 4th time we have met. Do you believe it? Liao Zixuan looked straight into Anne's eyes. Without waiting for the girl to speak, Liao Zixuan continued. In the first cycle, you saw a little girl who looked exactly like you and mistook her for an enemy. So you assassinated us in the middle of the night, and we all died under your sickle. In the second cycle, I learned my lesson and waited for the assassin in the corridor in the middle of the night. I fought with you, but of course, in a sense, I was still killed by you. Liao Zixuan wanted to continue speaking, but couldn't listen anymore. Humph. I don't know what nonsense you are talking about, but I can hear that you mean that I have killed you many times. So now you want to take the initiative to kill me in order to resist? No. 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 Listen. You are wrong. I did have such an idea. But in the third cycle. Listen. Guess what happened? The young man opposite was talking nonsense. But for some reason, and actually listened to some of it, and even she herself felt incredible. She became curious. What else could it be except that I killed you again? Liao Zixuan shook his head. No. You saved me. Not only me, but also the entire astrologist. All the passengers on the ship. And showed a look of astonishment at this answer, which she had never expected. But she quickly came to her senses. Because of what happened during the day, Anne's abnormally chaotic and irritable emotions reached their peak with the appearance of this strange young man and the other party's strange words, and seemed to be unable to bear it any longer. Her eyes were stern, and the black sickle was aimed at the young man's head. If the other party said any more nonsense, she would cut it off. I'll ask you one last time. What are you doing here? The girl warned in an extremely dangerous voice. But the young man was still the same, with a calm face. No. This time, in the calmness, you can see emotional fluctuations, which is a kind of fluctuation that has been lost and regained. He even raised his hand and stretched it to Anne, who was opposite him, holding the black sickle against his neck, and stretched it to Anne's face wrapped in bandages. And Anne seemed to be stiff all over, as if his whole body was paralyzed by an instantaneous electric current. The black sickle in his hand, which could take the young man's life with a slight movement, became a mere decoration, just because of the words from the opposite young man. So I came here in the 4th cycle, to save you. As he said that, Liao Zixuan's hand finally touched Anne's cheek without any hindrance. Very cold, very icy, but under his palm, which was as warm as a stove, it began to warm up gradually, and then heated up rapidly. Chapter 253. Before Anne's eyes widened, and he was about to kill, Liao Zixuan quickly retracted his hand like lightning, and then immediately said, Your ability after awakening to become a witch is to pray. With 3 wishes and 1 curse as a cycle. The curse will become heavier with the number of wishes. When the 3rd wish comes, the curse effect in the cycle reaches its peak. You have currently used your ability 3 times, which is a cycle of prayer. Correspondingly, the curse effect you bear is, all the food cooked by you will become extremely unpalatable. In fact, as you cook for a long time and with more care, it is possible that the food will not only become unpalatable, but also have negative effects. Liao Zixuan admitted that his action of touching Anne's face just now was a bit of a willful and adventurous act. Under the influence of the environment, he couldn't help but do it. However, Liao Zixuan still had the confidence to support his behavior. After a series of words from him that seemed to know him very well, the girl opposite showed an expression that was even more shocked than before. Even the black sickle that was going to take his wolf life was suspended at a distance of 0.01 centimeters from his neck. Because for Anne, being a witch is something that needs to be hidden as much as possible, and her awakened witch ability is even more private. and because of its special nature. It is not the kind that can be seen at a glance. So apart from herself, there should be no other person in the world who can know it. But it wasn't over yet. Liao Zixuan's voice didn't stop, but gave an Xi and a final blow, which made the mistress of the Black Sickle completely let go of all her guard and hostility towards him. I almost forgot. If I remember correctly, there should be a piece of wheat cake you made yourself in the pocket inside your clothes, which is black in color and stiff in taste. It can be seen that you are very clear about the curse on yourself. So you dare not make other high-end food, and only dare to use this lowest level simple dry food. Now you should understand. And, except that we have met many times, I can't know so many details about you. So I still say the 3 words I said to you earlier. Don't worry. After hearing the familiar don't worry, and immediately flashed the scene at that time in his mind, combined with the lingering fragrance on Liao Zixuan's body, and finally understood the true identity of the young man opposite. Swish. The black sickle was collected by Anne and disappeared in her hand. With a complicated expression, she reached into her arms with one hand, and soon, a small cloth bag familiar to Liao Zixuan was taken out by Anne. And then, Anne opened the cloth bag in front of Liao Zixuan, and found that it was indeed filled with a piece of black flour as he said. Liao Zixuan scratched his head awkwardly for a while, because the cloth bag did not contain a formed wheat cake, but a small bag of rye flour. After a brief silence between the two, Anne spoke first. What level of monster can transform into a human? Above the extraordinary level. Right. But there is no absolute for this kind of thing. It still depends on the bloodline. Some may not be able to transform even when they reach the full body stage. But some can transform into a human form just after the infancy stage. Which one are you? Anne asked. The latter. Humph. Really? After that, the two fell into silence again. Liao Zixuan could see that Anne had too many questions, confusions in her heart, and wanted to find someone to vent them. But now she was embarrassed to talk to him because of her girlish personality. But it doesn't matter. Liao Zixuan is waiting for you. There is no other plan for this evening. The whole night belongs to Anne. Finally, Anne spoke again. And this time, he came straight to the point, which is in line with Anne's character. So, in fact, I am the redundant Vivian? After separating from you, I secretly looked for passengers from the flame domain on the ship and listened to their chats. I found that many of the things they said about the Fire Classic City were completely different from what I remembered. Later, I ran into the middle-aged businessman who was with you at the time. I saw that he was holding a publication that he'd bought from somewhere. The page he was reading was about the report on Vivian. I asked for it, and turned around and returned to his bunk. Liao Zixuan could see that there were many pieces of information that Anne had investigated on the ship, which were gathered around him, and all the evidence pointed to the same fact. No matter how powerful that organization is, it is impossible to brainwash everyone, and it is not necessary to mobilize such a large momentum for a witch who escaped like me. So there is no me in this world. Right? That's right. Liao Zixuan nodded first, but when Anne's eyes dimmed for a moment, he supplemented Anne's conclusion. However, there is no such thing as you being redundant. What you have experienced, what you have worked hard for, and what you have fought for are all real. But not in our world, but in your world. My world? Yes. Then Liao Zixuan explained the concept of world line to Anne, and told him the reason why Anne appeared, and the water god as the biggest suspect behind the scenes. Finally, he took out the most critical prop, Alina's diary, and handed it to the girl under Anne's doubtful gaze. When Anne opened the first page, the girl couldn't take her eyes away immediately, because she was too familiar with the handwriting. Then, when she saw the little maid's record of her and Vivian's bits and pieces, from meeting, to gradually getting familiar with each other, the things they experienced together, and the things they changed together, until the last sentence at the end of the diary, I wish you a safe journey in Qiandao. I will pray for you every day in Yenyu. You must come back safely as soon as possible. Otherwise Miss Liz and I will be very lonely. Miss Vivian's most capable personal maid, Alina. After becoming the Witch of Reason, Alina, who lost her emotional center, could not write this passage at all. It was obvious that it was deliberately written in imitation of the previous tone. At the beginning, the little wolf cub and Vivian thought that this was Alina's deliberate attempt to create an atmosphere to make them laugh. But now Liao Zixuan realized that Alina must have foreseen something a long time ago. And this sentence was obviously not for them, but for the girl in front of him, who was already tearful. Perhaps the most touching thing in the world is to turn the originally tragic ending and fate into what we hoped for. She couldn't do it, but she did it, after a long time, and finally came out of the intense emotional fluctuations. And the diary was also handed back to Liao Zixuan. After all, whether it is the diary or the dreamy ending, these do not belong to her. Will she collapse under such a huge gap in the ending between the two? Sad? Sad? Maybe. But as Liao Zixuan is sure, in the third cycle, and rescued the stray puppy and sacrificed herself to repel the snake. She is not her, but still her. The little girl who chooses to face the world with kindness will subconsciously ignore a lot and do a lot of stupid things. For example, after seeing such a beautiful and desirable story, and is willing to use everything she has to let them continue to write this story. I appeared on the astrologist because of the water god. My purpose is to deal with you. If I just do nothing, can I let you get through this? Liao Zixuan shook his head at An's urgent voice. No. I thought the same as you. But later I found that I thought too simply. Our real enemy is not you. By the way, you said that in the last cycle, I saved the passengers on the entire ship. Why did you use the word save? What happened? And immediately reacted and asked hurriedly. So Liao Zixuan told him that the ship would not only fail to reach the 1,000 Islands in 3 days, but would also break into the territory of the legendary strongest monster in the 1,000 Islands, the Yamata no Orochi, and then provoke the rage of one of the heads of the snake to attack the astrologist. These future plots were told to him. At the same time, he also expressed his suspicion of Lu Zi, and the scent information on Lu Zi that Vivian finally gave. Only witches can smell this kind of lingering fragrance from each other. If Vivian really smelled it, it means that Lu Zi must also be a witch. After listening to Liao Zixuan's analysis, and made a judgment. But soon she added another sentence. At least at that time, Lu Zi was a witch. What do you mean? I have seen the Lu Zi you mentioned on the ship before. The leader of this ship did not have this lingering fragrance on her body. So I guess, combined with the development you said, it is very likely that she waited until the 3rd day, or the 2nd night, to become a witch. Before that, she was still a normal Lu Zi. An's words made Liao Zixuan nod his head. He did think so. But he felt it was too far-fetched, and there were too many explanations that didn't make sense. For example, shouldn't becoming a witch be a great stimulation? Is it really so casual? And even if a witch changes a person's temperament, is it really to the point where they do such a crazy thing all of a sudden? Don't forget, there is an organization that can easily do all of what you said above. A word awakened the dreamer. Because for Liao Zixuan, he actually didn't have much contact with that organization. And he was far from being deeply hurt by it like him, to the point where it was unforgettable. And he reacted instantly. So, could it be that the sinking of the astrologist was also related to that organization? Are they crazy? Are all countries planning to cause trouble? I have a suggestion. An's voice interrupted Liao Zixuan. If Lu Zi is really from that organization, whether she is controlled or not, since we know it in advance, there is a simplest and most effective way to completely prevent it. What method? Liao Zixuan's eyes lit up when he heard An's confident words, and he secretly sighed that he had chosen the right strategy route. It was too reliable to find An as a teammate. But the next second, he only heard An spit out 2 cold words. Kidnap. Kidnap? Kidnap? That's right. Whether it's hypnosis or a replica, as long as they can move independently, they will follow an unchanging principle. They firmly believe in their original identity and don't know the existence of that organization. In other words, before they are activated, they are relatively harmless. We just need to take the lead and control them before they are activated. Even if they are activated by that organization, they won't cause any trouble. An's experience in fighting that organization is obviously much more than Liao Zixuan's. Her words are like an old player, directly slapping the strategy post in front of Liao Zixuan. No, not only that. When are you going to do it? Wait until tomorrow morning. No. At noon. Although the sooner the better. Liao Zixuan remembered that there was another incident waiting for him to deal with the next morning. I'll go with you then. It turned out that An asked about the time for this sentence. After that, without waiting for the young man opposite to speak, the girl turned her head away, snorted from her nose, and forced herself to explain. As long as it is related to that organization, I will not let it go. Thank you. And Liao Zixuan thanked sincerely. Okay. If there is nothing else, go back quickly. You ran away secretly. Right? Don't let her wait alone. It was self-evident who the she in Anne's mouth was. And Liao Zixuan had promised Vivian. So he didn't expose it. Okay. By the way, you take this. Looking at the red feather handed over by Liao Zixuan. And showed a strange look. What is this? A small gift. Remember to use it tonight. Humph. Inexplicable. Although she said so. And still took it. If it was something valuable, she would never take it. But if it was just a small feather. Wait a minute. The girl pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and finally called out to the young man who turned and left. Liao Zixuan looked back and found that it had hidden his entire body in the shadows, with only a vague outline. And the words that came out seemed to have been held in the heart by the girl, who had taken great courage, and could not say, Xiao Hei, thank you for taking good care of me. Liao Zixuan, don't forget the gift. And see you tomorrow. After leaving these words, Liao Zixuan waved his hand, and disappeared from Anne's sight. The girl did not come out of the shadows, until she confirmed that the young man had completely left. From the way her hands were twisted together like a twist, and her shoes were restlessly scratching the ground. It can be imagined that if she was not wrapped in bandages, Anne's face must be as red as a ripe apple at this moment. See you tomorrow. In the darkness, and whispered to herself in the quiet cabin. Suddenly, a red light flashed from Anne's pocket. The feather, which was just ordinary, revealed its true appearance as soon as Liao Zixuan left, and didn't have time to be shocked. A powerful vitality emerged from the feather, and was directly transported into Anne's body. The phoenix flames carried by the fiery feather instantly enveloped Anne's whole body, which made Anne's body react to the burning pain when she was tied to the stake and covered by the flames. But this time was different. There was no high temperature, no burning pain, and no breath of death in the flames. On the contrary, it was warm and comfortable, symbolizing the revival of all things with the power of firewood, and the power of life. At this moment, Anne felt as if she was a phoenix in the sky, truly reborn in the flames. The whole process came and went quickly. When Anne was so flustered that she couldn't even stand steadily, she hurriedly found a mirror, and used her trembling hands to remove the bandage wrapped around her face. And what was reflected in the mirror was a young girl's face. It was flawless white, with smooth and delicate skin, just like a newborn, without any scars or burns. Perhaps on this night, and disappeared briefly. The astrologist truly existed at the same time. 2 Vivians. Chapter 254 Ding. Your cheat has arrived. Ah. I'm dying. On the deck the next morning. It was just dawn, and most of the crew and passengers had not yet woken up from their dreams, so they could not hear the faint voice of a girl on the deck. Maggie lay on her back on the ground, like a dehydrated salted fish. She looked at the sky where she could still vaguely see some stars, and her heart was filled with infinite regret. It was a mistake. She didn't expect her body to be so fragile. She couldn't move at all after not eating for a day and a night. And she didn't even have the strength to get up. Sailing on the sea, you can see the night sky and stars that are completely different from when you are on land. Such a thing with research value. As Maggie's goal is to be the greatest astrologer, how can she give up? After she had observed the stars all night long, she was satisfied and put away the compass, ready to go back to her room to catch up on sleep. It was like playing games all night long. There was nothing wrong when she was playing. But the moment she turned off the computer and stood up from the chair, plop, Maggie only felt a black screen in front of her eyes. And then she lost consciousness. When she came to her senses again, she became like this now. In this situation, Maggie couldn't help but think of a fable, which was about a demon sealed in a bottle, hoping that someone could open the bottle cap and save him. If someone opened it within 100 years, he would be given immortality, wealth and honor. If someone opened it within 200 years, he would be given a country. If someone opened it within 300 years, Maggie couldn't remember it clearly. But anyway, she was free anyway, so she decided to give it a try. But of course, she didn't have the ability of the devil in the fable, so she could only make some substitutions. If someone can come to save me in 3 hours, I will tell fortunes for him once. If someone can come to save me in an hour, I will tell fortunes for him once for free. If someone can come to save me in half an hour, I will, Maggie thought about it, and found that she seemed to have nothing to give except tell fortunes. There was no one around, and she was lying alone on the deck. The possibility that someone would come to save her early in the morning was almost zero. Unless the other party could tell fortunes. Well, if that's the case, why not be bold? Since it won't come true anyway. So Maggie continued to meditate in her heart. If someone can come to save me in half an hour, I will follow him for a month and become his personal astrologer. If someone can come to save me within a minute, then I will. What can I do? Forget it. I will pledge my love to him. It must be the guidance of fate if it happened so coincidentally. The astrologer girl was just happy for her bold and unrestrained adventure. And she was secretly happy in her heart. Just like everyone would like to test the edge of danger crazily, jumping left and right. Because it is very exciting. But what didn't come true is called excitement. And what came true is called, coincidentally. Maggie's last sentence in her heart had just fallen. And she felt that her eyes suddenly went black. And then a slightly cute and very cute little wolf cub jumped on her. The man and the wolf looked at each other briefly. Maggie. The little wolf felt a little strange at the moment. He had come here in the morning to trigger the accident, according to his memory loop, to improve the favorability of this mysterious astrologer girl. But he didn't see the surprise of being rescued in Maggie's eyes. Instead, he saw a kind of despair similar to don't do that kind of thing. A few minutes later, the restaurant on the astrologist. Ms. Maggie, eat slowly. Do you want to drink some water? Be careful not to choke. Vivian looked at the female astrologer sitting opposite her with a worried look, who was wolfing down her food like a starving ghost. Maggie quickly ate 7 or 8 pieces of bread on the table, ate 3 or 4 dishes, and finally drank a large bowl of thick meat soup before she finally burped. The girl burped and touched her belly comfortably. Under the school swimsuit, her belly was just slightly curved, which made people wonder where all the food went. Miss Vivian, thank you so much. Not only did you save me, but you also treated me to such a sumptuous meal. I, Maggie, have made a note of this kindness and must repay you. By the way, how much did this meal cost? Maggie's tone, which was still very confident just now, became smaller and smaller. She glanced at it secretly, and took it out from under the table with her hands. The wallet was shrunken, and not even a copper coin could jump out. Maggie knew that everything on the astrologist was very valuable, and she had no other memories. But she was very clear about the debt, the repair fee of the instrument, the scheduled planetarium, and the final payment for replacing the compass made her really penniless. Fortunately, Vivian waved her hands repeatedly, saying that she didn't do anything. It was Xiao Hei who found Maggie first, so she didn't have to spend her money to treat her to a meal. All her expenses on the ship were reimbursed by the society. The astrologer girl showed an extremely envious expression. No, as an astrologer, she should limit her material desires. She didn't envy the public money for free food and drink. Not at all. As for Xiao Hei, after Maggie stole a glance at the wolf cub in Vivian's arms, she immediately spoke very seriously. Vivian's summoned beast is equivalent to Vivian herself. Yes, that's right. Okay. The little girl didn't quite understand why Miss Maggie had to emphasize this point. And looking at the expression of the astrologer girl, it seemed that if it was not equal, there would be a big problem. Huh? Anyway, I'm finally alive. And after observing the stars all night last night, I think I'm okay now. Vivian, as a reward, please let me tell your fortune once. Under Maggie's insistence, the little girl did not refuse, and went back to the room with the girl and began to deduce. Because I had seen the steps of Maggie's divination once yesterday, I saved a lot of time for explanation here. When Vivian put her hand in the astrolabe, the water surface reflecting the stars immediately changed. Is this Gemini? Maggie made a similar surprised sound as in the last cycle, and the same expression appeared on the wolf cub. But it was not surprised by the stars, but by the water pattern this time. Originally, it was a closed loop of 2 wolves chasing each other and biting each other's tails. But now the 2 wolves on the compass surface, one on the left and one on the right, not only did not attack each other, but seemed to be working together to protect the territory. Vivian, the stars show that you are about to be involved in a crisis. But fortunately, you have met another teammate you can trust. But the stars of the Gemini series often end in tragedy, because one of them is destined to fall and fade. Look carefully at this pattern. Although you can't see the enemy, it implies that the enemy you will face is far beyond your current level. So it is very likely that your companion will sacrifice for you. or that both of you will fail. Faced with such a rough fate, Maggie couldn't help but put away her previous ease and became extremely focused. She didn't wait for Vivian to speak, and said bluntly, "But don't worry, Vivian. Although my ideal is to change fate, I usually don't give advice to others casually, because this will make me involved in other people's fate. But for you, I don't care, because from the moment you saved me, we have been connected by the thread of fate in the dark. Let me see. If you want to change the established fate, then the variables hidden in it are." The astrologer's gestures changed again, and the water in the star plate also wiped out the old Gemini pattern, replacing it with a new constellation rising. "This is a water drop? A necklace?" Maggie didn't understand the meaning of the pattern in the star disk at first, but Vivian and the little wolf cub understood it immediately. They looked at each other, and soon a crystal-clear necklace in the shape of a water drop was taken out of Liao Zixuan's backpack. "I seem to remember this necklace." The little wolf cub was shocked by Maggie's fierce reaction. The astrologer girl immediately felt something when the water god chain was taken out. She seemed to be in a state of concentration, staring at the necklace. After a long time, Maggie seemed to have finally come out of some memory. "Sorry, I lost my composure a bit, because I seem to remember a lot at once. Can I ask where you got this necklace? If I remember correctly, my old woman should have won exactly the same." "Old woman? Oh, I forgot to explain to you. This is what I call my master. As for why I call her that, I'm not sure. There are still many memories that I can't remember. Maybe I don't get along with her." Maggie scratched her head embarrassedly. Afterwards, Vivian also told the girl the origin of the water god's chain, and said that the purpose of their trip was to find the water god, unlock the seal on the water god's chain, and restore the necklace to its true power. The astrology girl on the other side listened very seriously, and said something that surprised Vivian and the little wolf cub. "Huh? You went through so much trouble to travel across the country, but it turned out to be just to remove the seal? Then you should have said it earlier. I should be able to do this." "Why? Don't look at me like that. Didn't I tell you? Although I don't know if it's the same necklace. My old woman does have one. So as her only disciple, it's normal for me to know how to remove the seal. Right?" Maggie said as she straightened her chest. "Looking like you guys are waiting." After the little girl handed the necklace to the girl doubtfully, Maggie stroked the body of the necklace, revealing a look of reminiscence. And soon, the magic fluctuations of the water element emerged from Maggie's body. The starry light formed a constellation pattern that loomed around the astrology girl. Although it was daytime, the room was like a starry night. When the spell in Maggie's hand reached its peak, "Destiny. Here it is." Maggie waved her hand and made a very handsome handshaking gesture. Immediately afterwards, the water god's chain burst into strong starlight, and cracks appeared on the water drop-shaped necklace, as if the water drop was just a shell like amber. When the water drop cracked, revealing the real necklace inside, it was a brand new, four-cornered prismatic star. The little wolf cub quickly opened the game panel and checked the properties of the water god chain, and found that there had indeed been earth-shaking changes. Water god chain unsealed. Quality, legend. Type, accessory. Basic properties, luck plus 10. Water element affinity plus 330%. Refuge of fate unique passive. Each point of your luck value will be converted into your 4 basic attributes: strength, agility, endurance, and body in proportion, with a conversion ratio of 1/33%. Water god blessing unique passive. Each point of your water element affinity percentage will be converted into your luck value in proportion, with a conversion ratio of 0.01%. Weapon active skill, washing immediately clear all negative states on you, and judge according to your luck value, and randomly obtain up to 3 positive gain effects. Exorcism based on the percentage difference between the luck values of both parties. Perform a real damage attack of equal proportion to the health value. Stay together. You are immune to any type of curse. Legend has it that this necklace was an agreement made between the water god Froka and someone at the beginning of the establishment of the Thousand Islands. But in the long river of time, it was gradually forgotten, and after changing hands many times, it was completely lost overseas and sealed. Now it has been unlocked by the power of the water god for 1,000 years, which seems to symbolize that the long-forgotten agreement will be restarted again. Damn. The wolf cub rubbed his eyes with his paws, and he repeatedly confirmed that he had not read the 3 words unsealed written on it correctly. What a feeling. It was like a brave warrior who had just left the novice village, was looking for the holy sword that could kill the demon king. But after walking a few steps, he met an old man at the entrance of the village and gave him the holy sword for free. When Vivian recovered from her shock, the little girl was immediately very excited. She didn't expect that they had not even seen the shadow of the 1,000 Islands, let alone the water god. But they had already completed the most difficult part of the mission. "You are so great, Miss Meggie. I want to thank you on behalf of the entire Flame Domain. After that, we just need to return immediately and hand the necklace to the Lord of Fire." The little girl gave Meggie a big hug in excitement. As for the astrology girl, although she thought that unlocking a necklace was a piece of cake for her, she also became proud when she saw Vivian so happy. Only the little wolf cub was pulled back from his joy by Vivian's words. "Yes, it's not time to celebrate yet. How to return is the real hardship." The shadow of the Yamata no Orochi still looms over the little wolf cub's head. Before the astrologist collides with this forbidden monster tomorrow, he must prepare for it in advance and try to prevent the disaster from coming. Speaking of this, the little wolf cub set his eyes on the last line of special effects description of the water god's chain. "You will be immune to any type of curse." Curse. Liao Zixuan thought it was a perfect accessory for Vivian after seeing so many things related to luck value before. But after seeing this last one, a bold guess arose in the little wolf cub's heart, making him eager to verify it. Because if that's the case, it's not a perfect weapon. Liao Zixuan would like to call it a plug-in. Chapter 255. Why are you so skilled? She looked at the star-shaped necklace in front of her, which looked like it was not an ordinary item, and then looked at the young man sitting opposite her, who was constantly signaling her with his eyes to try it on. Last night, and had already felt very complicated after receiving the magical feather that healed her burns. You know, before that, and had already prepared everything, and would meet people with bandages all her life. This kindness, which not only restored her appearance, but also wiped out all the hidden diseases in her body, was definitely no less than letting a blind person open his eyes to see the beautiful and gorgeous world, and didn't dare to get more. She was afraid that she would be addicted to it. So no matter what the necklace was for, her first reaction was to refuse. "I don't." Unfortunately, before the girl could even finish her words, the young man opposite seemed to be unable to wait, and directly grabbed the necklace and flashed behind Anne. You being so close from behind, Anne's body instinctively tensed up immediately, and almost subconsciously wanted to start the battle mode. You know, she is not like Vivian, who was wanted just for show, limited to the scope of Fire Code City, and even Demir openly opened a back door for the little girl, so that she could use the official portal of the Fire God cult at will, and easily arrived at Akabane port in less than a week. What an experience was the which wanted order throughout the Yenyu after escaping from Woodyan City, which made her need to be vigilant every day. She couldn't even hire a carriage frequently. Most of the time, she had to walk, step by step, and waded through mountains and rivers to reach the border port leading to foreign countries in Yenyu. This was not a week or two, but a few months, which was enough for Anne to develop a strict vigilance. However, at this time, a large hand pressed on the girl's shoulder, suppressing her momentum to shake and struggle. This was not over yet. The hand quickly passed through the shoulder and came to the most vulnerable neck of the human body, which almost made Anne's alarm bells ring wildly. "Don't move." Perhaps noticing the girl's reaction, Liao Zixuan whispered from behind Anne's head. These two simple words made Anne purse her lips, suppressing the strong sense of uneasiness in her heart after being touched from behind, and resisting the urge to struggle. Liao Zixuan unbuttoned the button of the water god's chain, and the necklace slowly went over the girl's delicate neck. By the way, after healing the scars all over her body last night, and had removed the bandages except for her face. As for why her face was still wrapped, it was naturally to avoid the appearance of two Vivians. In short, the girl was now exposing her smooth skin, which was as smooth as a newborn baby's. Just after she had removed the bandages, when Liao Zixuan accidentally touched Anne while putting on the necklace, you can see that her skin reacted immediately, just like a mimosa. Wherever Liao Zixuan touched, Anne's body trembled and her breathing became more rapid. But at the same time, her whole body remained tense, and she was very stiff and nervous. This contrast must be described in one sentence. In short, it is very cute, knowing not to push too far. Although it is just a simple necklace, it is still not easy for Anne, who is very conservative. After putting on the necklace, Liao Zixuan quickly left the girl's back honestly, And you can see that it was relieved. Even though the girl didn't say anything. It was clear from her embarrassed eyes that Anne protested against the young man's transgression just now. And he was really skilled. And felt a little happy about Liao Zixuan's skillful technique. He must have had many experiences in putting necklaces on girls without blushing or beating his heart. As for who the experience was with, and didn't think it was necessary to ask. She could feel that the little wolf cub must be very loyal. Apart from Vivian himself, he would never go out to mess around with other girls. Liao Zixuan certainly didn't realize that his small action could trigger so many dramas in Anne's heart. He just thought that it was too conservative. Isn't it just a necklace? He has worn it countless times for his paper wives. How is it? Do you feel a king's power emerging from your body? Liao Zixuan quickly changed the subject and took the opportunity to make a joke. And on the opposite side, was relatively serious and reliable. When Liao Zixuan asked this, the girl quickly realized that this necklace was different from the feather last night and was for serious business. And closed her eyes and carefully felt the changes in her body. When she opened her eyes again, she shook her head at Liao Zixuan with a puzzled look. Well, let's go to the kitchen. Liao Zixuan made a quick decision and thought of the simplest verification method. Although Anne was surprised, he didn't say anything. After seeing the young man in front of him turned into a wolf cub, he silently picked him up. The man and the beast had no obstacles on the road. They easily came to the back kitchen of the restaurant without being questioned. Even the chefs and waiters inside specially opened up a small, empty cooking area for them to use. There was no other reason. The wolf cub in Anne's arms was the best pass. After a period of time as the supervisory samurai, no one on the astrologist would fail to recognize this stray puppy. They looked at the wolf cub as if they were their ancestors, fearing that it would provoke the dissatisfaction of this Shikigami monster, and then be taken out of the room at night and thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. It seems that the lie that the little girl made up at that time has now become a ghost story and circulated among the crew. The little wolf pointed to the pots and pans, indicating that it should make some food. The girl seemed to understand the function of the necklace, showed a surprised expression, and then began to cook simply. After a while, the aroma of food began to spread, and just smelling it made people salivate. A simple plate of fried rice made Anne look incredible, and the little wolf was even more happy. He ignored Anne's attempt to stop him and took the first bite. Delicious. From the look of the little wolf. And read this idea. The girl looked down at her hands in a daze. Obviously, under the influence of the curse, all the food that passed through her hands would become extremely unpalatable and have negative effects. But soon, Anne put her hand on the necklace in front of her chest. She now completely understood the ability of the necklace. Can it make the curse ineffective? After getting the nod of the little wolf cub, and didn't know what to say for a while, she suddenly understood why the young man was so eager to put the necklace on her in the first place. 3 wishes. 1 curse. This is her awakened witch ability. But under this necklace that is immune to the curse, it becomes 3 wishes without the curse. In other words, she can pray at will without any cost. After reading the expression on Anne's face, the little wolf cub nodded and shook his head. If Anne is just a tool, then indeed, Anne can make as many wishes as she wants, so that she can pass the level almost without any obstacles. But as long as you stand in Anne's perspective and put yourself in her shoes, you will find the problem. The effect of the water god chain is only to immunize the curse, not to clear the curse, which means that the effect of the curse will not be invalid only when the necklace is worn. In other words, once Anne takes off the necklace, the curse that was originally on her will immediately come back. If Anne really abused the prayer without restraint, resulting in more and more negative effects accumulated in the status bar, then once the protection of the necklace was lost, the consequences would be disastrous. Even though Liao Zixuan knew that Anne at the moment was just a phantom of fate, and was very likely not real. What if after the star orbit intersection of the 2 world lines of astrologists ended, they returned to their respective parallel worlds again? Would they let Anne go back with a curse on her? Would they make Anne's already gloomy world even worse? In Anne's world, the girl still had her own revenge to avenge, and there were people waiting for her to save them. They could not help Anne more except for the blazing feather, so they could not add any more burden to Anne. Therefore, in order to avoid this situation, the wolf cub told Anne very seriously that he must tell him before praying, and also understood what the wolf cub meant. She nodded on the surface, but in fact, in the gap that even the wolf cub didn't notice, she only saw the girl secretly use a kitchen knife to cut a wound in the palm of her hand. It was not deep, but it was definitely noticeable from the outside, and quickly covered it up, and then took the wolf cub to find Vivian. After verifying the effect of the necklace, it was time to implement the real plan. Since Vivian didn't want him to know that she knew her identity, it would be very embarrassing to meet each other, and then had the same idea. The two girls met by chance, and when they met here the next day, they both pretended to be dumb even though they knew the truth. Morning, Missinen. Good morning to you, Vivian. The little wolf shook his head as he watched the two girls stuttering and greeting each other. But at this time, and did something a little unexpected, and suddenly pulled the hand of the girl opposite. And this action startled both the little wolf and Vivian. Sorry, Vivian. I lied to you yesterday. Actually, I sneaked into this ship as a coolie to investigate something. Now I have very certain information that this ship will be attacked by a sea monster tomorrow. I strongly suspect that this matter has something to do with Lucy. I heard that Miss Vivian is an outstanding adventurer with a platinum-level advanced certification. So for the sake of the astrologist and everyone on the ship, can Miss Vivian help me to prevent this disaster? Anne's words not only revealed her identity, but also explained the subsequent actions. Liao Zishu had only told Anne about the reincarnation cycle, and had not yet told his little girl. After a short reaction, Vivian naturally nodded without hesitation. She had already been mentally prepared for this from the astrology girl in the morning. As for Liao Zishuan, he secretly sighed that it was indeed worthy of it. It was really worry-free to have such a teammate. He was actually reluctant to tell the little girl about the rotation cycle, because from the third experience, it can be seen that this would cause Vivian to fall into a heavy shadow of self-blame, which was not what he wanted to see. However, neither Vivian nor the wolf cub noticed that when Anne pulled up and let go of the girl's palm, her eyes secretly glanced at Vivian's palm. She only saw that it was smooth and flat, without any trace of a knife on the palm. After Anne secretly turned her wrist and looked at the fresh knife mark on the same position of her palm, the girl finally let go of the stone hanging in her heart, because her first wish was successful. Sorry, Xiao Hei, silently apologizing to the wolf cub next to her in her heart, because she did not abide by the agreement between them. After learning about the effect of the water god chain, and immediately prayed for the wish she wanted to make the most after thinking about it all night. But she did not dare to make it because she was afraid that the curse was too serious. In this way, the failure in the third cycle that Xiao Hei told her about before will never happen again. Right? The thought flashed through her mind. And in return to the main plan, she continued, Vivian, can you please ask Miss Lucy to come out first? Just go to your room. And did not mention the kidnapping directly, because she was afraid that she, who was kind and naive, would make a mistake at this time. After hearing this, the little girl also knew that the matter was of great importance. So she nodded quickly and left in a hurry. During this period, Anne and the little wolf cub found a blind spot in Vivian's room and hid together, and even pulled the little sparrow, Sinyan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, together. Although the sleepy little sparrow couldn't figure out who the new sister was and what they were doing. This feeling similar to hide-and-seek still made Sinyan very excited. He imitated her, holding his breath, and staring at the door nervously. After a while, the door was opened from the outside, and Vivian reappeared at the door. Next to her was a dignified woman in Thousand Island clothing. Miss Lucy. Miss Vivian called me here so anxiously. Is there something important? After walking into her room with Lucy, Vivian followed Anne's instructions, and quietly closed the door and locked the room. The little girl didn't answer Lucy's question right away. She really couldn't answer it. She just smiled foolishly and found a chair for Lucy, and then faced Lucy face to face. Miss Vivian? In such a weird atmosphere. Lucy also noticed something was wrong. But because of her great trust in the little girl, she just emphasized her tone and still tried to communicate with Vivian. At this time, Vivian shook her head at Anne, who was hiding in the blind spot, meaning that she didn't smell any strange fragrance on Lucy. And Anne was the same. But this would not be a reason for them to let Lucy go. Lucy only saw the apologetic expression on the face of the little girl opposite her, and the woman quickly became alert. As someone who can drive the astrologist, she naturally has magic power. But before Lucy could use the spell, Anne's figure quietly emerged from behind the woman, and with Vivian's eyes wide open, he made a clean and neat knife. Snap! Plop! Two sounds came one after another. When Vivian came back to her senses, Lucy was knocked unconscious on the ground. and then skillfully took out a large bundle of hemp rope from nowhere. Missinin, what are we going to do? Kidnap? Torture? And said simply, while tying up the unconscious Lucy and restraining her on the chair. It was definitely difficult for her to move even a finger. Ah. This? She is really skilled. Vivian shrank her neck a little. She didn't expect that she was like this in another world. The little wolf looked at Anne's skillful technique and began to seriously doubt how many times Anne had done this. The only one who was not afraid, but even drooling with excitement, was Sinyan. The little sparrow looked at the scene in front of her and felt that a strange attribute that had been dormant for a long time in her heart was finally stimulated again. Tied to a chair and unable to move. Hee hee. Hee hee. She also wanted to play this kidnapping game with this very skilled bandage sister. Chapter 256 Snow Queen. Miss Vivian. I don't understand. What are you doing? After waking up slowly, Lucy spent a few seconds to understand the current situation. She did not show too much panic and asked the girl opposite her calmly. If I did something wrong, I can apologize to you and accept the investigation of dismissal from the company after arriving at Thousand Islands. With your relationship with Lady Risa, you don't have to use such low-level means on me. Or, Lucy recalled that when Vivian invited her, she began to expose many unnatural places. And then in the last second before she fell into a coma, Vivian shook her head to a certain place behind her. Lucy was worthy of being the political officer of the Sakai family in the company. And she immediately thought of another possibility. Miss Vivian, if you have been deceived by someone, I sincerely ask you to reconsider. You have betrayed Risa-sama's trust by doing this. And you are also hostile to the society and the entire Thousand Islands. You don't care what I do. But the astrologers and the passengers on this ship are all innocent. Seeing Lucy's sincerity, the little girl didn't know what to say. Fortunately, and came out from behind. Leave it to me. Lucy looked over in the direction of the voice. And the expression on her face suddenly became much colder. It's you. She had an impression of him because of the incident with the supervisor samurai. But Lucy didn't expect that there would be such a development later. And didn't talk too much nonsense with Lucy. Judging from the observation just now and the witch's fragrance, the current Lucy should not be the Lucy they are looking for. Do you know Winter and the puppets? And suddenly asked. On the other side? After staring at it in silence for a while, Lucy answered, the Ice Kingdom covered with snow. Winter, as the ruler of the Thousand Islands, I have naturally heard of the 9 kingdoms. And the puppets you mentioned later, if I understand correctly, should be similar to the staff in the Adventurer Association. Right? And nodded secretly after Lucy's answer, and then continued to deepen the second level of information. Then do you know the executive officer of Winter? Executive? Is it the authority of Winter? Sorry. I don't know, and I don't understand what this has to do with what we are like now. Lucy still confronted him with a cold face. But in fact, when she heard the 3 words executive, her heart was slightly moved. But she might not even notice it. However, Anne, who was already concentrating, still caught this small detail. She had a general idea of Lucy's situation in her heart. After a moment of silence, and continued to give in-depth information. Really? Then if I say that there is a Winter executive who calls himself a doctor and privately established an organization to study and capture women with extremely strong magic powers in order to realize the plan of artificial witches. Do you remember anything when you hear this? No. And I think you may have misunderstood me. Lucy probably understood what it meant. After all, the intention was too obvious. She was going for the words Winter and executor. And Lucy vaguely realized that this coolie with bandages on his face was not a vicious person. That's why she was even more puzzled and took the initiative to say, You asked me so many questions. So can you please tell me what your purpose is for doing this to me? If it's reasonable, I'm willing to cooperate with your investigation with all my strength. After Lucy said this, and still shook his head, Miss Lucy, in order to ensure the safety of you, this ship and all of us, you have to stay here tonight. Wait a minute. What do you mean? Amid Lucy's cries, and took Vivian and the 2 monsters out of the room, leaving Lucy alone. She first assigned the little girl a task to find Lucy's deputy warrior on the ship and explain Lucy's situation. Of course, she was not kidnapped. But there was something important that needed to be discussed with her all night to prevent the warriors from discovering Lucy's disappearance and causing chaos on the ship. Vivian did it quickly, and the process was also smooth. After all, the warriors knew the little girl's identity and did not have too many doubts. After Vivian came back, the three found a corridor near the room and began to squat outside the room silently. Time passed by bit, and soon the light coming in from the window became weaker and weaker until it was completely dark at night. Most of the passengers on the ship went back to their rooms to rest. The lights in the corridor were turned on at night, and the surroundings fell into silence. The same was true in Vivian's room. And the little wolf cub had very keen perceptions. They could detect that Lucy in the room suddenly began to breathe slower about half an hour ago, and finally became a very even and regular rhythm, which symbolized sleep. Such a sudden sleep was obviously abnormal. And in this kidnapped situation, several people perked up. And Sue? Even Vivian noticed the abnormality. This smell is... Vivian's nose moved. She suddenly smelled a faint fragrance spreading from her room. This fragrance was very strange. She knew it was definitely not the smell of food, but more like a special spice. This was not the first time Vivian smelled a similar smell. For example, and who was beside her also had this smell, but it was different. Like different varieties of spices. Here it comes! And the little wolf looked at each other. They quickly opened the door and flashed into the room. The scene that appeared afterwards was really a bit weird. In the dark room, there was only the sparse moonlight coming from the cabin window. In the center of the room, there was a woman tied to a chair. The woman was like she was asleep, with her head lowered so much that the black hair on both sides fell down, covering her face. Suddenly, the woman began to turn her neck left and right, as if she had just woken up, or as if she was adapting to her new body. Huh? 2 or 3 seconds later, a strange sound came out of Lucy's mouth, because the woman found that except for her neck, she could not move any other parts of her body. This seemed to make the woman realize that something was wrong, and she began to look around to check the current state of her body. You don't know until you see it. After looking at it, a more surprised sound came out of Lucy's mouth. What's going on? Did I send the spirit to the wrong target? At this time, footsteps sounded from behind Lucy, which made her immediately come back to her senses from the surprise. And she subconsciously said, Who? Who? Shouldn't we ask you this question? And walked in front of Lucy. From her performance just now and the lingering fragrance on her body, it was proved that Lucy in front of her was the one they were looking for. Oh! This is really interesting. After hearing Anne's question, the expression on Lucy's face turned into interest. She did not feel exposed or at a disadvantage at all. Instead, she observed an opposite with a smile. She quickly asked, You look unfamiliar. I didn't have you on the observation list on the astrologist, so I am very curious. Who are you? How did you find me? If I remember correctly, in order to ensure the success of the plan and prevent exposure, I deliberately took the most gentle method and only subconsciously hypnotized Lucy. Except for following my instructions in certain key places. She should be no different from usual most of the time. The person who occupied Lucy's body did not seem to say anything at all, and had no intention of hiding it, but spoke out openly, just to get an explanation from Anne. Unfortunately, she only got Anne's cold eyes. Okay. How about this? As long as you tell me the reason. Then, in exchange, I will also tell you the purpose of what I want to do to the ship. How about it? Look, I've been tied up like this by you. The subsequent plans will definitely not be carried out. We exchanged information with each other, so it was not in vain. On the surface, the woman seemed to be giving up. But if they had not known the future development in advance, they might have been paralyzed by the other party. The astrologist was set on a route and would hit the Yamata no Orochi on the last day. This was an established fact, whether the woman told them or not. It could not be changed. The reason why they still had to control Ruko was to find out the mastermind behind the scenes and the deeper purpose behind the other party. Therefore, Anne gave the wolf cub a look. This was their agreement. Whenever Anne was going to use the wish ability, he would inform in advance. Then Anne looked into the woman's eyes and began to say word by word. I hope that from now on, you will listen to me. Are you kidding? This was the first reaction of the woman possessed by Lucy after hearing Anne's words. But it was obvious. Her mouth had a different opinion from her. Yes, master. After a short delay, the woman finally lost her calmness at the beginning. Maybe she was frightened and completely broke down. She said in a high decibel voice in a panic. What? Why would I want to meet you? What did you do to me? And ignored the woman who was caught in the mix. She had limited time, and continued to give orders to the woman who was praying to obey her orders. I want you to leave Ruko's body and completely cut off the connection between you and her, making sure you can never possess her again. Dream on. Impossible. The woman's angry voice, gnashing her teeth, was only halfway through when it stopped abruptly. Yes, master. After she uttered this line respectfully, a shadow of the soul was peeled off from Ruko's body and floated in front of everyone. After that, Lucy seemed to lose her support, and her head dropped again, falling into a coma. What kind of power is this? Who are you? The woman now looked like a schizophrenic patient. Before N gave an order, she could still maintain herself. But once she heard N's voice, it was as if there was a magical power that made her instantly surrender to N and regard him as her master. Tell me, who are you and your purpose on the astrologist? I don't. Yes, master. I have no name. Only the executive code given to me by the Supreme Ice Queen. And people call me Madam. The action on this ship is a very critical part of our winter's entire Thousand Islands plan. It has been brewing for a long time. But according to the original plan, it should not have been executed so quickly. However, due to the failure of the plan in the Flame Domain, we were forced to change the schedule and secretly promote the departure of the astrologist in advance. In this way, we can kill 3 birds with one ship. That is, we can eliminate the biggest cause of the failure of our plan in the Flame Domain, the girl named Vivian, and arouse the anger of the Yamata no Orochi, paving the way for the subsequent fall of this taboo monster, so as to collect data. Finally, we can use this as an excuse to use this major accident to overthrow the Sakai family, the current ruling family of the society, and replace them with our own people, so as to indirectly control the second of the 3 magistrates of the Thousand Islands. Whether we are in Qiandao, Yenyu, or soon in Qifeng and Gili, all the kingdoms of God have only one goal, which is to assist our Supreme Ice Queen to fight against in the future. Just when the soul shadow of Lady was about to say the thing to fight against, it seemed to have violated an unforgivable taboo. In an instant, the temperature in the room began to drop rapidly. The crystal clear frost began to quietly climb up from the corners, windows, and bookshelves in the cabin in just a few seconds. White mist began to appear in front of everyone's faces. It was the hot air exhaled, which was instantly condensed when it encountered the cold air. Not only in, but even the little wolf cub hadn't reacted yet. The shadow of the lady in front of them had changed. Can the soul be frozen? The answer is yes. The little wolf cub felt a bone-chilling chill. Even with his forbidden body, he couldn't stand it at all, as if an iceberg had pierced through his soul from the depths. The last time he had this feeling was when he was in the cycle of death, when the pair of eyes staring at him, like the sea of stars, wanted to drag him into the deep sea whirlpool. The little wolf cub immediately reacted. This was the gaze from the god. But this time, this gaze was not from the god of water, but obviously from the god of ice, the Ice Queen from the winter. But fortunately, the attention of this gaze was not on them. Or rather, this gaze had no self-awareness. The whole process came quickly and went even faster. It was almost just 2 or 3 blinks of an eye when everyone came back to their senses. The temperature in the room had slowly risen, and the frost frozen on the furniture had melted into water and began to drip down. The only thing that had not yet returned to normal was probably the soul of the lady in front of them, which had turned into an ice sculpture. But it was still very fast. After hearing the sound of click, cracks began to appear on the soul ice sculpture from the head, and spread to the soles of the feet at a very fast speed. Snap! Like a mirror, it was completely shattered, turned into fragments of ice, and finally disappeared into nothingness. Chapter 257 Cause and Effect. Winter. Executor. In the previous game plot, these 2 words did not appear frequently. The real villain that has always appeared in the player's field of vision is the Line of the Abyss. But now it seems that there is probably another big hand that the players have never known about, quietly pushing the abyss that has been causing chaos in various countries. Even though the information revealed by the lady was not much, it was obliterated by the Ice Queen. But from the few words, Liao Zixuan still captured a lot of key information. The first is the connection between them and the abyss. From the lady's description, she mentioned that the main purpose of crashing the astrologist into the Yamata no Orochi was to catalyze the abyssization process of this forbidden monster, and mentioned the words collecting data at the end. In fact, Liao Zixuan was a little surprised when he was in the Flame Domain. The shadows of the fallen abyss and Winter appeared on Count Cecil at the same time. Is there any connection between the two? Now it can be preliminarily confirmed. At least the Ice Queen of Winter may have noticed the existence of the Fallen Abyss a long time ago. And even to the point of studying the Fallen Abyss. In the Flame Domain, it was Count Cecil who was infected by the Fallen Abyss. And in the Thousand Islands, it was the Yamata no Orochi who was eroded by the Fallen Abyss. Here Liao Zixuan couldn't help but recall again what the definition of Fallen Abyss was in the game Fallen God. He remembered the official setting that the Fallen Abyss was an evil force that did not exist in this world and invaded from the outside. The source of power came from the negative emotions of the creatures on the mainland. If there was no winter, Liao Zixuan might not have associated Fallen Abyss with Witch. But now suddenly comparing them together, he found that there are indeed similarities between the two. Both use negative emotions as the basis of power and belong to the evil camp. So, in Anku, could it be that the mysterious organization established by the doctor to study witches wants to use the power of the Fallen Abyss as a way to realize artificial witches? As for why this crazy behavior was not stopped, but instead received the tacit approval and support of the Ice Queen, the Ice God, the key reason is most likely what the lady mentioned at the end. The thing that the Ice God wants to fight against. Everyone knows that when facing a powerful enemy with a life or death stake, the best means is to do whatever it takes. Liao Zixuan felt a pity that he didn't know what the object of resistance was. But thinking from another perspective, the more he knew, the more dangerous it might be. This unknown existence that even gods had to fight against by any means was obviously not something they could deal with now. The fate of one of the executives was the best proof, as she was killed coldly and mercilessly without hesitation. TSK. After sorting out all the information in his mind, the little wolf cub couldn't help but sigh. As a player at the beginning, he was like a candidate sitting in the examination room, solving the question step by step according to the already designed test paper. Now, as the Dark Flame Wolf, he has changed from a candidate to a question setter. What will this test paper look like in the future? He and the little girl beside him may not be able to completely decide, but they can definitely become participants in the key questions. However, he believes that no matter how difficult the questions they give are, tens of millions of players can help them solve them easily. This is the power of the fourth calamity, and it is also the decisive advantage of why they can rise from the grassroots. Of course, there are more than 3 weeks left before the public beta is launched. They can't rely on these warriors for the time being, and they have to be self-reliant for a while. The number one problem Liao Zixuan needs to solve now is the Yamata no Orochi that he will encounter tomorrow. The hidden danger in Lucy has been eliminated, and woke her up and told her what happened just now. At first, Lucy didn't believe it, but later, when Vivian also came forward and used the recording function in the game of Little Wolf Cub, which corresponds to the magic of recording images in reality, to show Lucy the whole process, the political officer of the Sakai family finally believed that the traitor was actually herself. "I'm really sorry." In front of the two girls, Lucy immediately made the same apology etiquette as the previous supervisor warrior, which was the highest standard in the Thousand Islands. She knelt down with her head close to the ground. After being quickly helped up, Lucy also knew that now was not the time to apologize. The situation was urgent. She first recalled where she was hypnotized and controlled. After a few minutes, Ruko found the most likely location from her memory. It was a week ago when she went to the Great Purification Bureau as usual to hand over the paperwork report on the ongoing God and witch election. But there was a little episode in the middle. Ruko remembered that in addition to her colleagues from the Great Purification Bureau, there was also another foreigner from Winter. It was obvious that a foreigner appeared in the core of her own power organization. Such a suspicious thing. She actually forgot about it afterwards, and only remembered it today. Obviously, it should be from that time that she had been hinted in her mind. And Ruko further inferred that her expression became more serious, because the lady mentioned before that overthrowing the Sakai family of the Society Bureau was also one of the goals, and said that this would control 2 of the 3 bureaucrats. It seems that the magistrate who has been secretly manipulated is undoubtedly the Great Purification Magistrate, which is a bolt from the blue for Lucy. When Anne didn't quite understand and asked what the Great Purification Magistrate was, Lucy replied, "The Great Purification Magistrate is in charge of the military forces of the Thousand Islands, and is the main force and executor who advocates the implementation of the God and witch election. No wonder they would target Yamata." Wait a minute. Miss Lucy, Is this also related to the forbidden monster in the sea? Lucy nodded. Since she had to face the Yamata Great Snake later, she had to briefly explain the origin of the snake to Vivian and N, which might be helpful later. You two are not natives of Thousand Island, so you naturally don't know that every 10 years, Thousand Island holds a divine witch election, where girls selected by the gods with the potential to be divine witches compete for the election. And finally a divine, which is born and enters the abyss to be sacrificed to Yamata no Orochi. I don't quite understand this. Why do we have to sacrifice humans to monsters? Vivian was the first to find this a bit unacceptable. However, Lucy shook her head. Our sacrifice here does not mean sacrifice. If we really want to talk about this, it will involve the history of Thousand Island. You two should know that before the Nine Gods era, order had not yet been established, and the world was still in chaos and war. At that time, ordinary people had to rely on powerful beings to survive. Yamata no Orochi was the first patron god of the people of Thousand Island at that time. But later, with the rise of the Nine Gods and the advent of a new era, a country cannot have two gods. Even if the water god did not mind, the pride of the snake would not allow it. So it took the initiative to wage war against the water god. In the end, the snake was defeated. But the water god was merciful and did not kill the snake. Instead, he made an agreement with the snake, allowing it to take its people who were still willing to follow it and sink to the bottom of the deep sea. Legend has it that there is an eye of the sea that connects to the world of evil spirits, and its name is the abyss. As the condition for the survival of the losers, the snake and its descendants must guard the abyss for generations to prevent evil spirits from surging from the eye of the abyss and endangering the Thousand Islands. As an official of the community, Lucy is very familiar with the culture of the Thousand Islands, because the community is in charge of sacrifices and rituals, although a small part of it is already an internal document. But at this time, Lucy is unreserved and tries her best to use concise and clear language, hoping to quickly let the two people in front of her get more information, because she knows that only in this way can they get a glimmer of hope in the next shipwreck. And the election of the gods and witches, under the new era concept advocated by the Great Purification, is regarded as a supervision system. By sending the selected gods and witches to the water god temple in the deep sea, it is determined whether the snake and its descendants are continuing to fulfill the agreement and whether they are continuing to guard the deep sea. Of course, our company has always been opposed to this, because in our eyes, the god shaman election is more like a consolation, telling the great snake and its descendants, as well as the first group of people who followed the great snake into the deep sea, now known as the deep sea survivors, that they have not been forgotten, and the water god and the people of the Thousand Islands still remember them. After listening to the history of the god shaman election, the little wolf cub suddenly remembered that in the third experience, there were elderly Thousand Island warriors on the ship, who had been emphasizing the god shaman election for the violent great snake, calling it an inducement, and also mentioned the words rebellion and disrespect many times. Now, the older generation of samurai should be more inclined to the concept of shrine vindication and have off for Yamata no Orochi. But why did the concept of great purification become the mainstream later? And even the situation of the shrine maiden running away appeared? Without letting the little wolf cub wait too long, Lucy, who finished telling the general history, began to return to the current situation with a heavy face. But in recent years, more and more people in the Thousand Islands have begun to oppose the election of the shamans. The reason is that those shamans who entered the deep sea have all gone without returning. At first, it could be suppressed. But as time went on, people began to question whether the serpent had broken its promise and tore up the contract. Then, wouldn't their shamans be sent to death by the tiger's mouth? Because of this, the impression of the Thousand Islands people on the Great Snake began to deteriorate sharply, and they also resisted the election of the god shaman. Originally, every family hoped that their daughter could be selected as a candidate for the god shaman, which was an honor to bring glory to the family. Now, everyone is afraid that their daughter will be selected by the Great Purification and become food in the belly of the Great Snake. Hearing this, and couldn't help but ask immediately, what about the water god? Such a big thing happened. Didn't your Lord Water God come forward? Vivian also had the same doubts about this. Both of them were born in the flame domain. Although in recent times, the series of actions of the fire god Alice have a taste of being stabbed by her people. If we look at the entire flame domain over the long river of time, the fire god is still very dedicated to his duties, protecting the flame domain all the time, and immediately strangling it in the cradle as soon as there is a slight disturbance. So they couldn't understand why their gods were indifferent to such a big commotion in the Thousand Islands. Lucy shook her head. You two don't know that the concept pursued by our water god is destiny. In other words, all changes are guided by destiny. As long as there are no variables outside of destiny, the water god will not intervene. Vivian and Anne both showed angry expressions. The two little girls were surprisingly similar. They all puffed up their cheeks and clenched their fists. This sounded so irritating. It sounded very noble. But in fact, wasn't it just like giving up? Just like that. It was really too unworthy of people's trust and belief. Right? I'll tell you another little story. And you should be able to understand the water god. Many years ago, there was a war in the Thousand Islands. At that time, a resistance army split from the Great Purification Bureau. And they fought all the way to the doorstep of the Great Purification Bureau. At that time, the ruling head of the Great Purification Bureau knelt and cried in front of the gate of the Moon Yuan Grand Shrine, praying that the water god inside could come forward. Otherwise the Thousand Islands would be occupied by the rebels. And the people of the Thousand Islands were also living in poverty under the war. They were also very afraid of the rebels, and thought they were all robbers who burned, killed, and looted. But our water god continued to stay indoors, until the head of the family was overthrown by the rebel forces, and the truth of the matter was revealed to the public. It turned out that this family had been rotten and corrupt for a long time. But because it was proficient in propaganda, it had not been discovered by the public, and instead established a good image, and everyone had been kept in the dark. After this incident, we have come to understand the water god's philosophy to some extent. That is, what seems to be bad may actually lead to a good ending. If you intervene and forcibly change fate, it may cause an irreversible tragedy. From Lucy's sincere eyes, it is not difficult to see that she really believes in this. That is why she said the following words. You too. I believe in our fate, as well as the fate of this astrologist and every passenger on the ship. The water god has arranged the fate for us, so don't panic too much. I believe that just as I was saved by you too, all this is determined by fate. After Lucy's words, although it should be to encourage and cheer up, implying that even if the opponent is Yamada no Orochi, miracles can happen. But the little wolf cub still spit a poo in his heart. If fate is really arranged by the water god, he has known the future for us, and he is sure that miracles have not happened. Their fate will end here, and they will crash into the deep sea together with the astrologists. If he hadn't gone through reincarnation again and again, how could Lucy be able to talk properly now? He would have been controlled by the lady and escaped with a teleportation magic. Liao Zixuan is a firm believer in fate. If it is true, then he will also hold his fate in his own hands, instead of being arranged by others. If it is true as Lucy said, the crash of the astrologist is just a temporary seemingly bad thing, and the purpose is to lead to a better ending in the future. The little wolf cub still cannot accept it. He did not have such a far-sighted vision as the water god. He only saw the desperate faces of the passengers on the ship, heard the helpless cries of the passengers on the ship, and witnessed hundreds of people buried in the deep sea. He must change this ending. As for what fate is messed up and what will happen in the future, as a mortal, he should have some mortal consciousness. Anyway, he only looks at the present. And I don't know if it was influenced by a little girl who did not want to reveal her name, and he began to become particularly reluctant to see tragedy happen. Chapter 258, Costume. Dark Nightmare Claw. I confirmed with Lucy that for such a short distance route of less than a week, she could not temporarily change the route of the astrologist. Then Anne and the little wolf cub agreed to tell all the passengers on the ship about the shipwreck that would happen tomorrow. The little wolf cub clearly remembered that in the third experience, when the big snake attacked the ship, there were still many people outside the deck and in the corridor. Even though the ship was not directly damaged by the big snake under the protection of the heart of the sea, the sudden and violent shaking alone was enough to cause heavy casualties to the unprepared passengers. If everyone could stay in their rooms in advance and take precautions, the casualties caused by the accident could definitely be greatly avoided. But then, a new problem arises. How can we make everyone believe this fact? It may not be enough for Lucy alone. Almost all the people who can board the astrologist are rich and powerful. Lucy can command the crew and warriors. But for the passengers, although they can be forced to lock them in the house, this is obviously a bad choice. Maybe, can Miss Maggie help? Vivian interrupted at this time, attracting everyone's attention. Miss Maggie? Lucy asked this strange name. The little girl immediately explained that this was one of the passengers on the ship. A very powerful female astrologer. If she came forward to cooperate with Lucy and make a prediction, it would definitely make everyone completely convinced and obey the arrangement. In this cycle, since the wolf cub saved the astrologer girl who fainted on the deck because she had no money to eat, it was indirectly saved. Maggie's mysterious image in the minds of the passengers did not collapse. Lucy immediately agreed to this proposal. It may be a bit ironic, but the more powerful people are, the more they are attracted to mysticism. Looking at the clock, it was 1 or 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Most of the passengers on the ship should have fallen asleep. But the current situation is that they can't wait until tomorrow morning. Including Lucy and the wolf cub. The 3 people and 1 beast made a simple plan and split into 2 groups. Lucy mobilized all the warriors on the ship to gather urgently and cooperate with the subsequent evacuation work, while Vivian and her group knocked on Maggie's door and pulled the astrology girl off the bed. But they underestimated Maggie's night owl degree. It was only 2 o'clock, which was a good time to observe the stars at night. After knocking in the room for a long time, no one was there. Finally, they found the girl who was observing the stars at night on the deck. On the other side, Lucy had sent out the crew warriors to gather all the passengers on the astrologist from the room to the restaurant on the first floor. She deviated from the ship's route and was about to enter the deep sea area of Yamata no Orochi. And the situation could not be reversed. After she told them, all the passengers in the restaurant were in an uproar. Although the samurai were also panicked and shocked, they still managed to maintain discipline under Ruko's pressure and maintain law and order at the scene, so that the passengers in chaos could calm down and continue to listen to Ruko's speech. Ruko told them that she hoped that everyone would stay in their rooms from tonight, not move around, and be prepared to be attacked by the Yamata no Orochi and have the ship shaken violently. Wait a minute. Even if the ship deviates from the route and sails into the deep sea, it won't encounter the legendary Yamata no Orochi. Right? I heard that its nest is at the bottom of the sea. As expected, questioning voices soon appeared among the passengers in the crowd. If there is a first one, there will be a second one. After the initial panic, everyone gradually calmed down and found too many suspicious points in Lucy's words. That's right. Don't think that we don't know because we are foreigners. The forbidden monster in your 1,000 islands has not appeared for hundreds of years. And according to legend, it has protected the people of the 1,000 islands in history. Even if we really encounter it, it will not attack us. Right? What you said seems to make sense. In this case, can we still ask the big snake for help? Let it help us get back on the right course. His, a legendary Shikigami that is rare in a century. Plus the lost astrologist? Such 2 explosive topics combined. The style of the painting gradually deviated. Among the passengers, a man from Tsushima, who wore glasses and looked very literary, was muttering something to himself. At the end, he showed an expression of ecstasy and slapped his thigh. Great! I have a light novel theme for this year. As long as I can see it with my own eyes, I can write this story based on it. It will definitely attract all readers' attention and sell well. This time, it was a wise decision to go out and collect materials. The winner of this year's light novel is really amazing. And that will definitely be me. The words of this Tsushima light novel writer were like opening Pandora's box, causing many passengers to have different ideas, thinking that even if they really encountered the Yamata no Orochi, it would definitely not attack them. On the contrary, they couldn't be locked in the room. Instead, they had to take the opportunity to go to the deck so that they could see with their own eyes what the legendary strongest Shikigami of the 1,000 islands and the true form of the monster of the sea overlord looked like. This is something that many people may not be able to see in their lifetimes. It may seem ridiculous, but if there is no clear prediction of the future from a god's perspective, people are still willing to believe in things that are beneficial to them. Fortunately, at this time, before the situation could be out of control, Vivian and her group appeared with the astrologer girl. Maggie didn't say too much nonsense and walked directly to the front of the stage. Everyone, I can prove that everything Miss Lucy said just now. Please put away your contempt. This is a real disaster. Just now, I predicted through astrology what the astrologist, our big ship, will look like tomorrow afternoon. Everything on the ship is tilted, and it is obvious that it has suffered some kind of horrific attack. Then, in order to increase the sense of oppression, the astrological girl pointed at the person who first questioned Lucy. You because of the heavy object falling. Your head is bleeding. You, because you stayed on the deck at the time. You were thrown off the deck and drowned due to the violent turbulence of the ship. You, as the girl pointed at each person. The way that person died was told by Maggie. After just a few minutes, the restaurant fell into silence, and most people looked pale, under the shadow of death. All those who believed that this was not a disaster, but an opportunity shut up. Especially the light novel writer who died tragically. The unexpected shaking caused the tip of his pen to pierce his throat. The writer was so scared that he threw the pen away. After a while, the majority of people in the restaurant responded to Lucy's suggestion. I know her. I saw her on the deck on the first day. She is an astrologer. Since there are predictions from astrologers, then, maybe it is true. I knew it. Damn it! I can see from the recent elections of gods and witches that the big snake in the sea must have betrayed the Tsushima and abandoned the agreement with the water god. No wonder. I heard before that the people of the Great Purification were going to catch the escaped Shrine Maiden. It turns out that the big snake is really wrong. It's bad. Then we have entered its territory, which is equivalent to, after clearly knowing their upcoming fate, the passengers no longer had a fluke mentality and began to return to the initial panic. At this time, a middle-aged uncle stood up from the crowd. Everyone, stop arguing and listen to me. It's come to this juncture. The leader must have much more information than me. The only thing we need to do now is to obey the arrangements and follow the instructions. We will do whatever the leader tells us to do. The one who called out was an old acquaintance of the little wolf cub, the merchant from Gili. Xiao Jia was one of the first group and immediately believed what Lucy said. Before Maggie arrived, he had already tried to persuade the foreigners around who still held different opinions. Xiao Jia was now afraid and angry. He was afraid of the upcoming shipwreck and angry because he sometimes really couldn't understand what was in the minds of these foreigners. When he heard that he was asked to stay in the house and not go out, he subconsciously wanted to protest. He was told that he might encounter taboo monsters. The first thing he thought of was not to hide quickly, but to go and visit. It's okay for you to die. But the problem is that they are now on the same ship. And Xiao Jia doesn't want to be implicated and killed by these people. With Lucy, the astrology girl, and Xiao Jia's final call, the emergency evacuation plan was successfully carried out. This time, no troublemaking passenger said anything. Everyone obediently redistributed the rooms under the arrangement of the crew warriors, and concentrated everyone in the most stable and safe core position of the astrologists. However, Xiao Jia sneaked out of the team and ran to Vivian's side. The uncle Gili shrank his head and asked the little girl anxiously, Miss Vivian, can you tell me the truth? What is the probability that we can successfully survive this disaster? Don't worry. We will be safe and sound, Vivian said to Xiao Jia seriously. I feel relieved after hearing your words. I know that Miss Vivian must be very powerful and skilled. The lives of all the passengers on our ship are in your hands, Xiao Jia said, looking around. While no one was paying attention, he pulled Vivian's hand and tried to stuff something into her sleeve. The little wolf cub looked carefully and saw that it was a bulging purse. If it was full of gold coins, it would definitely be a large sum of money. Fortunately, Vivian reacted and pushed back quickly. What are you doing? Xiao Jia's face showed urgency when he saw that he was pushed back by Vivian. He said quickly, It's just a little thing. Miss Vivian. I mean, if there is any accident and the situation is out of control, can you please take care of me? Xiao. A little bit. I have a wife and daughter waiting for me in Gili. The whole family is counting on me to do business abroad. I really can't have an accident, as long as the young lady can save my life. Xiao Jia will owe the young lady a huge favor in the future. Although I am a foreign businessman, I still have some foundation in the Thousand Islands. No matter what kind of request the young lady makes, I will try my best to meet it. Xiao Jia. Promise. Well, the little wolf cub wanted to praise Xiao Jia, but it seems that each country still has its own problems, and noticed the abnormality of the little girl at this time, and came over with a frown. Compared with Vivian, who was still trying to appease Xiao Jia, and directly drove Xiao Jia away and warned him in a warning tone that if he hindered them because of such things again, the responsibility would be great. Thank you. Thank you. The other one. Ahem. Missin. Vivian almost let it slip and hurriedly pretended to cough. Fortunately, and was just a little strange and didn't hear it. On the contrary, she sighed at Vivian's appearance, after hesitating for a while, and still said to the little girl, Vivian, if you encounter such a situation in the future, you must learn to be tougher. You can't rely on others to help you in everything in the future. You, looking at herself, who was well protected in this otherworld line, and finally didn't continue to speak. But to her surprise, the little girl opposite also spoke. Well, Missin is right. But I also hope that Missin can be more lively and cheerful in the future. Don't always keep silent and vigilant to others. There are indeed bad people in this world. But don't there also exist people like me and Xiao Hei? Ah. Sorry. Xiao Hei. You are not a human. Little wolf cub. And you taught me this. To make me stronger. Vivian showed a sly and aggrieved look to An, who was quite surprised, after a few seconds of silence, and nodded. Okay. I will try. While speaking, and looked at the little girl, who was rubbing her little wolf cub, and apologizing for what she had just said. She suddenly felt that she might have taken this otherworld line for granted. This little girl can get to where she is today, not only relying on the little wolf cub in her arms, but her own efforts and growth may also be a part that cannot be ignored. Letting all the passengers on the ship take shelter is only the first step, and the easiest step. The most difficult thing next is how they will face the Yamata no Orochi. In this regard, Anne's suggestion is to let her pray directly to calm the Yamata no Orochi and return to its lair. This has been proven by a successful example in the third experience that the little wolf cub recounted to her. But unfortunately, it was rejected by 2 votes. Neither Vivian nor the little wolf cub agreed. As the old saying goes, the water god chain only exempts the curse, not clears the curse. The consequence of Anne's prayer is that she will suffer a serious backlash the moment she takes off the necklace. Therefore, this can only be used as a last resort. Curses are proportional to wishes. So in order to reduce curses as much as possible, the wishes must be realized as conveniently as possible. Moreover, there is a kind of curse that can be skipped in the true sense. That is, a one-time curse that takes effect immediately. The little wolf cub remembered that in the second cycle experience, and prayed for an ability that could instantly increase his strength several times to fight him. But the price was that many blood vessels in his body burst and blood flowed out, under the protection of the water god chain. This is equivalent to a powerful burst skill that is completely harmless. From his fight with the Yamata no Orochi, if the opponent is just a single head that has been eroded by the abyss, lost its mind, and is in a violent state, then they may not have to avoid the battle. Of course, with Anne's current strength, even if it doubles or triples, it is still far from enough, because the base is too low. But if they can find a way to greatly increase this double base, the little wolf's eyes began to sway between Vivian and Anne, because by chance, with the ability to greatly increase this base, Vivian's awakened exclusive witch skills are absolutely the best choice. Chapter 259. And, actually, I have been hiding something from you. I am a witch. Oh, that's a coincidence. I am one too. Little Wolf imagined the conversation between the 2 girls. Of course, it was not so direct in reality. The 2 of them went through a lot of circles before explaining this to each other. If both sides knew it clearly in their hearts, there was nothing they could do. It can be seen that Vivian and Anne were trying their best to cover it up and maintain this kind of relationship that was just a layer of window paper away from being broken. Vivian, then please tell me, your witch power is? And had already judged that the little girl was a witch through Yu Xiang, but Anne was still very curious about what kind of exclusive skills he had awakened in another world line. My witch ability is that I can combine the summoned beast with myself and turn it into a battle suit. Battle suit? You can think of it as a weapon, but it can cover the whole body. Vivian briefly summarized it, and showed a little surprise. Is this a witch ability of self-enhancement? Now Anne finally understood why the little wolf cub told her that they had the confidence to try to repel the Yamata no Orochi by fighting. Anne's own wish is more inclined to the functional witch ability, while Vivian's self-enhancement witch ability is recognized as one of the most violent pyramid tops in the combat profession. If she could awaken such an ability at the beginning, perhaps she would not need it at all and escape from the flame realm. For this type of witch, fighting against a higher level is like eating and drinking. Of course, the most terrifying thing is not a top laner who kills a higher level, but that this top laner has a cat hanging on him. There can only be one witch ability in the same person. But this law is obviously broken in Vivian and Anne. With this intersection of star tracks, and can easily make a wish to let her get the witch skills of another her. In this way, two witch powers are gathered in N's body. If the two are combined, the reaction produced is definitely not a simple 1 + 1 = 2. Not only the little wolf cub was looking forward to it, but the two girls were also eager to try it. Of course, the location could not be chosen in the cabin, so the two of them came to the deck that had been evacuated. At this time, it was already 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning of the next day, just when night and day alternated. The sky on the sea was no longer as completely dark as it was in the middle of the night before, but was in a dim state of light. "And I'll show you first," Vivian said, waving her hand and calling the little sparrow who was brought here with her. Hearing that the little girl wanted to demonstrate, and immediately focused and cheered up. But seeing Vivian's behavior at this time, he showed a puzzled look. "This sparrow?" The next second, the little sparrow answered Anne's unasked question. Under Anne's surprised gaze, Sanyan completed the transformation gorgeously. A cute and cool red-haired little Lolita appeared in Anne's field of vision, and immediately lowered her eyes and placed her sight on the little wolf cub beside her, who was watching with her. She looked at the little wolf cub, and then at the little Lolita not far away. Could it be? In response to Anne's inquiring eyes, the little wolf cub waved his paw to indicate that Anne guessed correctly. In addition to himself, Vivian also had another forbidden monster as a summoned beast. "And the feather I gave you last night came from this little Lolita." Wait a minute. Then her true identity is actually... Anne's surprise turned into shock. She had heard of it before. According to legend, their Yenyu also had a forbidden monster of its own. A mythical phoenix that soared above the 9 heavens and was said to be reborn from the ashes and immortal. As a result, now this phoenix has become her summoned beast. I can be so powerful? No. She is from another world line. What on earth has she experienced? How strong has she become? And looking at the little Loli's appearance now, she is simply obedient to Vivian's words, and even saw a little bit of flattery in it. In response, the little wolf cub said, "You didn't see that every morning and evening, when Sanyan was taught to read by the gentle and kind little girl, the little girl's bitter face was worse than death. How could it not be flattering? And I'm going to start." Vivian's call brought Anne back to reality. At the same time, the witch's power began to spread quietly from the little girl's body. Vivian, who was originally weak, instantly gave people a different feeling and began to become sharp and hot. The violent airflow blew Vivian's long hair, and the swirling flames rose from the feet of the little girl. Sanyan, who was beside her, closed her eyes. Under the background of Vivian's witch power, the little girl's toes left the ground and floated slightly in front of the little girl. In front of Sanyan's chest, the end of a fiery red sword appeared faintly. "Offerings." Vivian murmured these 2 words, and then made the same standard movements as at the beginning. She reached out to the hilt of the sword in front of her, and pulled it out with her palm. Sanyan's sword. With Vivian's low shout, a fiery red sword burning with scorching flames was completely taken out of Sanyan's body by the little girl, and she held it tightly in front of her. Immediately afterwards, Sanyan's whole body also changed from solid to virtual, turning into sparks of light. Also a fiery red light, completely attached to Vivian's body, forming a brand new set of ceremonials. Looking at the fiery red cape, which fluttered like the wings of a phoenix, the giant sword wrapped in raging flames, and even the hairstyle changed, with a tight ponytail hanging down behind the head. If Anne had not witnessed the whole process with her own eyes, she would never believe that the capable, powerful, reliable and reassuring girl in front of her, who was dazzling but not glaring, like the first ray of morning light that cut through the darkness, would be her. It was Vivian. It was me. Not only Anne, but all the passengers on the Astrologist also more or less noticed the movement from the deck. Although they could only hide in the room and could not go out for shelter, they could still see from the window. "Sorry. This is really invisible." So many passengers were trembling, not knowing what was happening outside. Some people reacted violently, and were frightened by the prediction of the astrologer girl before, and thought that the Yamada no Orochi had arrived in advance, and they directly covered their heads with the quilt. It was only when Lucy sent people to notify them one by one that the panic atmosphere among the passengers was calmed down. On the other side, it was not until the girl who took off the Witch of Fire costume came to Anne and called out twice in a row that Anne, who was almost unconscious, was pulled back. But at this moment, and could clearly see that her face had completely lost the confidence she had at the beginning. This was not to say that she was frightened by the scene of the witch's dress, but that she felt the more critical temperament behind the witch's dress. Yes, and felt that it would not be difficult for her to replicate the appearance of the witch of fire with prayer. But she could never reproduce the temperament of Vivian at that time. The kind that can bring hope to others. Sorry. Anne's vocabulary is really scarce, and she can't use accurate language to describe it. If she must use a metaphor, perhaps it would be very appropriate to use a memory fragment that was instantly evoked in her mind when she first saw the firewood dress. She was hungry and cold, hiding in a cave. It was a pitch-black, cold night outside. She used her almost frozen, bandaged fingers to try to strike a fire with the flint. Over and over again. Just when Anne was exhausted. Her eyelids were heavy, and she was about to give up. Swish! A ray of red flame flashed on the flint. Then, the warmth and light brought by the flame dispelled the cold and drove away the darkness. Take a deep breath. And tried hard to maintain this feeling. Offerings. She imitated Vivian's actions at that time, including the words the little girl said. Here Vivian hesitated to speak, because in fact, the skills did not need to be shouted out. The reason she said it just now was just to demonstrate it to Anne. The cyclone began to rise along with the witch power in Anne's body. And at Anne's feet, there appeared a flame exactly like the little girl's. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Vivian was secretly cheering the girl up. And the little wolf cub also tightened his heart. Possessing two witch powers at the same time is only theoretically feasible. And the real effect depends on the actual performance. And also knew that the burden on her was heavy, and was the key to the whole plan. This made her psychologically constantly emphasize that she must succeed. Must succeed, and must not fail at this time. After all, her other world is so beautiful. How can it be implicated because of her? A failed person. And knew that she couldn't become the morning sun like the little girl. She only hoped that she could become a bonfire in the darkness. Even if there was only a bunch of embers left after dawn. She would keep burning until the light came. The power of emotions reached its peak. And felt that it was time. She opened her eyes and shouted. Sword of Sinyan. Sword of Sinyan. 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 And take a break first. I think there must be something wrong. Could it be that Sinyan is too tired and can't do it again quickly after possessing the ritual once? Seeing Anne's throat almost hoarse, Vivian couldn't stand it anymore. She hurriedly stepped forward to stop Anne, who was already a little stuck in a dead end. Vivian shifted the question to Sinyan, trying to comfort Anne. But everyone could see that the little girl's face was not tired at all. On the contrary, she was full of freshness and enthusiasm. Several times, she wanted to take out a sword from her chest and hand it to Anne. Therefore, after being said by Vivian, Sinyan's face immediately showed a strong sense of grievance. It was obviously her body. But she had no response to this big sister. Not to mention that she could turn into a sword. She couldn't even float. However, after being glared at by Vivian, Sinyan immediately agreed and bowed her head to admit it. At this time, the low voice from Anne interrupted them. Vivian, don't be like this. It has nothing to do with Sinyan. I can sense that I can't resonate with Sinyan. I can't contact your summoned beast at all. And shook her head. Then lowered her head, her hair covering her face. But from her clenched hands, it can still be seen that Anne's heart is full of self-blame and loss. I'm sorry. I'm really different from you. I can't be you. I can't do anything. As the executor of the skill. And knew very well that she felt from Sinyan that kind of extremely sunny and righteous aura. Only those who are also pure in mind, have never had dark thoughts, and have never done cold things can be truly recognized by Sinyan. And she may have been like this before. But after experiencing a series of griefs in Huidian City, and had to admit that her heart had changed, she could never go back to the original self. And she became able to fight against darkness only by relying on darkness. Just when Anne was about to give up, Vivian seemed to have made up her mind, and seemed to have finally overcome a psychological barrier. She mustered up the courage and spoke to Anne. It's okay. And if you can't resonate with Sinyan, then why not try it? Shiohei. Vivian's sudden words caught Anne off guard. She was stunned in place. And after a long time, she spoke a little stutteringly under Vivian's expectant eyes. Xiaohei can also dress up. In fact, Anne originally thought that the witch dress was based on the little wolf cub as a monster. But the appearance of Sinyan later changed her mind, and thought that the little wolf cub did not meet the conditions of dressing up. Of course. Although I haven't tried it yet. But since even Sinyan can do it, Xiao Hei is definitely no problem. Sinyan? I always feel humiliated. Then you. Why don't you? And still can't understand. Especially for that sentence. Although I haven't tried it yet. What should I say? Oh. Okay. And don't ask anymore. There's not much time left. Anyway, you should try it quickly. Vivian rarely answered Anne's question, but just brushed it off casually. The real reason was only known to the little girl herself. For Vivian, another me and Little Black were the most precious and indispensable things in the little girl's life. So she did not choose the little wolf cub as the first gift recipient. But Sinyan? Not only because she wanted the little wolf cub to witness this moment. There is also a deeper level. Vivian took into account the other self in the spiritual space. The little girl hoped that they could move forward together, rather than one person leaving the other far behind. Therefore, Little Black was originally left by Vivian for another self. Judging from the personalities of both parties, the second personality is more suitable for the little wolf cub, who is cunning and bad than her. For the first time, I have someone I like. I summon my lifelong partner. Two joys overlap together. Vivian believed that it would definitely bring more joy. That's it. Under the girl's fiery and eager urging gaze, and pursed her lips. She knew that as an outsider, it was not good to do this. After all, Xiao Hei meant a lot to Vivian, even through a brief contact of 2 days, and could understand it. But from the bottom of her heart, when she heard that the gift object could be the little wolf cub, she instantly gave birth to a completely different feeling of heat from when she was with Xi and Yen. It seemed that every cell in her body was madly driving her, pushing her to become Xiao Hei's first time, which even Vivian had never had. Desire finally overcame reason. That can't be said. She did this to fight against the forbidden monster that was coming. The mad Yamata no Orochi. She did this to protect Vivian. For the astrologist. For all the innocent passengers on the ship. And for the sake of being sorry. And couldn't deceive her heart in the end. She also wanted to have Xiao Hei once. Even if it was only for a short time. So, as Vivian once said to her, let's do it for herself once. Then I'll try? Chapter 260. As the astrologist sailed deeper, the environment around the sea began to change quietly. At first, the calm sea surface began to rise and fall. But under the protection of the heart of the sea, the ship remained stable, and nothing could be felt. But then, the most obvious change that the passengers could notice was that the light from the cabin windows was getting darker and darker. Many people looked out of the window with fearful eyes, and saw that the sky had become gloomy at some point. And dense dark clouds began to cover the sky above the sea. From time to time, a dazzling white light could be seen passing through the clouds, which was the shadow of lightning. Then, although the sound was not loud, it was still audible when it was quiet. A light drizzle began to fall on the sea outside the ship, and the raindrops slid down the windowsill. Normally, no one would care about this, but now every passenger was nervous. Many phenomena together were undoubtedly a sign that they were about to face a storm. Quick! Check again whether the windows are closed tightly, and put away all the things that may fall easily from high places. The passengers who were concentrated in the cabins of the astrologists, which were the most core and safest positions, mobilized. This was all they could do to increase their sense of security in this way. Of course, there were also many people who started praying or writing something down in advance for the unexpected. Zhao Jia trembled and took out a pocket watch from his arms. After opening it, there was a family photo taken by the photo camera, in which there was a much younger Zhao Jia, another woman who should be his wife, and a little girl in the middle who was only about single-digit years old. Wife. Xinger. I'm sorry for you. If I, Zhao Jia, can successfully survive this shipwreck, I swear that I will never run away again. When I return to Qiandao, I will immediately sell all my properties and return to find you with all my belongings. Lord Rock, bless us. Let us survive. Lord Rock, bless us. The Tsushima light novelist who was predicted by Meggy that his own pen would pierce his throat could not help but write something on the notepad. The astrologist, which sailed out to sea for the first time in more than 10 years, happened aboard this huge ship. I thought it was a change of map for readers and a transition chapter. But who knew that it suddenly encountered the biggest crisis of the whole novel so far? The villain secretly changed the route and drove the astrologist into the territorial waters of the Yamata no Orochi. Let's see how the protagonist uses his wisdom to fight wits and courage with the villain and the Orochi, and finally save all the passengers on the ship. The light novelist became more and more excited as he wrote, and seemed to have forgotten his current situation. Unfortunately, even in novels, it is necessary to follow the most basic logic. No, I can't write like this. How much cheat do I have to give the protagonist to survive, and save the astrologist from the Orochi? I can't set up a setting that makes the protagonist's combat power soar? How high does it have to be to defeat the Yamata no Orochi? It's over. It's all over. My life. My light novel award. The novelist threw the pen aside, closed the note, and closed his eyes in despair, waiting to die. After all, even he, a novelist, didn't dare to write like this. Could reality be more fantastic than novels? Astrologist. Control room. This is where Lucy and the elite warriors on board are. She is constantly trying to communicate with the heart of the sea and change the ship's route. But it has been set by Lucy herself so that no changes can be made before reaching the destination. And has also tried to pray to the heart of the sea, the most direct way. But the heart of the sea is copied from the heart of the god of water, as a template for this kind of prayer. It is equivalent to praying for world peace, and is automatically invalid. However, it seems that there is still some hope. Lord Lucy, the female astrologer, before strongly requested that Noya enter the control room. She said that she might have a way to control the heart of the sea. A samurai ran over to report. Lucy, who was already extremely anxious and nervous, was angry when she heard the news. They were still trying to make trouble at this time. As a government official of the society, she couldn't control the heart of the sea. How could a female astrologer from the folk dare to make such a boast? Did she really think she was the legendary great astrologer in the story of the origin of the astrologist? However, due to the relationship between Maggie and Vivian, and because she did help them and let the passengers believe in the impending shipwreck, Lucy hesitated and agreed to Maggie's request. Astrologist. Bottom floor of the cabin. The place where the goods are piled up here is also where the coolies are staying. Ruko ordered the crew's samurai to organize the evacuation and refuge, but did not include these coolies at all, and did not even notify them. These coolies, who were in the dark and damp bottom with the cold goods, did not even know what was happening outside. When the danger came, they were forgotten in the corner. However, a sudden sound of footsteps was heard. The door of the bottom floor of the cabin was opened, and the first person who appeared in the sight of many coolies was a familiar supervisor. Ichiro. It's already this time. Why do you still have time to take care of these people? But the supervisor warrior didn't listen to his companions. He walked quickly to the middle of the coolies and shouted, "Hurry up! Get up quickly! Don't stay here any longer. The ship is likely to be attacked by monsters on the sea. The bottom floor is not protected by the heart of the sea. A slight shake can throw you away. Go!" When the coolies heard that they were going to be attacked by monsters, especially monsters on the sea, they were all scared and ran out to take shelter. After Ichiro confirmed that there was no one on the bottom floor, he turned to his dissatisfied companions. "If you want to hide, then hide too. But as a samurai, this is the time when I need to be useful. We can't just let Lady Ruko and Miss Vivian bear the pressure. We have to do something within our ability. You? Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you at this time. On the contrary, since you were taught a lesson by that Yin man named Vivian, you seem to have been brainwashed. You are simply a different person," the companion said weakly. When he learned that the enemy was Yamata no Orochi, he had already lost his motivation and thought that he was doomed. However, Ichiro still shouted angrily, "Don't say that, Miss Vivian. Humph. I don't know what kind of magic potion that little girl has fed you. I just hope that she is as powerful as you say and can help us get through this disaster safely. Then, I won't say a word and join Vivian's cult with you." Facing his companion's angry retort, Ichiro folded his hands and made a prayer gesture. "I believe Miss Vivian can do it. I have a hunch that she is the witch brought to us by the water god, and she came here specifically to redeem us." Astrologist. Deck. Whether it is Ichiro, Lucy, or many passengers hiding in the cabin, Vivian and her group, who have high hopes. The current atmosphere is not very good. In the final analysis, it is still a problem. Anne's ritual dress skill cannot be released. After changing the target from Sinyan to the little wolf cub, the effect is immediate, and can sense that there is a mysterious line between her and the little wolf cub as attraction. The shadow of the witch's ritual dress has emerged from her body. But it is still just a little bit short. Just a little bit short. Because they were on the deck. They were the first to directly perceive the changes in the sea outside the ship. Looking far away, they could even see a deep-sea vortex that looked like a black hole. Whether it was the drizzle dripping on them, or the gloomy and dark sky with lightning. Every scene was conveying a message to Annette she didn't have much time. And knew very well what she was missing. It was a bond. Although she and the little wolf cub could resonate with each other. They had only been together for less than 2 days. And their familiarity with each other was far from the standard of forming a witch's costume. And the way to solve this problem was in. Let's merge into one. You already have my body. If you have my memory, then you are me. The little girl made a prompt decision. At this point, she could not care less and pretended not to know Anne's identity to avoid embarrassment. On the other side, Vivian took the initiative to break this window paper. Catching Anne off guard. Vivian. You? What are you talking about? But the little girl did not say any more nonsense. But directly took action and held her hands with Anne's hands. Perhaps she also felt Vivian's determination and willingness. And quickly calmed down from the panic. And finally stopped avoiding and really faced this her in another world line. The two interlocked their fingers and held each other's hands tightly. They felt the warmth from each other's fingertips and closed their eyes together. At this moment, the drizzle seemed to stop and the waves calmed down. In the gloomy sky covered by dark clouds, it seemed that 2 stars began to shine from a very far away place. They penetrated the clouds and overlapped like a solar eclipse under the interlaced star tracks. Countless fragments of memory began to appear in Anne's mind. However, they did not belong to Vivian, but to the second personality, the existence that the little girl always called another me. Vivian originally wanted to share her memories with Anne, but it seemed that Anne did not need it. The perfect match between the two parties. As if this originally belonged to Anne. But in addition to that, along with the memories of the second personality, there are also things that belong to the second personality, which have been absorbing all the time. And they also flow into Anne. Vivian has been through so much, but still maintains a pure and flawless mind like a blank sheet of paper. This is no longer within the scope of nature, but it is like there is always a filter plate that absorbs all impurities into the body and prevents them from entering the interior. The second personality is that plate, which contains a lot of negative emotions. Therefore, it also forms a completely different, like the opposite side of Vivian. Dark, tyrannical, and murderous. Ignoring the rules, doing whatever she wants. She likes to play with and tease her enemies, and tramples on those who resist her will. This greatly stimulated the suppressed witch will in it, and the two echoed each other. Anne's pupils quickly turned blood red. She was about to run away. But at this time, a stream of clear water flowed along her fingertips and spread to all parts of her body. And looked up and found that the other girl who was holding her fingers across from her also opened her eyes. The magical thing was that, as if to contrast with her blood red, Vivian's eyes turned azure blue. Although the little girl didn't make a sound, and could read the words that the blue eyes were silently conveying to him. Please. Another one. Me. Humph. In an instant, although Anne's eyes were still red, they were different from the blood-red color that was about to go out of control and become a killing machine. The red color now was still frightening. But if you look closely, you will find that there is actually a trace of tenderness hidden in the depths. The red now is like the rosy red of a rose with thorns. All the sharp thorns are just to protect the bright and delicate flowers. And what awakened with the witch's will? There were also the memories of reincarnation cycle prayed by Anne. She was not without everything. She and Xiao He also had a unique bond and memory that even Vivian had never had. And saw the first cycle, when she ignorantly regarded Vivian as an enemy and sneaked in late at night to assassinate her. She saw the second cycle, when she fought against the wolf cub. She also saw the third cycle, when Xiao He, who revealed his true form as the dark flame wolf, saved her from the attack of the snake without hesitation. And in order to attract the snake to leave the ship, he was beaten by the snake and was dying. Negative emotions need a point to vent. And Yamada no Orochi was honored to be this point. Especially the shocking bloody wounds caused by the turbulent high-pressure water flow on Xiao He. And the twisted and broken limbs when he was caught in the deep-sea vortex of the snake. Ceremony. 2 words came out of Anne's mouth. It was different from the ceremony of Xinyan, as the more domineering and darker forbidden monster, and opened her arms and became the passive party. Behind her, The little wolf cub disappeared, replaced by a giant wolf burning with flames as black as its hair. Taking the initiative to walk into N's body, the girl's body floated in the air, curled up, and from behind her, a huge shadow gradually condensed into a solid body. The weapon given by Sinyan to the ceremony was a sword, and the weapon given by the dark flame wolf to the ceremony was clanging. At first, it was the sound of chains, as if it came from the netherworld, like a demon crawling out of the abyss, dragging the chain on the ground. But then, at the end of the chain, the real weapon appeared. It was a giant claw. The overall color of the claw was dark red, starting from the black at the end and gradually turning to red at the tip of the claw. At first glance, it seemed as if even the sight would be hooked by the sharp claw tip. The most frightening and shocking thing was that this claw was like a living thing, and it could tremble and shrink slightly in the air, as if it would pinch the prey in it and tear it into pieces in the next second. The claw was connected to the chain, forming a very rare weapon. The chain claw. They floated on both sides of him, one on the left and one on the right. The huge chain claw and the petite girl formed a great visual impact, which made people wonder what kind of girl could control this pair of terrifying chain claws. In the next second, the chain claws slightly closed inwards, holding the girl in the palm of her hand, as if it was both a weapon and a throne. The girl on the chain claw throne finally stretched her curled limbs and slowly opened her rosy red eyes. The first thing Anne did was to stroke the dark red chain claws on both sides of her body with her palms. There was a faint hook at the corner of her mouth, as if she was thinking, and the next moment, she felt that this idea was too stupid. After all, is there any need to ask this? So, the girl spoke with an extremely aggressive and wild tone, like a ferocious and domineering wolf queen, giving this witch costume that was unique to her and Xiao He a name. Clothes. Dark nightmare claws.